The Agony and the Ecstasy, a biographical novel of Michelangelo. The studio. He sat in front of the mirror in the bedroom on the second floor. He drew his thin face with a pencil. He studied his high cheekbones, wide forehead, and ears that sat far back on his head. His dark hair curled forward. His eyes were wide apart and heavy above. The 13-year-old boy looked very serious. I do not look right, he thought. My forehead is too large. My mouth and chin are too small. Someone should have measured my face better. He moved his thin body carefully. His 4 brothers were sleeping behind him. He did not want to wake them. Then he listened for the whistle of his friend Granacci in the street below. Quickly, he changed the drawing of his face. He made the eyes larger. He made the forehead rounder. He widened the cheeks. He made the lips fuller and the chin bigger. There, he thought. Now I look better. It is too bad people cannot change a face before birth. Builders can change plans for the Duomo, but people cannot change a face. Birdsong came through the open window. Cool morning air entered the room. He hid the paper under the pillow on his bed. Then he walked quietly down the round stone stairs and went outside. His friend Francesco Granacci waited in the street. Granacci was 19 years old and much taller than him. He had light yellow hair and bright blue eyes. For 1 year, Granacci had given him drawing tools and a safe place to work in his family's house across the street. He also secretly brought prints from Ghirlandaio's studio. Granacci came from a rich family. Still, he had started work as an art student with Filippino Lippi when he was 10 years old. At 13, he had stood as a model in a painting in the Carmine Church. Now he studied under Ghirlandaio. Granacci did not care deeply about his own paintings, but he could quickly see talent in other people.
You are really coming with me today? Granacci asked with excitement. This is my birthday gift to myself.
Good. Granacci took the younger boy's arm. Together they walked along the curved Via dei Bentecordi. The street stood where an old Roman arena had once been. They passed the high walls of the Stinch prison.
Remember what I told you about Domenico Ghirlandaio? Granacci said. I have worked with him for 5 years. I know him well. Be humble. He likes students who respect him.
Soon they turned into the Via Ghibellina. Near them stood the city wall and gate. On the left they passed the large stone building of the Bargello. Then they walked past the Pazzi Palace. The younger boy touched the rough stone wall with care.
Come quickly, Granacci said. This is the best time to see Ghirlandaio. He has not started drawing yet.
They moved through the narrow streets. They passed stone houses with carved stairs outside. Then they walked along the Via del Corso. Through a narrow street, they saw part of the red roof of the Duomo. A little farther away stood the Palazzo della Signoria. Its tall stone tower rose into the light blue morning sky of Florence. To reach Ghirlandaio's studio, they crossed the old market square. Fresh meat hung outside the butcher shops. After that, they walked past the street of the painters. Soon they reached the corner of the Via dei Tavellini. There they saw the open door of Ghirlandaio's studio. Michelangelo stopped walking for a moment. He looked up at Donatello's marble statue of St. Mark in a tall wall space at Orson Micheli.
Sculpture is the greatest art, he said with strong feeling.
Granacci looked surprised. His friend had never spoken this way about sculpture before.
I do not agree, he said quietly. But stop staring. We have work to do.
The boy took a deep breath. Then he went into the Ghirlandaio workshop with Granacci. The studio was a large room with a high ceiling. The air smelled strongly of paint and charcoal. In the middle stood a big table. Around it, many young apprentices sat on stools. In one corner, a man was mixing colors in a bowl. Along the walls were large drawings for fresco paintings. There were pictures of the Last Supper from the Church of Ognissanti and the calling of the first apostles for the Sistine Chapel in Rome. At the back of the room was a raised platform. A man of about 40 sat there. His desk was neat and clean. Pens, brushes, and sketchbooks stood in careful rows. Scissors and other tools hung on hooks. Behind him, books with painted pages filled the shelves. Granacci stopped in front of his master's desk.
Signor Ghirlandaio, this is Michelangelo. I told you about him.
Michelangelo felt the artist looking closely at him. People said Ghirlandaio could see more than any other artist in Italy. But Michelangelo also studied the man carefully. He looked at the blue coat and the red cloak on his shoulders against the cold March weather. The artist wore a red cap. His face was soft and thoughtful. He had full lips, deep cheeks, and dark hair down to his shoulders. His long fingers rested near his throat. Michelangelo remembered something Granacci had told him a few days before.
Now I am starting to understand this art, Ghirlandaio had said. It makes me sad that I cannot paint all the walls of Florence. Who is your father? Ghirlandaio asked.
Lodovico di Leonardo Buonarroti Simoni.
I know that name. How old are you?
13.
We usually take apprentices at 10. What did you do for the last 3 years?
I wasted my time at Francesco di Urbino's grammar school. I studied Latin and Greek.
A small smile appeared on Ghirlandaio's lips. He liked the answer.
Can you draw? He asked.
I can learn.
Granacci wanted to help his friend. But he could not say that he had secretly lent Ghirlandaio's prints to Michelangelo for copying.
He has a good hand, Granacci said. He drew pictures on the walls of his father's house in Settignano. One picture was a satyr. Ah, a wall painter, Ghirlandaio said with a smile. You may become my rival when I am old.
Michelangelo took the word seriously.
I have never worked with colors, he said. That is not my skill.
Ghirlandaio started to answer, but then he stopped.
You are not a modest boy, he said. You will not become my rival. It is not because you do not have talent. It is because you do not care about color.
Michelangelo heard Granacci make a soft, unhappy sound beside him.
I did not mean it that way, Granacci said.
You are small for a boy of 13, Ghirlandaio said. You look too weak for the hard work in this studio.
A person does not need big muscles to draw, Michelangelo answered.
At once, he knew he had spoken too loudly. He also knew Ghirlandaio had led him into saying the wrong thing. The other apprentices turned and looked at them. After a short time, Ghirlandaio became calm again.
Very well, he said. Draw something for me. What will you draw?
Why not the studio itself? He asked.
Michelangelo looked slowly around the workshop. He took in every detail with hungry eyes.
Ghirlandaio gave a short laugh. It sounded unfriendly, but also relieved. Granacci, give Buonarroti some paper and charcoal, he said. Now I will return to my work.
Michelangelo found a place near the door where he could see the whole workshop. He sat on a bench and began to draw. Granacci stayed beside him.
Why did you choose something so difficult? Granacci asked. Take your time. He may forget you are here.
Michelangelo carefully studied the large room. He drew the big table in the middle and the apprentices sitting on both sides. He drew Ghirlandaio standing on his platform under the north window. For the first time since he entered the studio, he breathed normally again. Then he felt someone bend over his shoulder.
I am not finished yet, he said.
It is enough, Ghirlandaio answered.
He took the paper and looked at it for a moment.
You worked in another studio before, he said. Was it Rosselli's studio?
Michelangelo knew Ghirlandaio did not like Rosselli. Rosselli owned the only other painting workshop in Florence. 7 years earlier, Ghirlandaio, Botticelli, and Rosselli had gone to Rome. Pope Sixtus IV asked them to paint the walls of the new Sistine Chapel. Rosselli used very bright red and blue colors. He also added gold to clouds, clothes, and trees. The Pope liked this work very much. Rosselli received the prize money. Michelangelo shook his head.
I drew pictures at school when Master Urbino was not watching, he said.
And I copied paintings by Giotto in Santa Croce. I also copied Masaccio in the Carmine. Ghirlandaio became calmer.
Granacci was right. Your hand is strong.
Michelangelo held up his hand. He looked at the front and back of it.
It is a stonecutter's hand, he said proudly.
We do not need many stonecutters in a fresco workshop. I will take you as an apprentice. But you must begin like a boy of 10. You must pay me 6 florins for the first year.
I cannot pay you anything.
Ghirlandaio looked at him carefully.
The Buonarroti family is not poor. And your father wants you to become an apprentice.
My father hit me every time I spoke about painting.
But I cannot take you unless he signs the agreement of the Doctors and Apothecaries Guild. Why will he not hit you again when you tell him?
Because you want to accept me. That will help me. And also because you will pay him 6 florins in the first year, 8 in the second year, and 10 in the third year.
Ghirlandaio's eyelids opened wide.
That is impossible. You want me to pay money so you can learn here.
Then I cannot work for you. It is the only way. The man who mixed colors turned his tool slowly in the air. He looked back at them while they spoke. The apprentices at the table stopped pretending to work. Now it seemed that Ghirlandaio needed Michelangelo, not the other way around. Michelangelo saw that Ghirlandaio wanted to say no. But he stayed calm and respectful. He looked straight at the older man. His face seemed to say,
"You should do this. I will help your workshop."
If Michelangelo had shown fear or weakness, Ghirlandaio would have sent him away. But the artist began to admire the boy a little. People said Ghirlandaio was kind and easy to like. At last he said,
It seems we cannot finish the Tornabuoni choir without your help. Bring your father here.
They went back out into the Via dei Tavellini. Morning sellers and buyers moved all around them in the busy street. Granacci put his arm around Michelangelo's shoulder with affection.
You broke every rule. But you got in.
Michelangelo gave his friend one of his rare smiles. His amber eyes shone with yellow and blue lights. When he smiled, his face changed. His lips looked full, and his strong white teeth showed clearly. His chin pushed forward and gave balance to his face.
They walked past the house of the poet Dante Alighieri. Then they passed the stone church of the Badia. Michelangelo loved these streets like a man loves something very dear. The stone buildings of Tuscany were precious to him. For many years, people from Fiesole, Settignano, and Florence had taken stone from the mountains. Oxen carried the heavy stone to the towns. Workers cut it and shaped it into houses, palaces, churches, walls, and forts. Stone was one of the great treasures of Tuscany. From childhood, people there knew its feel and smell. They knew how it looked in sun, rain, moonlight, and cold wind. For 1500 years their families had worked with Pietra Serena, the calm grey stone. They built a city of great beauty. Michelangelo and many others often said,
I never want to live where I cannot see the Duomo.
Soon they reached the carpenter shop below the Buonarroti family home in the Via dell'Anguillara.
Goodbye, Granacci said with a laugh. Like the fox speaking to the fur seller.
Michelangelo answered with a dark smile. Yes, I may get hurt. But unlike the fox, I will stay alive.
He turned into the Via dei Bentecordi. Across the street, 2 horses pushed their heads out from the stable door. Michelangelo waved to them. Then he climbed the back stairs to the family kitchen. His stepmother was making her favorite torta. Earlier that morning she had fried chicken in oil. Then she mixed it with onions, parsley, eggs, and saffron. She also made ravioli with ham, pork, cheese, flour, clove, and ginger. She placed the chicken mixture and the ravioli between layers of pastry with dates and almonds. Now she shaped everything into a pie and covered it with dough. Soon she would bake it in the hot fire.
Good morning, Mother MIA.
Ah, Michelangelo. Today I made something special for you. A salad that tastes wonderful.
Lucrezia di Antonio di Sandro Ubaldini da Gagliano had a very long name. Her dowry list was shorter than her name. People wondered why such a young woman married a grey-haired widower of 43 with 5 sons. She also had to cook for 9 people in the Buonarroti house. Every morning, she woke at 4 o'clock. She went to the market square when the farmers arrived with pony carts. The carts carried fresh fruit and vegetables, eggs, cheese, meat, and chickens. Sometimes she helped the farmers unload the food. Often she chose the best food before it even reached the market stalls. She picked soft green beans and peas, and fresh figs and peaches without marks. Michelangelo and his 4 brothers called her Illinois Miglior. This meant the best. She wanted every part of her cooking to be the best. At dawn she came home with baskets full of food. She did not care much about clothes. She also did not think about her plain dark face or her simple hair pulled back tightly. But Michelangelo saw something special in her. Her cheeks became red when she cooked. Her eyes shone as she watched her cake baking. She moved quickly and confidently between the fire and her jars of spices. Then she put cinnamon and nutmeg on the crust. She always knew exactly what work she must do next during the long morning. To Michelangelo, she seemed full of light and life. He knew his stepmother was quiet and gentle in most parts of her marriage. But in the kitchen she became strong and powerful. Florence was a rich city. Food came there from many parts of the world. People could buy spices, mushrooms, truffles, nuts, and many rare foods. But these things cost a lot of money. Michelangelo shared a bedroom with his 4 brothers near his parents' room. Many mornings he heard his parents arguing while his stepmother dressed for the market.
Every day you want more fish and more oranges, Lodovico said.
Lodovico, stop trying to spend so little money, she answered. You want to keep money in your purse and leave people hungry.
Hungry? No Buonarroti has missed a meal in 300 years. Every week I bring you fresh veal from Setignano.
Why should we eat veal every day when the market has young pig and pigeon? She asked.
On the days when Lodovico lost the argument, he sat sadly with his account books. He believed his young wife was spending too much money on rich meals with chicken, almonds, fat, sugar, cloves, and expensive rice. At first he felt angry and worried. But slowly the smell of cooking came from the kitchen into the sitting room and his study. The good smell slowly took away his fear and anger. By 11 o'clock he was very hungry. Lodovico ate a very large meal. Then he pushed back his chair and touched his full stomach. He smiled at his wife and spread out his fingers.
Ho mangiato bene. I have eaten well.
With this payment, Lucrezia put away the food that was left. She kept it for a small meal in the evening. She told the servant girl to clean the dishes and pots. Then she went upstairs and slept until night. Her day was finished, and her happiness was gone. Lodovico was different. Now he began to feel the opposite of what he felt that morning. Time passed, and the rich food settled in his stomach. The memory of the fine taste slowly disappeared. Then he started to think about the cost of the large meal. The thought troubled him more and more. Soon he felt angry again. Michelangelo walked through the empty family room. A heavy oak bench stood near the fireplace. A long bellows leaned against the stone wall. There were chairs with leather backs and leather seats. These costly things had been made by the first man of the family. The next room looked over the Via dei Bentecordi and the stables. It was his father's study. Lodovico had ordered a special desk from the carpenter shop downstairs. The desk was made to fit the strange corner where the two streets met near the old Colosseum. Lodovico sat there over his grey parchment account books. Michelangelo could not remember his father doing anything else. His father always tried to avoid spending money. He also tried to protect the little that was left of the Buonarroti fortune. The family had become rich in 1250. Now they only had a small 10-acre farm in Settignano. They also had a house near this one, but people argued over who owned it. So the family rented it out. Lodovico heard his son enter and looked up. Nature had given him only one rich gift. It was his hair. He wore a large mustache that joined his beard. The beard ended in a square shape below his chin. Grey lines ran through the hair. There were 4 deep lines across his forehead. Years of studying account books and family records had made them. His small brown eyes looked sad as he thought about the lost family wealth. Michelangelo knew his father as a careful man. He locked the door with 3 keys.
Good morning, Messer Padre.
Lodovico sighed. I was born too late. 100 years ago, the Buonarroti family was rich.
Michelangelo watched his father sink again into his thoughts about the family records. Those records were like a holy book to him. Lodovico knew exactly how much land, gold, houses, and business each generation had owned. The history of the family was his life's work. Each of his sons had to learn the family story by heart.
We are noble citizens, Lodovico told them. Our family is as old as the Medici, the Strozzi, and the Tornabuoni. The Buonarroti name has lived for 300 years with us.
His voice grew stronger with pride.
We have paid taxes in Florence for 3 centuries.
Michelangelo could not sit near his father without permission. He had to bow when his father gave an order. The boy learned about his family because it was his duty, not because he wanted to know. His father taught him that the Buonarroti family had once been important in Florence. When the Guelph party took power in the 13th century, the family became stronger. Many men from the family worked in important city offices. Some became council members. Some became mayors of the Santa Croce area. Lodovico and his brother Francesco also received important positions in the city. The last honor for the family came 13 years earlier. In 1474, Lodovico became mayor of the small towns of Caprese and Chiusi di Verna in the mountains. Michelangelo was born there in the town hall while the family lived there for 6 months. Michelangelo's father taught him that work with the hands was not right for a noble family. But the boy saw something different. Lodovico worked very hard to avoid spending money. If he had worked the same amount at a real job, he could have earned more. The family still had a little money and some property. It was enough for Lodovico to live like a gentleman if he spent almost nothing. But little by little, the family's money became less. Michelangelo stood near the deep window. The weak March sun warmed his thin shoulders. His thoughts returned to their home in Settignano above the Arno Valley. At that time, his mother was still alive. There had been love and happy sounds in the house. But his mother died when he was 6 years old. After that, his father spent most of his time alone in his study. For 4 years, Aunt Cassandra cared for the house. Michelangelo felt lonely and unwanted. Only his grandmother, Monna Alessandra, showed him real love. The stonecutter's family across the hill also cared for him. The stonecutter's wife fed him milk when his own mother was too sick to feed him. For 4 years, until his father married again and Lucrezia wanted the family to move to Florence, Michelangelo often escaped to the Topolino family. He walked down through the wheat fields and the silver-green olive trees. Then he crossed the small brook between the lands. After that, he climbed the other hill through the vineyards to their yard. There he quietly worked with the stonecutters. They cut Pietra Serena stone from the nearby quarry into building stones for new palaces in Florence. Michelangelo used his sadness in his careful work. Since he was a small child, he had learned to use the hammer and chisel there. Like the stonecutter's sons, he worked on small pieces of stone. Michelangelo pulled his thoughts away from the stone yard in Settignano and returned to the stone house on Via dell'Anguillara.
Father, I have just come from Domenico Ghirlandaio's workshop. Ghirlandaio agreed to take me as an apprentice.
Silence filled the room between them. Michelangelo heard a horse cry out across the street. From the kitchen, he heard Lucrezia move the fire. Lodovico pushed himself up with both hands so he could stand tall over the boy. This strange wish of his son to become a craftsman could destroy the family's weak social position. Michelangelo, I am sorry that I must place you in the wool guild and make you a merchant instead of a gentleman, Lodovico said. I sent you to a costly school. I paid money that I could hardly spare. I wanted you to learn and rise in the guild. Then one day you could own mills and shops. That is how many rich families in Florence began, even the Medici family. Lodovico's voice became louder. Do you think I will let you waste your life as a painter? Do you want to shame the family name? For 300 years, no Buonarroti has worked with his hands like this.
That is true. We have been moneylenders, the boy answered angrily. We belong to the Money Changers Guild. It is one of the most respected guilds in Florence. Lending money is an honorable job.
Then Michelangelo tried to joke.
Have you seen Uncle Francesco close his table outside or San Michele when the rain starts? You never saw anyone move his hands so fast.
At the mention of his name, Uncle Francesco ran into the room. He was bigger than Lodovico and had a happier face. He was the part of the Buonarroti family that worked hard in business. 2 years earlier, he had left Lodovico and started his own work. He made good money and bought houses. He lived well for a short time. Then he made a bad investment with foreign money and lost everything. After that, he had to return to his brother's house. Now, when it rained, he quickly picked up the velvet cloth from his table and took his bag of coins. Then he ran through the wet streets to his friend Amator, the cloth cutter. Amator let him work under a roof there. Francesco spoke in a rough voice.
Michelangelo, you cannot even see something easy and clear. Why do you enjoy bringing shame to the Buonarroti family?
The boy became angry at these words.
I care about our family name as much as anyone. Why can I not learn fine work that all Florence can be proud of? People are proud of Ghiberti's doors and Donatello's sculptures and Ghirlandaio's paintings. Florence is a good city for an artist.
Lodovico put his hand on the boy's shoulder and called him Michelangelo, his special name for him. Michelangelo was his favorite among the 5 sons. He had great hopes for the boy. Because of this love, he had paid for 3 years of school with Urbino. The teacher had been too proud to tell the father the truth. The boy spent more time drawing in his notebooks than studying Greek and Latin books. He also refused to learn rhetoric in the normal way. He followed his own ideas, and Urbino could not change him.
Michelangelo, what you say about artists is foolish, Lodovico said. I was so angry before that I only hit you. But now you are 13 years old. I paid for your lessons in logic, so I will speak to you with logic. Ghiberti and Donatello began as craftsmen and stayed poor men. Their work never gave them high position in society. At the end of his life, Donatello was so poor that Cosimo de' Medici had to give him money to live.
The boy answered quickly.
That happened because Donatello shared his money with his workers and friends. He kept money where anyone could take some if they needed help. Ghirlandaio becomes rich from his work.
Art is useless, Francesco said. A man works hard and gets nothing. Every man thinks he can turn stone into gold. What kind of dream is that?
It is the only dream I know, Michelangelo cried. Then he turned to Lodovico. If you take art out of me, nothing will be left inside me.
I once believed my Michelangelo would bring back the Buonarroti fortune, Lodovico shouted. I was wrong. Now I will teach you not to speak like this.
He began hitting the boy hard with his arm. Francesco also hit the boy because he believed this moment was important for his nephew. Michelangelo lowered his head like an animal in heavy rain. There was no reason to run away. If he escaped now, the same fight would happen again later. Deep in his throat, he whispered the words of his grandmother.
Pazienza.
Be patient. Every person comes into the world with work to do. From the side of his eye, he saw his Aunt Cassandra in the doorway. She was a large woman with heavy arms, legs, and chest. She seemed to grow bigger from the air she breathed. Her loud voice matched her size. Cassandra was not a happy woman. She also did not try to make other people happy.
Happiness is for the next world, Aunt Cassandra said.
Her loud voice asking what was happening hurt his ears more than his uncle's hand. Then all the shouting and hitting stopped. He knew his grandmother had come into the room. She was a quiet woman in black clothes. She was not beautiful, but her face was fine and calm. She only took control during family trouble. Lodovico did not want to upset his mother. He dropped heavily into his chair.
This discussion is finished, he said. I raised you not to want everything in the world. It is enough to earn money and serve the Buonarroti family name. Do not speak again about becoming an artist's apprentice.
Michelangelo was happy that his stepmother stayed in the kitchen with her torta. The room already had too many people watching. Mona Alessandra walked to her son's desk.
What does it change? She asked. He can join the Wool Guild and work with wool. Or he can join the Apothecaries Guild and mix paints. You will not leave enough money even for a few geese, much less for 5 sons.
Her voice was calm and not angry. After all, it was her husband, Leonardo Buonarroti, whose poor choices and bad luck had started the family's fall.
All 5 boys must find work for themselves, she said. Let Leonardo enter the monastery if he wants. Let Michelangelo work in a studio. We cannot help them now, so why stop them?
I am going to become Ghirlandaio's apprentice, Father, Michelangelo said. You must sign the papers. I will do well for all of us.
Lodovico looked at his son with shock. Did an evil spirit control the boy? Should he take him to Arezzo to remove the spirit?
Michelangelo, your words make me very angry, he said.
Then he gave his final answer.
We do not have 1 scudo to pay Ghirlandaio for an apprenticeship.
Michelangelo had waited for this moment. He spoke softly.
There is no need for money, Padre. Ghirlandaio has agreed to pay you for my apprenticeship.
He will pay? Lodovico shouted and moved forward. Why should he pay me to teach you?
Because he thinks I have a strong hand.
After a long silence, Lodovico sat down slowly in his leather chair.
If God does not protect us, we will be ruined. I truly do not know where you come from. You are certainly not like the Buonarroti family. This must come from your mother's family, the Russelli.
He said the name with dislike. Michelangelo could not remember hearing that name before in the Buonarroti house. Lodovico made the sign of the cross. He looked more confused than religious.
I have fought with myself more times than a saint, he said.
Domenico Ghirlandaio's workshop was the busiest and most successful studio in Italy. He was working on 25 painted wall panels and curved paintings for the Tornabuoni choir in Santa Maria Novella. The work had to be finished in the last 2 years of a 5-year contract. At the same time, he also agreed to paint a picture of the 3 kings for the Innocenti Hospital. He also planned a mosaic above a door of the cathedral. Every few days, he rode on horseback to nearby towns. People wanted him to paint many things. Sometimes it was a small church painting. Sometimes it was a large hall in a duke's palace. Ghirlandaio never looked for work, but he accepted every job. On Michelangelo's first day in the studio, he told him,
If a poor woman brings you a basket and asks you to decorate it, do it as well as you can. That basket is important too, just like a painting on a palace wall.
Michelangelo found the workshop full of energy but also friendly. Sebastiano Mainardi was 28 years old. He had long black hair like Ghirlandaio's. His face was pale and thin. He had a long nose and large teeth. He was in charge of the apprentices. He was also Ghirlandaio's brother-in-law. Jacopo dell'Indico, the son of a baker, spoke quietly to Michelangelo.
Ghirlandaio made him marry his sister so he would stay and work for the family. Be careful around him.
Like many of Jacopo's jokes, this one held some truth. The Ghirlandaio family was full of artists. Their father had been a skilled goldsmith. He created a popular hair decoration called a ghirlanda. Women in Florence wore it in their hair. Domenico's two younger brothers, David and Benedetto, were painters too. Benedetto painted very small and careful details. He liked to paint jewels and flowers. David was the youngest brother. He signed the Santa Maria Novella contract with Domenico. Domenico Ghirlandaio first worked in his father's studio. Later he moved to the workshop of Baldo Vanetti, a master of mosaics. He stayed there until he was 21. Then he opened his own studio, though he did not want to leave.
Painting begins with drawing. The greatest painting is mosaic, he often said.
But few people wanted mosaics anymore. So he turned to wall painting. He became one of the greatest fresco painters in Italy. He learned from many older painters, going back to the time of Cimabue. Then he added his own special style. Ghirlandaio truly liked Mainardi as family. Mainardi helped him paint famous frescoes in the church at San Gimignano, a nearby town with 76 towers. Mainardi now guided Michelangelo. He was very much like Ghirlandaio. He was friendly and talented. He had trained in Verrocchio's studio. More than anything, he loved painting. He agreed with Ghirlandaio about art. A fresco should be beautiful and pleasing. Paintings should tell stories from the Bible, religious history, or Greek myths. But the painter did not need to search for deep meaning or judge the story.
The purpose of painting, Mainardi explained to Michelangelo, is to decorate and bring stories to life. Paintings should make people happy. Even sad pictures of saints should have beauty. Remember this, Michelangelo. Then you will become a successful painter.
Mainardi led the apprentices, but Michelangelo soon learned that 16-year-old Jacopo was the true leader among them. He had a face like a monkey. He was very good at looking busy while doing no work. He welcomed 13-year-old Michelangelo with a serious warning.
It is not good for a Christian to do nothing except hard work.
Then he turned to the other apprentices.
Here in Florence, we have about 9 holidays every month. With Sundays added, we only work every other day.
I do not think that changes much for you, Jacopo, Granacci said sharply. You do not work even on work days.
The 2 weeks passed very fast. Then the important day came. Michelangelo would sign his contract and get his first pay. He suddenly understood that he had done very little work for the 2 gold florins. Until now, he only carried things for the workshop. He brought paints from the chemist. He cleaned sand and washed it in a barrel with running water. Before sunrise, he woke up in the dark room. He climbed over his younger brother Buonarroti and jumped out of bed. Then he searched for his long stockings and his shirt. On the way to the Bargello, he walked under a dead body hanging from a hook. People said the man had survived a hanging 2 weeks before. After that, he spoke angry words against the rulers of the city. So the magistrates ordered another hanging. Ghirlandaio was surprised to see the boy so early in the morning. His buon giorno was short and cold. For many days, he had worked on a drawing of St. John baptizing a new Christian. He could not make the picture look right. This problem made him angry. Then his brother David came in with many bills that needed payment. Domenico pushed the papers away with his left hand. At the same time, he continued drawing with his right hand.
Why can you not manage this workshop, David? He said. Leave me alone to paint.
Michelangelo watched with worry. Would they forget his contract and pay? Granacci saw his face. He stepped down from the bench and whispered something to David. David opened the leather purse on his belt. Then he walked across the room and gave Michelangelo 2 florins and the contract book. Michelangelo quickly signed his name beside the first payment. This was the rule of the doctors and apothecaries agreement. Then he wrote the date, April 16, 1488. Joy filled him. He imagined giving the florins to his father. 2 florins were not a great fortune, but he hoped the money would make life easier in the Buonarroti house. Then he heard loud, excited voices from the apprentices. Jacopo was speaking.
"It is decided," Jacopo said. "We will draw the small figure on the alley wall behind the workshop. We must draw it from memory. The person with the best drawing wins. Then the winner pays for dinner. Sico, Baldinelli, Granacci, Buonarroti, Tedesco, are you ready?"
Michelangelo felt pain in his chest. The others did not include him. His childhood had been lonely. Before Granacci, he had never had a close friend. Granacci saw his talent for drawing when they were neighbors. Many times, other children left him out of games. He often wondered why. Was it because he was small and weak? Was it because he did not laugh much? Was it because he found talking difficult? He wanted very much to belong to this group of young men, but it was not easy for him. At the end of his first week, Granacci had already warned him about this problem. Giuliano Bugiardini was 13 years old. He was big and strong and had a simple, kind nature. From the first day, he had been friendly to Michelangelo. One day, Bugiardini made a practice drawing of some women. He was not good at drawing people and did not care much about it.
"What is the use?" he asked. "In paintings, we only show hands and faces."
Michelangelo looked at the heavy shapes of the women in the drawing. Without thinking much, he picked up a pen. He made a few quick lines. Suddenly the women looked more real. Their bodies seemed to move under the dresses. Bugiardini blinked several times as he looked at the drawing. He was not jealous. He did not become angry about the changes. But Cieco became upset. Cieco was also 13 and had worked with Ghirlandaio since he was 10.
"You studied a naked woman model," Sico shouted.
"But there are no models like that in Florence," Michelangelo answered.
Tedesco was tall and thin with red hair. He spoke in an unfriendly voice. "Then how do you know how women move under clothes?" he asked. "How can you draw them so well?"
"I watch women working in the fields," Michelangelo answered. "I see them walking on the road with baskets on their heads. What the eye sees, the hand can draw."
"Ghirlandaio will not like this," Jacopo said happily.
That evening, Granacci spoke quietly to Michelangelo.
"You must be careful," he said. "Do not make the others jealous. Sico and Tedesco have worked here for many years. They think it is unfair that you can draw better than they can after all their training. Say good things about their work.
Keep your own things to yourself." At the apprentices' table, Jacopo finished explaining the game.
The time limit is 10 minutes. The winner will be the champion and will buy dinner for everyone.
"Why can't I join, Jacopo?" Michelangelo asked.
Jacopo looked unhappy.
"You are only a beginner. You cannot win. And you do not have enough money to pay for everyone. That would not be fair to the others."
Michelangelo felt hurt.
"Please let me join, Jacopo. You will see. I can do well."
"All right," Jacopo said slowly. "But you do not get extra time. Is everyone ready?"
Michelangelo quickly took charcoal and paper. He started drawing the rough old figure that was part young man and part satyr. He had seen it many times on the back stone wall. The lines came easily from his memory. It was like the students at Urbino's school when they spoke long poems from memory for their teacher.
The time is finished, Jacopo shouted. Bring your drawings to the table.
Michelangelo ran to the table and placed down his sketch. He looked quickly at the other drawings. They surprised him. Many looked strange and unfinished.
Jacopo stared at him with his mouth open. I cannot believe it. Look, everyone. Michelangelo has won.
The others shouted with happiness. Cieco and Tedesco smiled at him for the first time since their argument. Michelangelo felt proud. He was the newest apprentice, but he had won the game. Now he had to buy dinner for everyone. Buy dinner for everyone. His stomach suddenly felt heavy. He counted the apprentices. There were 7. They would eat bread soup, roast veal, fruit, and drink red wine. The meal would cost much of 1 gold coin. He had wanted to give those coins to his father. They walked to the osteria. The others went ahead, laughing together. Michelangelo stayed beside Granacci. A worried thought came into his mind.
I was tricked, wasn't I? He asked.
Yes.
Why did you not warn me?
It is part of becoming one of the group.
What will I tell my father?
Granacci looked at him.
If you knew before, would you have drawn badly on purpose?
Michelangelo smiled in a shy way.
They could not lose.
There was no regular school system in Ghirlandaio's workshop. A sign hung near his desk. It said, "The best teacher is nature. Draw something every day without fail." Michelangelo learned by watching the work around him. The men did not hide anything from him. Ghirlandaio planned the full design of each painting. He decided how every panel should fit with the others. He painted most of the important faces himself. Many other parts went to the other artists in the workshop. Sometimes several men worked together on one figure and one fresh layer of plaster. If a part of the church wall was easy to see, Ghirlandaio painted it himself. Other large parts were painted by Mainardi, Benedetto, Granacci, and Bugiardini. The side lunettes were high and difficult to see. There Ghirlandaio allowed Cieco and Boldinelli, another boy of 13, to practice. Michelangelo moved from one table to another and helped where he could. Nobody had time to stop and teach him directly. He watched Ghirlandaio paint a portrait of Giovanna Tornabuoni. The portrait was a special order. Later, Ghirlandaio copied it into the large drawing for the visitation panel.
All painting is for women, Ghirlandaio said with sarcasm. But this figure will look good in the fresco. Never invent people from your mind, Michelangelo. Paint only people you have already drawn from real life.
David, Benedetto, and Mainardi worked together at a long table in the corner of the workshop. Benedetto never drew freely by hand. Michelangelo saw that he cared more about measured squares and lines than about the real person in the picture. Still, Benedetto was very skilled with measuring tools. He said to Michelangelo,
"Remember this. The face has 3 parts. First come the hair and forehead, then the nose, then the mouth and chin. Now study the body of a man. I do not speak about women because none of them has perfect proportions. The arm and hand reach to the middle of the thigh. The full height of a man equals 8 faces. It is also equal to the width of his body when the arms are open. And remember this too. A man has 1 less rib on the left side than a woman."
Michelangelo tried to draw with Benedetto's careful system. He used straight lines and compass shapes. But the method felt stiff to him. The figures looked dead and without life. Mainardi put feeling and movement into his work. He had painted important parts of the lunettes and many panels. Now he worked on colors for the Adoration of the Magi. He showed Michelangelo how to paint skin with tempera. He painted the skin twice to build the color.
The first layer of color for young people must be mixed with the yolk from a city hen's egg, he explained. The darker yolks from country hens are better for old people or people with darker skin.
Maynard also taught Michelangelo to leave a little green color under the skin paint. He showed him how to add small white highlights above the eyebrows and on the top of the nose. He also outlined the eyelids and eyelashes with black paint. Jacopo did not teach painting methods. Instead, he brought news from the city. No bad story escaped him. He could ignore good and honest things all his life. But he always found ugly stories about people. Jacopo collected gossip from all over Florence. Every day he visited inns, wine shops, barber shops, and the streets where prostitutes lived. He also listened to old men sitting outside the large houses. They always knew the newest stories and scandals. Each morning he walked to the workshop by a long path through the city. In this way he could speak to all his sources. By the time he reached Ghirlandaio's workshop, he carried a full load of news. He knew who had cheated on a husband or wife. He knew who would receive a new art job. He knew who might soon stand in public punishment near the Signoria wall. Ghirlandaio owned a handwritten copy of Cennini's book about painting. Jacopo could not read at all. Still, he sat on the apprentice's table with his legs crossed and acted as if he were reading from the book. He repeated parts that he had learned by memory.
As an artist, you should live in a careful and balanced way. You should live as a student of theology, philosophy, or another serious subject lives. Eat and drink in moderation, at least twice a day. Protect your hand. Do not tire it by throwing stones or heavy iron bars.
There is another reason why your hand may shake, he said.
Your hand can move like leaves in the wind. This happens when a man spends too much time with women.
Jacopo threw back his head and laughed. He laughed so hard that small drops came from his mouth. Then he looked at Michelangelo. Michelangelo knew very little about women.
Now you understand why I do not paint much anymore, Jacopo said. I do not want the Ghirlandaio paintings to shake like leaves in the wind.
Kind and calm David knew how to make large drawings from small ones. He knew how to copy each part carefully onto the big cartoon for the church wall. This was not creative work, but it needed skill. He showed the others how to divide a small picture into squares. Then he showed how to make larger squares on the cartoon. After that, he copied each small square into the matching large square. He explained that small mistakes became very clear in a large drawing. Bugiardini had a heavy and awkward body. He looked like a man who could not even paint a barn wall well. But his figures for the Visitation had strong feeling inside them. Their bodies were not correct, but the figures still had spirit. One day, he made Michelangelo sit during the whole dinner break while he drew him.
After 2 hours, Bugiardini said, "Look at your portrait. I already caught the look on your face."
Michelangelo laughed.
Bugiardini, one of my eyes is on the side of my head. Look at it.
Bugiardini looked at Michelangelo's face. Then he looked at the sketch.
"To me, your eye looks exactly like this," he answered. "And your face also looks right."
Then nature made a mistake, Michelangelo said.
Later, Michelangelo and Granacci walked home by a different road. They entered the Piazza della Signoria. A large crowd stood there. The boys climbed the steps of the Loggia della Signoria. From there, they could see the palace area. An ambassador from the Turkish Sultan stood before the councilman of the Signoria. He wore a pale turban and long green robes. He was giving them a giraffe. Michelangelo wished he could draw the scene. But there was too much to see at one time. He told Granacci that his mind felt divided. Part of him understood things, and part of him did not. The next day at noon, he ate only a little of Lucrezia's veal roast. Then he returned to the studio. The room was empty because the others were taking their afternoon rest. Michelangelo decided to study his master's drawings. Under Ghirlandaio's desk, he found a bundle marked Slaughter of the Innocents. He carried it to the apprentice's table and opened the many sheets for the fresco. To him, it seemed that Ghirlandaio could not fully show movement. The soldiers held their swords high. Mothers and children were running. The scene felt confused and full of strong emotion. Still, the rough drawings had power and simplicity. Michelangelo began to copy them. He quickly made 6 sketches. Then he felt someone behind him. He turned and saw Ghirlandaio. The master looked unhappy.
"Why are you looking through that bundle?" Ghirlandaio asked. "Who gave you permission?"
Michelangelo quickly put down his charcoal. He felt afraid.
"I did not think it was secret," he said. "I want to learn."
Then he became calmer.
"The faster I learn, the faster I can help. I want to earn those gold florins."
Ghirlandaio still looked angry, but he saw the strong wish in the boy's eyes.
"Very well," he said. "I will spend some time teaching you now."
"Then please teach me how to use a pen," Michelangelo said.
Ghirlandaio took the young apprentice to his desk. He cleared the table and placed 2 sheets of paper there. He gave Michelangelo a pen with a blunt point. Then he picked up another pen and began to draw lines across each other.
"This is my way of drawing," he said. "Make circles for the eyes. Make sharp lines for the nose, like this. Use the short point of the pen for the mouth. Then mark the lower lip."
Michelangelo watched the older man very carefully. He followed every fast move of Ghirlandaio's hand. He saw that Ghirlandaio did not finish the legs in his sketches. The legs became thin and then disappeared. With only a few quick lines, Ghirlandaio could draw clothing that looked real. He could draw a woman lifting her dress with soft and careful movement. The lines of the body looked smooth and beautiful. At the same time, every person in the drawing looked different and alive.
Michelangelo's face filled with joy. He had never felt happier. With a pen in his hand, he felt like a true artist. He used drawing to show his thoughts. He searched his mind and heart while he worked. He wanted to understand the thing in front of him. He wished to stay at the desk for many hours. He wanted to draw the models again and again from many sides.
Ghirlandaio saw the excitement in the boy's face. He noticed the energy in his hand.
"Michelangelo, you must not draw only for pleasure," he said. "This figure cannot be used in a fresco."
Ghirlandaio saw that the boy learned quickly. He took 2 more drawings from his desk. One was a large study of a young man's head. The man had a smooth face, wide eyes, and a thoughtful look. His hair was drawn with great care. The second drawing showed the baptism of a man inside a Roman church. The picture was arranged in a very beautiful way.
"Wonderful," Michelangelo said softly as he reached for the papers. "You have learned everything from Masaccio."
The color left Ghirlandaio's face. For a moment, he thought the boy was calling him a copier. But Michelangelo sounded proud and full of respect. Ghirlandaio felt amused. The newest apprentice was praising the master.
He took the drawings back. "Sketches are not important," he said. "Only the finished fresco matters. I will destroy these drawings."
Then they heard the voices of Cieco and Boldonelli outside the studio. Ghirlandaio stood up from the desk. Michelangelo picked up his paper and new pen. He quickly tied together the drawings of the slaughter of the innocents. He put them back in their corner before the boys entered the room. Inside a large locked drawer, Ghirlandaio kept a special collection of drawings. He studied them and made sketches from them when he planned a new painting. Granacci told Michelangelo that Ghirlandaio had spent many years collecting these works. The drawings were by famous masters. Some were by Taddeo Gaddi, Lorenzo Monaco, Fra Angelico, Paolo Uccello, Pollaiuolo, and Fra Filippo Lippi. There were many others too. Michelangelo had spent long hours looking at their altars and frescoes across the city, but he had never seen their practiced drawings before.
Certainly not, Ghirlandaio answered sharply when Michelangelo asked to see the collection.
But why not? Michelangelo asked desperately.
This was a great chance to study the ideas and methods of Florence's best artists.
Every artist makes his own collection, Ghirlandaio said. He chooses the drawings by his own taste and judgment. I built my collection over 25 years. You must build your own.
A few days later, Ghirlandaio was looking at a drawing by Benozzo Gozzoli. The drawing showed a young man with no clothes and a spear. 3 men came and asked Ghirlandaio to go with them to a nearby town. When he left, he forgot to lock the drawing in his desk. Michelangelo waited until the other people went to dinner. Then he walked to the desk and picked up the drawing by Benozzo. He studied it carefully and made a copy. Then a new idea came to him. He wanted to see if he could trick Ghirlandaio. The old drawing was 30 years old. The paper was dirty and yellow from age. Michelangelo took some pieces of paper into the yard behind the house. He touched the ground with his fingers and rubbed dirt onto the paper. He tested many ways to make the paper look old. After some time, he brought his copy outside and slowly made the paper darker and older. Old paper also had dark marks around the sides. Michelangelo went back into the studio. A fire was burning there. He held the paper over the smoke to test it. Then he did the same thing to his copied drawing. After that, he placed the false drawing on Ghirlandaio's desk and hid the real one. For many weeks, Michelangelo watched his teacher carefully. Sometimes Ghirlandaio forgot to put a drawing back into the folder. The drawings were by artists like Castagno, Signorelli, and Verrocchio. When that happened, the boy stayed behind and copied them. If it was late in the day, he carried the paper home. At night, after his family was asleep, he lit a fire downstairs. Then he changed the color of the paper to make it look old. After 1 month, he had a folder with 12 beautiful drawings. Soon his collection of copied master drawings would be as large as Ghirlandaio's. Sometimes Ghirlandaio returned early after dinner to teach his young student for an hour. He taught him how to use black chalk. He also showed him how to draw with silver point and add white chalk for a stronger effect. One day Michelangelo asked if they could sometimes draw people with no clothes.
Why do you want to learn that? Ghirlandaio asked. In paintings, we cover the body with cloth most of the time. There are not many naked people in the Bible. It is not useful for work.
There are saints, the boy answered. When they are hurt with arrows or placed over fire, they wear very little.
That is true, Ghirlandaio said. But people do not want to see the body in paintings of saints. It takes attention away from the spirit.
Can it help show the person's nature? Michelangelo asked.
No. You can show character with the face, Ghirlandaio replied. And maybe with the hands. No one studies the naked body now except the old Greek pagans. We paint for Christians. Also, the human body is not beautiful. People are often sick and weak. Beauty is a garden with palm trees and cypress trees. Beauty is orange flowers. Beauty is a strong stone wall with steps down to the sea. Those things are beautiful and peaceful. Paintings should be pleasant, fresh, and lovely.
Who can say the human body is like these things? I like to draw people walking softly under their clothes.
And I would like to draw them as God made Adam.
In June, the weather became very hot in Florence. The boy put away his long clothes and stockings. He wore sandals on his bare feet. He also wore a light cotton shirt. The back doors of the studio stayed open. The workers moved the tables into the yard under the green trees. For the festival of San Giovanni, the workshop closed for the day. Michelangelo woke early. He and his brothers walked to the Arno River. They swam and played in the brown water. Later, he went to meet the other apprentices behind the Duomo. A large blue cover hung over the piazza. It had golden lilies on it to show heaven. Each guild made its own cloud. High above the people sat the guild's special saint. The saint sat on a wooden frame covered with wool. There were lights, little angels, and shining stars around them. Below them were children dressed like angels. Belts held the children safely in place. At the front of the procession came the cross of Santa Maria del Fiore. Behind it came groups of singing workers and shoemakers. There were also boys dressed in white. Then came giant figures walking on tall stilts. They wore large masks. After them came 22 towers on carts. Actors on the carts showed stories from the Bible. The Tower of St. Michael showed angels fighting Lucifer and sending him out of heaven. The Tower of Adam showed God making Adam and Eve. Then the serpent appeared. The Tower of Moses showed Moses receiving the law. To Michelangelo, the show seemed too long. He never liked Bible plays. He wanted to leave. Granacci loved the painted scenes and wanted to stay until the end. When High Mass began in the Duomo, people caught a man from Bologna stealing purses and gold belt pieces from the crowd. The people in the church and the piazza became very angry.
Hang him! Hang him! They shouted.
The crowd carried the apprentices with them to the guard captain's building. There they hanged the thief from a window. Later that day, a strong wind and hailstorm hit the city. The storm destroyed the bright tents. It also turned the race ground into deep mud. Bugiardini, Cieco, Baldinelli, and Michelangelo stood together inside the baptistery doors.
This storm came because that man stole in the Duomo on a holy day, Cieco cried.
No, it is the opposite, Bugiardini said. God sent the storm because we hanged a man on a religious holiday.
Then they looked at Michelangelo. He was studying Ghiberti's second set of doors. The golden sculptures showed many people, animals, cities, mountains, and palaces from the Old Testament.
What do I think? Michelangelo said. I think these doors are the gates of paradise.
At Ghirlandaio's workshop, the Birth of St. John painting was ready to move to the wall of Santa Maria Novella. Michelangelo arrived early at the studio, but everyone else was already there. His eyes opened wide when he saw all the activity. People hurried around collecting drawings, brushes, colors, buckets, sand, lime, and long sticks. They loaded everything onto a small cart behind a very small donkey. Then the whole workshop left together. Ghirlandaio walked in front like a commander. Michelangelo was the newest apprentice, so he drove the cart through the Via del Sole. At the sign of the sun, they entered the Santa Maria Novella area. He turned the donkey to the right and entered the Piazza Santa Maria Novella. It was one of the oldest and most beautiful piazzas in the city. Then he stopped the donkey. In front of him stood the church. For many years, since 1348, the church had stayed and finished with plain brick walls. Later, Giovanni Russelli chose Leon Battista Alberti to design the front of the church with beautiful black and white marble. Michelangelo felt excited when he thought about the Russelli family. He felt even more excited because nobody in the Buonarroti house allowed their name to be spoken. He had never entered the Russelli palace on the Via della Vigna Nuova. But when he walked past it, he always slowed down. He liked to look into the large gardens with old Greek and Roman statues. He also liked to study the building designed by Alberti. Gangling Tedesco was the foreman for unloading. He loudly gave orders to the boys, who were all about 13 years old. For a short time, he was the boss there. Michelangelo walked through the bronze doors. He carried a roll of sketches in his arms. Cool air with the smell of incense filled the church. The church was very long, more than 300 feet. Its shape was like an Egyptian cross. Tall pillars stood in rows. The arches rose high above him. Near the main altar, the spaces between the pillars became smaller. Behind the altar, the Ghirlandaio workshop had worked for 3 years. Bright paintings covered the side walls. Above Michelangelo, he saw Giotto's wooden crucifix. He walked slowly along the main aisle. Each step gave him pleasure. It felt like walking through the history of Italian art. First came Giotto, who was a painter, sculptor, an architect. People said Cimabue found Giotto when he was a shepherd boy drawing on a rock. Cimabue brought him into his workshop. Giotto changed painting and gave it new life. After Giotto, many painters copied his style for 90 years. Then Masaccio appeared. Michelangelo saw Masacchio's Trinity painting on the left side of the church. The painting looked alive and full of light. No one knew where Masaccio had come from. But with him, Florentine art became new again. Across the nave, Michelangelo saw another crucifix by Brunelleschi. He saw the Strozzi family chapel with paintings and sculptures by the Orcagna brothers. He saw bronze work by Ghiberti on the front of the main altar. Then he looked at the Rucellai chapel. To him, it seemed the finest place in the church. His mother's family had built it in the middle of the 13th century. The family had become rich after one man learned in the East how to make a beautiful red dye. Michelangelo had never gone up the few steps to the Rucellai chapel before. Even though it held some of the greatest art in Santa Maria Novella, he stayed away. A hard feeling of family loyalty stopped him. Now things were different. He had separated himself from the family. Soon he would work in Santa Maria Novella. He wondered if he now had the right to enter the chapel. He wanted to go inside without feeling like a stranger. After his mother died, that side of the family had stopped speaking to them. They did not care about the 5 sons of Francesca Rucellai del Serra, the daughter of Maria Bonda Rucellai. He put down the package in his arms. Slowly, he climbed the stairs. Inside the chapel, he saw Cimabue's Madonna and a marble Virgin and Child by Nino Pisano. At once, he fell to his knees. His grandmother had prayed in this chapel when she was young. His mother had also worshipped there during family feast days. His eyes filled with tears. Before this, he had only repeated prayers without feeling them. Now the words came to him by themselves. He did not know if he prayed to the Madonnas above him or to his mother. Perhaps there was no difference for him. His mother had been gentle and beautiful like the Madonnas. The weak memories he had of her mixed together with the image of the Holy Lady. He stood up and walked to the marble Virgin by Pisano. With his long thin fingers, he softly touched the marble. Then he turned and left the chapel. For a moment, he stood at the top of the stairs. He thought about the difference between his 2 families. The Rucellai family had built this chapel around 1265. At the same time, the Buonarroti family had also become rich. The Rucellai family supported the best artists of their time. They chose Cimabue for painting near the end of the 13th century. They chose Nino Pisano for sculpture in 1365. Even now, in 1488, they competed with the Medici family. Both families wanted the marble statues being found in Greece, Sicily, and Rome. The Buonarroti family had never built a chapel. Other rich families had done this. Why had they not done the same? Behind the choir, Michelangelo could see his friends. They carried supplies up onto the scaffolding. Was the reason only that the Buonarroti family was not truly religious? They had never been deeply religious. Lodovico often used religious words when he spoke. But Mona Alessandra once said about her son,
Lodovico agrees with all the church laws, but he does not always obey them.
The Buonarroti family had always been careful with money. They thought a lot about keeping their wealth safe. They only trusted houses and land as good investments. To people in Tuscany, these were the best ways to become rich. Michelangelo could not remember seeing any painting or statue in a Buonarroti home. There was not even a small piece of art. This was strange in Florence. The city was full of art and beauty. Even poor families often had religious paintings from older family members. He looked again at the painted walls of the Rue Celai chapel. A heavy feeling came into his heart. Now he understood something sad. The Buonarroti family did not only dislike spending money on art, they also looked down on the men who made it. Then Bugiardini called to him from the scaffolding. Michelangelo went to the studio. Everyone there worked together smoothly. The day before, Bugiardini had put a thick layer of plaster on the wall. He made the surface rough. Now he carefully covered the part that would be painted that day. With Cieco, Baldinelli, and Tedesco, he lifted the large drawing. They held it over the wet wall. Ghirlandaio pressed the lines of the figures into the fresh plaster with a sharp ivory tool. Then he told them to take the drawing away. The young helpers quickly climbed down from the scaffolding. But Michelangelo stayed. He watched Ghirlandaio mix earth colors in small jars of water. Then the master pressed the brush between his fingers and began to paint. He had to work with speed and care. The painting had to be finished before the plaster dried that night. If he waited too long, the air inside the church would dry the plaster. Then the wall could become stained or grow mold. If he prepared too much plaster for one day, the dry part had to be cut away the next morning. That left a line on the wall that people could see. Painters could not fix frescoes later. New paint would turn dark and ruin the picture. Michelangelo stood on the scaffolding with a bucket of water. He sprinkled water in front of Ghirlandaio's fast-moving brush to keep the wall wet. For the first time, he understood why people said a coward could never paint a fresco. He watched Ghirlandaio paint with confidence. The master painted a young girl carrying a basket of ripe fruit on her head. Her dress was large and full. Many women in Florence wore dresses like that then. Next to him stood Mainardi. He painted two older women from the Tornabuoni family. They had come to visit Elizabeth. Benedetto worked high above them. He painted the rich wooden ceiling with many beams. Granacci painted a serving girl in the background. She carried a tray to Elizabeth. David painted Elizabeth resting against a carved wooden bed. Bugiardini painted the window and door frames. He called Michelangelo to him and moved his fingers to ask for water. Michelangelo sprinkled the wall. Then Bugiardini stepped back and looked proudly at the small window he had just painted above Elizabeth's head.
Have you ever seen a more beautiful window? He asked.
Very beautiful, Bugiardini, Michelangelo answered. I especially like the open space we see through the window.
Bugiardini looked at the painting with surprise but also pride. You like that part too? That is funny. I have not painted it yet.
The climax of the painting came when Ghirlandaio and Mainardi painted the young Giovanna Tornabuoni. She wore beautiful silk clothes and expensive jewels from Florence. She looked straight at Ghirlandaio. She did not look at Elizabeth in the bed. She also did not look at the baby John. Another young woman sat near the bed and fed the child. The painting took 5 days of hard work. Michelangelo was the only one who could not paint. This made him sad. He had worked in the studio for 3 months already. He believed he could work as well as the other boys of his age. But another feeling stayed inside him. He felt this busy work was not truly for him. Even when he felt hurt, he wanted to leave the church and the studio. He wanted to go to a world that belonged only to him. Near the end of the week, the plaster started to dry. The lime in the wall changed in the air and held the colors in place. Michelangelo saw that he had been wrong before. The colors did not go deep into the wet plaster. They stayed on the surface. A hard clear layer covered them. It held the colors safely, like skin holds the body together. Now the whole painting had a shining surface. This would protect the colors from heat, cold, and water. But one thing surprised him most. Each part of the wall dried into the exact colors that Ghirlandaio had mixed before. The next Sunday, Michelangelo went alone to Santa Maria Novella during Mass. He walked through the crowd of people in rich clothes and fine hats. But when he looked at the painting again, he felt disappointed. The fresh life from the drawings was gone. The 8 women looked stiff and still. They seemed like figures made from hard-colored stone. The picture no longer looked like the birth of John in the simple home of Elizabeth and Zacharias. Instead, it looked like a rich meeting in the house of a powerful Italian merchant. There was little feeling of religion in it. As the boy stood before the bright painting, he understood something about Ghirlandaio. The painter loved Florence deeply. For him, the city was like a religion. He spent his life painting the people of Florence. He painted its palaces, rooms, streets, and crowds. He painted festivals, church events, and public celebrations. He noticed everything around him. No one asked him to paint Florence itself. So he turned Florence into Jerusalem in his paintings. The land of Palestine became Tuscany. The people from the Bible became modern people from Florence. Florence cared more for beauty and pleasure than religion. That was why people loved Ghirlandaio's paintings. Michelangelo left the church feeling sad. The shapes and forms were beautiful. But he felt something important was missing. His thoughts moved quickly inside his head. He tried to understand them. He also wanted to learn how to show clearly what he saw. But his feelings about what he saw were even more important to him. Later he walked to the Duomo. Young men often sat on the cool marble steps there. They laughed and watched the people passing by. Every day in Florence felt like a festival. On Sundays the rich city wanted everyone to see its wealth. Florence had become richer than Venice through trade with eastern lands. The young women of Florence were tall and fair. They wore bright cloth over their hair and long dresses with full skirts. Older men wore dark cloaks. But the young men from rich families wore the brightest clothes. Their trousers had different colors on each leg. The colors and patterns showed their family signs. Servants walked behind them in matching clothes. Jacopo sat on top of an old Roman stone coffin near the cathedral wall. From there he watched the girls and spoke about them with a playful smile.
"Ah, that one is very beautiful," he said.
Michelangelo went to stand beside Jacopo. He touched the old stone coffin gently. His fingers followed the carved shapes of soldiers and horses in the stone.
"Feel this," he said. "These marble figures still seem alive."
His voice was full of joy, and his friends turned to look at him. Now everyone knew his secret. The evening sun shone on the domes of the baptistery and the cathedral. He could not stay quiet any longer.
"God was the first sculptor," he said. "He made the first person. And when he gave his laws, what did he use? Stone. The 10 Commandments were written on stone for Moses. What were the first tools men made? Stone tools. Look at us painters sitting on the Duomo steps. How many sculptors do you see?"
The other apprentices were very surprised. Even Jacopo stopped looking at girls. They had never heard Michelangelo speak like this before. His eyes shone in the evening light. He explained why he thought there were so few sculptors. A sculptor worked with a hammer and chisel, and the work was very hard. It made the body and mind tired. Painters used brushes, pens, and charcoal. Their tools were much lighter. Jacopo laughed loudly. Granacci answered Michelangelo.
"If hard work makes art important, then the man who cuts marble from the mountain is greater than the sculptor," he said. "The blacksmith is greater than the goldsmith. And the mason is more important than the architect."
Michelangelo's face became red. He knew he had not explained himself well. He looked at the smiling faces of Jacopo, Tedesco, and the 2 younger boys.
"But you must agree that art becomes greater when it shows truth better," he said. "Sculpture is closer to real form. When you carve marble, people can see the figure from every side."
Usually Michelangelo spoke very little. Now the words came quickly. He said that a painter worked on a flat surface. The painter used perspective to make people believe they saw a real scene. But no one could walk around a painted person or tree. It was only an image. A sculptor made something real. People could walk around it and see every side. That was why sculpture was closer to truth. Painting only created an image. Then he spoke about mistakes. If a painter made an error, he could cover it with more paint. A sculptor could not do that. The sculptor had to see the form inside the marble before cutting it. Broken pieces could not easily return. That was why there were so few sculptors now. The work needed great skill and careful judgment. Suddenly he stopped. He was breathing hard. Jacopo jumped down from the stone box where he sat today. He opened his arms as if he now led the discussion. He was clever. He liked painting and understood it well, even if he was too lazy to work hard at it.
Sculpture is boring, he said. What can sculptors make? A man. A woman. A lion. A horse. Then they make the same things again. But a painter can show the whole world. The sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Clouds and rain. Mountains, trees, rivers, and seas.
The sculptors are all dead from boredom. Sebastiano Mainardi came to the group and listened. Earlier, he had walked with his wife through the city. Then he returned to the steps of the Duomo to stand with his young friends. Like many men in Florence, he liked the company of men more than women. His pale face now had some red color on the cheeks.
That is true. A sculptor only needs strong arms and an empty mind. Yes, empty. After a sculptor makes a simple drawing, what does he think about while he hits stone for many hours? Nothing. But a painter must think about many things all the time. He must connect every part of the painting. Making a flat painting look deep is real skill. That is why a painter's life is exciting. A sculptor's life is boring.
Michelangelo felt tears in his eyes. He was angry because he could not explain the shapes he felt inside himself.
Paintings do not last forever. A fire in a chapel can destroy them. Cold weather can make the paint weak and broken. But stone lasts forever. Nothing can destroy it. When the people of Florence pulled down the old Colosseum, what did they do with the stone blocks? They used them to build new walls. And think about the Greek statues people find in the ground now. They are 2,000 or 3,000 years old. Show me a painting that old. Look at this Roman stone coffin. It is still clear and strong, just like the day the artist made it.
And just as cold. Tedesco cried.
Mainardi lifted his arm so everyone would listen.
Michelangelo, he said gently. Have you ever thought about this? Maybe there are no sculptors left because stone costs too much money.
A sculptor needs help from a rich person or a group. He needs marble and bronze for his work. The Wool Guild of Florence paid Ghiberti for 40 years to make the doors of the baptistry. Cosimo de' Medici gave Donatello the money and materials he needed. Who would give you stone? Who would help you while you learned? Paint is cheap, and painters can find much work. That is why painters take apprentices. And sculpture is not the only difficult art. A painter who works on wet plaster can also make a serious mistake. A sculptor must see the shape inside the stone. In the same way, a painter must know how the colors will look after the plaster becomes dry. Michelangelo slowly agreed that Mainardi was right.
Also, Mainardi continued, the greatest sculpture already exists. The Pisanos, Ghiberti, Orcagna, and Donatello already made wonderful works. Look at Desiderio da Settignano and Mino da Fiesole. They made beautiful copies of Donatello's style. And Bertoldo helped Donatello make his statues. He learned Donatello's secrets from Ghiberti. But what did Bertoldo create himself? Only a few small works that came from Donatello's ideas. Now Bertoldo is old, sick, and near death. His work is finished. No, a sculptor can only copy what came before. Sculpture has only a small number of possibilities.
Michelangelo turned away. If only he could make them understand the greatness of creating figures in space.
Granacci touched the boy's shoulder kindly. Michelangelo, did you forget what Praxiteles said?
Painting and sculpture have the same parents, they are sister arts. But Michelangelo did not agree. He said nothing more. He walked down the cool marble steps and left the Duomo. Then he crossed the stone streets and went home. That night he could not sleep. He moved again and again in the bed. The room was very hot. Lodovico believed that night air from an open window could make people sick. Buonarroti slept beside him. He was calm in sleep, as he was in daily life. He was 2 years younger than Michelangelo. Still, he acted like the manager of the 5 brothers. Near the door stood another bed with curtains around it. There slept Leonardo and Giovansimone. Leonardo was a year and a half older than Michelangelo. He spent much of his time thinking about becoming a saint. Giovansimone was for years younger. He was lazy and often rude to his parents. One time he even started a fire in Lucrezia's kitchen because she punished him. The youngest boy, Sigismondo, slept in a small bed near Michelangelo's feet. Michelangelo believed the boy would never learn much because he learned very slowly. Quietly, Michelangelo got out of bed. He put on his short clothes, shirt, and sandals. Then he left the house. He walked along Via dell'Anguillara. The streets had been washed clean, and the steps of the houses were clean too. Soon he reached Piazza Santa Croce. The Franciscan church stood there, dark and unfinished. As he passed the open gallery, he looked at the tomb made by Nino Pisano. 4 carved figures held it up. Then he turned left onto Via del Fosso. The street stood near the old city walls. He passed the prison and the house of a nephew of St. Catherine of Siena. At the end of the street he saw the famous chemist shop at the corner of the Swallows. From there he entered Via Pietrapiana, the street of flat stones. The road crossed Piazza Sant'Ambrogio. Inside the church there were the graves of the sculptors Verrocchio and Mino da Fiesole. From the piazza he followed Borgo la Croce. At last the road became a country road called Via Pontassive. At the end of it he reached the Africo River, a small river that joined the Arno. Green trees and plants covered the banks. After he crossed Via Piagentina, he came to Valungo. It was a small group of houses near an old Roman crossing. Then he turned left again and walked up the hill towards Settignano. He had walked for an hour. Morning light came bright and warm across the hills. He stopped for a moment and looked at the Tuscan hills as they came out of the dark. Painters loved the beauty of nature. They loved the red flowers in the green wheat and the dark cypress trees. But these things did not move Michelangelo very much. He loved the Arno Valley for another reason. To him it looked like a great sculpture. He believed God was the greatest maker of forms. The hills rolled one behind another in perfect shape. Everything seemed carefully made. The clear air made distant mountains, trees, and houses look close enough to touch. Far places seemed near. The people of Tuscany also understood stone and shape. When they worked on the land, they built with care. They made stone terraces and planted vineyards and olive trees in harmony with the hills. Even the haystacks were different from one another. Some were round. Some were long. Others looked like tents or umbrellas. Each family had its own shape. Michelangelo climbed higher on the road. Stone walls stood on both sides. These walls gave the people privacy and safety. They also held the earth in place on the hills. Some walls were very high. People built them to last for many generations. Stone was everywhere in Tuscany. People used it to build houses and villas. They used it for walls and terraces. Every hill seemed full of stone. A man only had to dig a little to find enough stone for many buildings. Even walls made without mortar stood strong for years. The way people work with stone shows how civilized they are. He left the road where it turned toward the quarry at Maino. After his mother died, he had spent for years walking through this countryside. At that age he should have been in school. But there was no teacher in Settignano. His father also cared little about his studies. Now he climbed through the hills he knew so well. His climb up the hill brought him to the village of Settignano. There were only a few houses around a grey stone church. This was the land of the stone workers. Many great stone cutters came from this place. Their families had helped build Florence. The village was only 2 miles from the city. It stood on the first hills above the valley. People said the hills around Settignano were hard like stone but also soft and beautiful. As he walked through the small village toward the Buonarroti house, he saw many stone yards near the farms. Soon he reached the large yard where Desiderio da Settignano had once worked. Desiderio had died young, at 36 years old. But before his death, he had already become famous. Michelangelo knew his marble tombs in Santa Croce and Santa Maria Novella. The angels looked gentle and beautiful. The Virgin looked peaceful, almost asleep. Desiderio had taught Mino da Fiesole when Mino was still a young stone worker. He taught him how to carve marble. After Desiderio died, Mino left for Rome because he felt deep sadness. Now there were almost no sculptors left in Florence. Ghiberti, who had taught Donatello and the Pollaiuolo brothers, had died many years before. Donatello had also died after working for many years. Antonio Rossellino was dead. Luca della Robbia was dead too. Verrocchio had just died. The Pollaiuolo brothers had gone to Rome. Bertoldo, Donatello's favorite student, was very sick. Andrea and Giovanni della Robbia no longer worked with stone. They made clay reliefs instead. Michelangelo felt that sculpture was dying. His father wished he had lived 100 years earlier. Michelangelo wished only that he had been born sooner. He wanted to study under Ghiberti, or become Donatello's student, or learn marble work from the Pollaiuolo brothers, Verrocchio, or Luca della Robbia. He felt he had come too late. For 250 years, Florence and the Arno Valley had made great sculpture. This began after Nicola Pisano found old Greek and Roman marble works and started carving again. Now all the great Tuscan sculptors were gone. It seemed the art had disappeared. Michelangelo felt very sad as he walked on. Farther down the winding road stood the Buonarroti villa. It stood in the middle of a 5-acre farm. The farm was rented to other people. He had not visited for many months. Each time he came, he felt surprised by the beauty of the house. The house was built 200 years earlier from fine grey stone. It had simple and beautiful lines. Wide porches looked over the valley below. The river shone in the distance. He remembered his mother moving through the rooms. He remembered her working on the large porch downstairs. At night she kissed him before sleep in his corner room. From the window he could see the fields, the creek below, and the Topolino family on the hill across from them. He crossed the backyard and walked past the stone water tank. The stone had many lines and patterns. Long ago he had learned his first drawing lesson from those shapes. Then he hurried down the hill. Wheat grew on one side and grapes on the other. At the bottom was a deep creek under thick green trees. He took off his shirt, short pants, and sandals. Then he rolled in the cool water again and again. The water felt good on his tired and worried body. After a short time, he sat in the warm sun to dry. Then he dressed and climbed the hill again. Now he felt fresh and calm. When he saw the stone yard, he stopped. This place always made him think of home and safety. The father worked with iron tools on a round stone column. The youngest son shaped a set of steps. One older son carved a fine window frame. Another worked on a door panel. The grandfather polished a column with river sand and a stone wheel. Behind them stood 3 arches. Chickens, ducks, and pigs moved around under them. In Michelangelo's mind, there was little difference between a stone cutter and a sculptor. The stone workers were true craftsmen. They brought out the beauty and color of the stone. Maybe a sculptor had greater skill, but both kinds of work were art. Every stone in the Pazzi, Pitti, and Medici palaces was carefully shaped and finished like a sculpture. Setignano was a town of stone workers. The weaker workers made simple stone blocks for small houses and streets. The people of Florence were proud of their stone blocks. They often told a story about a man who was going to be hanged at the Palazzo della Signoria. The cart moved badly on the road.
The man shouted, "Who made these ugly stone blocks?"
The father heard Michelangelo walking near the workshop.
Buondì, Michelangelo.
Buondì, Topolino.
Come va? How are things?
Non si mail. Not bad. And you?
Non c'è male, and the Honorable Lodovico.
He is well.
Topolino did not truly care about Lodovico. He had told Michelangelo not to come there. No one stopped working. Stone workers almost never stopped their hands while they worked. The two older sons and the boy who was Michelangelo's age spoke to him warmly.
Benvenuto, Michelangelo. Welcome.
Salve, Bruno. Salve, Gilberto. Salve, Enrico.
Stone workers used only a few simple words. Their speech was short, like the sound of a hammer on stone. When they cut stone, they stayed silent. Only the sound of the hammer and chisel filled the place. Then they rested for a short moment and spoke a little. If a thought was long, they said it in small parts between the work. Because of this, the stone workers learned to think in short and simple ways. Stone workers did not go to school. Topolino counted money and contracts on his fingers. The sons received a hammer and chisel at 6 years old, like Michelangelo. By 10, they worked on stone all day. They married inside the stoneworker families. Work with builders and architects passed from father to son. The quarry jobs at Maino also stayed inside the group. No stranger could get work there. Between the arches hung a long piece of Pietra Serena stone. It showed many ways to cut and shape stone. There were patterns like herringbone, cross lines, rough cuts, and deep edges. This was the first alphabet Michelangelo learned. He still understood these stone signs better than the letters he learned for reading the Bible and Dante. Topolino spoke again.
You work for Ghirlandaio now?
Yes.
You do not like it?
Not very well.
Peccato. That is bad.
The old grandfather said.
When a man does another man's work, he makes soup in a basket.
Why do you stay? The middle brother asked.
Where can I go?
We can use another stone cutter, Bruno said.
Michelangelo looked at the oldest son and then at the father.
Davvero? Is it true?
Davvero.
You will take me as an apprentice.
With stone, you are not an apprentice. You earn part of the money.
His heart jumped with joy. The men worked quietly with their tools. Michelangelo stood near the father. The man had just offered him food and work with the family.
My father.
Echo! Now you are here!
Can I cut stone?
The grandfather turned his wheel and answered.
Every small part helps. A father once peed into the Arno because his son's boat stayed in Pisa.
Michelangelo sat in front of a rough stone column. He held a hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other. He liked the heavy tools. Stone was real and clear. It was not like love or religion, where people argued from every side. No man with ideas alone had ever taken stone out from the mountain. Under his blows, the Pietra Serena stone opened easily like cake. His breathing moved in a natural rhythm with the hammer in his arm. He moved the chisel through the cutting line again and again. Touching the stone made him feel calm again. Each strike sent strength through his thin arms, across his shoulders and body, and down into his legs and feet. The Pietra Serena stone felt warm. It had a living blue-gray color. The light changed across its surface. It was pleasant to look at. The stone was strong, but it was also easy to work. It gave joy to the men because of its color and nature. It brought a quiet feeling like the blue Italian sky. The Topolino family taught him to work with the stone in a kind way. They taught him to follow the stone's natural shape, its high places and low places, even when it looked hard and solid. They told him never to become angry with the material.
Stone works with you.
It showed itself slowly, but you had to cut it in the right way. Stone did not fight the chisel. The stone was not being hurt. Change was part of its nature. Every stone had its own character. A mason had to understand it. He had to work with care, or the stone could break. A good mason never let stone destroy itself.
Stone gives itself to skill and to love.
His first lesson was simple. The real strength and long life were inside the stone. They were not in the tools or in the mason's arms. The stone was the master, not the mason. If a mason believed he was stronger than the stone would resist him. If a mason hit the stone roughly, like a farmer hitting animals, the stone lost its beauty. Its warm color became dull and ugly. Under rough hands, the stone seemed to die. When people worked with anger, hurry, or hate, the stone closed itself. Its soft inner nature disappeared behind a hard surface. A person could break stone with force, but force could not make it beautiful. With care and understanding, the stone changed willingly. Then it became brighter and more beautiful. It could take smooth shapes and perfect forms. From the beginning, he learned that stone had strange secrets. At night, workers covered the stone. People believed moonlight could make it crack. Inside every block were weak places and bent lines. To keep the stone calm and safe, workers wrapped it in sacks. They kept the sacks wet. Warmth helped the stone stay like it had been inside the mountain. Ice was the enemy of the stone.
Stone will speak to you. Listen when you hit it with the side of your hammer.
The stone had the name of the best food, meat. The stone workers respected it deeply. To them, stone was the strongest thing in the world. It built their houses, farms, churches, and town. For 1,000 years, it gave them work, skill, pride, and money for life. Stone was not only important to them. It was like a god. They honored it as their old Etruscan fathers had done long ago. They touched it carefully and with respect. Michelangelo knew these men well. They were proud people. They cared for cows, pigs, grape plants, olive trees, and wheat. That was normal work. They did it well because they wanted good food. But stone work was different. That was the true life of a man. The people of Settignano had cut stone, shaped it, and built Florence. Florence was one of the most beautiful cities in Europe. Its beauty came not only from architects and sculptors. The stone workers also made it beautiful. Without them, the city could not have had so many fine shapes and decorations. Mona Margherita came out of the house and stood under the arch. She was a large woman with no fine shape. She worked with the animals, in the fields, and in the house. She listened quietly. Lodovico once spoke about her with anger when Michelangelo wanted to work with his hands.
A child who drinks milk from another woman becomes like her.
She had fed Michelangelo with her own son for 2 years. When she no longer had milk, she gave wine to both boys. Water was only for washing before church. Michelangelo felt about Mona Margherita as he felt about his grandmother, Mona Alessandra. He felt safe with her and cared for her. He kissed both her cheeks.
Buongiorno, figlio mio.
Buongiorno, Marda Mia.
Be patient, she said. Ghirlandaio is a good master. A man with a skill will always have work.
I must choose stone at Cave Maiano. Will you help me load it?
Yes, gladly. Arrivederci, nonno. Arrivederci, Bruno. Addio, Gilberto. Addio, Enrico.
Addio, Michelangelo.
They rode together on the high seat behind 2 beautiful white oxen. In the fields, the olive workers stood on ladders made from thin tree trunks. The ladders had small cuts for the light branches. The workers tied baskets around their waists with rope. The baskets rested against their stomachs. They held the branches with one hand. With the other hand, they pulled the small black olives from the branches. As they worked, they talked to each other. For the farmers, silence felt sad and empty. Topolino spoke quietly.
Birds like to hear other birds talk.
The road followed the side of the hills. It went down into a valley and then climbed slowly toward the quarry on Mount Cesare. When they passed the turn near Maino, Michelangelo saw the deep cut in the mountain. The stone inside showed blue and gray colors with dark lines from iron. The Pietra Serena stone lay in flat layers under the ground. Brunelleschi had chosen stone from this quarry for the churches of San Lorenzo and Santo Spirito. High above them, several men worked on a large block of stone. They marked the shape with a sharp tool. The tool loosened the stone from the mountain. Michelangelo could see the marks in the layers of stone. The layers looked like thin sheets pulled from a pile of paper. Below the cliff, the work area was full of heat and dust. Men cut, split, and shaped the stone there. Their bodies were wet with sweat. They were small and thin but very strong. They worked from morning until night without stopping. With hammer and chisel, they could cut a line as straight as an artist with a ruler and pen. They were as hard and strong as the stone they worked with. Michelangelo had known these men since he was 6 years old. At that time, he rode behind the white oxen with Topolino. The workers greeted him and asked about his life. They were simple mountain people. They spent their lives working with stone from the earth. Topolino looked carefully at the new stones. Michelangelo knew his way of speaking very well.
This one has bad marks. There is too much iron in this stone. This one is weak. It will break into small pieces. This stone is empty inside.
Then Topolino climbed over the rocks toward the cliff. Suddenly he breathed out with surprise.
Ah! This is a beautiful piece of stone.
There was a way to move stone by balancing its weight carefully. Michelangelo had learned how to work with the heavy stone without hurting himself. He stood with his legs far apart and moved his body from the hips. Topolino pushed an iron bar into the first crack between the stone and the ground. Together they moved the stone over the rocks to open land. Then the quarry workers helped lift the block into the back of the cart. Michelangelo wiped sweat from his face with his shirt. Rain clouds moved down the Arno Valley from the northern mountains. He said goodbye to Topolino. "A domani," Topolino replied. He moved the lines, and the oxen started to walk. Until tomorrow, Michelangelo thought. Tomorrow is the next time I will be with the family again. Maybe in a week. Maybe in a year. He left the quarry and stood on the hill under Fiesole. Warm rain fell on his face. The olive trees looked silver and green in the dark rain. In the wheat fields, peasant women worked with colored cloths over their hair. Below him, Florence looked gray in the rain. The red roofs were hard to see. Only the large dome of the cathedral stood out clearly. The tall tower of the Signoria also rose above the city. These great buildings stood over Florence as the city grew and became richer. Michelangelo walked down the mountain. He felt very strong and proud. He had taken a day away from work without permission. The next morning, he arrived at the studio early. Ghirlandaio had stayed there all night. He sat drawing by candlelight. He had not shaved. In the moving candlelight, his blue beard and thin face made him look tired and alone. Michelangelo walked to the platform where the large desk stood over the workshop. He waited for Ghirlandaio to look up.
"Is something wrong?" he asked.
Ghirlandaio stood up slowly. He lifted his hands to his chest and shook his fingers in the air, as if he wanted to throw away his worries. The boy stepped onto the platform. He looked down at many unfinished drawings of Christ waiting for John to baptize him. The figures looked thin and delicate.
"I am afraid because of this subject," Ghirlandaio said quietly. I am afraid to use the face of a real man from Florence.
He blocked the light with his hand and looked quickly at another drawing. The figure of Christ looked weak and uncertain. Beside him stood the strong figure of John, already finished, holding a bowl of water. Ghirlandaio threw down his pen in anger. Then he said he was going home to sleep. Michelangelo went into the cool yard behind the workshop. There he began to draw in the clear morning light of Florence's summer day. For 1 week, he made many test drawings. Then he took a clean sheet of paper and drew a strong man. The man had wide shoulders and a powerful chest. His hips were broad and his stomach was round and full. His legs were thick and strong, and his large feet stood firmly on the ground. This was a man who could break stone with one hit from a hammer. Ghirlandaio looked surprised when Michelangelo showed him the picture of Christ.
Did you use a real person as a model? He asked.
Yes, Michelangelo answered. I used the stone worker from Setignano who helped raise me.
Christ as a stone worker?
He was a carpenter.
People in Florence will not accept a Christ from the working class, Michelangelo. They want him to look refined.
Michelangelo gave a small smile.
When I first became your student, you said, the true eternal painting is mosaic. Then you sent me to San Miniato to see the old Christ that Baldovinetti restored from the 10th century. That Christ does not look like a ritual merchant from Prato.
It is not about strength. It is about roughness, Ghirlandaio answered. Young people often confuse these things. I will tell you a story. When Donatello was very young, he spent a long time making a wooden crucifix for Santa Croce. After he finished it, he showed it to his friend Brunelleschi. Brunelleschi said, "It seems to me that you put a farm worker on the cross, not Jesus Christ. The body of Christ should be gentle and fine in every part."
Donatello felt upset because the older man criticized him.
He cried out, "It is easy to judge this figure. Try to make one yourself."
That same day, Brunelleschi began to work on his own figure. Later, he asked Donatello to come for dinner. Before dinner, the two friends bought eggs and fresh cheese. When Donatello saw Brunelleschi's crucifix in the hall, he was shocked. He lifted his arms, and the eggs and cheese fell from his apron onto the floor. Brunelleschi laughed.
"What will we eat for dinner now, Donato?" he asked. "You dropped the eggs."
Donatello could not stop looking at the beautiful Christ. "It is your work to make Christs," he answered. "My work is to make farmers."
Michelangelo knew both crucifixes. Brunelleschi's work was in Santa Maria Novella. He tried to explain that he liked Donatello's figure more than Brunelleschi's Christ. Brunelleschi's Christ looked very thin and weak. It seemed made only for the cross. But Donatello's Christ looked like a real man. The crucifixion seemed sudden and terrible, just as it had felt to Mary and the others near the cross. Michelangelo thought Christ's spirit did not come from a weak body. He believed it came from the strength of Christ's message. Ghirlandaio did not care about deep religious ideas. He turned back to his work. It was a quick movement that showed he wanted the apprentice to stop talking. Michelangelo went outside into the yard. He sat in the hot sun with his chin on his chest. He felt he had become a problem to everyone. A few days later, the studio was full of excitement. Ghirlandaio had finished his Christ and was making it larger for the cartoon. When Michelangelo saw the finished figure, he stood in silence. It was his Christ. The legs turned at sharp angles. The knees bent inward a little. The chest, shoulders, and arms looked strong, like a man who carried wood and built houses. The stomach was round and heavy from eating enough food. The figure looked powerful and real. It was stronger than any other painted figures Ghirlandaio had made for the Tornabuoni choir. Michelangelo hoped Ghirlandaio would thank him. But he was disappointed. Ghirlandaio seemed to forget both the discussion and the boy's drawing. The next week, everyone from the studio moved to Santa Maria Novella. They began work on the Death of the Virgin in the curved space above the left side of the choir.
Granacci was happy because Ghirlandaio gave him several apostles to paint. He climbed the scaffolding and sang a song about Florence, his beloved city.
Mainardi climbed up to paint the figure kneeling beside Mary. David worked on the far right side. He painted his favorite subject, a Tuscan road climbing toward a white villa on a mountain. Santa Maria Novella was quiet in the early morning. Only a few old women in black shawls prayed before the Madonnas. The large cloth screen had been removed so fresh air could enter the choir. Michelangelo looked at the scaffolding without thinking. Then he walked slowly down the long center of the church toward the bright sunlight. Before leaving, he turned for one last look. The scaffolding rose high in front of the colored glass windows. The windows looked dark in the weak western light. Several finished panels shone with rich color. The painters moved across the high wall like small figures. Below them stood wooden stools covered with cloth. There were sacks of plaster and sand nearby. A long wooden table held painting materials. Everything glowed softly in the light. Near the center of the church stood a few wooden benches. Michelangelo pulled one bench closer. He took paper and charcoal from his shirt and began to draw the scene in front of him. After some time, he noticed shadows coming down the scaffolding.
"It is time for dinner," Granacci said. "It is strange how painting holy subjects can make a man hungry."
Michelangelo answered, "Today is Friday. You will eat fish instead of steak. Go ahead without me. I am not hungry." The empty church gave him time to draw the choir and its architecture. Sooner than he expected, the others returned and climbed back onto the scaffolding. The sun moved west and filled the choir with deep color. Then Michelangelo felt someone watching him from behind. He turned and saw Ghirlandaio standing there. Michelangelo said nothing.
Ghirlandaio spoke softly. "I cannot believe a boy so young can have such a gift. There are things you understand better than I do. I have worked for more than 30 years. Come to the studio early tomorrow.
Perhaps we can make life more interesting for you from now on." Michelangelo walked home with great joy on his face. Granacci smiled and teased him.
"You look like a holy saint floating above the street."
Michelangelo looked at his friend and smiled.
"With wings."
"No one will call you a saint," Granacci said. "You are too hard and stubborn. But every true effort to make again what God first made."
"Is it kind of worship?" Michelangelo asked.
"It shows love for God's world. Why else would an artist work so hard?"
"I have always loved God," Michelangelo answered simply.
The next morning, he waited for the first light in the small strip of sky above the Via dei Bentecordi. In the Via Larga, country people slept in their carts. Donkeys and oxen walked slowly over the stones with food for the old market. He saw Giotto's campanile in the soft morning light, pink and white against the sky. Even while he hurried through the streets, he looked with wonder at the great dome. Brunelleschi had built it with great skill. For more than 100 years, the space had stayed open to the sky because no one knew how to close it without large wooden beams. When Michelangelo arrived, Ghirlandaio was already at his table.
"Sleep is very boring," Ghirlandaio said. "Bring a stool and sit down."
The boy sat in front of him. Ghirlandaio pulled back the curtain behind him so the north light fell on them.
"Turn your head a little more," he said. "I will draw you as the young John leaving the city and going into the desert. I could not find the right model until I saw you working in Santa Maria Novella yesterday."
Michelangelo swallowed hard. After the dream from his long sleepless night, he had imagined making many full drawings for the empty wall panels. Ghirlandaio did not want to fool his young student. He called Michelangelo and showed him the full plan for the Death of the Virgin. Then he said in an easy voice,
I want you to work with Granacci on this scene with the apostles. Later, we will let you try the figures on the left side and the small angel beside them.
Granacci was never jealous. Together they drew the apostles. One apostle was bald, and another held the crying John.
Tomorrow morning after Mass, Granacci said, "Come back to the studio with me. I will begin to teach you."
Granacci truly meant his words. He gave Michelangelo work on the stone wall behind the studio yard.
"Your wall must be strong," he said. "If the wall breaks, the fresco will break too. Look carefully for salt on the wall. Even a small amount can destroy the paint. Do not use sand from near the sea. Your lime must be old. I will show you how to use a trowel to make the surface smooth and even. Remember this. You must mix the plaster with very little water. It should feel soft like butter."
Michelangelo followed the instructions, but he complained.
"Granacci, I want to draw with a pen, not work with a trowel."
An artist must know every part of his work, even the dirty parts. If you do not know this job yourself, how can you ask a plaster worker to make a perfect wall for you?
"You are right," Michelangelo said. "I will work on it more."
When the mixture was ready, Granacci gave Michelangelo a square board to hold in one hand. Then he gave him a small flexible trowel to spread the plaster. Michelangelo quickly learned how to use it. After the plaster became dry enough, Granacci held an old studio drawing against the wall. Michelangelo used a pointed ivory tool to mark the shapes of several figures. Then, while Granacci still held the drawing, Michelangelo took a small bag of charcoal and filled the tiny holes. Granacci removed the drawing. The boy connected the lines with red color. After it dried, he cleaned away the charcoal with a feather. Mainardi came into the studio and saw the work. He quickly turned Michelangelo toward him.
"You must remember this," he said. "Fresh plaster changes during the day. In the morning, your colors must stay wet so the plaster can breathe. Near evening, the colors must also stay wet because the plaster takes in less water then. The best time to paint is the middle of the day."
But before you can use colors, you must learn how to prepare them. You know there are only 7 natural colors. We will start with black. The colors came from the apothecary in pieces as small as walnuts. They used a porphyry stone as a base and another porphyry stone to grind the color. The shortest grinding time was 30 minutes. But Ghirlandaio did not allow paint on a panel unless someone ground it for 2 hours.
"My father was right," Michelangelo said. His hands and arms were black from the color. Before an artist can paint, he must work with his hands.
At that moment, Ghirlandaio came into the studio.
"Wait," he said. "Michelangelo, if you want a true mineral black, use this black chalk. If you want a darker black, mix in a little mineral green. Use only this much on your knife."
He became excited and removed his cape.
"For skin colors, mix 2 parts of fine sinopia with 1 part of white lime. I will show you the right amount."
David came to the open door. He held many bills in one hand and an account book under the other arm.
"What is the use of teaching him colors?" he asked, "if he cannot make his own brushes? Good brushes are not always easy to find. Look here, Michelangelo. These bristles come from white pigs. But make sure the pigs are domestic animals. Use 1 pound of bristles for each brush. Tie them to a large stick like this."
Michelangelo lifted his dark arms toward the ceiling in false despair.
"Help! You are trying to teach me 3 years of work in one Sunday morning."
When Granacci's fresco was ready, Michelangelo climbed the scaffold to help him. Ghirlandaio still did not allow him to paint with a brush. But for a week he prepared the plaster and mixed the colors. Autumn came before Michelangelo finished his drawings for the Death of the Virgin. Now he was ready to paint his first fresco. The air in early October was cool and clear. The crops were already collected. The wine was ready, and olive oil stood safely in large jars. The farmers cut the trees and carried branches home for winter fires. The fields rested empty, and the leaves turned brown. Their color matched the warm brown stones of the Signoria Tower. The two friends climbed the scaffold carrying buckets of plaster, water, brushes, mixing spoons, the large drawing, and colored sketches. Michelangelo spread a small area of wet plaster. Then he held up the drawing of the old saint with white hair, a beard, and large eyes. He used the ivory stick, the charcoal bag, the red ochre line, and the feather brush. After that, he mixed colors for the green base layer. He painted it with a soft brush in a thin coat. Then he picked up a fine brush and carefully painted the outside lines and the face. He painted the strong Roman nose and the deep eyes. The long white hair fell to the shoulders. The mustache flowed into the full beard. Without looking often at his sketch, he painted the old man's neck, shoulder, and arm by hand. Now he was ready to paint seriously. He turned to Granacci with wide eyes.
I cannot help you anymore, Michelangelo mio, Granacci answered. The rest is between you and God. Buona fortuna. Good luck.
With that, he climbed down the wooden scaffold. Michelangelo stayed alone high above the church. He sat on the narrow platform over the empty space below. For a moment, he felt dizzy. The church looked very different from there. It seemed huge and quiet. He could smell the wet plaster and the strong paint. He held the brush tightly in his hand. Then he remembered that he must keep the colors soft in the morning. He took some green color and started to paint the dark parts of the face. He shaded under the chin, the nose, and the lips. He also painted the corners of the mouth and the eyebrows. Only one time did he ask the studio master for help.
How can I make the same color I used yesterday? He asked.
Feel the amount with your knife when you cut the color, the master answered. Your hand can judge better than your eyes.
For 1 week, Michelangelo worked alone. The studio workers were ready to help if he asked. But nobody disturbed him. This was his first real test. By the third day, everyone saw that he was not working in the usual way. He first drew the bodies of men without clothes. He used 2 workers from the old market as models. Later, he painted robes over the bodies. Most painters did the opposite and guessed the body under the cloth. Ghirlandaio did not stop him or correct him. He only spoke softly.
I will draw them the way God made Adam.
Michelangelo had never seen an angel. So he did not know how to paint one. The wings confused him even more. Nobody could tell him what angel wings looked like. He did not know if they were like flesh or like soft cloth. Nobody could explain the halo either. He did not know if it was hard like metal or light like a rainbow. The younger boys laughed at him often.
You're pretending, Sico shouted. Those are not real wings. And you are hiding them, Baldinelli added. They disappear into the robe. That halo looks like a mark on the wall, Tedesco said. Are you not a Christian? Do you not believe? Another boy asked.
Michelangelo gave a weak smile. My angel is the carpenter's son who lives below us, he said. I asked his father to make wings for him.
His 2 figures stood alone in one corner of the curved wall painting. Above them was a mountain with a castle on top. The rest of the painting was full of more than 20 people. They stood around the Virgin Mary's bed. The saints and apostles showed sadness on their faces. It was even hard to find Mary in the crowd. When Michelangelo climbed down from the scaffold for the last time, Jacopo passed around David's small black hat. Everyone put in a few coins to buy wine. Jacopo lifted his cup first.
To our new friend, he said. He will soon become Rosselli's apprentice.
Michelangelo felt hurt. Why do you say that? He asked.
Because you stole the lunette. Michelangelo did not like wine. This cup of Chianti tasted especially bad.
Be quiet now, Jacopo. I do not want trouble.
Later that afternoon, Ghirlandaio called Michelangelo to him. He had said nothing before about the fresco. He gave no praise and no criticism. It was like he had never looked at the scaffold. Ghirlandaio looked up from his desk. His eyes were dark.
People say I am jealous. That is true. But I am not jealous of those two figures. They are still rough and not finished well. They stand out because they do not match the style of this studio. My 6-year-old son Rodolfo copies the workshop style better than you do. But understand this clearly. I am jealous of the drawing skill you will have one day. Now what will I do with you? Should I send you to Rosselli? No. There is still much work here. Prepare the cartoon for the figures of the assistants on the right. And try not to make them stand out so much.
Late that night, Michelangelo went back to the studio. He took Ghirlandaio's drawings from his desk. Then he put the original drawings back. The next morning, Ghirlandaio spoke softly as Michelangelo passed by.
Thank you for returning my drawings. I hope they helped you.
The Arno Valley had the worst winter weather in Italy. The sky was dark and heavy. The cold went through stone and wool and reached the skin. After the cold came rain. Water ran through the stone streets. Places without stone became deep mud. The only happy event was the arrival of Isabella di Aragona. She was traveling north to marry the Duke of Milan. Many ladies and gentlemen traveled with her. They wore rich clothes from her father, the Duke of Calabria. Ghirlandaio's studio had only one fireplace. The men sat around it in a half circle. They stayed close together to keep warm. Their backs were cold, but the fire warmed their hands enough to work. Santa Maria Novella was even colder. The choir felt like an underground cave. Cold wind moved through the church. It shook the wooden scaffold. Painting there felt like working in a strong wind. The air was freezing when they breathed. But the winter did not last long. By March, the cold north wind stopped. The sun became warm again. A little blue returned to the sky. On the second warm day, Granacci ran into the studio. His calm eyes were wide and excited. Michelangelo had almost never seen him like this.
Come with me. I have something to show you.
Granacci got permission from David. Soon the two boys were outside in the street. Granacci led Michelangelo across the city toward Piazza San Marco. They stopped for a moment while a religious procession passed. Men carried relics of San Girolamo. There was a jawbone and an arm bone covered with silver and gold. The relics came from the altar of Santa Maria del Fiora. On Via Larga, across from one side of the church, there was a gate.
We go in here.
He pushed the gate open. Michelangelo went inside and stopped in surprise. The garden was very large and long. There was a small building in the middle. In front of it, at the end of a straight path, there was a pool and a fountain. On a stone stand, there was a marble statue of a boy taking a thorn from his foot. On the wide porch of the small building, several young men worked at tables. Along the four walls of the garden were open covered walkways. There were many old marble heads and statues there. Michelangelo saw the Emperor Hadrian, Scipio, Emperor Augustus, Agrippina, Nero's mother, and many sleeping cupids. A straight path with cypress trees led to the building. Other tree-lined paths came from each corner of the garden. They curved across large green lawns that looked like meadows. Michelangelo could not stop looking at the porch of the building. Two young men worked on a piece of stone. They measured it and made marks on it. Nearby, other young men carved stone with chisels. He turned to Granacci and spoke with difficulty.
What is this?
A sculpture garden.
But why?
It is a school.
A school?
Yes, it trains sculptors.
Michelangelo's knees became weak.
What sculptors?
This garden belonged to Clarice de Medici. Lorenzo bought it for her. It was to be her home if he died.
Clarice died last July. Now Lorenzo has started a school for sculptors. He brought Bertoldo here to teach.
But Bertoldo is dead.
Not yet. He is still alive. Lorenzo carried him here from Santo Spirito Hospital on a small bed. He showed him the garden. Then he told Bertoldo that Florence must become great in sculpture again. Bertoldo got down from the bed and promised Lorenzo something. He said the great time of Ghiberti and Donatello would return.
Michelangelo looked around the garden with wide eyes. He watched the long covered walks. He saw statues, Greek jars, vases, and a bust of Plato near the gate.
That is Bertoldo on the porch now, Granacci said. I met him once. Do you want me to introduce you?
Michelangelo quickly nodded. They walked down the gravel path and around the pool and fountain. About 6 men were working at wooden tables. They were between 15 and 30 years old. Bertoldo was very thin and looked almost like a spirit without a body. His long white hair was wrapped in a turban. His red face was bright as he showed 2 boys how to shape a piece of marble.
Maestro Bertoldo, this is my friend Michelangelo.
Bertoldo looked up. He had light blue eyes and a soft voice. Still, people could hear him over the sound of the hammers.
He looked at Michelangelo. Who is your father? He asked.
Lodovico di Leonardo Buonarroti Simoni.
I know that name. Do you work with stone?
Michelangelo could not think clearly. At that moment, someone called Bertoldo. He excused himself and walked to the other side of the covered porch. Granacci took Michelangelo's hand. He led him through the rooms of the house. One room held Lorenzo's collection of cameos, coins, and medals. Another room showed works from artists who had worked for the Medici family. There were works by Ghiberti, who won the contest for the baptistry doors from Lorenzo de Medici's great-grandfather. There were works by Donatello, who worked closely with Cosimo de Medici. There were paintings by Benozzo Gozzoli from the chapel in the Medici Palace. The paintings showed the journey of the wise men to Bethlehem and included pictures of the Medici family. Michelangelo also saw Brunelleschi's models for the Duomo. There were F.I. Angelico's drawings of saints for San Marco. There were Masacchio's sketches for the Church of the Carmine. The great collection amazed the boy. Again Granacci took his hand. They walked down the path, through the gate, and into the Via Larga. Michelangelo sat on a bench in Piazza San Marco. Pigeons moved around his feet. He pressed his hand hard against his forehead. When he looked at Granacci, his eyes were bright and excited.
Who are the students? He asked. How did they enter the school?
Lorenzo and Bertoldo chose them.
Michelangelo made a low, unhappy sound.
And I still have more than 2 years at Ghirlandaio's school. Mama mia, I have ruined my life.
Be patient, Granacci said. You are still young. When you finish your training.
Patient? Michelangelo said loudly. Granacci, I must get in now. I do not want to be a painter. I want to carve marble. Now. How can I enter?
You must receive an invitation.
How do I get an invitation?
I do not know.
Then who knows? Someone must know.
Stop pushing me. You will push me off this bench.
Michelangelo became quiet. Tears came to his eyes because he felt very upset.
Oh, Granacci, have you ever wanted something so much that it hurt inside? He asked.
No. Everything was always easy for me.
You are very lucky.
Granacci looked at his friend's face. He saw the strong wish in Michelangelo's eyes.
Maybe, he answered.
Book TWO. The Sculpture Garden. The old stone statues in the garden pulled Michelangelo toward them like magnets. Sometimes he walked there without thinking about it. Then he found himself inside the gate, standing quietly in the shadow of the loggia. He did not speak to anyone. He did not walk down the path across the grass to the small house where Bertoldo and the young artists worked. He only stood there without moving. There was a deep hunger in his eyes. At night he moved restlessly in bed while his brother slept near him.
He thought, there must be a way. Lorenzo de Medici's sister Nannina is married to Bernardo Russelli. Maybe I can go to him. I can tell him I am Francesca's son. I can ask him to speak to Illinois Magnifico for me.
But a Buonarroti could not go to a Russelli and beg for help.
Ghirlandaio stayed calm and patient. We must finish the baptism panel very soon, he said. Then we must move our scaffolding down to the lower panel, Zacharias writing the name of his son. We do not have much time now. Maybe you should draw instead of running around the streets.
Can I bring a model for the new believer? Michelangelo asked. I saw a young man in the old market. He was unloading his cart.
Yes, Ghirlandaio answered.
The boy drew a strong young farmer who had just come from the fields. The young man wore only simple short clothes. He knelt down to take off his heavy shoes. His skin was dark from the sun. His body looked rough and awkward, but his face was full of light as he looked up at John. Behind him Michelangelo painted two old assistants beside John. They had white beards. Their faces were beautiful, and their bodies looked strong and hard from work. Granacci watched him with worry as the figures slowly appeared.
Ghirlandaio cannot draw figures like these.
Bandaged toes, A. Ghirlandaio was very busy. He worked on the last 6 panels and did not stop Michelangelo from painting. This time, Michelangelo climbed the scaffold without fear. The wet plaster did not frighten him now. He tried different skin colors from his paint pots. He enjoyed the hard work of making the people in the painting look alive. He painted them in warm yellow and soft rose clothes. But one thought stayed in his mind.
2 whole years? How can I live through that time?
Ghirlandaio gave him a lot of work.
Now you will work on the other side of the choir for the adoration of the Magi. Prepare the drawing for the last 2 standing people on the right.
The drawing for the adoration already had many people in it. Michelangelo did not enjoy adding 2 more. After dinner, Granacci spoke to the apprentices at the table.
Today is 1 year since Michelangelo came here. I ordered a large bottle of wine for this evening. We will celebrate.
Nobody answered him. The studio felt tense and quiet. At the center table, the apprentices bent over their work. Ghirlandaio sat stiffly at his desk. His face looked dark and angry.
Illinois Magnifico called me, he said. He asked if I wanted to send my 2 best apprentices to his new Medici school.
Michelangelo stood still on the wooden floor.
No, I do not want to send away my 2 best apprentices, Ghirlandaio shouted. My workshop is already losing people. And today Benedetto was invited to Paris to paint for the King of France. I still have many panels to finish.
He looked hard at everyone in the room.
But who can say no to Illinois Magnifico? You, Buonarroti. Do you want to go?
I wait outside that garden every day like a hungry dog outside a meat shop, Michelangelo said.
Basta. Enough. Ghirlandaio shouted. Michelangelo had never seen him so angry. Granacci, you and Buonarroti are free from your apprenticeship. I will sign the papers at the guild tonight. Now go back to work. Do you think I am as rich as Illinois Magnifico? I do not have money for an academy.
Michelangelo felt joy fill his whole body like heavy rain. Granacci looked unhappy.
Granacci, my dear friend, what is wrong? Michelangelo asked.
I like paint. I cannot work with stone. Stone is too hard.
No, my friend. You will become a good sculptor. I will help you. You will see.
Granacci gave a sad little smile. Maybe I will work with you, Michelangelo. But what will I do with a hammer and chisel? I will cut off my knees.
Michelangelo could not focus on his work. After some time, he left the big table and walked to Ghirlandaio's desk. He wanted to thank the man who had accepted him 1 year before, but he stood there in silence. His eyes were bright, but no words came. He did not know how to thank a man for letting him leave. Ghirlandaio saw the struggle on the boy's face. When he spoke softly so nobody else could hear. You were right, Buonarroti. Fresco painting is not your work. That new student in your picture looks like he is made from stone. You are good at drawing. Maybe after many years you can work well with stone. But remember that Domenico Ghirlandaio was your first master. That evening, Michelangelo stood outside the Buonarroti house with Granacci.
You should come in with me, Michelangelo said. If there are 2 of us, my father may not throw us from the Ponte Vecchio.
They went up the main stairs. They wanted to stay away from the kitchen and Michelangelo's stepmother. Quietly they entered the family room. His father sat at a hard-cornered desk under the very high ceiling. The room was cold. In Florence, the stone houses stayed cold until late spring.
Father, I have news. I am leaving Ghirlandaio's workshop. Ah, very good. I knew you would change your mind. You will join the Wool Guild.
I am leaving to study in the Medici sculpture garden.
Lodovico looked confused and surprised.
The Medici garden? What garden?
I'm going too, Messer Buonarroti, Granacci said. We will study with Bertoldo under the care of Il Magnifico.
A stone worker! Lodovico lifted his arms in pain.
I want to become a sculptor, father. Bertoldo is the last great master.
Bad luck never ends. It moves like a snake. If your mother had not fallen from her horse, you would never have lived with the Topolinos. You would never have learned about stonework.
Michelangelo stayed silent.
Granacci spoke instead. Messer Buonarroti, many children could have lived with the Topolinos and learned nothing about stone. Your son has a special gift for sculpture.
What is a sculptor? Lower than a painter. Not even part of the 12 guilds. A sculptor is only a worker, like a man who cuts wood or picks olives.
There's one big difference, Granacci said politely. Olives become oil. Wood burns and is gone. Art stays alive for a long time when people love it.
Poetry! Lodovico shouted. I speak about real life and saving this family, and you answer with poetry.
His grandmother, Mona Alessandra, came into the room.
Tell your father what Lorenzo Illinois Magnifico offers you, Michelangelo, she said. He is the richest man in Italy, and people say he is generous. How long will you study there? How much will they pay you?
I do not know. I did not ask.
You did not ask? Lodovico said with anger. Do you think we are as rich as the Granacci family? Do you think we can pay for your foolish ideas?
Francesco Granacci's face became red. He spoke more directly than usual.
I asked about it. They promised nothing. There is no contract and no pay. Only free teaching.
Michelangelo moved a little. He waited for his father's anger. But Lodovico dropped heavily into a leather chair. Tears came into his eyes. Michelangelo thought quietly. We Florentines cry very easily, even when we are not sentimental people. He walked to his father and placed a hand on his shoulder.
Father, give me one chance. Lorenzo de Medici wants a new group of sculptors for Florence. I want to become one of them.
Lodovico looked up at his son.
Lorenzo asked for you by name because he believes you have talent?
Michelangelo wanted to tell a few simple lies. That would make everything easier. Instead he said,
Lorenzo asked Ghirlandaio for his 2 best students. Granacci and I were chosen.
His stepmother had listened from the kitchen door. Now she entered the room. Her face looked pale. She spoke to Michelangelo first.
I have nothing against you, Michelangelo. You are a good boy. You eat well. Then she turned to Lodovico.
But I must speak for my family. My father believed it was a great honor for us to join with the Buonarroti family. What will happen to us if you let this boy ruin our place in society?
Lodovico held the sides of his chair. He looked very tired. I will never agree to this.
Then he left the room. His wife and mother went with him. The room became silent.
Granacci said, he is only trying to do what he thinks is right for you. How can he believe that a boy of 14 understands better than he does? That is very hard for him.
Should I lose this chance? Michelangelo asked angrily.
No, but remember that he is trying his best. You are forcing him into a situation he does not understand.
Michelangelo stayed quiet for a moment.
You love your father, don't you? He asked.
Yes.
I envy you.
Then you should be kind to your father.
Kind?
Yes. Because you will not let him stop you.
The Medici sculpture garden was very different from Ghirlandaio's workshop. The workshop needed money to live. Domenico Ghirlandaio was always busy. He had a large family to support, and he accepted many jobs with strict finish dates. But the sculpture garden was calm and peaceful. On the warm April day when Michelangelo began learning there with Lorenzo the Magnificent and Bertoldo, he felt the difference at once. The feeling of the garden was clear. Take your time. Do not hurry. We are here to learn. We do not need to sell anything. The only thing that matters is your training and your art. You only need to grow. Be calm. Prepare yourself for a life of sculpture. The first person to welcome him was Pietro Torrigiani. He was strong and handsome, with blonde hair and green eyes. He smiled with bright white teeth.
So you are the boy who watched us all the time. The ghost of the garden. You walked around these porticos.
I did not think you saw me.
Saw you. Torrigiani answered. We all felt your eyes on us.
Bertoldo loved sculpture very much, but he also loved laughter and cooking. His jokes were as strong as the spices in his chicken dish. He had even written a cookbook. His only complaint about living in the Medici palace was that he could not cook his favorite meals there. Still, sculpture was his true joy. He was thin and weak, with white hair, red cheeks, and pale blue eyes. He carried the knowledge of the great age of Tuscan sculpture.
He put his thin arms through the arms of the new students. Not every skill can be passed from one person to another, he explained. Donatello made me his student, but he could not make me equal to him. He gave me all his knowledge and skill, like hot bronze poured into a mold. No teacher could do more than that. Without Donatello, I would have made gold jewelry all my life. Even after many years with him, I still became only a small sculptor. He could not give me his true power or his deep passion. We are all born different. I will teach you everything that Ghiberti taught Donatello and everything Donatello taught me. How much you learn depends on your own ability. A teacher is like a cook. If the meat is hard, even the best sauce cannot make it soft.
Michelangelo laughed loudly.
Bertoldo smiled, pleased with his joke. Then he turned the students toward the work area. And now we begin. If you have talent, people will see it.
Michelangelo thought, just give me a hammer and chisel. Then they will see what I can do.
But Bertoldo did not plan to give tools to a beginner yet. He gave Michelangelo a desk for drawing on the portico. On one side sat 17-year-old Torrigiani. On the other side sat 29-year-old Andrea Sansovino. Andrea had studied with Antonio Pollaiuolo, and his work could already be seen in Santo Spirito. Supplying him with tools and materials from the inner rooms, Bertoldo spoke to him.
Drawing is different for a sculptor, he said. A man and a block of stone both have 3 sides and real shape. They are more alike than a man and a painted wall.
Michelangelo thought the students in the garden were much like the boys in Ghirlandaio's workshop. Sansovino was like Mainardi. He already worked as an artist and earned money from clay sculpture for many years. He was kind and patient. He gladly helped the younger students. At the other end was Soggi. He was 14 years old, like Cieco. He had entered sculpture work by chance. Michelangelo believed he had no talent. There was also another young man like Jacopo. His name was Baccio da Montelupo, and he was 20 years old. He acted without thinking. He loved stories about love affairs and trouble. Every morning he came with new gossip. On Michelangelo's first morning there, Baccio arrived late with exciting news.
A monster was born in Venice, he said. It had one eye behind each ear. In Padua another strange baby was born. It had 2 heads and 4 hands.
The next morning Baccio told another story. He spoke about a Florentine man who spent time with bad women.
He wanted to protect his wife's good name, Baccio said.
He was very good at peasant jokes. He told them in a lively way. One story was about a rich Florentine lady. She wore fine silk clothes and pearls. Outside Santo Spirito Church, she spoke to a peasant.
"Is the Mass for rude villagers finished?" she asked.
"Yes, madam," the peasant answered. "And now the Mass for whores is about to begin. So, hurry."
Bertoldo laughed loudly and clapped his hands.
Rustici was like Granacci. He was 15 years old and came from a rich, noble family in Tuscany. He made art because he loved it and wanted to create beautiful things. Lorenzo wanted Rustici to live in the Medici palace. But Rustici preferred to live alone in rooms on Via de' Martelli. Michelangelo had worked in the garden for only 1 week when Rustici invited him to dinner.
"Like Bertoldo, I enjoy cooking simple food," Rustici said. "In the morning I will put a goose in the oven."
Michelangelo found Rustici very simple and country-like, just like his name. The apartment was full of animals. There were 3 dogs. An eagle stood on a perch with a chain. There was also a minor bird from his father's farm.
The bird kept shouting, "Go to hell."
But the worst animal was the porcupine. Rustici had trained it like a pet. During dinner it moved under the table and touched Michelangelo's legs with its sharp quills. After dinner they went into a quiet room. Family paintings hung on the walls. There, Rustici seemed different. He became calm and educated.
"You can draw well, Michelangelo," he said. "Maybe one day you will become a sculptor. But I want to warn you. Do not live in the rich comfort of the palace."
Michelangelo made a rough sound with his nose. "There is little danger of that," he said.
"Listen, my friend," Rustici continued. "It is pleasant to live with soft beds, rich food, and comfort. But after some time, a man can become too used to it. Then he may start pleasing powerful people to keep his place. After that, he may change his art to please them. That destroys a sculptor."
"I live simply, Rustici," Michelangelo answered.
The student who became closest to Michelangelo was Torrigiani. To Michelangelo, he looked more like a soldier than an artist. Torrigiani interested him greatly, but he also frightened him sometimes. When Torrigiani frowned and spoke in his deep voice, Michelangelo felt nervous. Torrigiani came from an old family of wine merchants. The family had become noble long ago. Among all the students, he was the boldest with Bertoldo. He could also be difficult and quick to argue. Several students no longer liked him. Still, he quickly became a warm friend to Michelangelo. He talked with him all the time from the next work table. Michelangelo had never seen anyone as handsome as Torrigiani. His strong beauty made Michelangelo feel weak and unhappy about his own small body and plain face. Granacci watched the friendship between Michelangelo and Torrigiani grow. To Michelangelo's question whether Granacci had made up his mind about Torrigiani, Granacci replied,
"I have known him all my life. Our families know each other."
"You did not answer my question," Michelangelo said.
"Before you trust a friend, you must know him for a long time."
After 1 week in the garden, Lorenzo de Medici came there with a young girl. For the first time, Michelangelo saw closely the man who ruled Florence. Lorenzo had no official title, but he was the true leader of the city. Under him, Florence became rich in trade, art, books, and learning. Lorenzo de Medici was 40 years old. His face was rough and strong, like dark stone. He was not handsome. His skin was dark, and his jaw was large. His lower lip stood out more than the upper one. His nose turned upward. He had large dark eyes and dark hair parted in the middle. The hair came down near his eyebrows. He wore a long brown robe with purple sleeves. A white collar showed at his neck. He was a little taller than average and had a strong body. He stayed healthy by riding horses and hunting birds. Lorenzo was also a learned man. He read many Greek and Latin books. He wrote poetry. The scholars of the Plato Academy compared him to famous poets like Petrarch and Dante. He built the first public library in Europe. He collected 10,000 books and manuscripts. It was the largest collection since the Library of Alexandria. People called him the greatest supporter of art and literature of his time. His collection of statues, paintings, drawings, and carved stones was open to artists and students. Many scholars came to Florence because of him. He gave them homes in Fiesole. There men like Pico della Mirandola, Angelo Poliziano, Marsilio Ficino, and Cristoforo Landino worked and studied. They translated Greek and Hebrew books. They wrote poetry, philosophy, and religious works. Lorenzo called this new learning the revolution of humanism. Michelangelo had heard many stories about Lorenzo. People in Florence talked about him all the time. They said he had weak eyes and no sense of smell. Now Michelangelo listened while Lorenzo spoke with Bertoldo. The voice sounded rough and unpleasant. But this seemed to be Lorenzo's only unpleasant quality. His weak eyes were his only weakness. The missing sense of smell was the only thing he lacked. Lorenzo was the richest man in the world. Rulers from Italian cities, Turkey, and China respected him. Yet he was open, kind, and never proud. He ruled the Republic, but he had no army or guards. He walked through Florence alone. He spoke to all people like equals. At home he lived simply with his family. He played on the floor with his children. Artists, writers, and scholars were always welcome in his house. This was the secret of his success. He had great power in government matters. Still, he ruled Florence with wisdom, kindness, and dignity. Because of this, even people who disagreed worked together peacefully. Not even his father Piero or his grandfather Cosimo had done so well. Cosimo was called father of his country because he helped bring peace after many years of civil war in Florence. The people of Florence could remove Lorenzo from power at any time. They could take his palace and send him away. Lorenzo knew this, and the people knew it too. Because of this, he ruled carefully and wisely. He was also very brave. When he was only 17, he saved his father's life during a military action. Later he went to Naples to meet Ferrante and protect Florence from invasion. He traveled there with almost no guards, just as he walked freely in the streets of Florence. This was the man who stood near Michelangelo. He spoke warmly with Bertoldo about old sculptures. The sculptures had arrived from Asia Minor that day. Lorenzo loved sculpture very much. It was as important to him as his ships that sailed across the world. He also owned many banks in Europe and around the Mediterranean Sea. Each year he earned great wealth from trade. He sold wool, oil, and wine from Florence. He also traded perfumes, spices, and silk from the East. Some people respected Lorenzo because he was rich. Others respected him because he was powerful. But artists and scholars loved him for another reason. He loved learning and knowledge. He believed people should think freely. For many years, people had not been free to learn and speak openly. Lorenzo wanted to change that. Now Lorenzo stopped and spoke with the apprentices. Michelangelo looked at the girl beside Lorenzo. She was small and younger than him. She wore a long rose-colored dress made of wool. The skirt fell softly around her. Her bodice was tight, and under it she wore a pale yellow blouse with a high neck. Her slippers were yellow with rich cloth. Pearls rested in her dark hair. But even her beautiful clothes could not bring much color to her thin face. As Lorenzo passed Michelangelo's table, he gave a small nod. At that moment, Michelangelo looked into the girl's eyes. He stopped working. She stopped walking. Michelangelo could not look away from her small and sharp face. The girl looked surprised by the strong feeling in his face as he worked on his drawing. Color slowly came into her pale cheeks. Michelangelo felt something new between them. Both breathed faster. For a moment, he thought she would speak. She touched her pale lips softly. Then she quickly looked away and walked back to her father. Lorenzo placed his arm around the girl's small waist. They walked past the fountain. Then they went through the gate and out into the piazza. Michelangelo turned to Torrigiani.
"Who was that?" he asked.
"The magnificent one, you fool," Torrigiani answered.
"No, the girl."
"The girl? Oh, Condesina. His daughter. She is the last daughter still living in the palace."
"Contessina? Little Countess?"
"Yes." Lorenzo called his other daughters Condesina as a nickname. But when this weak little girl was born, he gave her that name for real. Why do you ask?
"No reason."
Lodovico had never agreed to let Michelangelo enter the garden. Although the family knew he no longer worked in the Ghirlandaio studio, they did not want to speak about his new work in sculpture. They almost never saw him. He left home at dawn when everyone still slept. Only his stepmother was awake because she went early to buy food. He came home at noon when Lucrezia served the meal. Then he worked in the garden until dark. After that, he walked slowly home so the family would already be in bed. Usually only his brother Buonarroti waited awake to ask about the day. Sometimes his grandmother waited in the kitchen with a small meal for him.
"You are growing, Michelangelo," Mona Alessandra said. "Your shirts are too small, and your stockings are old. Your father thinks you should earn money. But that does not matter. I saved some money for you. Buy what you need."
He kissed her dry cheek softly. They loved each other deeply, but neither spoke about feelings very much. Michelangelo did not care much about clothes or other things.
"Soon I will carve stone all day," he said. "I will be covered in stone dust. No one will look at my clothes."
She understood his pride and put the coins back into her pouch.
"As you wish," she said. "The money will stay here for you."
Granacci did not understand why Michelangelo left so early and returned so late. At noon they walked together for a short time. Every day Granacci looked more unhappy. His shoulders bent lower and lower.
"It is that cold wet clay," he complained. "I hate it. I try to make bad models so Bertoldo will not say I am ready to carve stone. I tried hard stone many times. Each hit of the hammer hurts me more than the stone."
"But, Granacci, marble is different," Michelangelo said. "It answers your hands. Hard stone feels dead, but marble feels soft and alive."
Granacci looked at him with surprise.
You are hard and serious about everything, he said. But when you talk about marble, you sound like a poet.
Michelangelo spent many hours drawing. Almost the first thing Bertoldo said to him was this:
Drawing is the most important thing in this garden. Every morning, draw your left hand. Then take off your shoes and draw your feet. It helps you learn.
And should I draw my right hand too? Michelangelo asked.
Another funny boy among us, Bertoldo said with a smile.
Even when Michelangelo worked on stone before, he often changed the hammer from one hand to the other. He felt no difference between them. After he drew his left hand many times, he drew his right hand too. First he looked at his palm. Then he turned the hand over and stretched out the fingers. Bertoldo walked past and picked up the paper. Many drawings covered the page.
A barrel gives the wine inside it, he said softly.
I was not angry, Michelangelo answered. My right and left hands are the same.
Live models came from all parts of Florence. Lorenzo helped bring them. There were scholars in black clothes. There were soldiers with thick necks and strong faces. There were rough fighters and farmers from the countryside. Old bald men came too, with long noses and thin chins. Monks arrived in black cloaks and caps. Young handsome men from Florence also came. They had curly hair and smooth faces. There were workers with stained arms and men with hard hands from iron work. Strong porters and large house servants stood as models too. Rich nobles wore silk clothes with pearls. Thin boys in violet clothes came. Round little children posed as baby angels. One day Bertoldo strongly criticized a drawing of a torso. Michelangelo became upset.
How can we draw only the outside of the body? He asked. We only see the skin. What about the bones and muscles inside? To truly know a man, we must know what is inside him. I have never seen the inside of a human body.
God help us, Bertoldo said quietly. Doctors may open one body on a special day each year. They do it in front of the city leaders. At other times, it is a terrible crime in Florence. Forget this idea.
I can stop talking about it, Michelangelo said. But I cannot stop thinking about it. I will never make true sculpture until I understand how the body works.
Even the Greeks did not cut open bodies, Bertoldo answered, and they had no church to stop them. Donatello also learned without doing this. Do you need to become greater than Phidias or Donatello?
Greater, no, Michelangelo said. Different, yes.
Michelangelo had never seen Bertoldo so troubled. He touched the old man's thin arm gently to calm him. In spite of these daily surprises, they became friends. While the other students worked with clay or cut stone, Bertoldo took the boy into the casino. He stood near him for many hours while Michelangelo copied Egyptian charms, Greek medals, and Roman coins. Bertoldo held each valuable object in his hand. Then he explained what the old artists wanted to show in their work. Michelangelo was surprised when Torrigiani also became friendly with him. Torrigiani moved his work table closer to Michelangelo's place. He had a very strong personality. His charm, energy, and attention excited Michelangelo. Torrigiani liked fine clothes. He wore bright silk shirts and a wide belt with gold buckles. Every morning, before work, he stopped at the barber in the straw market. There he shaved and combed his hair with sweet-smelling oil. Michelangelo worked in a messy way. Charcoal covered his hands, and later he touched his face with them. Paint fell on his shirt. Ink stained his stockings. Torrigiani worked hard all day, but his clothes stayed clean. He wore a bright yellow linen shirt with large sleeves. He also wore a green tunic with a yellow silk tee on the shoulder. His dark blue trousers stayed neat too. He had learned how to stand while carving stone so that dust and small pieces did not cover his clothes or hair. This was unusual for stone workers. At the end of the day, most of them looked white with stone dust. Michelangelo watched Torrigiani with wonder. He felt proud when Torrigiani put a strong arm around his shoulders. Sometimes Torrigiani brought his handsome face close to Michelangelo's and spoke about a new drawing.
Michelangelo mio, your work is very clean, he said, but you become dirtier than anyone else while you work.
Torrigiani was always moving. He laughed, posed, and talked all the time. Sometimes he spoke wisely, and sometimes he spoke foolishly. He was never quiet. His hands moved through the air, and the emerald and pearl rings shone brightly. He always wanted people to notice him. His strong singing voice filled the spring meadow with wild flowers. The stone workers at the far end of the garden stopped their work for a moment and listened. They were building a library for Lorenzo's books and papers. In the mornings, the students walked to Santa Croce to study the early sunlight on Giotto's paintings. In the afternoons, they went to Santo Spirito to see the light on Filippino Lippi's painting of young St. John and two saints. At sunset, they watched the warm light on the statues of the Campanile. Giotto designed these works, and his student Andrea Pisano made them. During these walks, Torrigiani often put his arm through Michelangelo's arm. He stayed close to him and talked without stopping.
Ah, Michelangelo, to be a soldier, he said, to fight in battle and defeat enemies with a sword and lance, to win new lands and take their treasures and women. That is the best life. An artist? Bah, that is weak work. You and I should travel around the world together, amico mio. We should find danger, battles, and treasure.
Michelangelo felt deep affection for Torrigiani. It was almost like love. He thought of himself as a simple boy. It made him very happy that such a handsome and admired young man liked him so much. The feeling was strong and exciting for someone who had never known such attention before. Now Michelangelo had to forget many things he learned in Ghirlandaio's workshop. Drawing for fresco painting was different from drawing for sculpture.
This is drawing only to improve your skill, Bertoldo warned him. He used almost the same words that Ghirlandaio once used. You must train your eyes and your hands.
Bertoldo repeated these lessons again and again until Michelangelo understood them well. The sculptor wants to make figures with three parts. Not only height and width, but also depth. The painter draws to fill space. The sculptor works to change space. The painter makes still pictures inside a frame. The sculptor studies movement and the force inside the human body.
The painter draws to show one special thing, he said. The sculptor draws to find something true for all people. Do you understand?
Michelangelo said nothing.
Most important of all, Bertoldo continued. The painter puts shapes from his mind onto paper. The sculptor takes shapes from the world and keeps them inside himself.
Michelangelo already felt some of these ideas. But now he understood much more from the old man's experience.
I am like a stew, Bertoldo said with a small smile. My head is full of ideas from 200 years of sculptors in Tuscany. You must forgive me if too many words come out.
Bertoldo had the hard job of teaching young sculptors. He cared deeply about this work. Ghirlandaio did not have enough time to teach in this way. Most sculptors were quiet men. The sounds of hammer and chisel were their true language. Bertoldo was different.
Michelangelo, you draw well, he said. But you must also know why drawing is important. Drawing is like a candle in the dark. It helps the sculptor understand what he sees. Trying to understand another person is one of the hardest things in life. The artist tries to do this with only a pen or charcoal. He lifted his shoulders. That young man Torrigiani talks about war. That is child's play. There is no greater danger than one man trying to create something new.
Michelangelo held his drawing in his hand. He looked at it carefully. He wanted to understand Bertoldo's words better.
Drawing is the best way to remove ignorance, the old man said. It brings wisdom instead. Dante did this when he wrote the Purgatorio. Yes, drawing is like reading. You read Homer to learn about Priam and Helen of Troy. You read Suetonius to learn about the Caesars.
Michelangelo lowered his head.
I do not know enough, he said quietly. I cannot read Greek or Latin. Urbino tried to teach me for 3 years. But I was stubborn. I only wanted to draw.
Foolish boy, Bertoldo answered. You did not understand me. Now I see why Urbino had trouble teaching you. Drawing is learning. It is discipline. It helps you see if you are honest inside yourself. Drawing shows who you really are, even when you think you are only showing another person. Drawing is like the poet's written line. It helps him see if there is a story to tell or a truth to show.
The old man's voice became gentle.
Remember this, my son. To draw is like God giving life to Adam. The artist gives breath from outside. The model gives breath from inside. Together they make a new life on paper. It is an act of love, Michelangelo. Everything in the world is born through love.
Yes, drawing was the breath of life. Michelangelo already knew this. But for him, drawing was not the final goal. It was a way to reach something greater. At night he stayed in the garden and worked with pieces of stone. There were many kinds there. Yellow-white travertine from Rome. Pietra forte from Lombrellino. Breccia from Impruneta. Dark green marble from Prato. Red and yellow marble from Siena. Pink marble from Gavarano. Clear Cipollino marble. Blue and white Bardiglio. But the thing that gave him the most joy was a piece of pure white Carrara marble. When he was a child, he watched the marble workers with great desire. He wanted to touch this beautiful stone. But he never had the chance. White marble was rare and expensive. Only small amounts came from Carrara and Cereveza for special work. Now he secretly began to practice with pointed, toothed, and flat chisels. He worked on the marble surface as he once worked on Pietra Serena at the Topolino's home. This was the best time of the day for him. He was alone in the garden with only the statues near him. Soon he wanted to use these tools all the time. He wanted to hold them first thing every morning. To him, the tools felt like part of his own body, like his arms and legs. Every evening before dark, he carefully removed the marks he made in the stone. He cleaned away the small pieces of stone and threw them onto a pile at the far end of the garden. At last someone discovered him. The person surprised him very much. Contessina de Medici came to the garden almost every day now. Sometimes she came with Lorenzo. Other times she came with Poliziano, Ficino, or Pico della Mirandola, the scholars who worked with her father. She talked with Granacci, Sansovino, and Rustici. It seemed she had known them for a long time. But nobody introduced Michelangelo to her. She never spoke to him. He always knew the moment she entered the gate. He did not need to see her quick movements or her large eyes. At once he felt different inside. It seemed that everything around him moved faster, even the sun and the air. Contessina helped Granacci leave the hard stone work behind. Granacci spoke to her about his wishes, and she told her father. One day Lorenzo came into the garden. "Granacci, I want a large painting. It will show the triumph of Paul Emilius. Will you paint it for me?"
Of course I will. When help is needed most, help comes.
When Lorenzo looked away, Granacci kissed his left hand and moved his fingers toward Contessina to thank her. She never stopped to look at Michelangelo's work. She always went to Torrigiani's table. She stood on the far side so she faced Michelangelo. Because of this, he could see all her movements. He could hear her laugh when Torrigiani made her smile. Michelangelo watched them with great interest. but their eyes never met. When she finally left, he felt very tired inside. He did not understand these feelings. He did not care about girls. Even after a year with Jacopo, he still could not understand which girls men liked. There were no girls in his family. There were also none in their small group of friends. He could hardly remember speaking to a girl before. He never wanted to draw women. Women felt strange and far from his life. Then why did he feel pain when he saw her laughing with Torrigiani only a few steps away? Why did he become angry with Torrigiani and with her? What did this girl mean to him? She was a princess from the great Medici family. The feeling inside him was strange and hard to understand. He wanted her to stay away from the garden and leave him alone. Rustici said she almost never came there. So why did she come every day now and stay for a long time? He worked harder and harder on his empty pages, but he still noticed her standing near Torrigiani's table. She stood there in the cold and talked with the strong and handsome young man. At the same time, she watched Michelangelo's drawing closely. Each line he made with the charcoal felt important to her, and this troubled him. A long time passed. Summer became very hot. The wild flowers died, and the grass in the garden turned brown. Only then did he understand his feelings. He was jealous. Jealous of Torrigiani. Jealous of Contessina. Jealous of the two of them together. He was even jealous of each one alone. The thought shocked him. Now she had found him alone in the garden after the others had gone. She came with her brother Giovanni. Giovanni was heavy and had one eye that looked strange. He was about Michelangelo's age, maybe 14. Still, he was already chosen for an important church position. With them was their cousin. He was the son of Lorenzo's dear brother Giuliano. Giuliano was killed in the cathedral by men from the Pazzi family. Michelangelo had been only 3 years old at that time. But people in Florence still spoke about the men who were hanged from the windows of the Signoria after the attack. Then Michelangelo suddenly spoke before he could stop himself. Buonasera.
Buonasera. Michelangelo. Come va? Contessina asked.
Non si mail.
He spoke like a stoneworker from Settignano. He was cutting a herringbone pattern into a piece of pietra serena. He did not stop his work.
This stone has a smell, he said. It smells like fresh figures.
And this? She pointed to a piece of marble on the bench near him. Does it smell like fresh plums?
No. It has almost no smell.
He cut off a small piece.
Here. Smell it yourself.
She laughed and made a face at him. Then he stood over the marble and hit it quickly with his chisel. Small pieces of stone flew into the air.
Why do you work so hard? She asked. Do you not become tired? I would become tired.
He knew she was weak. People in her family had been very sick. Her mother and sister had died in the last year. Rustici said Lorenzo loved her so much because she would not live long.
No. Working with stone does not take your strength away, he answered. It gives strength back to you. Here, try this white marble. You will feel how alive it becomes in your hands.
In your hands, Michelangelo, she said softly. Will you finish that design on the pietra serena for me?
But it is nothing, he said. It is only a herringbone pattern. People use it for garden paths or covers over water tanks.
I like it.
Then I will finish. She stood near him while he worked on the stone. He bent over the stone and worked carefully. When he found a hard place, he looked for a bucket of water. There was no water there. He spit a little on the stone and continued to use the chisel. She smiled and asked, "What do you do when you have no spit left?" He looked up at her. His face was red from the heat.
No good young sculptor ever has that problem.
The hot days in the garden became stronger. Then the first student left the school. It was soggy. For many weeks, he had become less happy. He won no prizes and got no important work. Bertoldo gave him a few coins, but he still earned very little. Only Michelangelo had less money because he earned nothing. Because of this, Soggy thought Michelangelo might leave with him. One hot evening at the end of August, Soggy waited until the others went home. Then he threw down his tools and walked to Michelangelo.
Michelangelo, let us leave this place together, he said. All this work is not useful. We should leave while we still can.
Leave? Michelangelo asked. Leave from what?
Do not be blind, Soggy said. They will never give us real work or enough money. Who needs sculpture to live?
I do, Michelangelo answered.
Soggy's face showed disgust, fear, and hopelessness. His face showed more feeling than his wax or clay models ever did.
Where will we find work? Soggy asked. What happens if Lorenzo dies?
But Lorenzo is still young, Michelangelo said. He is only 40.
Then we would have no patron and no garden. Must we walk around Italy like poor men? Must we ask people for help? Do you need someone to cut marble? Do you want a Madonna or a Pietà?
I can make one for you. I only ask for a place to live and food.
Soggy put his few things into a bag.
Maki, I want work where people come to me every day. They come for pasta or pork. They come for wine or calzone. People need these things every day, so they always buy them. Then I will always sell something. I will live for what I sell. I think in a practical way. I must know that each day I will earn enough soldi. Sculpture is a luxury. People buy it last. I want to sell something people need first. What do you think, Michelangelo?
They did not pay you even one scudo. Look at your old clothes. Do you want to live like this all your life? Stop now and come with me. We can find work together. Soggy spoke with strong feeling. These thoughts had stayed inside him for many weeks, maybe even months. But Michelangelo felt a little amused inside.
Sculpture is the most important thing for me, Soggy. There is no second choice. I say, sculpture, and that is all.
Yes, and you will end badly, Soggy answered. My father knows a butcher near the Ponte Vecchio. He needs help. A chisel is almost like a knife.
The next morning, Bertoldo heard that Soggy had left. He lifted his shoulders.
These are the losses that come with sculpture. Everyone is born with some talent. But for most people, that small fire goes out very fast.
He moved his hand through his thin white hair.
This always happened in the studios. At the beginning, you know some teaching will be lost. But you still must teach everyone. If you stop giving your best, all the students will suffer.
These young people, Soggy said, do not come because they love sculpture. They come because they are young and excited.
But later this feeling becomes weaker. Then they say to themselves, stop dreaming. Find safe work and a good life. When you have your own workshop, you will see this is true. Sculpture is very hard work. A man should not become an artist only because he can. He should become an artist because he must. Art is only for people who cannot live without it.
The next morning, Bugiardini came to the garden as the new apprentice. His face was round. He was short and a little fat. Michelangelo and Granacci greeted him warmly. Granacci had finished a painting for Lorenzo. Lorenzo saw that he was very good at organizing work. So he asked Granacci to manage the garden. Granacci liked this job. He spent his days making sure stone, iron, and bronze arrived on time. He also organized contests for the apprentices. Sometimes he got small jobs from the guilds.
Granacci, you must not do this, Michelangelo said. You have as much talent as anyone in this garden.
But I enjoy this work, Granacci answered calmly.
Then stop enjoying it. If we need charcoal or a model, we can get them ourselves. Why should you stop your own work to help us do ours?
Granacci understood that Michelangelo meant this as praise.
There is time for everything, caro mio, he replied. I have painted before. I will paint again.
Later, Granacci started painting again. But this made Michelangelo even more angry. Lorenzo asked Granacci to design stage scenes for a play. He also painted banners and arches for a festival.
Granacci, idiota, Michelangelo said. How can you stand there singing happily while you paint carnival decorations? People will throw them away the day after the festival.
But I like this kind of work, Granacci answered. Not everything must be deep and eternal. A festival or a party is important because people enjoy it. And pleasure is one of the most important things in life. It is as important as food, drink, or art.
You.
Florentine. As the fall days became colder, Michelangelo and Rustici became closer friends. On feast days and church holidays, the garden was closed. Then Rustici invited Michelangelo to dinner. After that, they went into the countryside together. They looked for horses. Rustici paid farmers, stable workers, and grooms so Michelangelo could draw the horses in fields and barns.
Horses are the most beautiful animals God made, Rustici said. You must draw them again and again. Draw every horse you see.
But Rustici, I do not want to make horse statues. I only want to make statues of men.
When you understand a horse, you understand the world.
Sansovino, the farmer from Arezzo, was twice as old as Michelangelo. He had his own ideas about life.
An artist must often return to the land, Sansovino said. He must work in the fields. He must plant and harvest food. Touching the earth gives us new strength. If a man is only an artist, he slowly becomes empty. That is why I ride my mule back to Arezzo every few weeks. You must come with me, Michelangelo. You must feel the fresh earth under your feet.
I would like to visit Arezzo with you, Sansovino, Michelangelo answered. But only if there is marble there for me to cut.
Only at home was Michelangelo unhappy. Lodovico had learned how much money the other students in the garden received from prizes and work. Sansovino, Torrigiano, and Granacci were earning good money.
But not you? Lodovico asked. Not one scudo?
Not yet.
After 8 full months? Why? Why do the others earn money and not you?
I do not know.
I can think of only one reason, Lodovico said firmly. You cannot compete with the others.
But Lodovico stayed patient for only 4 weeks. One Sunday morning, he stopped Michelangelo in his bedroom.
I have not. Would Lorenzo know if you had talent as a sculptor?
Yes. He would know.
But he has never seen your talent?
Never.
Allora, then I will give you 4 more months. That will make 1 full year. If Lorenzo still thinks you are useless, you will go to work. Does Bertoldo praise your work? He asked.
No.
Does he say you have talent?
No.
He gives you no encouragement?
He teaches me.
That is not the same thing.
Amesso. I agree.
Does he praise the other students sometimes?
Sometimes.
Maybe you have the least talent?
It cannot be true.
Why not?
I draw better than the other students.
Draw? What does that mean? If they train you to become a sculptor, why do they not let you make sculptures?
Bertoldo does not allow me.
Why not?
He says I am not ready yet.
But the other students make sculptures.
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
No.
It means they think you have less skill than the others.
I will show them when I can work with stone.
When will that happen?
I do not know.
Until you work with stone, you cannot earn money from your work.
No.
And they still do not let you begin with stone?
None.
Does it look hopeless to you?
No.
Then how does it look?
It is strange.
And how long will you stay there and think?
As long as Bertoldo wants me to stay.
What happened to your pride?
Nothing.
The same thing happened to you in the garden. Nothing.
A person does not lose pride while learning.
You are almost 15 now. Will you never earn money?
I will earn money.
When? How?
I do not know.
You said no or I do not know many times. When will you know?
I do not know. Lodovico felt very tired.
I should hit you with a stick, he cried.
When will you become wiser? He asked.
I am doing what I must do. That is wisdom.
Lodovico fell into a chair.
Leonardo wants to become a monk. Who ever heard of a Buonarroti monk? You want to become an artist. Who ever heard of a Buonarroti artist? Giovansimone wants to fight in the streets and throw stones at people. Who ever heard of a Buonarroti troublemaker? Urbino sent Sigismondo back home. He said I waste my money because the boy cannot learn to read. Who ever heard of a Buonarroti who cannot read? Now I do not even know why a man has sons.
Michelangelo walked to his father's chair. He touched his father's shoulder softly.
Trust me, father. I am not chasing foolish dreams.
Things did not become better for him in the garden. In fact, they became worse. Bertoldo pushed him very hard. Nothing Michelangelo did pleased him.
The old man moved around quickly and shouted, No. You can do better. Again.
He made Michelangelo draw the models from high above on a ladder. Then he made him draw them from the floor below. At the end of the week, Bertoldo even called him in on a holiday. He told him to make one work that used all the figures he had drawn during the week. At night, Michelangelo walked home with Granacci. He felt very upset.
Why do they treat me differently? He asked.
They do not, Granacci answered.
But everyone can see it. They do not let me enter the contests for Lorenzo's prize money. They also do not let me work on any paid jobs.
I'm not allowed to go to the palace and see the art there. You are the manager of the garden now. Talk to Bertoldo. Please help me. When Bertoldo thinks you are ready for contests, he will tell you. Until then.
Oh Dio. Michelangelo said quietly. Until then I will sleep in the Loggia della Signoria. There my father cannot hit me with a stick.
There was another thing that made him unhappy, but he could not tell Granacci. Because of the wet weather, Lorenzo did not let Contessina leave the palace. To Michelangelo, she did not seem weak or sick. He felt a strong fire inside her. It seemed strong enough to fight death. Now she did not come anymore. The garden felt empty. The days felt long without the joy of waiting for her. Because he felt lonely, he spent more time with Torrigiani. Soon they were always together. Michelangelo spoke about Torrigiani all the time. He praised his clever jokes, his style, and his strong body. Granacci lifted his eyebrow.
Michelangelo, this is difficult for me. I do not want to sound jealous or hurt, but I must warn you, Torrigiani has done this before.
Done what? Michelangelo asked.
He gives a lot of attention to someone. He makes that person care about him very much. Then he becomes angry and ends the friendship when he finds someone new. Torrigiani likes people to watch and admire him. Right now, you are giving him that attention. Do not think this means he truly loves you.
Bertoldo was less gentle. One day he saw a drawing by Michelangelo. Michelangelo had copied a drawing that Torrigiani had just made. Bertoldo tore the paper into many small pieces.
If you walk with a cripple for a year, you will begin to limp too. Move your desk back to its old place.
Bertoldo knew Michelangelo was close to losing patience. He put his thin arm around the boy's shoulder. The Agony and the Ecstasy, a biographical novel of Michelangelo. Michelangelo put his head in his hands. His yellow-brown eyes were full of strong feeling. Sweat came on his forehead. He felt relief, joy, and sadness at the same time. His heart beat fast, and his hands shook.
Now, what is sculpture? Bertoldo asked like a teacher. It is the art of taking away all the extra material. Then the artist shows the form that is in his mind.
With a hammer and chisel, Michelangelo said. He became calm again.
Or by adding material little by little, Bertoldo continued. We do this when we work with clay or wax. This method means putting material on.
Michelangelo shook his head strongly. Not for me. I want to work directly with marble. I want to work like the Greeks. I want to carve straight from the stone.
Bertoldo smiled a little. That is a great goal, but Italians need a long time to learn the Greek way. First, you must learn to work with clay and wax. You must learn the method of adding material first. Only then can you use the method of taking material away.
No stone? Michelangelo asked.
No stone. Your wax model should be about 1 foot high. I asked Granacci to buy wax for you. We use a little animal fat to make the wax soft.
So, if you need the wax to be stronger, you add turpentine. Va bene. While the wax melted, Bertoldo showed Michelangelo how to build a frame. They used pieces of wood and iron wire. When the wax became cool, Bertoldo showed him how to roll it. After the frame was ready, Michelangelo began to put wax on it. He wanted to see if he could make a figure with depth from a flat drawing. This was the great thing he had spoken about on the steps of the Duomo. This was why he said sculpture was better than painting. A sculptor worked with depth and real form. A painter could only give the feeling of depth with perspective. A person could not walk around a drawing. But anyone could walk around a sculpture and look at it from every side.
And so the sculpture must be perfect from every angle, Bertoldo said. Every part must be shaped many times. Each small change makes it look different.
Michelangelo listened with great interest. Bertoldo's words filled him with excitement.
Capisco. I understand.
He took the wax and felt its warmth in his hands. He loved stone, so the soft wax did not please him very much. But Bertoldo's words pushed him forward. He tried to build a head, a body, and a full figure that looked like the drawing. The work was difficult.
But if I begin now, he cried, I will finish sooner.
After he placed the wax on the frame, he used iron and bone tools, as Bertoldo taught him. First he made the rough shape. Then he used his strong fingers to improve it. The figure looked a little real. It also showed some strength.
But it has no grace, Bertoldo said. And the face does not look right at all.
I am not making portraits, Michelangelo answered in a rough voice. He learned quickly, but he did not like criticism.
You will make portraits one day, Bertoldo said.
May I speak plainly?
Do you know another way?
I hate portrait work. I will never like it.
Never is a long time for someone your age. One day you may be hungry. Then the Duke of Milan may ask you to make his portrait on a bronze medal.
Michelangelo looked at him angrily. I will never be that hungry.
Bertoldo did not move from his place. He spoke about expression, grace, and balance. He explained how all parts of the body must match each other. If the face looked old, then the arms, legs, hands, and feet must also look old. If the face looked young, then the body must look soft and smooth. Even the cloth on the figure must suggest a young body under it. The hair and beard had to be made with care. Sometimes Torrigiani became quiet and angry. Then San Gallo suddenly missed his home in Arezzo. At other times Michelangelo wanted to move on and work with clay. Bertoldo became angry with Rustici for drawing horses while they studied a male model. Granacci got strong headaches from the noise of hammer and chisel. Sometimes Bertoldo coughed badly and said he should have died during his last illness. At those moments Baccio often saved the mood. He brought jokes from taverns and bad houses in the city.
Maestro, did you hear about the merchant who complained about his wife's expensive dress? He said, "Every time I go to bed with you, it costs me 1 gold scudo." His young wife answered, "If you came to bed with me more often, it would cost only 1 penny each time."
No, I do not keep him here to make people laugh, Bertoldo explained. He has talent. He understands things quickly. Baccio works as hard as anyone else in this garden.
He does not like to study. He only thinks about pleasure. But he will soon become tired of these things. His brother is a Dominican monk. He lives a pure life. Maybe that is why Baccio likes women and pleasure so much. The weeks passed. Bertoldo wanted Michelangelo to become better at changing charcoal drawings into wax models. Michelangelo became tired of this work. One day he threw down his bone tools. Then he walked to the far side of the garden. There he took a hammer and chisel. He cut stone blocks for Lorenzo's library and let out his anger. The foreman was not sure this was allowed.
The first time, he asked, "Why do you come here?"
"I must get this wax off my fingers," Michelangelo answered.
"Where did you learn to cut stone?" the foreman asked.
"In Settignano."
"Ah," the man said.
Each day Michelangelo worked with the stone cutters for 1 or 2 hours. The Pietra Serena stone under his hands and between his legs made him feel strong again.
At last Bertoldo gave in. In love, the person who runs away wins, he said. Now we will work with clay. Remember this. Wet clay becomes smaller when it dries. Build your figure little by little. Mix soft clay pieces and horsehair into it. Then large models will not break. To make clothing on your figure, wet cloth until it feels like thick mud. Then place it around the figure in folds. Later you will learn how to make the model larger before you carve it in stone.
"You used that word," Michelangelo said with a grin. "I must be getting closer."
February came with fog from the mountains and heavy rain around the city walls. Every street became like a river. There were only a few hours of grey light each day. The churches and palaces were too wet to visit and copy. The students stayed inside the rooms of the casino. Each apprentice sat on a tall stool near hot coals. Bertoldo had to stay in bed for many days. The wet clay felt colder and more unpleasant than before. Michelangelo often worked alone by oil lamp in the freezing casino. He was not happy, but he wanted to be there more than anywhere else. April was now only 2 months away. That also meant Lodovico would soon decide if Michelangelo could stay in the garden. If he could not earn money from his work, he would have to leave. Bertoldo came wrapped in heavy robes. He looked pale and weak. Michelangelo knew he had to speak now. He showed Bertoldo the clay figures he had made. Then he asked if he could copy them in stone.
No, my son, Bertoldo said in a rough, weak voice. You are not ready.
"The others are ready. But I am not."
You still have a lot to learn.
"Yes," Michelangelo answered.
Pazienza, Granacci said. God gives people the strength they need.
Michelangelo had many problems. Bertoldo pushed him very hard. He also criticized him all the time. No matter how hard Michelangelo worked, Bertoldo never praised him. Another painful thing was this. He still did not receive an invitation to the palace. Bertoldo often said,
No, this work is too soft. When you see the sculpture in the palace, You will understand. Marble should show only deep and strong feelings.
Michelangelo thought, then invite me, and I will see it. One day Lorenzo invited Bugiardini to the palace. Michelangelo became angry. He did not know who made him angry. Maybe Bertoldo. Maybe Lorenzo. Maybe himself. He only felt hurt and rejected. He felt like a man who carried gold but ate poor food. Then, near the end of March, the weather was cold but the sky was bright. Bertoldo stood over a clay model that Michelangelo had just finished. The model came from studies of old statues of half-human and half-animal gods.
There is a new faun at the palace, Bertoldo said. We opened the box last night. It is Greek and pagan, without doubt. Ficino and Landino think it is from the 5th century before Christ. You must see it.
Michelangelo stopped breathing for a moment.
Now is the best time. Come with me, Bertoldo said.
They crossed the Piazza San Marco and walked down the Via Larga. Bertoldo lifted part of the thick wool scarf around his neck. He covered the lower part of his face because the air was very cold. On the Via de' Gori side, the Medici Palace stood on the old city wall. The architect Michelozzo had finished it 30 years earlier for Cosimo. The palace was large enough for 3 generations of a family. It also held the government business of the Republic. The Medici managed their world business there. Artists and scholars from many places also came there. It was a home, office, workshop, school, gallery, theater, and library together. The building was simple and strong. It showed the taste of the Medici family.
There is no bad art in the palace, Bertoldo said.
Michelangelo stopped for a moment on the Via Larga and looked at the building with admiration. He had seen the palace many times before. Still, it always looked new to him. The stoneworkers were truly excellent craftsmen. Each rough stone on the lower floor looked like a sculpture. The surfaces had rich texture. The edges were shaped with great care. Every stone looked different from the others, like statues made by Donatello. Iron rings stood between the heavy stones. Visitors tied their horses there. At the corners were large bronze holders for torches at night. Along both streets beside the palace ran a high stone bench. People from Florence sat there, talked together, and enjoyed the sun.
Every stone on the lower floor is so beautiful, Michelangelo said quietly. Each one could stand alone in the loggia on a pedestal.
Perhaps, Bertoldo answered. But for me, they are too heavy. They make the building look too much like a fort. I prefer the flat stone panels on the 2nd floor. I like even more the small stones on the 3rd floor. Each one looks like a jewel. That is why the palace seems lighter as it rises higher.
I never understood before, Michelangelo said. Architecture is almost as great as sculpture.
Bertoldo smiled.
Giuliano da San Gallo is the best architect in Tuscany, he said. He would tell you that architecture is sculpture, is the art of making forms fill space. If an architect is not also a sculptor, he only makes walls. And if you need work one day, you may design a palace instead of Pieta.
The corner of the Via Larga and Via de' Gori had an open loggia. The Medici family used this place for parties and celebrations. People from Florence liked to watch these events. The loggia had large arches made from strong stone. Citizens, merchants, and political men came there to speak with Lorenzo. Artists and students came to talk about their work. Everyone received a glass of sweet white wine and a small cake. They went through a large gate and entered a square courtyard. Each side had 3 arches. 12 large columns held the arches up. The tops of the columns had beautiful decorations. Bertoldo pointed proudly to 8 carved figures above the arches and below the windows.
These are my works, he said. I copied them from old gems. You will see the originals in Lorenzo's private collection. They're so good that some people think Donatello made them.
Michelangelo looked unhappy. He did not understand how Bertoldo could stay so far behind his teacher. Then he saw two famous statues of David. One was by Donatello and the other by Verrocchio. With great joy, he hurried to touch them.
Bertoldo stood beside him and moved his hand over the smooth bronze. "I helped make this statue for Cosimo," he said. "It was made to stand here in the courtyard. People could walk around it and see every side. We were very excited then. For many years, artists only made figures attached to walls or backgrounds. This was the first free bronze statue made in more than 1,000 years. Before Donatello, sculpture was mostly used to decorate buildings. Artists placed statues in walls, doors, church seats, and pulpits. Donatello was the first sculptor after the Romans to make statues like this."
Michelangelo stared at Donatello's David with wide eyes. The figure looked young and gentle. Long curls fell around the face and shoulders. One arm held a large sword. The other arm bent softly at the side. One foot rested on the head of Goliath. Michelangelo thought the statue was a miracle. The bronze surface looked smooth and perfect. He knew Bertoldo helped with this work. He also could not believe such a thin and gentle figure had defeated Goliath. He only had a short time to look at 3 Roman stone coffins under the arches. He also saw 2 repaired statues of Marsyas. Then Bertoldo climbed the large staircase to the chapel above. Bright paintings covered the chapel walls. Their colors were so strong and beautiful that Michelangelo cried out in surprise. Bertoldo led him through many rooms. Soon Michelangelo felt dizzy. Everywhere he looked, he saw statues and paintings. There was too much beauty for his eyes and his tired legs. Almost every great Italian artist was represented there. He saw marble works by Donatello, Desiderio da Settignano, Luca della Robbia, and Verrocchio. There were bronze works by Bertoldo. Paintings covered the halls, waiting rooms, family rooms, offices, and bedrooms. He saw works by Masaccio, Paolo Uccello, Giotto, F.I. Angelico, and Botticelli. There were also paintings by Castagno, Filippo Lippi, Pollaiuolo, and many artists from Venice and Bruges. At last they entered Lorenzo's studiolo. It was the final room in a group of beautiful rooms on the noble floor of the palace. This was not Lorenzo's office. It was a small private writing room. Luca della Robbia had decorated the curved ceiling. Lorenzo's desk stood against the back wall. Shelves above it held many treasures. There were jewels, cameos, small marble carvings, and old painted manuscripts. The room felt warm, full, and comfortable. It was made more for pleasure than for work. There were small painted tables by Giotto and Van Eyck. Ancient bronze pieces stood around the room. A statue of Hercules stood above the fireplace. Small bronze heads decorated the tops of the doors. Glass vases designed by Ghirlandaio stood nearby.
"What do you think?" Bertoldo asked.
"I cannot think," Michelangelo answered. "My mind has stopped."
"I understand," Bertoldo said. "Here is the faun that arrived from Asia Minor yesterday. Look at his eyes. They show how much pleasure he enjoyed in life. Maybe he was the first true Florentine. Now I will leave you for a few minutes. I need to get something from my room."
Michelangelo walked near the faun. He looked into its bright and proud eyes. The long beard had red marks on it, like spilled wine. The statue looked so alive that Michelangelo thought it could speak. But inside the strange smile, the mouth and teeth were gone. He touched the large hole with his fingers and looked for the broken carving. It was not there. Then he threw back his head and laughed. The sound moved through the stone room. Warm blood moved strongly through his body again.
"Did you lose your mouth because you talked too much about your funny adventures?" he called to the faun.
Then he took paper and a red crayon from inside his shirt. He sat on the other side of the room and began to draw the faun. He gave it lips, teeth, and a bold tongue. He imagined that this was how the Greek artist made it 2,000 years ago. Suddenly he felt someone behind him. A soft perfume came to him. He turned around quickly. Many weeks had passed since he last saw her. She was small and thin. Her large brown eyes stood out on her pale face. She wore a blue dress with brown fur on it. White stars were sewn onto her shirt and sleeves. In her hand she carried a Greek book by Isocrates. Michelangelo sat very still. He looked into her eyes.
Michelangelo.
Her voice filled him with joy. He heard his name many times every day, but never like this.
Contessina.
I was studying in my room, she said. Then I felt someone was here.
I did not think I would see you, he answered. Bertoldo brought me here to see the art.
My father will not let me come to the garden until spring. Do you think I will die?
You will live a long time. You will have many sons.
Color came into her cheeks.
I did not offend you, he asked quietly.
She shook her head.
They told me you speak very directly.
She moved a little closer to his chair.
When I am near you, I feel confused. Why?
She laughed softly.
I miss the garden.
The garden misses you, he said.
I did not think the garden noticed me.
It noticed.
She turned away when she heard the strong feeling in his voice.
Your work goes well, she asked.
Non-CE male.
You do not talk very much.
I do not want to be a man who talks all the time.
Then you should hide your eyes.
What do my eyes say? He asked.
They tell me things I like.
Then tell me. I do not carry a mirror.
What we learn about other people is a private secret.
He felt open and ashamed because he showed feelings that he did not understand. He picked up his drawing paper.
I must work now.
She hit her foot on the floor.
You should not send away a Medici.
Anger came into her eyes and made them dark. Then she gave a small smile.
You will not hear foolish words from me again.
Non-importer. I also say foolish things sometimes.
She held out her hand. It was small, and her fingers felt light inside his large rough hand. He was careful not to hold it too hard. A moment later, he felt warmth in her strong hand as she shook his hand firmly.
Addio, Michelangelo.
Addio, Contessina.
Work well.
Grazie mille.
Then she left her father's study. A soft perfume stayed in the air. His hand still felt warm and alive, like a good tool in the hand of a worker. He began to draw on the paper with a red crayon. That night he could not sleep. He moved again and again in his bed. His first year in the garden was almost finished. What if Lodovico went to Lorenzo, as he had threatened, and asked him to send his son home? Would Lorenzo make a good Florentine family angry for a young student he hardly knew? But Michelangelo could not leave before working with stone one time. He could not live any longer without it. He jumped out of bed and quickly put on his clothes in the moonlight. He wanted to reach Settignano by morning and spend the day cutting stone blocks and columns. But after he quietly ran down the round staircase to the Via del Bentecordi, he suddenly stopped. A picture came into his mind. He saw himself working with the stone cutters behind the garden where the stones were kept. He remembered one stone in the grass near the building blocks. It was a medium piece of white marble. He knew it was the right size for the sculpture he wanted to make. It would be a faun like the one in Lorenzo's studiolo, but this one would be his own work. Instead of turning left toward the open country, he turned right. He walked along the Via dei Benci past the large, quiet Bardi palaces. At the wooden gate in the wall, he spoke to a guard and gave his name. Then he crossed the Ponte al Grazi and climbed to the old ruins of the Belvedere fort. There he sat on a wall above the shining Arno River. Florence shone brightly under the full moon. The city seemed so close that he felt he could touch the Signoria and the Duomo with his fingers. The beauty of the city took away his breath. Now he understood why the young men of Florence sang love songs to their city. To them, no woman could be more beautiful. All true Florentines said, "I will not live where I cannot see the Duomo." For him, the city looked strong and close together. The grey stone buildings stood beside dark streets like rivers. The stone squares shone white under the moon. Large palaces stood higher than the small houses around them. Church towers rose into the golden night sky. He saw Santa Croce and Santa Maria Novella. He also saw the tall tower of the Signoria. Near them stood the great red dome of the cathedral. The small white dome of the baptistery shone softly. The campanile stood tall with its pink stone. Around everything was the city wall with many towers. As he sat above the city he loved, he understood what he must do. The moon slowly moved down behind the hills. The last pale mist covered the rooftops and then disappeared. Light began to rise in the east. Soon the sun came over the Arno Valley and pushed away the moonlight. Roosters cried out on the farms near the river. At the city gate, the guards opened the heavy doors. He walked down the hill and followed the river to the Ponte Vecchio. Workers were opening the meat stalls on the bridge. Sleepy young helpers carried out their work. Then he went to Piazza San Marco and the garden. He walked straight to the block of marble in the grass near the new building area. He lifted it into his arms and carried it with difficulty along the path. Behind the building, he placed the marble on a cut tree trunk. He knew he did not have permission to use this marble. In a way, he was going against the rules of the garden and Bertoldo's strict control. But his father wanted him to leave anyway. If Bertoldo sent him away, then it should happen while he worked on sculpture. That was the reason he came here. His hands moved gently over the stone. He felt its shape carefully. During the whole year, he had never touched white marble for statues.
Why do I feel like this?
He asked himself quietly. The smooth white marble felt alive to him. It seemed to see and judge him. He could not allow himself to fail. He did not feel fear. He felt deep respect.
This is love.
He was not surprised by the thought. He knew it was true. More than anything, he wanted the marble to answer his love. Marble was the most important thing in his life. It was also his future. Only now, with his hands on the stone, did he feel fully alive. This was what he wanted for all his life. He wanted to be a sculptor of white marble. Nothing else. He picked up Torrigiani's tools and began to work. He made no drawing. He used no wax or clay model. He did not even draw lines on the marble. He only carried in his mind the image of the faun from the palace. The faun looked playful, clever, wild, and full of charm. He placed the chisel on the marble and hit it with the hammer for the first time. This was his true place. He, the marble, the hammer, and the chisel belonged together. The faun was finished. For 3 nights he worked behind the building. For 3 days he kept the statue hidden under a wool cloth. Now he carried it to his workbench. Now he was ready for Bertoldo to see it. His faun had full lips and bright teeth. Its tongue showed a little between its lips. He polished the top of the head with stone and water to remove the marks from the tools. At that moment, the apprentices arrived and Lorenzo walked down the path. He stopped in front of the workbench. "Ah, the faun from my studiolo," Lorenzo said.
Yes.
"You did not make the beard."
I did not think it was needed.
"Is it not the work of a copyist to copy?"
A sculptor is not a copyist.
"No. A student must make something new from something old."
"And where does the new thing come from?" Lorenzo asked. "From the same place all art comes from, inside the artist."
Michelangelo thought he saw something move in Lorenzo's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Your faun is old," Lorenzo said.
"Should he not be old?"
"I was not speaking about his age. You gave him all his teeth." Michelangelo looked at the statue.
I wanted to repair the other mouth that lost its teeth.
You should know that old men usually lose some teeth.
In a man, yes.
But in fawns, he asked with a playful smile.
Fawns are half goat. Do goats lose teeth?
Lorenzo laughed kindly. I do not know. I have never looked. After Lorenzo left, Michelangelo picked up his chisel. Then he worked on the fawn's mouth. The next day, Lorenzo came back to the garden. The weather was warmer today. Bertoldo came with him. Lorenzo stopped in front of the workbench. Your fawn looks 20 years older today.
A sculptor controls time. He can make people look older or younger.
Lorenzo looked happy. I see you removed one tooth from the top and 2 teeth from the lower side.
For balance, Michelangelo answered.
You also changed the gums where the teeth were. Michelangelo smiled. It was clever to change the whole mouth. Another person might only remove the teeth.
It was the natural thing to do.
Lorenzo looked at him quietly for a moment. His dark brown eyes looked serious. Then he said, I am happy to see our work has not been useless. After that, he left. Michelangelo turned to Bertoldo. The older man looked pale and shook a little. Bertoldo said nothing. Then he also went away. The next morning, a young page came into the garden. He wore bright stockings and a red coat.
Bertoldo called out, Michelangelo, you must go to the palace. Go with the page.
You are finished now. Baccio cried. You stole that marble.
Michelangelo looked at Bertoldo and then at Granacci. Their faces showed nothing. He followed the page. They entered the back garden through an old stone wall. Michelangelo stared with wide eyes at the box trees. Some looked like elephants. Others looked like deer and ships with full sails. Then he stopped near a fountain. A bronze statue of Judith by Donatello stood above a stone basin.
If you please, sir, the page said. Il Magnifico is waiting.
Michelangelo could not stop looking at the statue. Judith stood over Holophant with a raised sword. The man looked strong, but he was losing. At last, the page led him away. They walked down a wooden ramp for carriages into the basement. Then they climbed 2 narrow stairways. Lorenzo sat behind his desk in the library. The room was large and full of books. His grandfather had started collecting the books 50 years earlier. There were only 2 sculptures in the room. They were marble heads of Lorenzo's father and uncle. Mino da Fiesole had made them. Michelangelo walked quickly to the sculpture of Piero, Lorenzo's father. His face was red with excitement.
Look at this smooth surface, he said. It is like 1,000 candles are shining inside the marble.
Lorenzo stood up and came beside him. Together they looked at the sculpture. That was Mino's special skill, Lorenzo said. He could make white marble look like warm skin.
He used a round chisel for the hair, Michelangelo said. But look how softly the tool entered the marble.
He moved his finger over the stone hair. But the lines are still very sharp, Lorenzo said.
The stone workers call that the long drive, the boy answered.
Mino was very fine, Lorenzo said. Sometimes he cared more about feeling than technique. But this sculpture of my father was the first full marble portrait made in Florence.
The first? Then Mino was brave, Michelangelo said.
After that, the room became quiet. Suddenly Michelangelo's face turned red again. He bent forward politely.
I did not greet you, Messer, he said. I became excited about the sculpture and started talking.
Lorenzo moved his hand lightly. It is all right. I forgive you. How old are you, Michelangelo?
I am 15.
Who is your father?
Lodovico di Leonardo Buonarroti Simoni.
I know that name, Lorenzo said. He opened his desk and took out a large folder. Then he spread many drawings across the desk. Michelangelo looked at them in surprise.
But
those are mine. That is right.
Bertoldo told me he destroyed them.
Lorenzo leaned across the desk and looked at him. We put many difficulties in your way, Michelangelo. Bertoldo was very hard on you. He gave strong criticism and very little praise or reward. We wanted to know if you were strong enough to continue. We saw your true talent, but we did not know your character. If you left because there was no praise or money, then the beautiful room became quiet. The air smelled of parchment, leather books, and fresh paper. Michelangelo looked around at the walls. He saw books in many languages. He could not read any of the titles. His jaw felt tight, and he could not speak. Lorenzo walked to the boy and stood beside him. Michelangelo, you can become a sculptor. Bertoldo and I both believe this. One day, you may become the next great artist after Orcagna, Ghiberti, and Donatello. Michelangelo stayed quiet and tense. I want you to come and live in the palace. As a member of my family. From now on, you only need to think about sculpture.
I like working with marble most, Michelangelo said.
Lorenzo laughed softly. No thanks. No sign that you are happy to live in the Medici palace. You only think about marble.
Is that not why you asked me to come? Michelangelo asked.
Yes, of course. Will you bring your father to me?
Tomorrow. What should I call you?
You may call me anything.
Not Magnifico.
Why not?
What value does a compliment have if people say it all day?
I did not say that. What name do you use for me? He asked.
Lorenzo.
You say my name with love.
That is true.
In the future, do not ask me what you should do. I never know what you will do next. Again, Granacci offered to speak to Lodovico for him. But Lodovico could not understand what Granacci was saying.
Granacci, you are leading my son in the wrong direction. My son Michelangelo lives in the Medici Palace now. People say it is the finest palace in Europe.
But what does that mean? A stone worker in a great palace is still only a servant.
Michelangelo is not a stoneworker. He is a sculptor.
It does not matter. What work will he do there?
You do not understand, Messera. He will not receive money.
No money? Another wasted year.
Il Magnifico asked Michelangelo to come and live in the palace.
He will live like a member of the family. He will eat at the same table as important people from many countries.
People who eat with powerful men will suffer for it, Lodovico said.
He will study at the Plato Academy with the best scholars in Italy, Granacci said calmly. And he will have marble to carve.
Marble, Lodovico said sadly, as if he hated the word.
You cannot refuse to speak with Illinois Magnifico.
I will go, Lodovico said quietly. What else can I do? But I do not like this.
In the palace, Lodovico stood before Lorenzo in the studiolo. Michelangelo stood beside him. The son saw that his father looked humble and weak. Michelangelo felt sorry for him. Buonarroti Simoni, we would like Michelangelo to live here with us and become a sculptor, Lorenzo said. We will give him everything he needs. Will you allow the boy to stay here?
Magnifico Messera, I do not know how to refuse you, Lodovico answered, bowing deeply. Not only Michelangelo, but all of us, with our lives and our minds, belong to your magnificence.
Good. What work do you do? Lorenzo asked.
I have never had a craft or business. I have lived on my small income. I take care of the few things my ancestors left to me.
Then let me help you, Lorenzo said. See if there is something in Florence that I can do for you. I will help your interests as much as I can. Lodovico looked at his son and then looked away.
I only know how to read and write. The man who worked with Marco Pucci in the custom house has died. I would like to take his place.
The custom house? It only pays 8 scudi each month.
I think I can do that work well.
Lorenzo lifted his hands and moved his fingers as if water was on them. I thought you would ask for something much greater, but if you want to work with Pucci, you may do it. Then he turned to Michelangelo, who stood quietly in front of him. A warm smile came to Lorenzo's plain dark face. It has been 60 years since my grandfather Cosimo asked Donatello to live in his home and make the bronze statue of David. Book 3. The Palace. A young servant took him up the large stairs and through a long hall to a room near the middle courtyard. The servant knocked on the door. Bertoldo opened it.
Welcome, Michelangelo, to my home. Il Magnifico thinks I do not have much time left. You want me to teach you even in my sleep.
Michelangelo saw a room shaped like the letter L. It was divided into 2 parts. There were 2 wooden beds with white blankets and red covers. A chest stood at the end of each bed. Bertoldo's bed was in the inside part of the room. Above it hung a painted cloth showing the Palazzo della Signoria. A large cupboard stood in the corner. Inside were Bertoldo's books, including his cookbook written by hand and covered in pigskin. There were also bronze candle holders he had made for Donatello. On the shelves stood many wax and clay models of his sculptures. Michelangelo's bed was near the door. From there he could see the sculptures on the cupboard, but not Bertoldo's bed. On the wall across from the bed was a wooden picture of the baptistry. Near the window looking over the Via de' Gori stood a clothes rack and a table with a vase and a pitcher of water.
This room gives both of us privacy, Bertoldo said. Put your things in the chest at the end of your bed. If you have anything valuable, I will lock it in this old chest.
Michelangelo looked at his small bundle of clothes and his old socks. My only valuable things are my 2 hands. I like to keep them with me.
They will take you farther than your feet, Bertoldo answered.
They went to bed early. Bertoldo lit candles in the bronze holders. The light moved softly through both parts of the room. They could not see each other, but their beds were very close. They spoke quietly. Both of them could see the cupboard in the corner with Bertoldo's sculpture models.
Your sculptures look beautiful in the candlelight.
Bertoldo was quiet for a moment.
Then he said, Poliziano says, Bertoldo is not a sculptor who makes small works. He is a small sculptor.
Michelangelo breathed in sharply. Bertoldo heard his surprise and spoke softly.
There is some truth in those cruel words. Is it not sad that from your bed you can see all the work of my whole life in one look?
But Bertoldo, sculpture is not important because of its size.
By any measure, my work is small. Talent is easy to find. True hard work costs much more.
It will cost you your life.
What else is life for?
Bertoldo gave a tired sigh.
I thought life was for many things. For hunting birds, trying new food, and following pretty girls. You know the saying in Florence. Life is for enjoying. A sculptor must make many works. He must work for 50 or 60 years, like Ghiberti and Donatello. He must make enough art for the whole world to know his work.
The old man was tired. Michelangelo heard him fall asleep. He stayed awake with his hands behind his head. To him, there was no difference between life is for enjoying and life is work. Now he lived in the Medici palace. He could study endless works of art. He also had a place in the sculpture garden with fine marble to carve. He fell asleep with a smile. He woke at the first light of the sun. Quietly, he dressed and walked into the palace halls. He touched the old marble statues of Marsyas, Faustina, and Africanus. In another room, he looked at rich Venetian paintings. He compared painted portraits by Pollaiuolo with marble portraits by Mino da Fiesole. Then he spent an hour in the chapel. There he admired the frescoes by Benozzo Gozzoli. They showed the three wise men coming down from the hills near Fiesole. He knocked on doors and entered many rooms. Inside, he saw Donatello's Ascension, Masaccio's St. Paul, and Axello's Battle of San Romano. He looked at so much beauty that he began to feel dizzy. It seemed like a dream. At 11, he returned to his room. The palace tailor had left new clothes on his bed. Feeling happy, he put on the bright silks. Then he stood before the mirror and looked at himself with pleasure. The new clothes made him look much better. The red hat gave color to his face. The violet cloak made his head look more balanced. The golden shirt and stockings made him look bright and cheerful. He remembered a day 2 years earlier. At that time, he had sat on his bed and drawn changes on his face with a crayon while he waited for Granacci's whistle. As he looked at himself in the mirror, he felt pleased by the changes. He was now a little taller and stood 5 feet 4 inches high. He had also gained some weight. His cheeks no longer looked so thin. His mouth and chin had grown, and his ears did not seem so strange now. He combed his curly hair forward to cover part of his wide forehead. His small eyes looked more open than before. His face showed confidence because he had found a place for himself in the world. People would no longer think his face looked strange. He loved beauty in other people. He believed he had very little beauty himself. At 13, he had accepted that he was small and not impressive. He admired strong and beautiful bodies. Because of this, his own thin arms and legs had often made him unhappy. Now he no longer looked so plain. While he stood there thinking, he did not see Bertoldo enter the room.
Oh, Bertoldo. I was only...
You like yourself in those clothes.
I did not know I could look like this.
You cannot look like that every day. Those clothes are only for festivals.
Is Sunday dinner not a special day?
Put on this blouse and tunic. On the day of the Virgin, you can wear the fine clothes.
Michelangelo sighed. He took off the violet cloak and opened the fine yellow blouse. Then he looked at his teacher with a playful smile.
Well, a farm horse should not wear rich clothes.
They walked up the wide stairs from the lower floor to the long hall. Then they turned right into the dining room. Michelangelo was surprised. The room was simple and had no paintings or statues. The wall frames had gold on them. The walls were soft cream in color and looked calm. At the far end stood a large table for 12 people. 2 more tables came from each side and made a U shape. More people could sit there. Everyone sat close to Lorenzo, and 60 people could eat together comfortably. They arrived early. Michelangelo stopped near the door. Lorenzo sat with Contessina on one side and a merchant from Florence on the other side. He saw them at once. "Ah, Michelangelo, come and sit near us. We do not choose places before dinner. The first people take the nearest seats."
Contessina touched the chair beside her and invited him to sit there. When he sat down, he saw the beautiful table settings. The crystal glasses were square and had gold around the edges. The silver plates showed the Florentine lily in gold.
There were silver knives and spoons with the Medici sign of 6 balls. 3 were on top, then 2, then 1. While Michelangelo greeted Lorenzo, palace servants moved green plants away. Behind them appeared the palace musicians in a shell-shaped space. There was a large keyboard instrument, a harp, 3 big violas, and a lute.
"Welcome to the palace, Michelangelo," Contessina said. "Father says you will become part of the family. Should I call you brother?"
He knew she was teasing him. He wished he could speak more easily. After a short wait, he answered,
"Maybe cousin is better."
Contessina laughed softly. I am happy your first dinner is on a Sunday. On other days, women do not eat here. We have our meals upstairs.
Then I will not see you during the week, he asked quickly.
Her eyes opened wide. The palace is not so large.
More guests entered the room. They walked in proudly while the musicians played. Michelangelo watched them closely. There was Lorenzo's daughter Lucrezia and her husband Jacopo Salviati. There were Lorenzo's cousins Giovanni and Lorenzo de Medici. Lorenzo had cared for them after their parents died. There was Prior Bicchiolini from the Church of Santo Spirito. He was a smart man with glasses. That church kept the libraries of Petrarch and Boccaccio. Giuliano da San Gallo also came. He had designed the beautiful villa at Poggio a Caiano. The Duke of Milan arrived on his way to Rome with many attendants. There was an ambassador from the Sultan of Turkey. 2 cardinals came from Spain. Important families arrived from Bologna, Ferrara, and Arezzo. Scholars came from Paris and Berlin with books, writings, and works of art. Members of the government of Florence entered the room. Piero Soderini was there too. He looked plain and quiet. Lorenzo was preparing him to become the leader of Florence. There was also a messenger from Venice. Professors from the University of Bologna arrived. Rich merchants and their wives came in. Businessmen visited from Athens, Pekin, Alexandria, and London. All of them came to honor Lorenzo. Contessina quietly told Michelangelo who the guests were. She showed him Demetrius Chalcondyles. He led Lorenzo's Greek Academy and helped print the first edition of Homer. There was Vespasiano da Bisticci, a famous collector and seller of rare books. He had supplied libraries for many important people, including the Medici family. Thomas Linacre and William Grocyn came from England. They studied under Poliziano and Chalcondyles at Lorenzo's Academy. Johann Reuchlin arrived from Germany. He studied with Pico della Mirandola. The monk Fra Mariano was there too. Lorenzo had built a monastery for him outside Porta San Gallo. Giuliano da San Gallo designed it. Then Piero de Medici entered. He was Lorenzo's oldest son. His wife Alfonsina Orsini came with him in rich clothing. They arrived late and had to sit at the end of one long table. Michelangelo said they were unhappy about this.
Piero and Alfonsina do not like this Republican style, Contessina whispered. They think the Medici family should sit alone at the main table. They want common people to sit farther away.
Then Giovanni, Lorenzo's second son, entered with his cousin Giulio. Giovanni's head had been freshly shaved in the church style. One of his eyes moved slightly without control. He had his mother's light brown hair and fair skin. He was tall and heavy. His face was large, and he had a soft chin under it. Giulio was the son of Lorenzo's dead brother. He was born outside marriage. He had dark coloring and was very handsome. His face looked serious. His eyes moved across the room and watched every person. He noticed every connection between the guests. He missed nothing that could help him later. The last person to enter was Nannina de Medici. She walked beside a handsome man in rich clothes.
My aunt Nannina, Contessina said softly, and her husband, Bernardo Russelli. Father says he is a good poet. He also writes plays. Sometimes the Plato Academy meets in his garden.
Michelangelo looked carefully at this relative from his mother's family, but he said nothing to Contessina about it. The musicians began to play Corinto. The music came from one of Lorenzo's poems. 2 servants near the lift started to pull up the food. The waiters walked among the guests with large silver trays full of river fish. Michelangelo suddenly saw a young man in a bright shirt take a small fish from a tray. The man held the fish near his ear. Then he spoke to it as if it were alive. A moment later, he began to cry. Everyone looked at him. Michelangelo turned to Contessina with confusion in his eyes.
That is Jacko, she said. He is the palace fool. Laugh. Be a Florentine.
Why are you crying, Jacko? Lorenzo asked.
My father drowned some years ago, Jacko answered. I asked this little fish if he saw my father in the water. The fish said he was too young to know him. He told me to ask the bigger fish because they may know more.
Lorenzo smiled with amusement. Give Jacko some big fish, he said. Then he can ask them questions. People around the table laughed. The laughter made everyone feel more relaxed. Guests who had never met before started talking together. Some came from very different lives, but now they spoke easily with the people near them. Michelangelo was not used to jokes. He was surprised to see a fool sitting at Lorenzo's table. But slowly his hard expression became softer. Contessina watched him closely.
Do you not like to laugh? She asked.
I do not know how, he answered. No one laughs in my house.
You are what my French teacher calls un serios. But my father is a serious man too. He believes laughter can help people. You will understand after you live with us for some time. The servants took away the fish dish. Then they gave him fritto misto. Michelangelo watched Lorenzo while he spoke to 30 or 40 guests. He was more interested in Lorenzo than in the food.
Does Illinois Magnifico work during the whole meal?
He enjoys these people, the noise, the talk, and the fun, she answered. But at the same time, he thinks about many things. When the meal ends, he has finished all his work.
The servants carried roasted young pigs from the fire. Rosemary was in their mouths. A man called Illinois Cargier played the lyre. He sang about the news and gossip of the week. He also made funny comments in rhyme. After dessert, the guests walked in the large foyer. Contessina put her arm through his arm.
Do you know what it means to be a friend?
Granacci tried to teach me, he answered.
Everyone is a friend of the Medici, she said quietly. And no one is.
The next morning, he and Bertoldo walked outside in the warm air of early spring. The sky was bright blue. The stones of Florence looked golden in the sun. Above them, on the hills of Fiesole, the cypress trees, villas, and monasteries stood clearly against the grey-green olives and vines. They walked to the far end of the garden, where many blocks of marble stood. The place looked like an old cemetery with broken white stones under the sun. Bertoldo turned to his young student with a shy look in his pale blue eyes.
I am not a great marble sculptor, he said. But perhaps I can become a great teacher for you.
Here is a beautiful piece of stone, Michelangelo said quickly.
Bertoldo smiled when he heard the words of the stone workers.
The figure must follow the shape of the marble block, he explained. You can know this by the way the stone breaks when you hit it. Pour water on the marble if you want to see the lines inside it. The small black marks are iron stains, even in good marble. Sometimes you can remove them. If you hit a line of iron, you will feel it. Iron is much harder than marble. Then your tool will strike metal inside the stone.
Makes my teeth hurt when I think about it.
Each time you hit marble with a chisel, you break crystals. Broken crystals are dead crystals. Dead crystals make the sculpture bad. You must learn to cut large blocks without breaking the crystals.
When will I learn that?
Later.
Bertoldo told him about air holes inside marble. Sometimes there were weak places in the stone. After many years of weather, these places could become empty holes. A person could not see them from the outside. A sculptor must learn how to know they are there. He said it was like choosing an apple. A good apple was round and full. A bad apple often bent inward a little.
Marble is like a man, Bertoldo said. You must know what is inside before you begin. If there are hidden weak places in you, then I waste my time.
Michelangelo made a small joke like a child. Bertoldo did not answer it. Instead, he went to the shed and brought back some tools.
Here is a punch, he said. It removes marble. Here are an agnetto and a scarpello. These tools give shape to the stone.
Bertoldo showed him how to work. Even when he removed large pieces of marble, his movement stayed smooth and steady. He made rounded lines around the block. He never finished one part first. He worked on every part little by little. Everything had to stay balanced.
Do you understand?
I will understand after I can work on the marble myself, Michelangelo answered. I'll learn with my hands, not with my ears.
Then listen better, Bertoldo said firmly. That faun was not bad, but you made it only by feeling. If you want good results every time, you must know why you do each thing.
The sculpture workshop outside was also a forge, a carpenter shop, and a blacksmith shop. There were beams, wedges, wooden stands, saws, hammers, and wood chisels there. The wood chisels repaired hammer handles. The floor was hard cement so people could stand firmly while they worked. Near the forge were new rods of Swedish iron. Granacci had bought them the day before. Michelangelo would use them to make 9 chisels for himself. Bertoldo told him to light the forge. Chestnut wood made the best charcoal. It gave a slow and even heat.
I already know how to make tools hard for Pietra Serena, Michelangelo said. The Topolinos taught me.
After the fire started, he reached for the blower. It was a closed wheel with metal pieces around it. It pushed air into the fire.
Buster, Bertoldo said. Enough. Hit these iron rods together. Listen if they sound like bells.
Most of the rods were good iron. Only one was bad, and they threw it away. When the fire was hot enough, he began to make his first tools. He knew an artist must make his own tools to make his own sculpture. The hours passed. They did not stop to eat dinner. Evening came, and the old man became weak. His face turned grey. He almost fell, but Michelangelo caught him. Michelangelo carried him to the casino. He was surprised that Bertoldo was so light. The old man felt lighter than a piece of iron. Michelangelo put his teacher gently on a chair.
Why did I let you work so long? He said sadly.
A little color came back to Bertoldo's thin cheeks.
It is not enough to work with marble, he said quietly. You must also be strong inside.
The next morning, Michelangelo woke before sunrise. He moved quietly so he would not wake Bertoldo. Then he walked through the silent streets to the garden. He wanted to arrive there at dawn. He knew the first sunlight showed the true quality of marble. In the early sun, marble looked almost clear. The light showed every line, crack, and empty place. Good marble stayed beautiful even in this strong light. He walked from one block to another and tapped them with his hammer. Strong blocks made a clear sound like a bell. Weak blocks made a dull sound. One small piece had stayed outside in bad weather for a long time. A hard layer had formed on the surface. With his hammer and chisel, he cut away this outer layer. Under it, he found clean white marble. He wanted to see the direction of the vein inside the stone. Holding the hammer tightly, he broke off the high corners. He liked what he saw. Then he took a piece of charcoal and drew the head and beard of an old man on the marble. After that, he pulled a bench close to the block. He sat over it and held it between his knees. Then he picked up the hammer and chisel. His body became calm with slow, soft movements. As small pieces of stone fell away, the tight feeling inside him disappeared. The stone gave shape to his body. He felt complete and strong. Hour after hour, his arm became lighter and more powerful. The metal tools felt like armor around him. They made him feel strong. He thought, Torrigiani is happy when he holds a gun. Sansovino loves a plow. Rustici likes the rough coat of a dog. Baccio loves women. For me, nothing is better than a block of marble and a hammer and chisel in my hands. White marble was the center of his world. To him, it was the purest thing God created. It was not only a sign of God. It showed God's presence in the world. Only a divine hand could make something so beautiful. He felt close to the white marble before him. Its strength and purity felt like part of his own body. He remembered Bertoldo repeating Donatello's words.
Sculpture is the art of removing all the extra stone. Then the form inside appears as the artist imagined it.
But he also believed something else was true. A sculptor could not force marble to become something against its nature. He felt that even a good design would fail if it did not fit the stone itself. Because of this, a sculptor could never fully control his work like a painter could. Paint was soft and easy to move. It could go anywhere. Marble was hard and solid. A sculptor had to work together with the stone. The marble and the artist became one. They understood each other. For him, touching marble was the greatest feeling of all. No other pleasure from taste, sight, sound, or smell could equal it. He had now removed the outer layer of stone. Now he worked deeply in the marble. He pushed his tools into the stone again and again. He hit the marble with strong and steady movements. Slowly the shape inside the stone began to appear. For him, this was more than simple love for art. He felt joined with the marble. His ideas became part of the stone. He felt that he was giving life to the sculpture. Bertoldo came into the shop and saw Michelangelo working.
He cried out, "No, that is wrong. Stop. That is not the right way to carve."
Michelangelo heard the voice above the sound of the hammer. He turned and saw Bertoldo. But he did not stop using his tool.
"Michelangelo, you're starting from the wrong side."
Michelangelo did not listen. Bertoldo looked away as Michelangelo cut deeply through the stone. The marble seemed soft under his hands. Bertoldo shook his head and smiled with helpless surprise.
"It is like trying to stop a volcano," he said.
That evening Michelangelo washed in hot water in a small room near the hall. Then he put on a dark blue shirt and hose. After that he went with Bertoldo to Lorenzo's studiolo for supper. He felt nervous. He did not know what to say. People said the Plato Academy was the center of learning in Europe. It was like a university and a place for printing books. Writers and thinkers gathered there. Their dream was to make Florence another Athens. Michelangelo wished he had listened more carefully to Urbino. His teacher had often read old Greek writings to him. A fire burned warmly in the fireplace. Soft light came from the brass lamps on Lorenzo's desk. The room felt friendly and comfortable. 7 chairs stood around a low table. There were shelves full of books. Greek artworks and small boxes with cameos and amulets filled the room. Everything felt warm and private. The men of the Plato group welcomed Michelangelo in a relaxed way. Then they continued their talk. They discussed medicine and astrology and asked which one was the better science. This gave Michelangelo time to study the faces of the 4 scholars. People believed they were the greatest thinkers in Italy. Marsilio Ficino was 57 years old. He had started the Plato Academy for Cosimo, Lorenzo's grandfather. He was a very small man and less than 5 feet tall. He often worried about his health and was sick many times. Even so, he had translated all of Plato's works. He knew a great deal about ancient philosophy. He translated old Egyptian writings before studying many other famous thinkers. He also read the works of Aristotle and the scholars from Alexandria. He studied books from many lands and religions. His father had trained him to be a doctor. Because of this, he also understood natural science well. He had helped bring book printing to Florence. His own books brought many scholars from different parts of Europe. They came to hear him speak. He lived in a beautiful villa in Careggi. Cosimo asked Michelozzo to build it for him. His nieces managed the house. Inside the villa, a lamp always burned in front of a statue of Plato. He wanted the church to make Plato a saint and call him the dearest disciple of Christ. Rome almost removed him from the church because of this idea.
He can say all the words from a dialogue by Plato, they said. But he can never remember where he put his slippers.
Then Michelangelo looked at Cristoforo Landino. Landino was about 66 years old. He had taught Lorenzo's father, Piero the Gouty. He had also taught Lorenzo himself. He was a famous writer and teacher. He helped people in Florence think more freely. He also taught them to use science to understand nature. For many years he worked as secretary for the Signoria. He understood politics well. For 3 generations, he had been one of the leaders of the Medici group. People saw him as the great expert on Dante. He published notes about the Divine Comedy in the first printed Florence edition of the book. Most of his life's work was about the Italian language. At that time, many people did not respect Italian. Landino helped change this. He translated works by Pliny, Horace, and Virgil into Italian. In Florence, people knew his famous belief.
The best action comes from knowledge and careful thought, he said. In Lorenzo, he believed he had found the perfect ruler from Plato's Republic. The best ruler of a city is a scholar, he believed.
Angelo Poliziano sat on the edge of a hard leather chair. He was 36 years old. Enemies of the Medici said Lorenzo kept him close because Lorenzo looked handsome beside him. Still, everyone agreed that Poliziano was one of the greatest scholars there. He published writing in Latin when he was only 10 years old. At 12, he joined the Florentine Compagnia di Dottrina. There he studied with Ficino, Landino, and Greek scholars brought to Florence by the Medici family. By 16, he had translated the first books of Homer's Iliad. Later Lorenzo brought him into the palace to teach his sons. Many people thought he was very ugly, but his writing style was clear and beautiful. People compared him to Petrarch. His long poem about Giuliano de Medici became famous in Italy. The poem celebrated Giuliano's tournament. Giuliano was Lorenzo's younger brother. The Pazzi family later killed him. Poliziano's poem became an example for other Italian poets. Michelangelo then looked at the youngest and most handsome man in the room. It was Pico della Mirandola. He was 27 years old. He could read and write in 22 languages.
The only reason Pico does not know a 23rd language is because he cannot find one, they said.
People called him the Great Lord of Italy. He was kind and honest. His soft golden hair, blue eyes, smooth blonde skin, and thin body made him very handsome. People in Florence called him beautiful and beloved. His great idea was the unity of all knowledge. He wanted to bring together all religions and philosophies from all times. Like Ficino, he wanted to understand all human learning. For this reason, he read Chinese writers in Chinese. He read Arabic books in Arabic and Hebrew books in Hebrew. He believed all languages came from one universal language. Many people thought he was the most gifted man in Italy. Yet he had no enemies. At the same time, ugly Poliziano had almost no friends. The door opened. Lorenzo came into the room. He walked with difficulty because of another attack of gout. He nodded to the others and turned to Michelangelo. "This is the Sancta Sanctorum," he said. "Most of what Florence learns begins in this room. When we are in the palace, and you are free, come and join us." Lorenzo moved a decorated screen. Then he knocked on a dumbwaiter behind it. Michelangelo understood that the study room was under the dining room. He heard the platform moving inside the wall. Soon the scholars took plates of cheese, fruit, bread, honey, and nuts from the lift. They placed the food on a low table in the middle of the room. There were no servants there. They drank only milk. The talk was light and friendly, but Michelangelo understood that the group met there to work. After supper, they believed wine made the mind less clear. The table was clean again. Servants took away the plates, fruit skins, and nut shells in the lift. Then the talk became serious. Michelangelo sat on a small stool beside Bertoldo. He listened as the men spoke against the church. The scholars in the room no longer thought the church and religion were the same thing. People in Florence were especially angry. Lorenzo and many others believed Pope Sixtus in Rome helped the Pazzi conspiracy. That attack caused Giuliano's death. Lorenzo was also badly hurt. The Pope had removed Florence from the church. He ordered priests not to do their church duties there. Then Florence answered by removing the Pope from the church too. The city said the Pope's power came from old false documents. The Pope also sent soldiers into Tuscany to fight Lorenzo. The soldiers burned towns and stole from people. They came as close as the nearby town of Poggibonsi. In 1484, Innocent VIII became Pope. After that, peace returned between Florence and Rome. But the men around the table said many priests in Tuscany lived badly. They also said many clergy members did not do their work well. There was one important exception. The Augustinian order at Santo Spirito lived with strict self-control under Prior Bicciolini. Pico della Mirandola put his elbows on the low table. He rested his chin on his hands.
I think I may have found an answer to our problem with the church, he said. It is a Dominican monk from Ferrara. I heard him preach there. His words filled the whole cathedral.
Landino leaned across the table. His white hair hung long behind him. Small lines circled his eyes.
Is this monk only loud? He asked.
No, Landino, Pico answered. He is a brilliant student of the Bible and St. Augustine. He hates the corruption in the clergy even more than we do.
Angelo Poliziano wet his large red lower lip. His black hair hung down beside his face.
It is not only the corruption, he said. The ignorance is also terrible.
Ficino spoke eagerly. He had a bright face and small sharp features.
It has been a long time since Florence had a true scholar speaking in church, he said. We only have Fra Mariano and Prior Bicciolini.
Girolamo Savonarola has spent many years studying, Pico told them. He studied Plato and Aristotle. He also studied church teaching.
What does he want? Lorenzo asked.
He wants to purify the church, Pico answered.
Nothing more. What about power?
He only wants the power inside himself.
If this monk would work with us, Lorenzo said.
If your excellency asks, he can be transferred from the Lombard fathers, Pico answered.
I will take care of it. After this, the oldest man, Landino, and the youngest, Pico, looked at Michelangelo. Landino asked if he knew what Pliny wrote about the famous Greek statue of Laocoon.
I do not know Pliny, Michelangelo answered.
Then I will read it to you.
Landino took a book from the shelf. He quickly found the right page and began to read. The book spoke about a statue in the palace of Emperor Titus. It said the statue was greater than any painting or sculpture. The whole work came from one piece of stone. The men, the children, and the snakes were all made together. The snakes had beautiful curved shapes. Then Poliziano described another famous statue. It was the Venus of Cnidos from a story by Lucian. The statue showed Venus standing before Paris when he chose her as the most beautiful woman. Pico remembered another marble statue near the tomb of Xenophon.
Michelangelo will want to read Pausanias in Greek, Pico said. I will bring you my copy.
I cannot read Greek, Michelangelo said with some shame.
I will teach you.
I am not good with languages.
It does not matter, Poliziano said. In 1 year, you will write poems in Latin and Greek.
Michelangelo spoke softly to himself. I do not believe that.
But he did not want to stop the excitement of his new friends. Now they argued about which books he should study.
Homer is best for Greek. His language is very pure.
Aristophanes is more fun. You can laugh while you learn.
Michelangelo felt better when they stopped looking at him so closely. From their fast and clever talk, he understood one important idea. Religion and learning could live together. They could help each other. Before Christianity, Greece and Rome had created great art, science, philosophy, and literature. Then, for many years, people pushed this learning away. They hid it and called it wrong. Now this small group of men was trying to build a new way of thinking. There was gentle Poliziano. There was old Landino. There was young Pico and the others around Lorenzo de Medici. They used a new word that Michelangelo had never heard before. Humanism. What did this word mean? As the evening continued, Michelangelo became more and more interested. Bertoldo quietly left the room, but Michelangelo stayed. The men continued to share their ideas. Slowly, he began to understand them. They believed they were giving the world back to people. They believed people should feel noble, not low or dirty. A person should not lose his mind while trying to save his soul. Without a free and creative mind, a person became like an animal. They believed people needed art, books, science, and freedom of thought. A person should think and feel as an individual. A person should not live like a slave under strict rules. At the end of the evening, Michelangelo returned to his room. Bertoldo was still awake there. Michelangelo spoke at once.
They make me feel very stupid.
They are the best thinkers in Europe. They can give you great ideas to think about. Then he spoke kindly to the tired young man.
But they cannot cut marble. That is also a strong and beautiful art.
The next morning, he came to the garden early. Torrigiani found him in the workshop. Michelangelo was working on the statue of the old bearded man.
I am very curious, Torrigiani said. Tell me about life in the palace.
Michelangelo told his friend about the room he shared with Bertoldo. He spoke about the long halls and the beautiful art there. He said he could walk freely and touch the treasures. He also told him about the guests at the Sunday dinner. Then he described the exciting supper with Lorenzo and the Platonic thinkers. But Torrigiani cared most about the people.
What are Poliziano and Pico della Mirandola like? He asked.
Poliziano does not look handsome at first, Michelangelo answered. But when he speaks, he seems beautiful. His words are wonderful. Pico della Mirandola is the most handsome man I have ever seen. He is also very clever.
You are too easily impressed, Torrigiani said sharply. When you see bright blue eyes and long golden hair, you become excited.
But, Torrigiani, think about it, Michelangelo said. He can read and write in 22 languages. We can hardly speak well in one language.
Speak for yourself, Torrigiani answered. I had a nobleman's education. I can talk with learned men as well as anyone. It is not my fault if you do not know these things.
Michelangelo saw that his friend was becoming angry.
I did not want to insult you, Torrigiani.
After one night in the Medici palace, you already think the rest of Florence knows nothing.
I only meant.
You were only talking about your new friends, Torrigiani said.
They are more handsome and clever than your old dirty friends here in these garden walls.
I did not think that at all. Why do you say these things?
But Torrigiani turned away. Michelangelo sighed and went back to his marble. Palm Sunday was a warm spring day. On his table, he found 3 gold florins. Bertoldo had told him that Lorenzo's secretary, Ser Piero da Bibbiena, would leave this money for him every week. He wanted to show the money and clothes to his family. On his bed, he put out another new set of clothes. There was a white shirt with grapes and leaves on it. He also had a short coat with cape sleeves and silver buckles in front. His stockings were dark red like wine. He smiled when he thought about Granacci's face. They would meet in Piazza San Marco and walk home together. Rustici looked at him as he walked down the path. When Michelangelo came closer, Rustici copied his voice.
I am plain, he said. Then he spoke in a sharper voice. Show your colorful tail.
All peacocks have colorful tails.
Oh, Rustici, Michelangelo said sadly. Can I not wear these clothes just one time? Can I not wear this jewelry one time? Can I not drink this rare wine one time? Can I not order servants around one time? Can I not spend gold coins one time? Can I not sleep with this pretty girl one time?
That is every temptation in one poem, Michelangelo said. Really, Rustici, I feel like I am wearing clothes for a festival. But I want to impress my family.
Via, Rustici said angrily. Go your way.
Torrigiani walked fast down the path. His bright red cloak moved behind him. The orange feathers on his black hat flew in the wind. He stopped in front of Michelangelo.
"I want to talk to you alone," he said.
Torrigiani caught his arm. Michelangelo pulled back.
"Why alone? We have no secrets. We shared many private things before. Then you moved into the palace and became important."
Michelangelo understood the feeling behind Torrigiani's angry words. He spoke gently and tried to calm him.
But you live in your own palace too, Torrigiani.
"Yes. But I do not play foolish games like breaking a fawn's teeth to please the Medici."
You sound jealous.
"Jealous of what? Of a proud and unpleasant person?"
Why do you call me that? What do you mean?
Because you know nothing about happiness or friendship.
I have never been happier.
Yes. You are happy drawing charcoal lines with your dirty hands.
But they are good charcoal lines, Michelangelo answered.
He did not want to argue seriously. Torrigiani's face became red with anger.
"Do you mean my drawings are not good?"
Why do you always make everything about yourself? You are not the center of the world.
"For myself, I am. And I was important to you too before you became proud."
Michelangelo looked at him with surprise.
You were never the most important person in my life.
"Then you lied to me. You tried to please me for a long time because of your work."
Michelangelo felt cold in the sun. He turned and ran fast out of the garden. Then he went down the street of the cuirass makers. A carpenter and a grocer sat in the sun outside their shops. They touched their caps to greet him with respect. But the new clothes did not bring him happiness at home. Rustici did not like them, and his family did not either. His father looked hurt. It was as if the fine clothes made him feel ashamed. Michelangelo took 3 gold florins from the purse on his belt. He put them on Lodovico's desk.
Lodovico looked at the coins and said nothing.
But his stepmother Lucrezia kissed both his cheeks happily. Her eyes were bright with excitement.
Now tell me, what sauces do they eat with pasta?
Michelangelo tried hard to remember. He wanted to make her happy.
I cannot remember.
Then tell me about the meat dishes. Do the palace cooks use zeddoeri? And what about the famous fish with banana strips and pine nuts?
Forgive me, Mother Mia. I do not know.
She shook her head sadly.
Do you not remember the food you eat? You must become friends with the cooks. Write the recipes for me.
Now the whole family stood together in Lodovico's office and sitting room. His grandmother was happy because he met the important men of Florence. His brother Giovansimone wanted to hear about the parties. His aunt and uncle were pleased because he brought home gold coins.
Buonarroti wanted to know about the business side. "Will you bring home 3 gold coins every month?" he asked.
His father asked everyone to listen.
How do the Medici family treat you? How is Il Magnifico?
He treats me well.
And Piero?
He is proud. That is his nature.
And Giovanni, the future cardinal?
He treats everyone the same.
As though each meeting were the first.
Giuliano.
Michelangelo smiled.
Everyone in the palace likes him.
Lodovico thought for a moment. Then he said,
Piero's opinion will win. You are in the palace as a simple worker.
He looked at the 3 gold coins on the desk.
What are these? A gift? Or payment?
I will receive 3 florins every week.
What did they say when they brought the money? He asked.
It was on my wash table. When I asked Bertoldo, he said it was money for each week.
His uncle Francesco could not hide his happiness.
Wonderful! With this steady money, we can rent a market stall. Michelangelo, you can be our partner. You will share the money we earn.
His Aunt Cassandra spoke with new respect. Think about it. Michelangelo may be the person who brings our family back into business.
No, Lodovico said. His face became dark red. We are not poor people who beg for help.
But the money was given to Michelangelo because he is with the Medici family, his young wife answered.
Humph!
Ah. Lodovico said.
Why does this make him part of the Medici family? Because they give him 3 gold coins?
It is not a gift, Michelangelo said with anger. I work all day.
Are you an official apprentice? Did I sign a guild paper? He asked. Then he turned to his brother Francesco. A gift can stop at any time. Next week there may be nothing.
Michelangelo thought his father would throw the money at him. He only wanted to bring home his pay like a good son. Maybe he also wanted to show his success a little. But the 3 gold coins were more money than Lodovico could earn in many months at the customs office. Michelangelo understood that this made his father uncomfortable. Lodovico looked down and spoke quietly.
Think about the Medici family. They must have millions of gold coins if they can give 3 coins every week to a boy of 15.
Then he quickly put the coins into the top drawer of his desk. Lucrezia used the moment to call everyone to dinner. After the meal, the family sat together again in the sitting room. Leonardo had said nothing before. Now he stood in front of Michelangelo and spoke in a serious voice.
Art is a bad thing.
Art? A bad thing? Michelangelo asked in surprise. Why?
Because it is selfish. You only think about your wish to create things. You do not think enough about the great things God made.
But Leonardo, our churches are full of art.
The devil has led people away from the right path. A church is not a place for shows. People should go there to pray, not to look at pictures on the walls.
Then there is no place for a sculptor in your world.
Leonardo put his hands together and looked up.
My world is the next world, he said. There we will sit beside God.
Lodovico stood up from his chair. Now I have 2 fanatics in my house, he said.
He went to take his midday sleep. The other family members followed him. Only Mona Alessandra stayed in her quiet corner. Michelangelo also wanted to leave. He felt tired. The whole day had gone badly. But Leonardo stopped him. He began to speak strongly against Lorenzo and the Plato Academy. He called them pagans, enemies of the church, and evil men.
I promise you, Leonardo, Michelangelo said calmly. I have not heard anyone speak against religion itself. They only speak against bad actions in the church. Lorenzo wants to improve the church and make it better. Improve? Leonardo said. That is a word evil people use when they want to destroy. An attack on the church is an attack on Christ.
Leonardo became very angry. He accused Lorenzo de Medici of living for pleasure. He said Lorenzo left the palace at night with his friends. He said they spent their nights in parties and with young women.
I know nothing about these things, Michelangelo said quietly. But Lorenzo is a widower. Should he not love again? He chased women even before his wife died, Leonardo answered. Everyone knows it. His bad life has already weakened his body.
Michelangelo wondered where his brother heard these stories. He did not believe Lorenzo was a holy man. He remembered Lorenzo laughing and saying that he loved pleasure. He also remembered Lorenzo saying that the love of painting, sculpture, and books was also part of human pleasure. To Michelangelo, these things were private matters in the life of a strong and capable man.
Only a servant like you cannot see that Lorenzo is a tyrant, Leonardo continued.
Michelangelo thought, this is the second time today someone has called me a servant. He felt more and more unhappy. His clothes felt tight and foolish.
He has destroyed the freedom of Florence, Leonardo cried. He has made the people soft and lazy. He gives them food and entertainment.
The only reason he has not become king is that he is too clever. He likes to work in secret. He controls everything while the people of Tuscany become like game pieces. Before Michelangelo could answer, Mona Alessandra spoke.
Yes, Leonardo, he is making us calmer. He has stopped civil war. For many years, we fought each other. Family fought family. One part of the city fought another part. There was blood in the streets. Now we are one people. Only the Medici can stop us from fighting each other again.
Leonardo did not answer his grandmother.
Michelangelo, I want to speak to you one last time.
Michelangelo looked at his brother across the heavy wooden table. He had never understood this strange boy. He had never felt close to him.
This is goodbye, Leonardo said. I leave this house tonight. I will join Girolamo Savonarola at San Marco.
So Savonarola has arrived? Michelangelo asked.
Lorenzo invited him. I was in the studiolo when Pico della Mirandola spoke about it. Lorenzo agreed to send a letter to Lombardy. That is a Medici lie, Leonardo answered. Why would Lorenzo call him here when Savonarola wants to destroy the Medici family? I leave this house like F.I. Savonarola left his family in Ferrara. I will take only the shirt on my back. I leave forever. I will pray for you on the floor of my small room until my knees are hurt and bleed. Maybe then you can still be saved.
Michelangelo saw the fire in Leonardo's eyes. He knew there was no reason to answer. He shook his head like a man without hope. Then he thought, Father is right. How did our quiet and careful Buonarroti family have two sons like this in one generation? He spoke softly to Leonardo.
We will not live far from each other. Only the Piazza San Marco will be between us. If you lean from the window of your monastery room, you will hear me cutting stone in the garden.
The next week, he again found 3 gold coins on his washstand. This time he decided not to take them home. He went to look for Contessina and found her in the library.
I must buy a gift, he said.
For a lady, she asked.
For a woman.
Maybe jewels.
No. He looked unhappy. She is the mother of my friends, the stonecutters.
What about a linen tablecloth with a fine border?
They already have a tablecloth.
Does she have many dresses?
Only the dress she wore at her wedding.
Then maybe a black dress for church?
Excellent.
How big is she? She asked.
He looked confused.
Draw a picture of her for me.
He smiled. With a pen, I understand everything, even the shape of a woman.
I will ask my nurse to come with me to the shop. We will buy black wool cloth.
My sartor will cut it to fit your drawing.
You are kind, Contessina.
She did not want him to thank her.
It is nothing.
Later, he went to the market in Piazza Santo Spirito. There he bought gifts for the other Topolinos. Then he spoke with a groom in the palace basement. The man agreed to lend him a horse and a saddle bag. On Sunday morning, Michelangelo went to Mass in the palace chapel. After that, he packed the bag and started the trip to Settignano. The sun felt warm on his head. At first, he wanted to wear his old clothes. He did not want the Topolinos to think he was trying to look important. But then he thought that idea was foolish. He also liked the dark blue shirt and hose he already wore. The Topolinos sat on the terrace. From there they could see the valley and the Buonarroti house on the hill across from them. They had returned from Mass in the small village church. Now they enjoyed a quiet hour of rest. Then they saw Michelangelo riding up the road on a silver-grey horse. The saddle was silver too. They were so surprised that they forgot to greet him. Michelangelo said nothing. He climbed down from the horse and tied it to a tree. Then he took off the stillbag and entered it onto the rough wooden table. For a moment nobody spoke.
Then the father asked, "What are these packages?"
"Gifts," Michelangelo answered.
"Gifts?" The father looked at his three sons one after another. Adults in Tuscany did not usually give gifts. "Are you late for the last Befana festival, or early for the next one?"
"Both. For 4 years I ate your bread and drank your wine."
The father answered in a rough voice. "You cut stone for your soup."
"I took my first money home to the Buonarroti family. Today I bring my second money to the Topolinos."
"You have a commission," the grandfather cried.
"No. Each week Lorenzo gives me spending money."
The Topolinos looked at each other with surprise.
"Spending money?" the father asked. "You mean wages?"
"I receive no wages."
"Oh, then it is money for your room and food?"
"I do not pay for room and food."
"Then it is money for buying things?"
"For your shoes, or for marble?"
"Everything is given to us."
Then what is the money for?
"You spend it on anything you want."
If you already have food, a bed, and marble, what do you want to buy?
"Pleasure."
Pleasure?
The family repeated the word slowly. It sounded new to them.
What kind of pleasure? They asked.
Michelangelo thought for a moment.
"For example, you can gamble with seed cards."
Do you gamble?
"No."
What else?
After a short pause, he answered again.
"You can pay a man in the straw market to shave you."
Do you have a beard?
"Not yet. But I could put oil in my hair like Torrigiani."
Do you want oil in your hair?
"No."
Then that is not pleasure. What else?
In hard times, people do strange things, he said.
Some women wear a hood with a bell on their heads when they walk on Saturday afternoons.
"Do you want those women?" someone asked.
No. I only use them as an example. I could buy candles to burn in front of the Virgin.
"That is a duty," another person said.
And a glass of wine on a Sunday afternoon?
"That is a custom."
He walked to the table. It is good to bring things to your friends. Slowly, in the quiet room, he began to give out his gifts.
To my mother, money for Mass. For Bruno, a leather belt with a silver buckle. For Gilberto, a yellow shirt and stockings. For grandfather, a warm wool scarf for winter. For Father Topolino, strong boots for work in Cave Maiano. Enrico, you once said you wanted a gold ring when you grew up. Here it is.
For a long time, nobody spoke. Then his mother went into the house and put on the dress. His father pulled on the new boots. Bruno put the belt around his waist. Gilberto wore the bright yellow shirt. The grandfather stood quietly and wrapped the soft scarf around his neck again and again. Enrico climbed onto the horse so he could look at his ring alone. Then the father spoke.
"All these gifts. Did you buy them with your own money?"
Yes. All of them.
And Lorenzo gives you this money to buy gifts for us?
"Yes."
He is truly the magnificent one. Michelangelo saw another package on the table. He felt confused and opened it. Inside was a linen tablecloth. He remembered Contessina saying, "How about a linen tablecloth?" Contessina had put the gift in the stillbag for them. His face became red.
"Dio mio. How can I explain this?" he thought.
He quickly gave the cloth to Mother Topolino.
"This is a gift from Contessina de Medici. It is for you."
The Topolinos were very surprised.
Contessina de Medici. Why would she send us a tablecloth? She does not even know us.
Yes, she does. I told her about you. Her dressmaker made your dress.
The Nano made the sign of the cross. It is a miracle.
Michelangelo thought, Amen. That is true.
Each man in the Plato had a villa in the country near Florence. Several times each week, they came to the city. There they taught lessons and worked with Lorenzo in the studiolo. Lorenzo wanted Michelangelo to learn from them. Because of this, he went to the lessons often. The Platonists tried to teach him Latin and Greek. They made charts and showed him the letters. They said the writing in those languages was like drawing figures. Michelangelo took the papers and lessons to his room. He studied them for many hours. But he learned very little.
Nothing stays in my head, he complained to Bertoldo.
Then the men changed their lessons. They taught him to read poetry aloud in Italian. He read Dante, Petrarch, Horace, and Virgil. Michelangelo liked this work. He especially enjoyed the talks after reading the Divine Comedy. They spoke about the ideas and meaning in the poem. The Platonists praised him because he spoke more clearly now. Then they brought Girolamo Benevieni to teach him. They called him the strongest supporter of poetry in Italian. Benevieni began to teach Michelangelo to write poems. Michelangelo did not want this.
I want to become a sculptor, not a poet, he said.
Pico answered him. The form of a sonnet is strict, just like the form of a marble sculpture. When Benevieni teaches you to write sonnets, he also teaches your mind to think clearly and in order. You must learn from him.
Landino spoke kindly to him. We will not take away your hammer and chisel. We will not make you stop carving and only use pen and ink.
Poliziano added, you must continue to study poetry. You must read poems aloud. A great artist must do more than paint, carve stone, or design buildings. He must also understand poetry. Only then can he fully show his ideas and feelings. One night, Michelangelo spoke to Benevieni.
I write very badly, he said. How can you read these poor poems?
Benevieni was also a good musician. He made a soft sound with his tongue and smiled at Michelangelo's sadness. Then he sang a happy song that he had written himself. After the song, he said, my first poems were also bad.
Maybe they were worse than yours. You will think you are a poor poet for many years. Then one day, you will need to say something important. At that time, poetry will help you. You will use rhyme and rhythm as easily as you use your hammer and chisel.
On religious holidays, Lorenzo closed the garden. On those days, Michelangelo rode on horseback to visit the villas of the scholars. He went to Landino's house in the hills of Casentino. The Florentine Republic had given that house to Landino because of his work on Dante. Michelangelo also visited Ficino at Correggi. That villa looked like a castle with high walls and covered walkways. Sometimes he went to Pico's house, called the Oak, or to Poliziano's Villa Diana on the hills of Fiesole. At Villa Diana, they sat in a garden pavilion. It was like the place in Boccaccio's stories where people sat together and told tales. There they listened while Poliziano read his newest poem.
Come where the grass is green. The trees are turning green too. Do not be afraid, beautiful girls. Every young man is full of love. Animals and birds also feel love in the month of May. Youth does not last long. The grass becomes green again each year. But old age does not become young again. Beautiful girls, do not be hard to the people who love you in May.
Slowly, Michelangelo began to dream about his future. One day, he wanted a house like Villa Diana. He wanted a sculpture workshop there. He hoped Lorenzo would give him money each year so he could buy marble from Carrara and carve great statues. He asked himself why he should not live this way one day. He was willing to wait. But when the time came, He wanted his house to be in Setignano among the stonecutters. The days and weeks passed. Michelangelo drew people from life. Then he copied the figures into clay. He practiced with small pieces of stone. He learned how to shape a knee, move a hip, and turn a head on a neck. He learned how to avoid marks in the stone when his tools broke. He also studied Lorenzo's Greek statues to learn their methods. Lorenzo also worked hard to educate him. One Sunday morning, Lorenzo asked Michelangelo to go with the Medici family to the church of San Gallo. There they would listen to Fra Mariano. Lorenzo often visited Fra Mariano when he wanted serious talks about religion. Fra Mariano is the kind of man I admire, Lorenzo said. He is strict but gentle. He lives simply and thinks clearly about religion. You will understand when you hear him. Fra Mariano spoke in a warm and calm voice. His words sounded smooth and pleasant. He spoke about the similarities between Christianity and the ideas of Plato. He quoted Greek writers and read lines from Latin poets. Michelangelo listened with great interest. He had never heard a priest speak in this way before. When Fra Mariano changed his voice, Michelangelo enjoyed listening. When the priest explained his ideas, Michelangelo believed him. When he told funny stories, Michelangelo smiled. When he spoke about serious truths, Michelangelo felt their power. Later Michelangelo said to Lorenzo, "Now I understand better what the Academy means by modern religion." One of Piero's servants knocked on the door of Michelangelo's room and came inside.
His Excellency, Piero de Medici, orders Michelangelo Buonarroti to come to his waiting room before sunset.
Michelangelo thought, he is very different from his father. Lorenzo asks kindly if I wish to join him. Then he answered the servant politely.
Please tell His Excellency that I will come.
There was enough time for a bath in a round wooden tub at the end of the hall. Michelangelo sat in the water with his knees under his chin. He thought about Piero, the crown prince of the Medici family. He wondered what kind of clothes he should wear. At last, he felt that his bright shirt with embroidery and his violet cloak were the kind of clothes Piero would like. Piero's rooms were on the first floor of the palace. They stood above the open loggia near Via d'Angori and Via Larga. Michelangelo had never visited this part of the palace before. Piero had always been cold toward him. As he walked slowly along the corridor, he looked at the beautiful art on the walls. There was a bright painting by Fra Angelico. There was also a fine marble work by Desiderio da Setignano. A servant waited outside Piero's room. He let Michelangelo enter. Madonna Alfonsina, Piero's wife, sat very still in a tall purple chair. She wore a grey dress with jewels. Behind her hung a tapestry with leaves and flowers. On the wall beside her was a large painting of her face. Her cheeks looked very pale. Piero acted as if he did not hear Michelangelo come in. He stood on a colourful Persian carpet with his back turned. He was looking closely at a small tabernacle made from bone and glass. Inside were painted stories about Christ. Alfonsina looked at Michelangelo with cold eyes. She did not greet him. She gave a small unhappy sniff, as she often did. It was as if she disliked the smell of Florence and its people. From the beginning, she had shown little respect for the Florentines. The people of Tuscany had hated Rome for many years. Because of this, they did not like her attitude. Piero de Medici already had Roman blood from his mother's family. Now people felt that Alfonsina brought even more Roman influence into the family.
Piero turned around quickly. His long thick hair moved across his shoulders. He was handsome, though his chin was uneven. Without greeting Michelangelo, he spoke at once. "We want you, Michelangelo Buonarroti, to make a marble portrait of Madonna Alfonsina."
Thank you, Excellency, Michelangelo answered. But I cannot make portraits.
Why not?
Michelangelo tried to explain. My work is not about copying one person exactly. I cannot make a face look true like the painter did here. You would not be satisfied.
Nonsense. I order you to carve my wife in marble.
Michelangelo looked at Piero's hard face. He remembered his father's words. To cut stone in the Medici palace is the same as being a servant.
Then Madonna Alfonsina spoke for the first time. Please continue this talk in your own room.
Piero opened a door angrily and walked through it. Michelangelo understood that he should follow. He closed the door behind him. Inside the room were silver helmets and cups from tournaments. There were also many beautiful works of art. He saw Botticelli's Pallas and Bertoldo's Bellerophon. In small spaces in the wall stood old painted wooden statues against gold backgrounds.
Without thinking, Michelangelo spoke. Your Excellency has very fine taste in art.
Piero did not soften. When I want your opinion, I will ask for it. Now explain why you think you are better than the other workers in this palace.
Michelangelo held back his anger and answered politely. I am a sculptor. Your father asked me to live and work in this palace.
We have many workers here. They do what they are told. You will begin tomorrow morning. And make sure Her Excellency becomes a beautiful statue.
Not even Migno da Fiesole could do that.
Piero's eyes became sharp.
You,
farmer boy. Take your old clothes and leave this place. Michelangelo went to his room. He took clothes from the chest and threw them onto the bed. Someone knocked on the door. Contessina came in with her nurse.
I hear you and my brother had a fight, she said.
Michelangelo bent down and took something from the bottom of the chest.
Stand up and talk to me, she said firmly.
He stood and walked near her.
I have nothing to say.
Is it true that you would not make Alfonsina's portrait? She asked.
Yes, I would not do it.
Would you refuse if my father asked you to make his portrait? She asked.
Michelangelo stayed quiet.
Would you refuse if I asked you? She asked again.
He felt trapped again.
Piero did not ask me, he said quietly. He gave me an order.
Then fast footsteps came from the corridor. Lorenzo entered the room. His face looked dark with anger, and his eyes were sharp. The nurse spoke in a weak voice.
Excellency, I tried to stop her.
Lorenzo moved his hand and told her to go away. I will not allow this in my home. Michelangelo looked very angry.
I asked your father to let you come with me, did I not?
Yes.
Then I am responsible for you.
I have nothing to say sorry for.
I am not asking for an apology. You came here as part of this family. No one will treat you like an entertainer. No one will send you out of your own home.
Michelangelo suddenly felt weak in his knees. He sat down on the bed. Then Lorenzo spoke in a softer voice. But you also have many things to learn.
That is true. My manners.
That you do not come back here every time someone hurts your feelings and start packing your things. That is not good loyalty to me. Do you understand?
Michelangelo stood up and tried not to cry. I must say sorry to Piero. I said something bad about his wife.
He must also say sorry to you. What you want to say to him is your own choice.
Contessina stayed behind for a moment and spoke quietly over her shoulder. Make peace with Piero. He can make many problems for you.
Now it was time for Michelangelo to choose a subject for his work. But what subject should he choose? And what subjects did he like?
It must be a Greek subject, the Plato foresaid.
It should accompany old stories. You can use Hercules and Antaeus, the Battle of the Amazons, or the Trojan War, Poliziano said. Small pieces of melon stayed on his large dark lips. It should feel like the frieze on the Parthenon in Athens.
Michelangelo said, "But I do not know much about these things."
Landino answered with a serious face. My dear Michelangelo, this is what we have tried to tell you for many months. As your teachers, we want to teach you about the Greek world and its culture.
Pico della Mirandola laughed. The room filled with the sound of violas and clavichords. I think our friends want to guide you back to the great time of the old pagan world, he said.
They told Michelangelo stories about the 12 tasks of Hercules. They spoke about Niobe and her dying children. They spoke about Minerva of Athens and the dying gladiator. Lorenzo guided the discussion with his slightly unpleasant voice. Do not give orders to our young friend. He must choose his own subject freely. Michelangelo moved back in his chair. He rested his head on the chair and looked at the candlelight. His eyes shone yellow in the light. Red color touched his brown hair. He listened to the many thoughts in his mind. One thing was clear to him. His first great idea could not come from Athens, Cairo, Rome, or even Florence. It had to come from inside himself. It must be something he knew and felt deeply. If not, he would fail. A work of art was different from a school lesson or a book. Art was personal. It had to grow from the heart. Lorenzo had asked him, "What do you want to say?" Michelangelo answered in his mind, "Something simple. Something I can feel strongly." But then he thought, "What do I really know? Even about myself? I know I want to be a sculptor. I know I love marble. But I cannot make a sculpture only from these feelings." Then another memory came to him through the quiet sound of voices in the room. He saw himself standing on the steps of the Rucellai Chapel. It was the day he first went to Santa Maria Novella with the Ghirlandaio workshop. The chapel became very clear in his mind. Again he felt love for his mother. He remembered the sadness after she died. He remembered feeling alone. He still wanted love. It was very late. The meeting ended, but Lorenzo stayed behind. People sometimes said Lorenzo spoke sharply, yet now he spoke in a calm and clear way. "You must forgive our followers of Plato for their excitement," he said. Ficino burns a lamp before a statue of Plato. Landino gives a great feast every year on Plato's birthday. For us, Plato and the Greeks opened a door. They helped us leave old religious fears behind. We want Florence to become great like ancient Greece. Because of this dream, we sometimes become too excited.
If you are not too tired, Lorenzo, Michelangelo said, can we walk through the palace and look at the paintings of the Madonna and Child?
Lorenzo picked up a smooth bronze lamp. Together they walked down the corridor. They came to the room outside Lorenzo's office. There they saw a marble work by Donatello. Michelangelo thought it felt cold and distant. It did not touch his feelings. Then they went to Giuliano's bedroom. The young Medici still slept with the blankets over his face. While he slept, Lorenzo and Michelangelo looked at a painting called Madonna and Child with Two Little Angels by Pesolino. It was painted on wood. They continued through the halls. In the chapel they studied Fra Filippo Lippi's Virgin Adoring Child. Lorenzo explained the story behind it. He said the woman in the painting was Lucrezia Buti, a nun whom Fra Filippo loved. The child in the picture was their son, Filippino Lippi. He had become a painter too. Botticelli had trained him, just as Fra Filippo had once trained Botticelli. They also looked at a Madonna painted by Neri di Bicchi. Then they went to see Luca della Robbia's Madonna and Child with the Medici sign. Its colors were bright and warm. At last they entered Lorenzo's bedroom. There they saw Botticelli's Madonna of the Magnificat. Botticelli had painted it for Lorenzo's parents about 20 years earlier. "Those two angels kneeling before the Virgin and Child are my brother Giuliano and me," Lorenzo said quietly. "When the Pazzi family killed him, the brightest joy in my life disappeared. He looked at the painting. The artist made me look better than I really am. You can see that. I am not a handsome man, and I do not hide it. But painters always try to make me beautiful. Benozzo Gozzoli did the same thing in our chapel. They make my dark skin lighter. They make my bent nose straight. They even make my rough hair look beautiful like Pico's hair. Lorenzo looked at him with hard eyes. His lips were tight, and his face was serious. You know I do not need praise, he said.
Granacci says I am rough, Michelangelo answered, feeling shy.
You are strong inside, Lorenzo said. Stay that way. Then Lorenzo told him about Simonetta Vespucci. She was the woman in Botticelli's painting Madonna of the Magnificat. She was the most beautiful woman in Europe, Lorenzo said. People say she was my brother Giuliano's lover, but that is not true. He loved her, and all Florence loved her too. But it was not a physical love. He wrote many long poems for her. His real lover was Antonia Guerini. She gave birth to my nephew Giulio. Sandro Botticelli truly loved Simonetta. But I do not think he ever spoke with her. She is the woman in all his paintings. She is in Primavera, Venus, and Pallas. No man has painted women with such beauty. Michelangelo stayed quiet. When he thought about his mother, he also saw a beautiful young woman. But her beauty felt different to him. It came from inside her. She was not a woman all men wanted. She was a mother who loved her son, and he loved her too. He looked up at Lorenzo and spoke openly.
I feel close to the Madonna. She is the only picture I have of my mother. I am still searching for my own way to work. So maybe I must first understand what I want to say.
It may be true, Lorenzo answered seriously.
Maybe what I feel about my mother is the same as what she felt about me.
He walked through the rooms of the palace and made many drawings. Sometimes Contessina or Giuliano went with him. After some time, he became tired of looking at other artists' ideas. Then he went to the poor streets of the city. Women sat outside their homes and worked there. Some made chair seats from cane. Others covered large bottles with woven material. Many women held babies in their arms or fed them milk. He also visited the farms near Settignano. The farmers there knew him from his childhood. They did not mind when he drew them while they washed or cared for their children. He did not want only pictures of faces. He wanted to understand the feeling between a mother and child. He drew mothers and babies in many different ways. With charcoal and paper, he tried to see the true bond between them. Sometimes he paid the women a few scudi. Then they changed places or held the child in another way so he could draw again. He kept searching for something, though he did not fully know what it was. With Granacci, Torrigiani, Sansovino, and Rustici, he traveled around Florence to study art. He spent much time looking at works about the Madonna and Child. Bertoldo explained each work carefully while they studied. The young artists tried to learn how earlier masters made their art. In Santa Croce, Michelangelo saw a work by Bernardo Rossellino. To him, the mother and child looked heavy and without feeling. In the same church, he saw a work by Desiderio da Settignano. This Madonna looked like a country woman with her baby wrapped in Tuscan cloth. They seemed like simple people visiting the city for a festival. Then the group went to Orsanmicheli to see the Orcagna Virgin of the Nativity. The work was gentle and loving and also strong. But Michelangelo thought it looked old and stiff. In Santa Maria Novella, he studied a statue by Nino Pisano. The carving was very good. But the rich woman and her finely dressed son did not look natural to him. He also saw a terracotta Virgin and Child by Verrocchio. The Madonna looked confused as she watched her young son bless the world. After that, they looked at Agostino di Duccio's Virgin and Child. The figures wore rich clothes, but their faces looked empty. The next morning, he walked alone beside the Arno River toward Pontassive. The sun was very hot. He took off his shirt and felt the warmth on his chest. The blue hills of Tuscany stretched far away into the distance. He loved those mountains. He turned into the hills and climbed the steep paths. There he understood that he still did not know how to show Mary and her child. He only knew that he wanted something new and full of life. As he walked, he thought about Mary and her future. Florentine painters often painted the Annunciation. In these pictures, the angel Gabriel came from heaven and told Mary she would give birth to the Son of God. In every painting Michelangelo remembered, Mary looked surprised. It seemed nobody had asked her before this moment. But could that be true? Could God give such an important task to Mary without asking her? Since the time of Moses, no human had received a greater duty. Surely God loved Mary more than all other women if he chose her for this work. Would he not explain everything to her? Would he not tell her about Bethlehem and also about Calvary? And in his kindness, would he not let her refuse? If Mary had a choice, when would she decide? Would it be at the Annunciation? Would it happen after the birth of her child? Or while she fed Jesus as a baby? After she accepted, would she carry this sorrow all her life until the day her son died on the cross? If she knew the future, how could she let her son suffer so much? Could she not say, "No, not my son. I cannot agree to this"? Could she say, "I will not let this happen"? But could she refuse God's wish? God had asked her to help him. No woman had ever faced such a hard choice. He decided to carve Mary at the moment when she must choose. She would hold and feed her baby. At that moment, she would know everything. She would decide the future for herself, for her child, and for the world. Now he understood his work clearly. He could draw with a true purpose. Mary would be the main figure in the marble. She would stand at the center of the sculpture. She would look strong and important. She would be a woman who could make her own choice. She would also have the wisdom and strength to choose well. The child would be less important. The baby would still be alive and real, but would not take attention away from Mary. He would place the child on Mary's lap. The baby's face would rest against his mother's breast. His back would face the people looking at the sculpture. This would show the child in a natural moment of his day. At the same time, Mary would feel strongly that she must make her choice. As far as he knew, no artist had shown Jesus with his back turned before. But the child's great story would not begin for many years. This was the mother's time. This sculpture was about Mary. He looked again at the many sketches of mothers and children that he had made in recent months. He chose the drawings that matched his new idea. Then he spread them across a table and searched for the right background. Where was Mary sitting at that moment? One drawing showed a mother on a bench near some stairs. Who else was there with her child? Another drawing showed young children playing. Mary's body could come from these strong women of Tuscany. But how could he create the face of the Madonna? His memory of his own mother was now almost 10 years old. The memory felt distant, like a dream. He pushed the drawings away. Could a sculptor truly imagine a statue before finding the right marble? He went to find Granacci. Granacci had a large room in the casino for his painting studio. Michelangelo asked if they could visit the stone shops in the city.
"I work better when the marble is near me," he said. "I want to touch it and study it. I want to understand what is inside it."
Bertoldo says you should buy marble only after the drawings and models are finished, Granacci answered. Then you know what size block you need.
"It may also work the other way," Michelangelo said thoughtfully. "I think the artist and the marble belong together in some way."
"All right," Granacci said. "I will tell Bertoldo a good story, and we can go tomorrow."
Florence had many stone shops in the proconsul area. There were blocks of granite, travertine, and colored marble. The shops also sold building stones, door frames, window seats, and columns. but they could not find the Carrara marble block that Michelangelo wanted.
Let us go to the yards at Setignano, he suggested. We may have better luck there.
In the old yard where Desiderio had once trained Mino da Fiesole, Michelangelo saw a block that caught his eye at once. It was not large, but the white crystals inside it shone brightly. He poured water over the stone to check for cracks. Then he tapped the ends with a hammer and listened carefully. He searched for weak places, holes, or marks.
This is the one, Granacci, he said happily. It will hold the Madonna and Child. But I must see it at sunrise first. Then I will know if it is truly perfect.
If you think I will sit here all night beside your marble until morning, Granacci said.
No, Michelangelo answered. You can settle the price. I will borrow a horse from the Topolinos so you can ride home safely.
You know, my friend, I do not believe this sunrise story, Granacci said. What can you see at sunrise that you cannot see now in strong light? I think this is some old mountain custom. Maybe you believe the mountain gods must be pleased at dawn.
Michelangelo slept under the Topolino arches with only a blanket. Before the first morning light, he walked to the stone yard. He stood beside the marble when the sun began to rise over the hills. The block almost seemed to glow from inside. His eyes felt as if they could see through the whole stone. He imagined the many crystal layers hidden inside it. There was no crack, no hole, and no dark mark. The crystals shone brightly across the surface.
You are a noble block, he said aloud.
He paid the owner with Granacci's gold coins. Then he put the marble on the Topolino cart. He rode behind the 2 white oxen, as he had done since he was 6 years old at Cave Maeno. He went down the hill and turned right at Valungo. Then he traveled beside the Africo River. He passed the old Porta alla Croce, the 4th border of the city. After that, he went along Borgo la Croce and passed the hospital of Santa Maria Nuova. He turned right at Via Larga in front of the Medici Palace. Then he crossed Piazza San Marco and reached the garden gate. He felt proud, like a man bringing home his bride. 2 stonemasons helped him carry the marble block into the shed. After that, he moved his drawing table and tools from the casino. Bertoldo came to the back of the garden and looked confused.
You are ready to start carving? He asked.
No. Not yet. I still have much to do.
Then why are you moving from the casino?
Because I want to work in quiet.
Quiet? All day you will still hear the hammers of the stone workers.
That is a good sound. I grew up with it.
But I must spend time in the casino with the others. If you work near me, I can help you and correct your mistakes.
Michelangelo thought for a moment. Bertoldo, I feel I need to work alone. I want to work away from everyone's eyes, even yours. I can come to you when I need help.
Bertoldo's lips shook a little. You will make more mistakes that way, Caro, and you may continue with them for a long time.
Is that not the best way to learn? A person learns by following mistakes to the end.
Good advice can save you time.
I have time. Bertoldo became quiet behind his tired, pale eyes. Then he smiled.
Davvero. You have time. Come to me when you want help.
Late that afternoon, after the others left the garden, Michelangelo turned and saw Torrigiani staring at him angrily.
Now you think you are too good to draw beside me.
Oh, Torrigiani, I only want a little privacy.
Privacy? From me? Your best friend? You did not want privacy in the first year when you needed help and company. But now Il Magnifico has chosen you.
Torrigiani, please believe me. Nothing has changed. I only moved a short distance.
It is the same as moving far away. I told you that when you were ready, I would help you build a sculptor's workshop.
I want to make my mistakes by myself.
Or are you afraid we will steal your secrets?
Secrets? Michelangelo was becoming angry. What secrets can a beginner have? This is my first subject. You have already made many sculptures.
Torrigiani continued. You are pushing me away.
Michelangelo became silent. Was Torrigiani partly right? He had once enjoyed Torrigiani's good looks, stories, and songs. But now he no longer wanted long talks while the block of marble stood there waiting for him.
You changed very fast, Torrigiani said. I have seen this before. People who act this way usually fail.
A few minutes later, Granacci arrived. He looked unhappy. He looked at the anvil, the rough wooden table, the workbenches, and the drawing desk on the raised platform. What is wrong, Granacci?
It is Torrigiani. He came back to the casino in a very bad mood. He said unpleasant things about you.
I heard them already.
Listen, Michelangelo. Now I must warn you. A year ago, I warned you not to follow Torrigiani too closely. Now I must warn you again. You are not treating him fairly. Do not push him away. I know you care more and more about marble, but Torrigiani does not feel the same about it. He thinks your new ideas come from living in the palace, and I understand why he thinks that. If people left their friends every time they became tired of them, no friendships would last.
Michelangelo moved his thumb slowly along the shape of the marble block. I will try to do something good for him. The word marble came from a Greek word that meant shining stone. Early in the morning, the marble shone brightly in the sun. He stood the block upright on the wooden bench and looked at it carefully. Light went a little way into the stone and came back from the crystals inside. He had kept this block of marble for many months. He studied it in every kind of light and weather. He looked at it from every side. Slowly, he learned its nature. He did not learn by cutting it at first. He learned by watching and thinking carefully. At last, he felt he knew every part of the stone. He believed he understood every crystal and every layer. He also knew how to shape the marble into the forms he wanted. Bertoldo said that the forms inside the marble must first come out before they could become beautiful. But one block of marble held many different forms inside it. If this were not true, all sculptors would make the same work. He picked up his hammer and chisel and began to cut. He worked with strong and careful blows. The pointed chisel cut gently into the marble and removed stone. The toothed chisel made the surface smoother. Then the flat chisel removed the rough marks. He had judged this block of marble correctly. The stone answered every careful touch. As he worked deeper into the marble, the figures slowly appeared. The marble brought new ideas into his mind. He no longer used his drawings or clay models. He had put them away. Now he worked from the pictures in his head. His eyes and hands knew where each line and curve must go. He knew how deep to cut into the stone. Only a small part of each figure would come out from the marble. One day, while he worked in his shed, Giovanni came to visit him. It was the first visit from the 15-year-old future cardinal since Contessina brought him to the garden a year earlier. Giovanni was not handsome. Still, Michelangelo thought he looked intelligent and quick to understand things. People in Florence said Giovanni was relaxed and loved pleasure. They also said he had ability but did not use it because he always wanted an easy life without problems. With him came his cousin Giulio, also 15 years old. Giulio was very different from Giovanni. He was tall and thin, with a sharp face, dark eyebrows, large eyes, and a strong chin. He was handsome and graceful. He worked well and did not fear trouble. But he also seemed cold and hard. Lorenzo accepted Giulio as part of the Medici family, but Piero and Alfonsina looked down on him because he was born outside marriage. Because of this, Giulio could only rise through one of his cousins. He stayed close to kind and cheerful Giovanni. Slowly and cleverly, he became the person who did Giovanni's work. He also helped Giovanni make decisions. When Giovanni became a cardinal and moved to Rome, Giulio would go with him.
Giovanni, it is kind of you to visit me, Michelangelo said.
It's not really a visit, Giovanni said in his soft, heavy voice.
I came to ask you to join my big hunt. It is the most exciting day of the year in the palace.
Michelangelo had heard about the hunt. Lorenzo's hunters, horsemen, and workers went to the mountains. That place had many hares, porcupines, stags, and wild boars. The whole area was closed with large cloth walls. Farmers from nearby villages guarded the place. They stopped the stags from jumping over the cloth. They also stopped the boars from making holes and escaping. Michelangelo had never seen Giovanni so excited.
Please forgive me, Michelangelo said. As you can see, I'm working on the marble. I cannot stop now.
Giovanni looked sad.
You are not a worker, he said. You can work when you want. You are free.
Michelangelo held his chisel tightly and then relaxed his hand again. He had shaped the tool carefully so it would not slip.
That may not be true, Giovanni, he answered.
But who stops you? Giovanni asked.
I stop myself.
You really choose your work over my hunt?
Yes, if I must choose.
That is very strange. I did not expect that. Do you only want to work? Do you never want rest or fun?
Michelangelo did not like that word. It bothered him, just as the word pleasure had bothered the Topolino family before. He wiped marble dust from his wet upper lip.
People enjoy different things, he said. For me, marble is as exciting as the hunt.
Giulio spoke quietly to his cousin. Please save us from people like him.
Michelangelo looked at Giulio.
Why am I a person like that? He asked.
Giovanni answered for him. Because you care about only one thing.
Giulio whispered something again. Giovanni nodded.
You are right, he said.
Then the two young men walked away without another word. Michelangelo returned to his carving. Soon he forgot the talk. But later, in the cool evening, Contessina came into the garden. She walked close to his marble statue and spoke softly.
My brother Giovanni says you frighten him.
Frighten him? But I did nothing.
Giovanni says you have a hard and wild feeling inside you.
Tell your brother not to lose hope about me. Maybe I'm still too young to enjoy these things.
Contessina looked at him carefully.
Giovanni's hunt is the most important event of his year, she said. For those few hours, he leads the Medici family. Even my father listens to him. If you refuse the hunt, it is like refusing Giovanni himself. It is like saying you are better than him. He is kind. He never wants to hurt anyone. Why do you want to hurt him?
I do not want to hurt him, Contessina, Michelangelo answered. I only do not want to lose this feeling. I want to carve all day and every day until the work is finished.
You already made Piero your enemy, she cried. Must you also make Giovanni your enemy?
Michelangelo could not answer her. Then his mood changed. He put down his chisel with 3 teeth. He wet a large white cloth in the fountain and covered the marble. One day, nobody would stop him from working.
All right, Contessina, he said. I will go.
He had learned to lift the hammer and chisel together in one smooth movement. He held the tool loosely so it could move freely. His thumb and fingers held it firmly at the same time. Each time the hammer struck, he closed his eyes quickly to protect them from flying pieces of stone. He worked in low relief, so he could remove only a little marble at a time. He had to control the great strength inside his body. The point of the tool entered the marble almost straight. But near the highest parts, like the Madonna's face and the back of Jesus, he had to change the angle of his body and his tools. He learned that he must hit the marble toward the large center of the stone. He also had to strike toward the part where the marble first came from. Then the stone could carry the force of the blow. He made his figures and stairs stand upright. He hoped this would stop the marble from breaking. But the marble was very hard. It did not change easily under his tools. The stone always showed its own hard nature. Before this work, he did not understand how difficult marble could be. With every strike, he respected the stone more. To bring living shapes out of the marble took many long days. He removed the stone little by little, one layer at a time. He could not make the work move faster. After each group of strikes, he stepped back and looked at his work. On the left side of the design, heavy stone steps went down. Mary sat on a bench to the right. People could see a wide stone rail beside her. It seemed to end in her lap, under the knee of her child. Then he saw something important. Mary's strong left hand held the child's legs safely. If he opened the hand a little more and moved it outward, the hand could also hold the bottom of the stone rail. The rail would then look like a tall upright beam. In this way, Mary would support both Jesus and the cross on which he would die one day. This would show her choice to serve God. He did not want the meaning to feel too strong or too obvious. But people could still see it if they looked carefully. Now he had the upright part of the cross. But where was the second part? He studied his drawings and searched for an answer. Then he looked at the boy, John. The boy was playing on the steps. What if the boy placed his round arm across the stone rail at a right angle? He quickly made a new charcoal drawing. Then he cut deeper into the clear white marble. Slowly, as he worked farther into the stone, the boy's body and right arm became the living crossbeam. As it should be, because John would baptize his cousin Jesus and become an important part of the story later. He finished his Madonna and child after he carved two small children playing above the staffs. Then Bertoldo taught him a new kind of work. Michelangelo had never learned polishing before. Bertoldo taught him very strictly. He warned him not to polish too much. Too much polishing could make the work look weak and too sweet. Michelangelo had worked on the marble near the south wall of his shed. Now he asked Bugiardini to help him move the plaque. The plaque was 13 by 18 inches. They stood it against the west wall. There he could polish it in the soft north light. First he used a rasp to smooth the rough parts. Then he washed away the fine marble dust. After that, he saw small holes in the marble. Bertoldo explained the reason for them. Earlier, the chisel had gone too deep into the stone. It had damaged the crystals under the surface.
Use a fine emery stone with water, Bertoldo said. But work gently.
After this, Michelangelo washed the marble again. Now the surface felt smooth like soft paper. Next he used light pumice stones to make the surface finer. Fresh crystals appeared and shone in the light. He moved his fingers over the marble and felt the soft smooth surface. Soon he needed stronger light to see the small changes on the surface. He removed the planks from the north and east walls. The new bright light changed the look of the carving. Again he washed the marble with water. He cleaned it with a sponge and waited for it to dry. Then he started the work again with the emery stone and pumice. Slowly the bright parts began to appear. Light touched the Madonna's face. It shone on the curls, the left cheek, and the child's shoulder. Light also fell on the cloth over the Madonna's leg. It touched John's back as he sat across the balustrade. The inside of the balustrade was bright too, because it was important in the design. Everything else stayed in soft shadow. The seat, the stairs, and the walls were quiet and dark. Now he saw the crisis clearly. He saw strong feelings on Mary's face. She felt Jesus pulling at her breast. She also held the heavy cross in her hand. Lorenzo called the Plato 4. When Michelangelo came into the room with Bertoldo, they saw the marble on a high flat stand. Black velvet covered the stand. The Plato group became very excited.
You made a Greek figure after all. Poliziano cried.
Pico spoke more strongly than usual.
When I look at your work, I do not think about Christianity. Your figure has the mystery and power of old Greek art.
I agree, said white-haired Landino.
The carving is calm and beautiful. It looks greater than normal people. It feels like ancient Greek art.
But why should it be like that? Michelangelo asked quietly. Because you came from ancient Greece into Florence, Ficino answered. In your heart, you are pagan like us. Magnifico, can we bring the old stone carving from my room? The one with the agony and the ecstasy. Very soon, a palace servant brought the ancient stone carving into the studio. He also brought several small Madonna and child carvings. The Platonists used them to show that Michelangelo's work did not look like Christian carvings.
It was not meant to look the same, Michelangelo answered with some anger. I wanted to make something new.
Lorenzo enjoyed the discussion. Michelangelo has joined two ideas together, Lorenzo said. His work is both Greek and Christian. He has brought the best parts of both together. You should understand this well because you spent many years trying to join Plato and Christ. Michelangelo thought silently.
They did not say one word about Mary and her moment of choice. Maybe the meaning is too hidden. Or maybe they think that part is Greek too. The child has not yet accepted his future.
Bertoldo had stayed quiet until then. Now he spoke in a rough voice.
Let's talk about the sculpture itself. Is it good or bad?
The other spoke as if Michelangelo was not there. He understood that they liked his first great work because they saw it as part of humanism. They loved the new idea of the Christ child turning his back to the viewer. They also admired Mary's calm understanding. They praised his use of perspective. People were only beginning to understand perspective in marble sculpture. Even Donatello had not tried it in his Madonna works. He only suggested that angels were somewhere behind the main figures. They also admired the strong force of the three main figures. The carving was full of tension and life. It was one of the strongest low reliefs they had seen. But there were also things they did not like. They told him directly that Mary's face looked too carefully shaped. They thought her many clothes took attention away from the main idea. They said the child looked too muscular. The position of the arm and hand looked strange. They also thought the figure of John was too large and too rough. Lorenzo cried, "Stop, stop. Our young friend worked for 6 months on this project. And he planned it all by himself," Bertoldo said. "My help was only for study."
Michelangelo stood up so everyone would look at him. First, I do not like drapery. I want to work only with the human body, and I could not do the drapery well. About the Madonna's face, I could never truly see it in my mind. That is why I could not draw or carve it in a real way. But now the work is finished, and I want to tell you what I hope to do.
This room has many listening ears, Poliziano said with a smile.
I wanted the figures to look real and alive. I wanted people to feel that they could begin to breathe at any moment.
Then Michelangelo spoke shyly about Mary and her child. He explained her thoughts and her difficult choice. Lorenzo and the four friends became quiet as they looked at the marble. Michelangelo felt them thinking deeply. Slowly, one after another, they looked back at him. There was pride in their eyes. When Michelangelo returned to his room, he saw a leather bag on the table near the wash basin. The bag was full of bright gold coins. There were so many that he could not guess the number.
"What is this?" he asked Bertoldo.
"It is a gift from Lorenzo." Michelangelo picked up the bag and went to the stairs beside the room. He climbed to the first floor and walked down the hall to Lorenzo's bedroom. Lorenzo sat at a small table near an oil lamp. He was writing letters. When the servant announced Michelangelo, Lorenzo turned in his chair. "Lorenzo, I do not understand why." "Slowly, slowly. Sit here. Now tell me from the beginning." Michelangelo swallowed and became calm.
"It is this bag of money. You should not pay for the marble. It already belongs to you. I lived in the palace while I worked on it, and you gave me everything."
"I was not buying the sculpture, Michelangelo. It belongs to you. The money is a reward for finishing your work. I gave Giovanni a reward when he finished his church studies in Pisa. I thought you might want to travel and see other works of art. You could go north to Bologna, Ferrara, Padua, and Venice. Or south to Siena, Rome, and Naples. I will give you letters to help you. Even though it was very late, Michelangelo hurried home to Via dei Bentecordi. Everyone in the house was asleep. Soon the family gathered in the main room. Each person carried a candle, and their nightcaps sat crooked on their heads. Michelangelo poured the gold coins across his father's desk.
But what is this? Lodovico asked with surprise.
Is my prize money. I received it for finishing the Madonna and Child.
It is a large amount, his uncle said. How much is there?
I did not stop to count it, Michelangelo answered proudly.
30, 40, 50, his father counted.
Enough to help a family live well for 6 months. Michelangelo wanted to show his success well. So he asked, why should 6 months of my work not support a family for 6 months?
That is fair.
Lodovico was very happy.
I have not touched 50 gold florins for a long time. Michelangelo, you must begin another piece at once. Start tomorrow morning. They pay very well.
Michelangelo smiled. His father did not thank him. He only looked happily at the pile of gold coins shining in the candlelight. Michelangelo remembered the time when he had asked Lorenzo for marble after he first came to the palace.
We will look for another farm, Lodovico cried. Land is the safest thing to buy. Then we will have more income.
I am not sure I can let you do that, father, Michelangelo said. Illinois Magnifico says the money is for travel. He wants me to go to Venice or Naples and see sculptures.
Travel to see sculptures? Lodovico looked shocked. In his mind, the new farms disappeared. What use is that? You look at sculptures, then you leave, and the money is gone. But with new farms.
His brother Buonarroti asked, are you really going to travel, Michelangelo?
No, Michelangelo said with a laugh. I only want to work.
Then he turned to Lodovico.
The money is yours, father.
Several times each week, Bertoldo made them go to churches to continue drawing from the great masters. They carried small wooden stools. They moved them when the light changed. One day they were drawing in the Brancacci Chapel in the Carmine Church. Torrigiani placed his stool very close to Michelangelo. His shoulder touched Michelangelo's arm. Michelangelo moved his stool a little. Torrigiani felt insulted.
I cannot draw if my arm is not free, Michelangelo explained.
Why are you in such a bad mood? Torrigiani asked. I only wanted us to enjoy ourselves while we work. Last night I heard a rude new song.
I want to concentrate.
I am bored. We have drawn these frescoes 50 times. What else can we learn?
We can learn how to draw like Masaccio.
I want to draw like Torrigiani. That is good enough for me.
Without looking up, Michelangelo answered sharply, but it is not good enough for me.
Listen to him, Torrigiani said. I won 3 drawing prizes last year. How many did you win?
None. That is why you should let me learn.
Torrigiani felt hurt by the answer.
With a crooked smile he said, I am surprised the favorite student still does these exercises for schoolboys.
Copying Masaccio is not a schoolboy exercise, Michelangelo answered. Only a schoolboy would think that.
Oh, so now your mind is better than mine. Torrigiani became angry. I thought only your drawing hand was better.
If you could really draw, you would know there is no difference.
And if you could do something besides draw, you would know how small your life is. People say, small man, small life. Big man, big life.
Big man, big noise.
Torrigiani became very angry. Michelangelo turned on his stool and looked at the painting by Filippino Lippi. It showed the emperor's son whom St. Peter had brought back to life. Granacci had posed for that painting when he was 13. Torrigiani moved his stool too. Now he sat directly in front of Michelangelo and stared at him. You wanted to insult me. He jumped up from his stool. He put his large hand on Michelangelo's shoulder and pulled him to his feet. Michelangelo saw anger on Torrigiani's face. Torrigiani hit him with all his strength. Michelangelo could not move away from the blow. The fist hit the middle of his nose very hard. Michelangelo tasted blood in his mouth. He felt something break inside his nose. Far away, he heard Bertoldo cry out.
"What have you done?"
I felt his nose break under my hand.
Michelangelo fell to his knees. The blue stars turned around above him. He felt the cold stone floor against his face. Then everything became dark, and he lost consciousness. He woke up later in his bed at the palace. Wet cloths covered his eyes and nose. His whole head hurt badly. When he moved, someone took the cloths away. He tried to open his eyes, but he could only open them a little. Pier Leone, Lorenzo's doctor, stood over him with Lorenzo and Bertoldo. Someone knocked on the door. A man came in and said,
"Torrigiani has left the city, Excellency. He went through the Porta Romana."
"Send our fastest riders after him," Lorenzo said firmly. "I will punish him." Michelangelo closed his eyes again. The doctor fixed his pillow and wiped his mouth. Then he carefully touched his face with his fingers.
"The middle of his nose is broken," the doctor said. "The small pieces of bone may stay there for a long time. Right now, he cannot breathe through his nose. Later, if he is lucky, it may become better."
The doctor put one arm under Michelangelo's shoulders. He lifted him a little and held a cup to his lips.
"Drink this," he said softly. "It will help you sleep. When you wake up, the pain will be less."
It hurt to open his mouth, but Michelangelo drank the warm herb tea. The voices around him slowly became quiet. Again he began to sleep. He heard Torrigiani's cruel words in his mind. He saw the turning blue stars again. He felt the cold stone under his face. When he woke up later, he was alone in the room. The pain was now behind his eyes and nose. His head beat hard. Light came through the window. He pushed the blanket away and got out of bed. At once, he almost fell. He caught the wash table to hold himself up. Then he slowly looked into the mirror. Again, he held the table because he felt weak. He could almost not know his own face. Both eyes were very swollen and blue. He tried to open his eyes a little more. He saw many dark colors on his face. There was purple, blue, orange, and brown. He knew he could not understand the full damage yet. The swelling must go down first. It would take many weeks, maybe months. Only then could he see how much Torrigiani had changed his face. One hard hit from Torrigiani had changed his face badly. It looked soft and bent, like clay in a hand. He shook with fever. Slowly, he crawled back to bed on his hands and knees. Then he pulled the blanket over his head. He wanted to hide from the world. Inside, he felt terrible. His pride had brought him to this sad state. He heard the door open. He did not want to see anyone, so he stayed still. A hand pulled the blanket away from his face. He looked up and saw Contessina.
Michelangelo Mio.
Contessina.
I'm sorry this happened.
Not as sorry as I am.
Torrigiani escaped. But father says he will find him.
Michelangelo moved his head slowly on the pillow. It hurt him.
It will not help. I blame myself. I pushed him too far with my words.
He started the fight. We heard what happened.
Hot tears came into his eyes. Then he forced himself to say the painful words.
I'm ugly.
Her face was very close to his. They spoke softly so the nurse at the door could not hear clearly. Without moving away, she kissed his swollen lips. Her kiss felt warm and gentle. It felt like soft healing on his pain. Then she left the room. The days went by. Michelangelo did not want to leave the palace. The swelling and pain became less each day. His father heard what happened and came to see him. Lodovico looked more pleased that he was right about artists than sad about his son's face. He also worried about the 3 gold florins. Michelangelo stayed in his room and could not work.
Will Lorenzo stop your money? He asked.
Michelangelo became angry.
It is not a wage. And Lorenzo will not stop it because I cannot work. Maybe people think I do not need money while I stay locked in this room.
Lodovico spoke in a low voice.
I depended on that money. Then he left.
He should not blame me, Michelangelo said sadly to Buonarroti when his brother came to visit.
Buonarroti brought chicken soup with toasted almonds from Lucrezia. He now worked with the Strozzi family in the cloth business. His face looked serious.
Michelangelo, men need some money of their own, he said. This is a good time to save some florins. Let me come for a few weeks and keep the money safe for you.
Michelangelo felt touched by his brother's care. He also smiled at Buonarroti's new business ideas. Lorenzo visited him for a short time every afternoon. He brought a new cameo or an old coin for them to study together. Illinois Cargier came with his lyre. He sang funny songs about life in Florence. He even sang about Michelangelo's accident in short rhymes. Landino came to read Dante. Pico visited and showed him new ideas about Egyptian stone carvings. These carvings suggested that the Greeks learned many sculpture ideas from the Egyptians. Contessina came with her nurse before dark. She studied and talked with him. Even Giovanni and Giulio visited for a short time. Piero sent kind words. Jacopo, with his small sharp face, and Tedesco, the red-haired boy, came from Ghirlandaio's workshop. They promised that if they saw Torrigiani in Florence, they would chase him out of the city. Granacci spent many hours in the apartment. He brought drawing tools and large folders of drawings. The doctor came and looked at his nose with small tools. At last, he said Michelangelo would still breathe through one side of his nose. Bertoldo stayed kind and calm while people came into his room. He tried to make Michelangelo feel better.
Torrigiani wanted to hurt your talent with his fist, he said. He wanted to bring you down to his level.
Michelangelo shook his head.
Granacci warned me.
It is true, Bertoldo said. People who are jealous of talent want to destroy it in others. You must come back to work now. We miss you in the garden.
Michelangelo looked at himself in the mirror above the wash basin. The middle of his nose was pushed in forever. A large bump stood in the center. His nose bent badly across his face. Its old shape and balance were gone. He closed his eyes in pain.
What terrible work this is, he said. The stone was weak and full of holes. It broke at the first hit of the hammer. Now it is ruined. There is no balance and no design. It looks damaged like an empty stone quarry in the mountains. I was never handsome. But I hate this broken face.
Deep sadness filled him. Now he truly felt like an ugly sculptor who wanted to make beautiful marble statues. Slowly, the swelling became smaller. The dark marks faded away, but he still could not show himself in public with his changed face. When he could not stay inside anymore, he went out late at night. He walked through the quiet streets for many hours. This helped him use his trapped energy. At night, Florence looked very different. Oil lamps burned high on the palaces. Under the stars, the large stone buildings seemed even bigger and quieter. One day, Poliziano came to the apartment. He did not speak to Bertoldo.
May I sit down? He asked. Michelangelo, I have finished my Italian translation of Ovid's Metamorphoses. While I worked on the story of the centaurs, I thought about you. You could make a wonderful carving of the battle between the centaurs and the people of Thessaly.
Michelangelo sat on the bed and watched Poliziano carefully. He compared their faces and thought about how ugly they both were. Poliziano leaned forward in his chair. His small eyes and dark hair looked wet and heavy to Michelangelo. His thick lips also troubled him. But even with his strange face, Poliziano seemed full of light inside. His face became alive when he spoke about Ovid and the old Greek stories.
The first lines prepare the story, Poliziano said. Pirithous married the young Hippodame. To celebrate, servants prepared tables. Soft couches stood nearby inside a green cave. The centaurs came as guests. They were wild creatures, half horse and half man. Many important men from Thessaly also came.
With his soft and careful voice, Poliziano continued the story. He described the happy mood inside the palace. Oh, the bride was very beautiful. Then we spoke about how kind and lovely she was. But our actions brought trouble to the wedding. Eurytus was the wildest centaur there. He drank too much wine. When he saw the bride, he wanted her even more. The tables moved and fell over. People threw them away. Then Eurytus grabbed the bride and carried her away. The other centaurs also took women as they wanted. The place looked like a city after a battle. He described the scene so clearly that everyone could almost see them in the room. Theseus hit Eurytus in the face with a large wine jar. Eurytus fell down and died. Grinius threw the altar onto 2 men. Rhoetus killed a man with a burning torch. Michelangelo looked at the cupboard. On it stood the model for Bertoldo's Battle of the Romans and Barbarians. Poliziano saw where Michelangelo was looking.
No, he said. Bertoldo's battle is copied from the stone coffin in Pisa. It is really a copy, but your work would be new and original. Bertoldo became very angry. You are lying. Michelangelo, I will take you to Pisa and show you. Tomorrow, you will see that there are no figures in the center of the stone coffin. I had to make them myself. I added completely new ideas to the story. For example, my soldier on the horse.
Poliziano gave his manuscript to Michelangelo.
Read it when you have time. While I translated these stories, I thought about you carving them. You could not find a stronger subject.
That night, Bertoldo ordered horses. At sunrise, they rode beside the Arno River toward the sea. They passed Empoli. Soon they saw the Great Dome and the Leaning Tower of Pisa under the light blue sky. Bertoldo took Michelangelo into the Campo Santo at once. It was a large cemetery with walls around it. Workers had started it in 1278. Long galleries held many tombs and old stone coffins. Bertoldo stopped near a Roman battle scene. He carefully explained how this stone coffin was different from his own sculpture called Battle. But the more he explained, the more Michelangelo saw that they were alike.
Michelangelo spoke gently. You once told me that every artist needs teachers before him. Nicola Pisano began modern sculpture here because he saw these Roman coffins. They had been hidden for 1,000 years.
Bertoldo felt pleased again. He took Michelangelo to a small eating place behind a grocery store. They ate tuna fish and beans. After the meal, the old man slept for a few hours. Meanwhile, Michelangelo returned to the cathedral. Then he went to the baptistery. Nicola Pisano and Giovanni Pisano had designed much of it. Inside was Nicola Pisano's greatest work, a marble pulpit with 5 large carved scenes. Later, Michelangelo stood outside again. He looked at the leaning tower against the bright sky of Pisa.
Then he thought, maybe Bertoldo is partly right. It is not enough to be only a painter or sculptor. A man must also understand building and engineering.
They rode home in the cool evening. Soft hills passed beside them. The horses' feet made a steady sound on the hard road. During the ride, pictures filled Michelangelo's mind. He saw men fighting. He saw women being saved. He saw wounded people and dying soldiers. When they returned to the palace, Bertoldo quickly fell asleep. Michelangelo lit a lamp and started to read Poliziano's translation.
After only a few pages, he stopped and thought, how can a person carve this story? The marble would need to be as large as one of Ghirlandaio's wall paintings.
He also understood another problem. The battle in the story used many weapons. There were torches, spears, antlers, javelins, tree trunks, and even altars. If he used all these things, the marble would look crowded and confused. Then he remembered an earlier line. He turned back through the pages until he found it.
Aphareus lifted a great rock from the mountainside.
The picture became very clear in his mind. Excitement filled him. Now he saw one strong idea that could hold everything together. This would be his theme. He could not show every weapon, so he would use only one weapon. It was the oldest and most common weapon of all: stone. Michelangelo took off his shirt and clothes. Then he lay under the red blanket with his hands behind his head.
He suddenly understood something important. All day he had been outside with other people. Not once had he thought about his nose. Another thought came to him. His mind was now full of pictures. But they were not pictures of the cemetery or the baptistery. They were pictures of the Battle of the Centaurs. Praise God, he thought. I am cured.
Rusticide felt very happy when he heard this. Did I not tell you to draw horses? A work of art without a horse is nothing.
Michelangelo laughed. Now you only need to show me where I can find some centaurs.
The tension was gone from the garden. No one spoke about Torrigiani or the fight. Torrigiani had escaped, and people thought no one would catch him. Michelangelo was excited about his new work. He gave all his attention to the design. Poliziano was happy and spoke about centaurs in old stories. At the same time, Michelangelo drew quickly. He imagined a creature with the body of a horse and the upper body of a man. He did not care much about old myths. They did not feel close to him. He cared more about real life and real people. To him, the male body was the most important form. He believed all other forms came from it. He tried to find the right design for almost 20 figures. He thought carefully about the different actions in the scene. He asked himself what should stand at the center. Then the eye could move across the sculpture in the way he wanted. In the battle carvings he had seen in Pisa and in Bertoldo's work, the people wore clothes. Because this story came from Greece, Michelangelo thought he could carve naked bodies. He did not want helmets, robes, or cloth around the waist. To him, these things made the sculpture crowded and unclear. He wanted the work to feel simple and controlled. So he removed clothes, horses, many centaurs, and many weapons from the design. But even after this choice, he still had problems. Granacci could not help him.
It is impossible to find naked models.
Could I rent a small studio and work alone? Michelangelo asked.
Granacci shook his head. You are Lorenzo's student. Everything you do also affects him.
Then I only have one choice. I will work at Cave Maeno.
That evening he walked to Settignano in the cool air. He crossed the dark fields and the small stream at the bottom of the valley. For a moment he felt worried. The Topolino family had heard about the fight with Torrigiani, but they would not react like his family had reacted before. At home, his stepmother and aunt had cried. His uncle had shouted angrily. His grandmother had stood silent with dry eyes, but she suffered for him. The Topolinos welcomed him in a calm way. They were happy he would stay the night. Maybe they saw the marks on his face in the dark evening. If they noticed, they said nothing. At dawn he washed in the stream. Then he walked along the rough roads through the hills to the quarries. The stoneworkers started their work 1 hour after sunrise. From the top of the mountain, he could see a castle below. Olive trees and grape plants grew around it in long straight lines. In the quarry, the stone cut the day before looked blue in the light. Older blocks had become more beige. 10 columns were finished. A large panther shape had also been started. Stone pieces lay everywhere around it. The quarrymen and stoneworkers sharpened their tools again and again. The hard stone wore them down very fast. The workers were cheerful when they saw Michelangelo.
So you came back to do honest stonework again? One man said. A stoneworker is always a stoneworker.
In this weather? Michelangelo answered with a smile. I will sit under a cool tree. I will only lift charcoal for drawing.
The men understood at once. The stone gave off great heat. The workers removed most of their clothes. They kept only simple cloth around the waist, straw hats, and leather sandals. Michelangelo sat and watched them work. They could not stop and pose for him because they had much stone to cut. Their bodies were small, thin, and hard from work. They did not look like the beautiful Greek statues he had seen. But under the warm sun, sweat made their skin shine like smooth marble. They used all the strength in their backs, shoulders, and legs to cut and lift the stone. They did not feel shy while he sketched them. He looked for the strength hidden inside these strong workers. Around the middle of the morning, the workers gathered in their hall. It was a cave cut into the stone at the foot of the mountain. Inside, the temperature stayed the same all year. There they ate herring and onions with bread and red Chianti wine. Michelangelo told them about his planned battle of the centaurs.
It is time for this mountain to give us another sculptor, a young quarry worker said. We always had one before. There was Mino da Fiesole, Desiderio da Setignano, and Benedetto da Maiano.
After a few minutes, they went back to work. Michelangelo returned to his drawing. Now he worked very close to the men. He drew the strain in their hands. He watched the hard skin near their fingers. The skin was tight from holding hammers and chisels every day. There was so much to learn about the human body. It had thousands of small parts. Each part was different and interesting. An artist could draw people all his life and still learn new things. When the sun was high in the sky, several young boys arrived. They carried long branches on their shoulders. Many nails were fixed into the branches. A basket with food hung from each nail. Again the workers gathered in the cool hall. The quarrymen shared their meal with Michelangelo. They ate vegetable soup, boiled meat, bread, cheese, and drank wine. After the meal, they lay down and slept for an hour. While they slept, Michelangelo drew them. Some lay flat on the ground. Some covered their faces with their hats. Their bodies were still and peaceful. The lines of their bodies looked calm. When they woke up, the children returned with fresh water. The water was for drinking and for the forge. The boys turned the wheels and sharpened the tools. They also helped with hammers and chisels. Michelangelo drew their smooth young arms and legs while they worked. The next morning, Michelangelo left the palace. A monk suddenly stopped him. The monk asked his name. Then he took a letter from his black robe and gave it to him. A moment later, he was gone without a sound. Michelangelo opened the letter. He saw his brother's name at the bottom and started to read. The letter asked him to stop working on the pagan subject. His brother wrote that the work was against God and could put his soul in danger. He also wrote that if Michelangelo made statues, they should only be religious works approved by the church.
The Battle of the Centaurs is an evil story, Leonardo wrote at the end. A bad man told it to you. Leave this work and return to Christ.
Michelangelo read the letter again. He shook his head in surprise. How did Leonardo know what he was carving inside the monastery walls? How did he know Poliziano had given him the idea? Michelangelo was only an apprentice. Why would anyone think his work was important enough to talk about? He felt a little afraid. The monks in San Marco seemed to know everything about everyone. He took the letter to the studiolo and showed it to Lorenzo. If this work causes trouble for you, he said quietly, maybe I should change it. Lorenzo looked tired. He now thought bringing Savonarola to Florence had been a mistake. That is exactly what Fra Savonarola wants, Lorenzo said. He wants to frighten all of us and control what we do. We will not help him turn the Duomo into a prison. If we give him one small victory, The next one will be easier for him. Continue your work. Michelangelo threw his brother's letter into a bronze pot under Lorenzo's desk. He put charcoal in the fire and broke the wax into small pieces. After the wax became cool, he pressed it with his fingers and made long strips. In the morning, he poured a little oil on his fingers to make the wax soft again. This sculpture would stand out strongly from the marble. Half of each figure would come out from the stone. Bugiardini had a round face and now hated stone carving almost as much as Granacci. He spent more time in the shed each day and slowly became Michelangelo's helper. Michelangelo told him to cut a wooden block the same size as the marble block he wanted to use. Then Bugiardini pushed wires through the wood to make a strong frame. Michelangelo used his first drawings and began to shape figures from wax. He fixed them onto the frame. He carefully balanced the arms, bodies, legs, heads, and stones as they would fall backward in the finished sculpture. He found the marble block he wanted in the palace yard. Bugiardini helped him carry it into the shed. They placed it on round wooden beams to protect the corners. Michelangelo felt great strength just from standing near the stone and looking at it. When he started cutting the rough shape, he used his whole body. He stood with his feet wide apart. Then he pushed all his strength into the arm that held the hammer. A sculptor needed balance. The force of each strike had to match the amount of marble removed. Once he had scraped a metal pan and felt the metal in his teeth. Now he felt the marble inside his whole body. He wanted to show his life and thoughts through space and stone. That was one reason he knew he must become a sculptor. He wanted to fill empty space with great statues. The statues would be made from beautiful marble and show deep human feelings. The 4-foot block had lines inside it like the grain of wood. The lines pointed toward the east. Michelangelo checked where east was and turned the block into the same position it had held inside the mountain. He needed to cut across the lines from north to south. If not, the marble could break into thin layers. He took a deep breath and raised his hammer and chisel for the first strike. Soon marble dust covered his hands and face. The dust also went inside his clothes. He liked touching his dusty face because it felt like touching the marble itself. He felt as if he and the stone were becoming one. On Saturday nights, the palace became quiet. Piero and Alfonsina visited important families in Florence. Giovanni and Giulio went out to social gatherings. People said Lorenzo spent his nights drinking and enjoying wild parties with young friends. Michelangelo did not know if the stories were true. But the next day Lorenzo often looked pale and tired. He suffered from gout like his father. Sometimes he stayed in bed or walked slowly through the palace with a heavy cane. On these evenings, Michelangelo could eat supper with Contessina and Giuliano on the open top floor. The night air was soft and cool. They ate cold watermelon and talked by candlelight. Contessina told him she had read Boccaccio's writing about the centaurs.
I have already moved far away from the first battle scene, he said with a laugh.
He pulled paper from inside his shirt and took a piece of charcoal from his purse. As he drew quickly, he explained his ideas to Contessina.
Man lived with stone and died with stone. He wanted the heads and the stones in the sculpture to look almost the same. In this way, man and marble would seem united. All 20 figures, men, women, and centaurs, would become one whole image. Each figure would show one side of human nature. Some parts were animal and some were human. Some were female and some were male. All of them tried to destroy one another. With fast lines, he showed the artistic goals he wanted to reach. The figures would stand in 3 levels going backward. Each level would be lower, but still full of life and strength. Some forms would look as if they were almost free from the stone. Each figure would show its own power.
I once heard you say that a carving must have worship behind it, Contessina said. What will people worship in your battle of men?
The greatest work of art is the body of a man, he answered. It has endless beauty and feeling.
Contessina looked down at her thin legs and small chest. Then she looked back at him with amusement.
I could threaten to tell people about your love for the male body, she said. Plato may agree with you, but Savonarola would call you a heretic and punish you.
No, Contessina. I admire man. But I worship God because he created man.
They laughed together, and their heads were close. Then Contessina looked at the door. Her face changed quickly, and her cheeks became red. Michelangelo turned around. From Lorenzo's way of standing, he knew Lorenzo had been there for some time. The warm feeling between Michelangelo and Contessina filled the room. Michelangelo had not noticed it before. Now the moment was broken, and all three of them could feel it clearly. Lorenzo stood quietly with tight lips. After a moment, Lorenzo's face became calmer. He walked forward and looked at the drawings. "Giulio tells me about your meetings," he said. "Your friendship is good. It will not harm either of you. Artists need friends. The Medici family needs friends too." A few nights later, the moon was full. The air carried strong, sweet smells. Michelangelo and Contessina sat together in a window seat in the library. They looked over the Via Larga and the hills around the city.
"Florence looks full of magic in the moonlight," Contessina said softly. "I wish I could see all of it from high above."
"I know a place," he said. "It is just across the river. From there, it feels like you can hold the whole city in your arms."
"Can we go now?" she asked.
"We can leave through the back garden. We will go one at a time. I will wear a long cape."
They walked on the usual road. They went toward the Ponte al Grazi bridge. Then they crossed the Arno River and climbed to the old fort. They sat on the stone wall. Below them, the city looked grey in the moonlight. Michelangelo showed her many places. He pointed to her father's villa in Fiesole. Below it stood the Badia. He showed her the wall with 8 towers near the hills. He showed her the bright baptistry, the Duomo, and the Campanile. Then he pointed to the tall Signoria building. He looked over the city inside its walls and beside the river. On their side of the river stood the Pitti Palace. The palace shone in the moonlight. Behind it were the Boboli Gardens. They sat a small distance from each other. The moonlight touched them both. They looked at the beautiful city and the hills around it. Slowly, their hands moved across the rough stone. At last their fingers touched and held each other. The trouble came soon after. Lorenzo had been at Vignone for several days to take the baths there. He called Michelangelo from the garden. Lorenzo sat at a large desk in his office. Maps covered the walls. There was a map of Italy and a map of the world. There was also a picture of the Sforza Castle in Milan. On the tables and shelves stood stone vases, ivory objects, and books by Dante and Petrarch. A Bible with purple velvet and silver decorations lay nearby. Lorenzo's secretary, Ser Piero da Bibbiena, stood beside him. Michelangelo already knew why they had called him.
"She was safe, Excellency," Michelangelo said. "She stayed beside me the whole time."
"Yes, I know," Lorenzo answered. "Did you truly think nobody would see you?" Giulio saw her leave through the back gate. Michelangelo felt ashamed.
"It was careless," he said.
He looked up from the beautiful Persian rug on the floor.
"It was very beautiful up there," he said. "Florence looked like one great stone city. It was like the churches and towers came from one piece of marble."
"I am not angry about your behavior, Michelangelo," Lorenzo said. "But Ser Piero thinks it was not wise. You know, people in Florence talk too much."
"They would not speak badly about a little girl," Michelangelo answered.
Lorenzo watched his face for a moment. "Contessina is not a little girl now," he said. "She is growing up. I did not fully see that before. That is all, Michelangelo. You may go back to your work now. I know you wish to return to it." Michelangelo did not move, even after Lorenzo dismissed him.
"Can I do something to make this right?" he asked.
"I have already done that," Lorenzo answered. Lorenzo came from behind his desk. He put both hands on the boy's shaking shoulders. Do not be sad. You did not want to do anything bad. Change your clothes for dinner. There is someone I want you to meet. Michelangelo did not want to eat with 60 guests. He felt very unhappy, but he knew he must obey. He washed quickly from a bowl of water. Then he put on a brown silk tunic. After that, he went to the dining hall. A servant took him to a seat near John Francesco Aldovrandi. Lorenzo had saved the place for him. Aldovrandi came from one of the most important families in Bologna. Lorenzo had made him the visiting mayor of Florence for the year 1488. Michelangelo could not think clearly. His mind and stomach both felt bad. Aldovrandi looked at him with great interest.
His Excellency showed me your drawings and your marble Madonna and Child, he said. I liked them very much.
Thank you.
I do not say this only to be polite. I truly mean it. I love sculpture too. I have studied the work of Jacopo della Quercia.
Michelangelo quietly asked who that was.
That is why I asked Il Magnifico if I could speak with you, Aldovrandi answered. People in Florence do not know Jacopo della Quercia well, but he is one of the greatest sculptors in Italy. Donatello was like a poet in stone. Jacopo della Quercia brings strong drama to stone. I hope you will come to Bologna one day. I want to show you his work. It may change your art deeply.
Michelangelo wanted to say that he did not want strong new influences, but later Aldovrandi's words would prove true. In the next days, Michelangelo heard troubling news. Piero and Alfonsina had complained many times. They were angry that a common person was so close to the Medici family. Sir Piero da Bibbiena also wrote to Lorenzo while he was away at the baths. The letter carefully warned him. It said, if nothing is decided about Contessina, we may be sorry later. Several nights later, Michelangelo finally understood what Lorenzo meant by making peace. Contessina had been sent to stay at the Ridolfi villa in the country. Then he received a message from his father. The family was worried about Leonardo. People said he was ill in the monastery at San Marco.
Can you use your Medici friends to see Leonardo? Lodovico asked when Michelangelo visited the family.
No outsiders can enter the monks' rooms, Michelangelo answered.
San Marco belongs to the Medici, his grandmother said. Cosimo built it, and Lorenzo supports it.
For many days, Michelangelo asked for permission. No one answered him. Then he learned that Savonarola would preach at San Marco the next Sunday.
All the monks will be there, Bertoldo told him. You will be able to see your brother. Maybe you can even speak a few words with him. Then come back and tell us about the friar.
San Marco was cool and quiet in the early morning. Michelangelo wanted to stand near the side door from the cloister. Then Leonardo would need to walk close to him. But many monks stood there in a tight group. They wore black robes and prayed together in the choir since before sunrise. Their hoods covered their faces. Michelangelo could not see if Leonardo was with them. The church was not crowded. People began to whisper when Savonarola entered. Michelangelo moved to a seat near the pulpit. He sat on the edge of the hard bench.
Savonarola looked much like the other monks when he slowly climbed the stairs to the pulpit. His head and face stayed deep inside his Dominican hood. Under the robe, he looked thin and small.
Michelangelo could only see the end of his nose and his dark eyes. His voice had a rough northern sound. At first, he spoke quietly. Soon his voice became strong and full of command as he spoke about the corruption inside the church. Even during angry talks in the palace, Michelangelo had never heard such serious charges against the priests.
Savonarola said many priests cared more about politics than faith. Families placed them in the church to gain money and power. He said they wanted wealth and high positions. He accused them of taking bribes and giving important places to family members. He said they sold holy objects and collected many church incomes. The sins of the church have spread across the world, he said.
As he became more excited, Savonarola pushed back his hood. For the first time, Michelangelo saw the friar's face clearly. The face troubled him as much as the powerful words. The upper lip was thin and severe. The lower lip was fuller and softer. His black eyes shone as he looked across the whole church. His cheeks were hollow from fasting. His large nose stood out strongly, with wide nostrils. It was a face full of power and drama. Michelangelo studied the shape of the bones like a sculptor studies stone. The dark chin and heavy lower lip held his attention. Michelangelo looked away from the face so he could listen better to the words. Savonarola's voice filled the church. The sound echoed from the empty chapels and returned again.
I have seen pride enter Rome and poison everything, Savonarola cried. O Italy, O Rome, O Florence, your evil actions bring suffering to us all. Stop your grand shows and rich displays. Leave your sinful lives. The earth is full of blood, and the clergy does not care. Many priests are far from God. At night they live in sin, and during the day they waste time talking together. Even the altar has become like a market. Holy things are sold for money. Once priests hid their sins. Now they do not even try to hide them. The Lord says he will punish this evil.
Then he turned his anger toward the people of Florence. He said Dante used Florence as the model for the city of Dis.
Inside the second circle are hypocrisy and false praise. There are also witchcraft, stealing, lies, and simony. All these evils live there.
Michelangelo forced himself to look around the church. Savonarola's voice seemed to hold everyone still. The whole crowd sat together without moving.
All Italy will feel God's anger, Savonarola said. Her cities will fall to enemies. There will be blood in the streets. Killing will become common. Unless you repent. Repent. Repent.
The cry of repent filled the church again and again. Savonarola pulled his hood low over his face. He prayed for a long time in silence. Then he walked down from the pulpit and left through the cloister door. Michelangelo felt deeply moved. He also felt excited and a little sick. Later, he stood in the bright hot sun of the piazza. He blinked and looked around without thinking clearly. He did not want to go home or return to the palace. He did not know what to say. At last, he sent a message to his father. He said he had not been able to meet Leonardo. His strong feelings became calmer after some time. Then he received a note from Leonardo. Leonardo asked him to come to San Marco at evening prayer. The cloister looked beautiful in the evening light. The grass was fresh and short. The hedges were neat. Jasmine and sunflowers grew under the arches. The place felt quiet and far from the busy world. To Michelangelo, Leonardo looked as thin and pale as Savonarola.
The family has worried about your health.
Leonardo pulled his head deeper into his hood.
My family is God's family.
Do not speak like that.
When Leonardo spoke again, Michelangelo heard some kindness in his voice.
I asked you to come because I know you are not evil. The palace has not changed you. Even there, you have lived a simple life.
Michelangelo smiled a little.
How do you know these things? He asked.
We know what happens in Florence.
Leonardo stepped closer and held out his thin hands.
F.I. Savonarola has seen a vision. The Medici family and the palace will be destroyed. All the sinful art inside the palace will also disappear. They cannot save themselves. But you can still save your soul. You must leave them before it is too late.
Savonarola spoke against the church leaders, Michelangelo said. I heard the sermon, but he did not speak against Lorenzo.
There will be 19 sermons. They will begin on All Saints' Day and continue until Epiphany. At the end, Florence and the Medici family will fall into disaster.
The two brothers stood together in the warm, still corridor beside the cloister. Michelangelo was too shocked to speak.
You will not save yourself? Leonardo asked.
We think in different ways. People cannot all be the same.
We can.
The world should be like this monastery, Michelangelo said.
A place where every soul can be saved. If my soul will be saved, it will happen through sculpture. That is my faith. That is my way of life. You said I live like a man alone. My work makes me live that way. So how can the work be bad? Would God not give me this choice, if we both serve him?
Leonardo looked hard into Michelangelo's eyes for a moment. Then he left through a door and went up the stairs.
Maybe he is going to a room painted by Fra Angelico, Michelangelo said to himself with bitterness.
This time the church was full. Again Savonarola began in a quiet voice. He explained the mysteries of the Mass and the Word of God. Some new people in the church looked disappointed. But soon the friar became warmer and stronger. Then his speech grew loud and powerful. His voice moved through the church and filled the people with strong feeling. He spoke against the clergy.
You hear people say, "Blessed is the house with a rich church office." But one day people will say, "That house is cursed. Trouble will come to you. This city will no longer be called Florence. It will become a place of thieves and bloodshed."
He spoke against the moneylenders.
You love money too much. You have made the city rulers dishonest. No one can make you believe that lending money for unfair profit is wrong. You think honest men are fools.
He spoke against the people of Florence.
You show your sins openly. You are not ashamed of them.
Then he said, I promise not to speak of prophecy anymore.
But a voice came to me in the night. It said, God wants you to continue. So I cannot stop. I tell you now that strange times are coming.
A low sound moved through the church. Many women were crying. Michelangelo stood up and walked along a side aisle. The angry voice followed him to the door. He crossed the Piazza San Marco and went into the garden. Then he returned to his small shed. His body shook as if he were sick. He decided not to return to the church. What did all this talk about greed and sinful desire have to do with him? Later, Contessina found him in the library. He was drawing from pictures in an old manuscript. She had been away for many weeks. Her face looked pale. Michelangelo stood quickly.
Contessina, have you been sick? Please sit here.
I must tell you something.
She sat heavily in the chair and leaned toward the cold fireplace as if she wanted warmth.
The contracts are ready.
Contracts?
For my marriage. To Piero Ridolfi. I did not want you to hear it from people in the palace.
After a short time, he asked in a hard voice, why should this matter to me? Everyone knows that Medici daughters marry for politics. Maddalena married Franceschetto Cibo, the Pope's son. Lucrezia married Jacopo Salviati.
I do not know why it should matter to you, Michelangelo. It should not matter to me either.
For the first time, he looked directly into her eyes. And does it matter to you?
How could it? Everyone knows that Medici daughters marry for politics.
Forgive me, Contessina. I was hurt.
It is all right, she said with a sad smile. I understand you now.
And the marriage? When?
Not for some time. I am still too young. I asked for 1 more year.
But everything is different now.
Not for us. We are still friends in the palace.
After some quiet time, Michelangelo spoke again.
Piero Ridolfi will not make you sad. Does he care about you?
Contessina looked at him and lowered her head.
We do not talk about these things. I will do what I must do. But my feelings belong to me.
She stood up and moved near him. Michelangelo lowered his head and stayed still. At last he looked at her again. He saw tears in her eyes. Slowly he held out his hand. Carefully she put her fingers into his hand. They held each other tightly for a moment. Then she moved away. Only her light perfume stayed near him. His throat felt hot and dry. Savonarola's strong voice stayed in Michelangelo's mind. Then Leonardo's warning became true. Savonarola suddenly spoke against the Medici family. He blamed Lorenzo for the bad things in Florence. He said the ruling family would fall. At the end, he even spoke against the Pope in the Vatican. The members of the Plato Academy quickly met in the studiolo. Michelangelo told them about the first 2 sermons. Then he explained Leonardo's warning. Lorenzo had fought many times with the Vatican before, but now he wanted peace with Pope Innocent VIII. Giovanni would soon become a full cardinal. Then he would go to Rome to represent the Medici family. The Pope could think Lorenzo supported Savonarola. After all, Lorenzo had brought Savonarola to Florence. And Savonarola preached in a Medici church. The Pope might believe Lorenzo agreed with the attacks against the church. "It is good that he attacks me too," Lorenzo said sadly.
"We must stop him," Poliziano said firmly.
"We only need to stop his prophecies," Lorenzo answered. "They are not part of our religion or his work as a priest. Pico, you must handle that." The first person to leave came from the sculpture garden. Granacci said that Baccio, who usually loved fun, became quiet for many hours. Then he started disappearing for 1 or 2 days at a time. Soon he began speaking badly about the Medici family. Then he praised Savonarola and the quiet religious life in the monastery. One day he left and joined the Dominicans. Savonarola's sermons in San Marco now brought huge crowds. Late in March, on the second Sunday of Lent, he moved his sermons to the cathedral. 10,000 people stood close together inside. Still, the church felt enormous around them.
A few months earlier, Michelangelo had heard Savonarola in San Marco. Now the friar seemed different. Because he fasted so much and spent long hours praying on his knees, he had little strength left. It was hard for him even to climb the stairs to the pulpit. He now believed completely that he spoke for Christ. "As you can see and hear, these are not my words. They are God's words. I am his voice on earth."
A cold feeling passed through the crowd. Savonarola himself also seemed deeply moved. Michelangelo came to the Duomo near the end of the service. He wanted to meet his father and the rest of the family. They had left Santa Croce to hear the new prophet. Michelangelo stood near the door. He looked up at the choir stalls by Donatello and Luca della Robbia beside the main altar. The marble carvings showed children playing, singing, dancing, laughing, and making music. They showed a happy love for life and the beauty of young bodies. To Michelangelo, the marble figures seemed to say, "People are good." At the same time, Savonarola's voice filled the church.
"Humanity is evil."
Who was right? Donatello and della Robbia? Or Savonarola? A heavy sadness filled the Buonarroti dinner table that evening. Lucrezia had tears in her eyes.
"That terrible man ruined my beautiful white veil. From now on, Lodovico, if you want to hear Savonarola preach, go after dinner and not before."
Even while the city changed with strong religious feeling, Michelangelo continued his work calmly. Unlike Savonarola, he did not believe God spoke through him. But he did believe that God would approve of his work if he saw it. He felt some respect for Savonarola. Was Savonarola not a man with strong ideas? Rustici once said, "You are like Savonarola. You do not eat because you cannot stop working in the middle of the day." Michelangelo did not like those words. But he knew he cared deeply about his work. He wanted to change marble sculpture. Phidias had changed Egyptian sculpture and made it feel Greek and alive. Michelangelo wanted to do something great too. He would fast and pray if that helped his work. He would even continue until he was weak and tired. Then he would still walk through the garden to his workshop. He also believed God could speak to people. Why should God not do that? God had the power. Michelangelo believed in God. If God could create the world and people, then God could also create a prophet or a sculptor. The Signoria asked Savonarola to speak in the Great Hall of the Palazzo della Signoria. Lorenzo planned to go there. The Plato IV and many important Medici supporters in the city also planned to go. Michelangelo sat on a long bench between Contessina and Giovanni. They faced the platform where Savonarola stood behind a wooden lectern. The city leaders sat behind him. When Savonarola first called Lorenzo de Medici a tyrant, Michelangelo saw a small smile on Lorenzo's face. Michelangelo did not listen closely to the speech at first. He looked around the great hall instead. The long side walls were covered with smooth white plaster. He thought about the beautiful frescoes that artists could paint there. Then Lorenzo's smile disappeared. Savonarola spoke more strongly. He said that both the good and the bad things in the city came from its leader. Because of that, the leader carried great responsibility. If he chose the right way, the whole city would become holy. Cruel rulers do not change because they are proud. They care only about themselves. They do not listen to the poor or weak people. They help the rich. They also trick voters and make life harder for the people.
Now Michelangelo listened very carefully. Savonarola said that Lorenzo had taken money from the Florence Dower Fund. Poor families gave this money to the city. They hoped their daughters would later receive a dowry and marry. Savonarola said Lorenzo used the money for forbidden books and bad art. He also said Lorenzo held wild parties. These parties, he said, led the people toward evil.
Lorenzo's dark face became pale green. But Savonarola did not stop.
He said Lorenzo was a dishonest ruler and must leave. The Signoria behind him must also leave. The judges and officials must leave too.
Savonarola wanted a completely new government. He wanted strong new laws.
He said Florence must become a city of God.
Who would rule Florence? Who would change the laws and enforce them? Savonarola said God had chosen him for this work. When Michelangelo arrived at the studiolo, he saw Fra Mariano there. The humanist preacher from San Gallo was losing many people from his church. They now followed Savonarola. Michelangelo pulled his usual chair to the low table. He put an apple on his plate and sat down. We will not answer Savonarola's personal attacks, Lorenzo said. All people in Florence know the truth about the Dower Fund. But his words about disaster were making the people of Florence more and more afraid. Lorenzo said, Fra Mariano, I think you should answer Savonarola. Could you give a sermon about Acts 1 verse 7? It is not for you to know the times and seasons which the Father has fixed by his own authority.
For Mariano's face became bright. I can speak about prophecy and history, he said. I can explain how God speaks to his people. Then I can show that Savonarola is almost like a wish.
Gently, Lorenzo said, your sermon must stay calm and clear. You must use facts and logic. Then the people will understand the difference between true revelation and witchcraft. They talked about which parts of the Bible and other writings Fra Mariano should use. Michelangelo ate a little fruit and quietly left the room. Then came a month of peace and hard work. He stopped all contact with the outside world. He ate little and slept little. Day after day, he worked on the 20 figures inside his block of marble. The palace told people to go to San Gallo on Holy Thursday. They said Fra Mariano would defeat Fra Savonarola in his sermon. When Michelangelo entered the church, he saw all the important families of Tuscany there. There were nobles, landowners, merchants, scholars, and travelers from Europe and England. The Signoria was there too, with judges and council members from the 4 parts of Florence.
Fra Mariano climbed into the pulpit. He began in a calm and educated voice. First, he quoted Cosimo de Medici. States are not ruled by prayers, he said.
Soft laughter moved through the church. Then Fra Mariano spoke about the need to keep church and state separate. He explained the dangers that came when they were joined together. He said this could hurt human freedom. It was a good beginning. Lorenzo sat quietly and looked relaxed. The people listened carefully and with growing pleasure. Step by step, Fra Mariano used logic and verses from Scripture. He explained the true role of the church and its place in the spiritual life of the people. Then something changed.
Fra Mariano's face turned red. He lifted his arms high into the air, like Savonarola often did. His voice became harsh when he first spoke the name Girolamo Savonarola. He said the name as if it were something dirty and sick. He forgot the careful argument he had prepared. Instead, he called Savonarola a spreader of disorder and scandal. Then he used many angry insults against him.
Michelangelo could think of only one reason. Fra Mariano was jealous of Savonarola, and that jealousy had defeated his good judgment. He was still shouting from the pulpit when Lorenzo brought his family together. Then he walked slowly down the middle of the church and left the building. For the first time, Michelangelo saw the palace full of sadness. Lorenzo had a strong attack of gout and could hardly walk through the halls. Poliziano was badly shaken and stayed close to Lorenzo like a frightened child. His clever words and deep thoughts were gone. Ficino and Landino worried about the work of their whole lives. Savonarola said he wanted to burn all the books in Florence except approved Christian writings. Pico suffered the most. He had helped bring the friar to Florence. He still agreed with many of Savonarola's ideas, and this caused trouble between him and Lorenzo. Lorenzo gathered his strength and tried to fight back again. He asked Prior Bicciolini from Santo Spirito to join them in the studiolo. Michelangelo knew the prior from Sunday dinners at the palace. Sometimes he went back with him to the church in the afternoon to draw familiar frescoes like the young St. John. The prior was an active man of 50. People in Florence knew him because he was the only man who wore glasses in the streets.
The faces of people in the street are like pages in a moving book, he once told Michelangelo. With these glasses, I study their faces and their character.
Now the prior sat at the low table in the studiolo. Lorenzo asked if he would send for the best Augustinian preacher in Rome. He wanted someone who could help the people of Florence understand the danger of Savonarola.
I think I know the right man, the prior answered. I will write at once.
Many people in Florence came to hear the visiting Augustinian monk. He spoke clearly about the danger and extreme ideas in Savonarola's preaching. The people listened politely at Santo Spirito. Then they left and changed nothing. Michelangelo tried again to hide in his shed and work alone. But the walls were too thin. Every day he heard more bad news. Pico tried to stop Lorenzo from using spies against Savonarola. He said the friar was too devoted to do the sinful acts Lorenzo hoped to discover. Savonarola's own spies found Lorenzo's men and exposed them. Fra Mariano left Lorenzo. He went to Savonarola and asked for forgiveness on his knees. Only a few students still came to the lectures at the Plato Academy. Printers in Florence refused to print books or papers that Savonarola did not approve. Sandro Botticelli also joined Savonarola. He publicly said that his paintings of naked women were immoral. Michelangelo still agreed with Savonarola's wish to reform the city, but he did not agree with the attacks on the Medici family and the arts. When he tried to explain this problem, Bertoldo became irritated. Later, when Michelangelo showed him his work again, Bertoldo complained about the Battle of the Centaurs.
"It is too plain," he said. "You learned nothing from my battle scenes or the one in Pisa. You removed all the richness. I think this is Savonarola's influence. You need horses, flowing clothes, and weapons. Without them, what is left to carve?"
People, Michelangelo said quietly.
"Your marble is very poor," Bertoldo said.
If you want my opinion, throw this block away. It was a bad exercise. Ask Granacci to find a new block for you.
Bertoldo did not come to the back of the garden for many days. One day, Michelangelo had a visitor. It was his brother Leonardo. He wore a dark cloak and looked thin and tired.
Welcome to my workshop, Leonardo.
Leonardo looked hard at the battle sculpture.
I came to speak about your sculpture. We want you to give it to God.
How can I do that? Michelangelo asked.
Destroy it. Botticelli has brought drawings for the fire. Other people have also brought sinful art. It will be Savonarola's first great fire to clean Florence.
This was the second time someone asked him to destroy his work.
You think my marble is sinful? Michelangelo asked.
It insults God. Bring it to San Marco and throw it into the fire yourself.
Leonardo spoke with strong feeling. His voice made Michelangelo uneasy. Michelangelo took his brother by the arm. Even in his anger, he could feel how thin Leonardo had become. He led him to the back gate and sent him into the street. Michelangelo had planned to spend many weeks polishing the sculpture. He wanted to make the figures shine. Instead, he asked Granacci to help him move the marble to the palace that night. Granacci borrowed a wheelbarrow. Bugiardini pushed it through the Piazza San Marco and down the Via Larga. With help from Granacci and Bugiardini, Michelangelo carried the marble into Lorenzo's sitting room. Lorenzo had not seen the work for a month. Not since Fra Mariano's sermon. He entered the room slowly. His face looked pale. His eyes were dull. He walked with pain and used a cane. Then he saw the sculpture. "Ah!" he cried. He sat down in a chair at once. For a long time, he said nothing. He looked carefully at every part of the marble. He studied each figure one by one. Slowly, color returned to his cheeks. He seemed stronger again. Michelangelo stood behind him and watched the sculpture too. At last, Lorenzo turned and looked up at him. His eyes shone brightly. "You were right not to polish it. The marks from the chisel help show the body shapes better."
Then you approve of the carving, Excellency? Michelangelo asked.
"Approve?" Lorenzo said. "I can feel every body and every crushed bone. I can see the fingers of the hurt young man in the corner. His hand is pressed against his head. His arm protects the stones he will never throw. This marble is different from any sculpture I have seen."
We already had an offer for the piece, Michelangelo said.
"A patron?" Lorenzo asked. "Someone wanted to buy it."
Not exactly. They want it as a gift. Savonarola sent the request through my brother Leonardo. They want to burn it on their fire for God.
Lorenzo waited a moment before he spoke. "And what did you answer?"
I said I could not give it away. The work belonged to Lorenzo de Medici.
"The marble belongs to you."
"Even if I give it to Savonarola to burn?"
"If that is what you want."
"But what if I already gave the work to God? To the God who made people good, strong, and beautiful? Savonarola says people are evil. Would God create us with hate?"
Lorenzo stood up quickly and walked around the room. He walked with only a small limp. A servant came in and placed a small table with food for 2 people. "Sit and eat while I speak to you. I will eat too, even if I was not hungry before you came." He took a piece of hard bread. Michelangelo, destruction always follows creation. The great art of one time is often destroyed by the next time. Sometimes this happens by friends and neighbors in the same city. You can see it now in Florence. Savonarola does not only want to destroy what he calls sinful art and naked statues. He also wants to destroy paintings and sculptures that do not fit his ideas. He wants to remove the works of Masaccio and Filippo Lippi. He wants the Benozzo Gozzoli paintings here in the palace chapel destroyed. He also attacks the works of Ghirlandaio. He wants to remove the Greek and Roman statues and most of the marble works in Florence. Very little will remain. Only the angels painted by Fra Angelico in the rooms of San Marco may stay. If Savonarola gets what he wants and his power keeps growing, Florence will suffer, Lorenzo said. It will be like what Sparta did to Athens. The people of Florence change their minds quickly. If they follow Savonarola to the end, all the great work from the time of my great-grandfather and the baptistry doors will disappear. Florence will go back into darkness. Michelangelo was shaken by Lorenzo's strong feelings.
How wrong I was, he cried. I thought Savonarola wanted to change only the bad parts of life in Florence. But he will destroy the good things too. As a sculptor, I would become like a slave. It would be like losing my hands.
People often do not see the loss of another man's freedom, Lorenzo answered sadly. Then he moved his plate away. I want you to walk with me. There is something I must show you. They went behind the palace. Then they crossed a small closed square and came to the front of San Lorenzo, the Medici family church. Inside the church was the grave of Cosimo, Lorenzo's grandfather. It stood near one of the bronze pulpits made by Donatello and Bertoldo. In the old sacristy, which Brunelleschi designed, there was a stone tomb for Cosimo's parents, Giovanni di Bicci and his wife. There was also a red stone tomb for Piero the Gouty, Lorenzo's father. Verrocchio made it. But the front of the church was still unfinished. It was made of rough brown bricks with uneven spaces. Michelangelo, this is the last great work I must finish for my family, Lorenzo said. I want a marble front for this church. It will have about 20 sculptures standing in spaces in the wall.
20 sculptures. That is as many as on the front of the Duomo.
But that is not too many for you, Lorenzo said. You can make one full-size statue for each figure in your battle. We must create something that all Italy will love. Michelangelo felt a heavy feeling inside him. He did not know if it was joy or fear.
I will do it, Lorenzo, he cried. I promise. But I will need time. I still have much to learn.
I have not tried to make my first full statue yet. When he came back to the apartment, he saw Bertoldo sitting near a small fire. A blanket covered him. His eyes were red, and his face looked very pale. Michelangelo went to him quickly.
Are you well, Bertoldo? He asked.
No, I'm not well. I'm a foolish old man. I cannot see clearly anymore. My time is finished.
Why do you say that? Michelangelo asked in a gentle way. He wanted to make Bertoldo feel better.
I saw your battle in Lorenzo's room. Then I remembered what I said about it. I was wrong. Very wrong. I tried to make you shape it like a bronze work. That would have ruined your marble piece. You must forgive me.
Now you must rest, Michelangelo said.
He helped Bertoldo into bed and covered him with a warm quilt. Then he went to the kitchen in the basement. He asked for hot wine and brought it back upstairs. He held the silver cup to Bertoldo's mouth and helped him drink.
If the battle is good, it is because you taught me well, Michelangelo said. You showed me how to make it strong and beautiful. You also taught me the difference between marble and bronze. So you should feel happy. Tomorrow we will begin another work. You will teach me more things.
Yes, tomorrow, Bertoldo said softly. He closed his eyes. Then he opened them again for a short moment. Michelangelo, are you sure there will be a tomorrow? He asked.
Soon after that, he fell asleep. A little later, his breathing changed. It became slow and difficult. Michelangelo went to wake Ser Piero. Ser Piero sent a servant to bring Lorenzo's doctor. Michelangelo stayed awake all night beside Bertoldo. He held him so he could breathe more easily. The doctor said he could do nothing to help. At sunrise, Bertoldo opened his eyes. He looked at Michelangelo, the doctor, and Ser Piero. He understood what was happening to him.
Take me to Poggio, he whispered.
It is so beautiful. When a servant came to say the carriage was ready, Michelangelo lifted Bertoldo carefully with the blankets around him. He held Bertoldo on his lap during the ride to Pistoia. They went to one of the beautiful Medici villas. The villa had once belonged to Michelangelo's cousins, the Rucellai family. Giuliano da Sangallo had rebuilt it with large open galleries. Heavy rain hit the carriage during the whole trip. But after Bertoldo rested in the tall bed in his favorite room, the weather changed. The room looked over the Ombrone River. The sun came out and shone on the green Tuscan land. Lorenzo rode to the villa to comfort his old friend. He brought Maestro Stefano da Proto with him. The doctor wanted to try some new medicines. Bertoldo died late in the afternoon on the second day. Before he died, the priest came to pray for him. Then Bertoldo spoke his last words with a small smile. He wanted to leave this world with humor.
Michelangelo, you are my heir, as I was Donatello's.
Yes, Bertoldo. I am proud.
I want you to have my property.
If that is your wish.
It will make you rich.
Bertoldo smiled again. It was like they shared a secret joke. Then he closed his eyes for the last time. Michelangelo said goodbye in silence and turned away. He had lost his master. There would never be another one like him. Now the garden was in complete disorder. All the work stopped. Granacci left his painting of a street festival unfinished. Instead, he spent his time finding models and marble blocks. He also looked for small jobs, like making a sarcophagus or a Madonna. Late one afternoon, Michelangelo spoke to his friend alone.
It is no good, Granacci. School is finished.
Do not say that. We only need a new master. Last night Lorenzo said I could go to Siena and look for one.
At that moment, Sansovino and Rustici came into the studio.
Michelangelo is right, Sansovino said. I will accept the invitation from the King of Portugal. I will go there to work.
I think we have learned everything we can as students, Rustici said.
I was never meant to cut stone, Bugiardini said. My nature is too gentle. I am better with paint and oil. I will ask Ghirlandaio to take me back.
Granacci looked at Michelangelo with anger. Do not tell me you are leaving too.
Me? Where would I go?
The group separated. Michelangelo walked home with Granacci to tell the family about Bertoldo's death. Lucrezia was excited about the cookbook. She read some recipes aloud. Lodovico showed no interest.
Michelangelo, is your new sculpture finished? He asked.
Almost, Michelangelo answered.
Illinois Magnifico, did he see it?
Yes. I took it to him.
Did he like it?
Yes.
Only yes? Did he show that he was pleased?
Yes, Father, he did.
Then where is the money?
What money?
The 50 florins.
I do not know what you mean.
Come now. Illinois Magnifico gave you 50 florins after you finished the Madonna and Child. Give me the purse.
There is no purse.
No purse? You worked for a whole year. You should have your money. I'm not asking for more, Father, Michelangelo said.
I already had enough. Il Magnifico paid you for the other sculpture, Lodovico said firmly. He did not pay for this one. That means he does not like it.
Maybe he is sick, Michelangelo answered. Maybe he has many worries now.
Then he may still pay you, his father asked.
I do not know.
You must speak to him again.
Michelangelo shook his head sadly. Then he walked back through the cold and wet streets. An artist without ideas feels poor and empty. For the first time since he entered Urbino's school 7 years earlier, Michelangelo did not want to draw. He did not even want to think about marble. While he worked, his broken nose had not hurt him. Now the pain came back. One side of his nose was fully blocked, and breathing was hard. Again he thought about how ugly he looked. The garden was quiet and empty. Lorenzo had stopped the work on the library. The stoneworkers were gone. Their steady hammer sounds were gone too. Michelangelo missed those sounds while he worked. Everything felt like it was changing. The Plato group rarely came to Florence now. There were no more evening meetings in the studiolo. Lorenzo decided to leave the palace for 6 months and stay in one of his villas. He wanted to rest and improve his health. He also wanted time to prepare for his fight against Savonarola. Lorenzo said this fight would end only when one side lost completely. He wanted all his strength for it. Lorenzo had many advantages. He had money, power, and control of the government. He had agreements with other cities and countries. He also had strong friends in nearby ruling families. Savonarola had almost nothing except his simple robe. But Savonarola lived like a holy man. He worked hard and could not be bribed. He was an excellent teacher. He had already changed many bad habits among priests in Tuscany. Rich people in Florence also began to follow him. Many gave up their easy and comfortable lives. Because of this, Savonarola seemed stronger than Lorenzo. Lorenzo also tried to put his family matters in order. He arranged for Giovanni to become a cardinal. Pope Innocent VIII was old, and Lorenzo feared he might die soon. A new pope might dislike the Medici family and refuse Giovanni. Giovanni was only 16 years old. Lorenzo also believed this would help him with the people of Florence. Michelangelo felt worried when Lorenzo prepared to leave for Correggi. Lorenzo was giving important work and government duties to Piero. If Piero became the leader, Michelangelo feared for his future in the palace. Piero could send him away at any time. The sculpture garden was almost closed now. Michelangelo no longer knew what place he had there. Nobody spoke about payment for the battle sculpture. Because of this, Michelangelo could not return home. The 3 florins that were usually left on his washstand also stopped coming. He did not truly need the money, but the change made him uneasy. Who stopped it? Was it Lorenzo? Was it Ser Piero da Bibbiena, because the garden was no longer active? Or was it Piero? Michelangelo spent more time with Contessina. He sat with her for many hours and talked quietly. Sometimes he read aloud from the Divine Comedy. He chose the parts he loved most. One passage from Canto 11 of the Inferno said that art follows nature, just as a student follows a teacher. It also said that people live and grow through nature and art. The Platonists wanted him to write sonnets. They said sonnets were the best form of writing. They read their own poems to help him learn. Before this time, he expressed himself through drawing, shaping clay, and carving stone. He did not need another way to speak. Now he felt lonely and confused. So he began to write simple lines of poetry for Contessina.
Her beautiful face lifts my spirit to heaven. Nothing on earth gives me more joy.
Later he wrote,
There is a soul that only I can see. My spirit sees great beauty in it.
Then he tore the papers into pieces. He knew the poems sounded too dramatic and too young. He returned to the empty garden and walked along the paths. He visited the small house where Piero had ordered all the cameos, ivory pieces, and drawings to be taken away and returned to the palace. He wanted very much to work. But inside he felt empty and did not know what to create. He sat at his drawing board in the shed. Around him he heard only insects among the wild flowers. A deep sadness grew inside him. He felt very alone in the world. At last Lorenzo sent for him. Would you like to come to Fiesole with us? We will stay one night in the villa. Tomorrow morning Giovanni will receive his new position at the Badia Fiesolana. You should see the ceremony. Later, in Rome, Giovanni will remember that you were there. He traveled to Fiesole in a carriage with Contessina, young Giuliano, and the nurse. Halfway up the hill, at San Domenico, Contessina asked to stop. She wanted to see the Badia. As a woman, she could not enter the ceremony for her brother. Michelangelo knew the little church very well. He often visited it when he walked to Fiesole and Cave Maeno. The lower front part of the church was very old and came from the year 1050. But Michelangelo loved the inside most of all. The church had been rebuilt in Brunelleschi's style. Every part of the stone work was beautiful. The walls, pillars, windows, and altars were made with great skill. Stone cutters from Fiesole and Settignano had made them, including members of his own family.
You are a heretic, Michelangelo. You think the art in a church is more important than religion.
Is it not? He asked.
2 hours before sunrise, someone woke him. He dressed and joined the group walking down the hill to the Badia. Giovanni had spent the whole night there in prayer. Michelangelo felt unhappy when he saw Lorenzo carried on a litter. Inside, the small church shone with the light of many candles. The walls showed the symbols of Giovanni's Medici family. Michelangelo stood near the open door and watched the sun rise over the Mugnan Valley. At the first light of dawn, Pico della Mirandola walked past him and gave him a serious nod. Then the public notary from Florence entered. Giovanni knelt before the altar and received the sacrament. The choir sang the High Mass. The head of the abbey blessed the signs of Giovanni's new rank. These included his robe and his wide hat with long tassels. Then someone read the Pope's order for the ceremony. After that, a sapphire ring was placed on Giovanni's finger. The ring showed the heavenly power of the church. Michelangelo left the Badia and started to walk back toward Florence. In the clear spring sunlight, the red roofs of the city spread below him in a close pattern. At the Ponte di Mugnan he met a large group of important citizens from Florence. He knew some of them from Lorenzo's dinner table. Behind them came many ordinary people. There were also many priests from Florence. Some of them had promised support to Savonarola. Now they walked together to the Badia with songs and cheers. They wanted a blessing from the new Cardinal Giovanni de Medici. That night the palace was full of music, dancing, songs, and celebrations. The Medici family also gave food, wine, and entertainment to all the people of Florence. 2 days later Michelangelo stood in a line to say goodbye to the cardinal and his cousin Giulio, who would travel with him. Giovanni blessed Michelangelo and invited him to visit if he ever came to Rome. When the cardinal left, all joy left the palace with him. Lorenzo announced that he would go to Careggi. While he was away, his son Piero would rule the household. It was 2 weeks since Lorenzo left the palace. Michelangelo sat alone in his bedroom when he heard voices in the corridor. Lightning hit the lantern on top of the Duomo. The lantern fell toward the Medici palace. People came into the streets to look at the broken lantern. Then they looked sadly at the palace, as if they were mourning. The next day Savonarola gave a sermon. He spoke about terrible things that could happen to Florence. He warned about invasion, earthquakes, fire, and floods. Michelangelo stood in the large crowd and listened. He held Granacci's arm tightly. That night a servant brought news to the palace. The news came from the groom of Lorenzo's secretary. Lorenzo was not getting better. He was becoming weaker. A new doctor, Lazzaro of Pavia, came to help him. The doctor gave Lorenzo a medicine made from crushed diamonds and pearls. People believed this medicine always worked. But it did not help Lorenzo. Lorenzo asked Pico and Poliziano to read his favorite books to him. He hoped the reading would ease his pain. Michelangelo walked through the corridors all night. He felt afraid and worried. Piero had already gone to Careggi. Contessina and Giuliano went with him. At sunrise Michelangelo ran to the basement. He put a saddle on a horse. Then he rode for miles to Lorenzo's villa in the hills. The villa was beautiful. It had a tall tower, a pigeon house, and vegetable gardens that went down the hill into the valley. Michelangelo went around the far side of the estate. He slipped through the walls and crossed the courtyard. From the kitchen he heard people crying. He climbed the wide stairs quietly because he did not want anyone to hear him. At the top of the stairs he turned left. He stopped outside Lorenzo's bedroom for a moment. Then he slowly opened the heavy door. The bedroom was large and had a high ceiling. Heavy curtains covered the walls near the door to keep the room warm. A huge fire burned in the fireplace. Michelangelo saw Lorenzo in bed. Many pillows held him up. Dr. Pier Leone was taking blood from Lorenzo's arm. At the foot of the bed sat Poliziano. Tears ran down his face. Pico sat nearby and read from his book, The Being and the One. Michelangelo hid behind a curtain near the door. At that moment Lorenzo's priest told Dr. Leone to stop. Then he asked everyone to leave the bedside. The priest listened to Lorenzo's confession and gave him forgiveness. Michelangelo stayed very still while Pico and Poliziano returned to Lorenzo's side. After a short time Lorenzo spoke in a weak voice. He asked for Piero to come from the library. A servant entered and gave Lorenzo hot soup.
Poliziano asked, "How does the food taste, Magnifico Lorenzo?"
Michelangelo saw a small smile on Lorenzo's tired face. "It tastes good to a dying man," Lorenzo answered cheerfully. "I need strength before I speak to Piero." Piero entered the room with his head down. He looked humble before death. The servants left the room. Lorenzo began to speak. "Piero, my son, you will have the same power in Florence that I had. But Florence is a republic. Many people want different things. You cannot please everyone all the time. You must always act with honesty. Think about the good of the whole city, not only one group. If you do this, you will protect Florence and the Medici family." Piero kissed his father on the forehead. Then Lorenzo called Pico and Poliziano closer. "My sons," he said softly, "I am sorry I could not finish your library in the sculpture garden. I wanted you to care for it." Suddenly there was quick movement in the hall outside. To Michelangelo's surprise, Savonarola walked into the room. He passed very close to Michelangelo. Savonarola went to Lorenzo and lowered his hood so Lorenzo could see his face. The others stepped back.
"You sent for me, Lorenzo de Medici?" Savonarola asked.
"I did, Fra Savonarola," Lorenzo answered.
"How can I help you?"
"I want to die in peace with all men."
"Then keep your faith."
"I have always kept it."
"If you live, you must change your life."
"I will do that, Father."
"And if death comes, you must face it bravely."
"Nothing would please me more," Lorenzo replied in a weak voice. Savonarola bowed politely. Then he turned and walked toward the door. Lorenzo lifted himself on the pillows and called out in a rough voice, "Father, give me your blessing before you go." Savonarola came back. He lowered his head and said the prayers for a dying man. Lorenzo looked serious and calm. He repeated parts of the prayers after the friar. Poliziano and Pico began to cry hard.
Savonarola pulled his hood over his head. He blessed Lorenzo and left the room.
Lorenzo rested quietly for some time. Then he called for his servants. When they stood around his bed, he said goodbye to them. He asked them to forgive him if he had ever hurt them. Michelangelo tried with all his strength not to move the heavy curtain. He wanted to run to Lorenzo's bed. He wanted to fall to his knees and cry out, "I loved you too."
"Say goodbye to me."
But no one had called him there. He felt like a stranger. No one knew he was hiding there. So he pressed his face against the rough velvet curtain while Lorenzo lay back on his pillow. Dr. Leone bent over the bed. He closed Lorenzo's eyes and pulled the sheet over his face. Michelangelo slipped out through the open door. He ran down the stairs and into the vegetable garden. His chest felt heavy and full. He did not understand how the others could cry so easily. His own tears burned behind his eyes as he walked weakly through the garden rows. Lorenzo was dead. Michelangelo could not believe it. The great and wonderful man was gone. Only a few months before, Lorenzo had been strong, full of life, and full of ideas. Now everything had ended. Why had Lorenzo called Savonarola, the man who spoke against him, to his bedside? Now all Florence would say Savonarola had won. People would believe God wanted this to happen. Michelangelo sat at the far end of the garden. His whole world felt broken. Lorenzo was dead in the room above him. He had lost his greatest friend. Lorenzo had taken the place in his heart that should have belonged to his father, Lodovico Buonarroti. After some time, Michelangelo slowly stood up. His throat felt dry and tight. He walked back toward the palace. Near a well, he lowered the bucket into the water and watched it fill. Then he saw a man floating there. Michelangelo froze with fear and shock. He stared into the dark water. After a moment, he knew the face.
It was Dr. Pierleone. He had ended his own life.
Michelangelo held back a cry. He pulled himself away and ran. He ran until he was tired and fell to the ground. Now the tears came hard and hot. They fell onto the earth beneath him. Book 4. The Flight. Michelangelo shared his old bed with Buonarroti. Under the bed, he kept his 2 marble sculptures. He wrapped them in soft wool cloth. Lorenzo had told him the sculptures belonged to him. Michelangelo smiled sadly to himself. He was sure Piero did not want them. For 2 years he had lived comfortably in the palace and moved freely there. Now it was difficult to live in one small room with his 3 brothers.
His father asked, "Why do you not go back and work for Piero de Medici?"
I would not be welcome there.
But Piero never clearly told you to leave, his father said.
Piero speaks with fine words only.
Lodovico passed both hands through his thick hair.
You cannot live with pride alone. You have no money.
Michelangelo answered quietly, "At this time, pride is all I still have, father."
Lodovico stopped arguing because he felt some pity for him. These 3 months were the longest time Michelangelo could remember without drawing. Doing nothing made him angry and restless. Lodovico was upset too. Giovansimone, now 13 years old, was in trouble with the city leaders because he had damaged property. When the hot month of July arrived and Michelangelo still could not work, Lodovico lost patience.
I never thought I would call you lazy, Michelangelo. I cannot let you walk sadly around the house any longer. I asked your uncle Francesco to help you join the Money Changers Guild. You spent 2 years studying with learned men in the palace.
Michelangelo smiled sadly as he remembered the 4 scholars sitting around the small table in the studiolo. They had talked for hours about religion and philosophy.
None of that will help me earn money, he said.
And one day you can become a business partner with Buonarroti.
He will become a smart businessman. You will do well. He walked beside the Arno River. He went to a bank with willow trees and stepped into the muddy water. His body was very hot. The cool water helped him. When his head felt cooler, he asked himself, "What can I do now?" He could live and work with the Topolino family. Several times, he had walked into the hills and worked quietly in their yard. He cut building stone there. The work gave him peace, but it did not solve his problem. He thought about looking for sculpture work. Maybe he could go from palace to palace, church to church, and village to village in Tuscany. He could ask people, "Do you have marble for me to carve today?" The 4 young men from Plato's group had houses and money to continue their work. He had nothing like that. Lorenzo had asked Lodovico, "Will you let him come with us?" But Lorenzo had never made Michelangelo part of the family. Lorenzo had spoken about a great project for the front of the Medici church. It needed 20 marble statues. But he had not arranged money or support for the work. Michelangelo put on his shirt over his wet body. His skin was dark from many nights near the river, like the stoneworkers from Maino. When he arrived home, he saw Granacci waiting for him. A few days after Lorenzo's funeral, Granacci and Bugiardini had returned to Ghirlandaio's workshop.
"Hello, Granacci. How are things at Ghirlandaio's workshop?" he asked. "Hello, Michelangelo. Things are good. We are making 2 painted panels for the Abbey of San Giusto in Volterra. We are also working on the salutation for the church in Castello. Ghirlandaio wants to see you."
The workshop smelled the same as before. There was fresh charcoal, paint colors in bags, and wet plaster. Bugiardini hugged him happily. Tedesco hit his shoulder in a friendly way. Cieco and Baldinelli stood up to ask him for news. Mainardi kissed him on both cheeks. David and Benedetto shook his hand. At the back of the workshop, Domenico Ghirlandaio sat at his clean desk. He watched everyone with a warm smile. Michelangelo looked at his first master. He thought about how much had changed in 4 years.
"Why do you not finish your apprenticeship?" Ghirlandaio asked. "I will pay you twice as much. If you need more money later, we can talk about it as friends."
Michelangelo stood silent and surprised.
"We have a lot of work now," Ghirlandaio said. "And do not tell me again that you do not like fresco painting. Even if you do not paint on wet walls, you can still help with the figures and drawings."
Michelangelo left the workshop. He walked into the Piazza della Signoria and stood under the hot sun. He looked at the statues in the loggia, but his mind was far away. The offer came at the right time. It would help him leave the house during the day. The extra money would make Lodovico calmer. Since the garden group ended, he had felt lonely. The workshop would give him friends again. It would also place him back inside a professional workshop. At 17 years old, that was important. He did not feel much desire to work. But Ghirlandaio would keep him busy with many jobs. Maybe that would help him leave his sadness behind. Without caring about the heat, he walked toward Settignano. He crossed fields of ripe wheat. At a small slow creek, he cooled himself in the water. Then he continued to the Topolino family's house. He sat under the arches and started cutting stone. He stayed there for several days. He worked every day. At night, he slept outside with the boys on straw mattresses under the stars. The Topolino family knew he was troubled. They asked no questions. They gave no advice. He understood that he must find the answer himself. His hands opened and closed around the hammer and chisel. The tools felt strong and familiar in his hands. He felt the steady movement of his wrist, arm, and shoulder as he cut the stone. Slowly, shape and form appeared in the Pietra Serena. It was strange, he thought. When his hands had no work, his heart also felt empty. In Settignano, people said, a man who works with stone must become like stone. Hard outside, calm inside. As he cut the stone, he also worked with his thoughts. He counted in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for work, and no thought. Then 1, 2, 3 for during rest, to build one small idea. Here he felt calm and clear. Here his mind became strong again. As the stones changed shape under his hands, his thoughts also became clear. He understood that he could not return to Ghirlandaio's workshop. For him, that would mean going backward. He had never truly wanted painting work. He only went there because Florence had no studio for sculpture. If he worked again on frescoes, his drawing style would change. He would lose what he had learned about sculpture in the last 3 years. There would always be a struggle inside him. It would also be unfair to Ghirlandaio. It could not work. He had to move forward, even if he did not know where to go. He said goodbye to the Topolino family. Then he walked down the hill into the city. In Via de' Bardi, he met Father Nicola Bicchiolini. The priest wore glasses and was tall and strong. He was the leader of the Order of Hermits at Santo Spirito. The prior had grown up near Michelangelo's home. When he was young, He was the best football player in the large square near Santa Croce. Now he was 50 years old. His short black hair had some grey in it. Under his black robe and leather belt, he still looked full of energy. Every day he worked hard to lead the monastery village. There was a church, a hospital, a guest house, a bakery, a library, a school, and 400 silent monks.
He greeted Michelangelo warmly. His blue eyes shone behind the large lenses of his glasses. Michelangelo Buonarroti, what a pleasure. I have not seen you since Lorenzo's funeral.
I think I have not seen anyone, Father.
I remember you drawing in Santo Spirito before you entered the Medici garden. You stayed away from Master Urbino's school to copy Fiorentini's frescoes. Did you know that Urbino complained to me?
Michelangelo began to feel warm and happy inside. It is kind of you to remember that, Father. Then he remembered the beautiful books and papers in Lorenzo's library and study room. Now he could no longer use them. May I read in your library, Father? I cannot use those books anymore.
Of course. Our library is open to everyone. And I will proudly say that it is also the oldest library in Florence. Boccaccio gave us his books and writings. Petrarch did too. Come to my office.
Michelangelo felt happy for the first time in many months. Thank you, Father. I will bring my drawing materials. Early the next morning, he crossed Ponte Santa Trinita and went to the church of Santo Spirito. For some time, he copied a fresco by Filippino Lippi and a stone tomb by Bernardo Rossellino. It was the first work he had done since Lorenzo died. He felt his energy return. His breathing became deep and easy again. His sadness no longer stopped him. Then he walked across the square to the monastery behind Piazza Santo Spirito. The prior had his office there. He needed to meet people from the city, so his door stayed open. But the rest of the monastery stayed closed and quiet. No one could enter the monastery itself. The monks stayed only in the places where they worked. Prior Bicchiolini looked at Michelangelo's drawings.
Good. Very good. Michelangelo, we have much older and finer works inside the monastery.
Frescoes by the Gaddi family in the cloister of the Masters. Our chapter house walls have beautiful scenes by Simone Martini. Michelangelo's amber eye shone brightly behind his glasses.
But no one can go inside, he said.
We can arrange that, the prior answered. I will make a schedule for you. Then no one will be in the cloisters or the chapter house. For a long time, I have thought other artists should study these works. But you wanted to see the library. Come with me. Prior Bicchiolini led Michelangelo to the library rooms. Several men from Florence were studying books there. In the alcoves, trained monks were making copies of important books. These valuable books came from many places in Europe and were lent to Santo Spirito. The prior showed Michelangelo the complete works of Plato and Aristotle. There were also Greek poets and writers, and Roman historians. Then he spoke in a calm academic voice. We are a school. Here in Santo Spirito, we have no censors. There are no forbidden books. We want our students to think freely. They must ask questions and even have doubts. We do not fear this freedom. Our religion becomes stronger when students grow wiser.
That sounds like F.I. Savonarola, Michelangelo said with irony.
The warm face of the prior became dark when he heard Savonarola's name. You will want to see Boccaccio's manuscripts, he said. They are very interesting. Many people think he was against the church. That is not true, he said. He loved the church. He hated the bad things inside it, like St. Augustine did. We eat simple food. We own only the clothes we wear. Our promise to stay pure is very important to us, like our love for God. I know that, Father. Santo Spirito is the most respected order in Florence. And could people respect us if we were afraid of learning? He asked. We believe the human mind is one of God's greatest gifts. We also believe art is holy because it is one of the best things people can do. There is no pagan art. There is only good art and bad art. He stopped for a moment and looked proudly around the library. When you finish reading, come back to the office, he said. My secretary will make a map for you. He will also give you a schedule for the hours when you may work in each cloister. In the weeks after that, he saw only the people whose work brought them through the cloister of the dead. Some also passed through the second cloister with the old Gaddi paintings. Others walked through the chapter house where Martini had painted the Passion of Christ. The monks and workers who passed by showed no sign that they noticed him. The silence made him feel calm. It was like he was alone in the whole world. There was only him, his drawing tools, the tombs he copied, and the Cimabue paintings under the arches. When he was not drawing, he stayed in the library and read books by Ovid, Homer, Horace, and Virgil. The prior was happy that he used all the hours in his schedule. They often talked about the events of the day. Michelangelo had never cared much about politics. When Lorenzo ruled, the city worked well and the alliances with other places were strong. People did not often argue about politics in the palace, in the streets, in Ghirlandaio's workshop, or near the Duomo. Now Michelangelo badly needed someone to talk to. The prior understood this and gave him much of his time. After Lorenzo died, everything changed. Lorenzo often met with the Signoria and used calm discussion to gain support. Piero ignored the elected councils and made decisions alone. Lorenzo walked through the streets with only one or two friends. He spoke kindly to the people. Piero never appeared without a horse and paid guards around him. He did not greet anyone. People, carts, donkeys, and food sellers moved away as he rode through the city to his villas. People might forgive even this, Prior Bicchialini said, if he did his work well. But he is the worst ruler Florence has had since the old civil wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines. Princes from other Italian cities come here to keep their alliances with Florence. They do not like him. They think he has no skill. All he knows how to do is give orders. If only he were wise enough to speak openly with the Signoria. That is not his nature, father. Then he must begin to learn. The people against him are starting to work together. Savonarola and his followers are with the Medici cousins, Lorenzo and Giovanni, and their supporters. The old families are angry because he keeps them away from power. Some men in the city council are unhappy too. Many citizens say he ignores important city problems. They say he spends too much time on games and tournaments, and he always makes sure he wins. Hard times are coming.
Buonarroti, how much money do you still have for me? Michelangelo asked that evening.
Buonarroti looked in his account book. Then he told his brother how many florins were left from the palace savings.
Good. That is enough to buy a piece of marble. Some money will still remain for rent.
So you already have work? Buonarroti asked.
No, I only know that I need to work. You must help me with the lie we tell father. I will say that I have a small commission. I will tell him they pay for the marble and also give me a few scudi each month while I work. We will use my saved money to live.
Buonarroti shook his head sadly.
I will say that the buyer can refuse the work if he does not like it. That way I will protect myself if I cannot sell the statue.
Lodovico had to accept this answer. Then Michelangelo thought about his next problem. What did he want to carve? He felt ready to make his first full statue. But what figure should he choose? What should the statue mean? This question was very important. Everything in the work would grow from the first idea. Without an idea, there could be no art. The problem was simple, but also very difficult. In his heart, he wanted to create something for Lorenzo. He loved him and missed him deeply. He wanted the work to show Lorenzo's talent, courage, and great knowledge. Lorenzo had tried to lead the world into a new age of learning and art. The answer came slowly. It always did. But Michelangelo knew he must keep working until the right idea appeared. Only then could his creative power open fully. His thoughts often returned to Hercules. Lorenzo had spoken about Hercules many times. He said the 12 labors were not only real actions. The stories about the wild boar, the lion, and the dirty stables had a deeper meaning. Perhaps they showed the hard tasks every new generation must face. Was Lorenzo not like Hercules? Had he not fought against ignorance, hate, and narrow thinking? He had created universities and academies. He had built collections of art and books. He had supported printing presses. He had helped artists, scholars, poets, philosophers, and scientists. He wanted people to see the world in new ways and use all the power of the human mind and spirit. Lorenzo once said, Hercules was half man and half god. He came from Zeus and the human woman Alcmene. He shows that all people are part man and part god. If we use the godlike part inside us, we can do great work every day of our lives. Michelangelo needed to show Hercules in a way that also showed Lorenzo. He did not want only a giant strong man like the figures in old paintings and statues. He wanted to show a poet, a leader, a businessman, a supporter of art, and a man who changed the world. At the same time, he needed to leave the house and find his own workshop. He had already moved beyond carving flat reliefs. Now he also felt too old for Bertoldo's small sculptures. He could not imagine making Hercules, or Lorenzo, in a small size. The statue must be at least life-size. In truth, it should be even larger. They were like heroes from legend and needed great marble for such a work. But where could he find marble like that? And how could he pay for it? His savings were far too small. Then he remembered the workshop behind the Duomo Cathedral. During the building of the cathedral, workers and materials had stayed there. Later the foreman and repair workers used the place. Michelangelo remembered seeing several large blocks of marble there when carts moved through the gates. He walked to the workshop and looked around the yard. The foreman came to him. The man was bald, and his nose pointed straight out from his face. He asked if he could help. Michelangelo introduced himself.
I was an apprentice in the Medici garden.
Now I must work alone. I need a large piece of marble, but I do not have much money. I thought the city might sell something it does not need.
The foreman closed his eyes for a moment to protect them from small flying pieces of stone. Call me Bep. What do you want to see?
Michelangelo took a deep breath. First, Bep, I want to see this large block. The one someone already started to cut.
That is the Duccio block. It came from Carrara. It is 17 or 18 feet high. The Board of Works of the Duomo bought it for Duccio. He wanted to carve a statue of Hercules. To save work, Duccio asked men in the quarry to cut the first shape there. But the block arrived here damaged. I was 12 years old then and worked as an apprentice. Bep scratched himself with his stone tool. Duccio worked on it for 1 week. Then he stopped. He could not find a good figure inside the marble.
Michelangelo walked around the huge block. He touched the stone with his fingers and studied it carefully. Bep, was this block really damaged in the quarry? The shape is strange, yes, but maybe Duccio made mistakes himself. Look at these cuts here, and this deep hole around the middle. Would the Board of Works sell it?
That is not possible. They still talk about using it one day.
Then what about this smaller one? People also worked on it, but the damage is not too bad.
Bep looked carefully at the 9-foot block that Michelangelo showed him. I can ask about it. Come back tomorrow.
And can you ask for a lower price for me?
The foreman smiled with his toothless mouth. I never knew a stoneworker who had money for tomorrow's pasta today.
The answer came after several days, but Bep helped him.
It is yours. I told them it was an ugly piece of stone and we needed the space. They told me to choose a fair price. What about 5 florins?
Bep, I want to hug you. I will come back tonight with the money. Do not let anyone take it.
Bep scratched his bald head with his small tool.
Now Michelangelo had marble, but he still needed a place to work. He felt drawn to the Medici garden because he remembered the old days there. Nobody used the garden after Lorenzo died. The summer grass was tall and dry. The small house in the center was empty. Only the piles of stone at the far end still looked the same. Work on Lorenzo's library had stopped there. He thought about his old work shed.
Maybe I can work there again. It will not hurt anything. It will not cost Piero any money. Maybe he will agree if I tell him what I want to carve.
But he could not make himself go to Piero. As he turned to leave through the back gate, he saw two people entering from the main gate near Piazza San Marco. It was Contessina and Giuliano. They had not seen each other since Lorenzo died. They met on the porch of the small house. Contessina looked smaller now. Even in the bright July sun, her face looked pale. Under her large hat, only her brown eyes showed clearly. Her eyes still looked full of life. Giuliano spoke first.
Why did you not come to see us? We missed you.
Contessina spoke in a hurt voice. You could have come to visit us too.
But Piero.
I am also a Medici. So is Giuliano.
She was angry.
The palace is our home. Our friends can come here.
I asked Contessina why you did not come, the boy said.
I did not receive an invitation. I invite you now, she said quickly. Giovanni must return to Rome tomorrow. Then we will be alone here, except for Piero and Alfonsina. We almost never see them.
Contessina continued.
Pope Innocent is very sick. Giovanni must stay ready to protect us if a Borgia becomes pope.
She looked at the garden.
Giuliano and I walked here almost every day. We thought you would work here. This is the right place for your work.
No, Contessina. I have not worked. But today I bought a piece of marble.
Then we can come and visit you, Giuliano said with excitement.
Michelangelo looked at Contessina for a moment.
I do not have permission.
And if I get it for you? He stood up.
It is a very old column, Contessina. It is 9 feet tall. It is damaged outside. But the stone inside is still good. I want to carve a statue of Hercules. Your father liked Hercules very much.
He held out his hand to her. Her fingers felt very cold, even on the hot summer day. He waited for her. 1 day passed. Then 2, 3, and 4. Each evening, he came back at sunset. But she did not come. On the 5th day, he sat on the casino steps. He chewed some dry brown grass. Then he saw her come through the main gate. His heart jumped with joy. Her old nurse walked beside her. He ran down the path to meet them. Her eyes were red.
Piero refused. He cried.
My brother did not answer me, she said quietly. He only stayed silent. That is his way. So nobody can say he refused.
His great hope broke inside him.
I feared this would happen, Contessina, he said. That is why I left the palace. I did not come back. Not even to see you.
She stepped closer to him. Now their faces were very near. The nurse turned away.
Piero says the Ridolfi family will be unhappy if we meet again.
Not until after my marriage, at least. They did not move closer. They did not kiss. Their young bodies did not touch. But he still felt close to her, and he felt her love. Contessina walked slowly down the middle path. She passed the small bronze statue of a boy taking a thorn from his foot. The fountain was quiet now. Then she and the nurse went into the piazza and disappeared. Bep came to help him. Bep had red cheeks with blue lines under the skin. He was a very ugly man.
I tell the board that I can use a part-time worker, Bep said. I say you will work with no pay. A good Tuscan does not refuse free help. Set up your shop along the far wall.
The people of Florence often had many family names. They believed a short name meant a short life and little money. They gave this workplace a long name. It was called the Opera di Santa Maria del Fiore del Duomo. The place was very large. It filled a whole square behind a line of houses, studios, and offices near the cathedral. In these buildings, famous artists had worked before. Donatello, Della Robbia, and Orcagna had made marble statues there. They had also made bronze works in the furnaces of the opera. The yard had a wooden wall in a half-circle shape. There was a roof over part of the wall. The workers stood there to escape the hot summer sun and the winter rain from the mountains near the Arno River. Michelangelo built a forge there. He brought chestnut wood and iron rods from Sweden. He made 9 chisels and 2 hammers for himself. He also built a drawing table from old pieces of wood that had been lying in the yard for many years. Now he had a workshop. It became his main place from early morning until dark. Again he could work while hearing the sound of the stoneworkers' hammers. He brought drawing paper, charcoal, pens, and colored ink. Then he was ready to begin. He asked himself many questions. The final work would depend on these questions and their answers. How old should Hercules be when he came out of the marble? Had he already finished all 12 labors? Or was he still in the middle of them? Should he wear the skin of the Nemean lion? Or should he stand naked? Should he look proud because of his great deeds? Or should he look sad because he knew he would die one day? As the months passed, Michelangelo learned more about Lorenzo. Many stories against Lorenzo were false. People said Lorenzo had damaged the morals and freedom of Florence. But Michelangelo no longer believed this. He began to think Lorenzo was one of the greatest men since Pericles in ancient Greece. He asked himself another question. How could he show that Lorenzo was as great as Hercules? First, Lorenzo was a man. So Hercules must also look like a real man. Michelangelo had to bring life out of the old block of marble in front of him. He wanted to create the strongest man on earth. The figure had to look powerful in every way. But Tuscany was full of small and thin men. Where could he find the right model? He searched all over Florence. He watched men who made barrels and used heavy wooden hammers. He watched wool workers with blue and green color on their arms. He watched blacksmiths and stone workers building the Strozzi Palace. He watched porters carrying heavy loads through the streets. He watched young athletes wrestling in the park. He watched men in boats pulling mud from the Arno River. Then he spent weeks in the countryside. He watched farmers bring in grain and grapes. He watched them load heavy sacks and boxes onto carts. He watched them beat wheat, turn the heavy wheels of the olive press, cut down old trees, and build stone walls. After that, he returned to the workshop near the Duomo. There he drew again and again. He drew arms, legs, backs, shoulders, muscles, and bodies under strain. Soon he had hundreds of drawings. Then he built a support frame. He bought pure beeswax and began making models. But he still felt troubled.
How can I make even a rough figure if I do not know enough? He asked himself. How can I make more than the outside shape of a body? I can see skin, bones, and muscles. But what creates these shapes inside the body? How can I understand the inside when my eyes only see the outside?
These questions were not new to him. He had already asked Bertoldo. Now he knew the answer. The answer had stayed inside him for a long time. At last, he accepted it. There was no other way. He could not become the sculptor he wanted to be until he learned anatomy through cutting open bodies. He needed to know every part inside the human body. He needed to know what each part did and how it worked. He wanted to understand how bones, blood, muscles, skin, tendons, the brain, and the organs worked together. A sculpture could be seen from every side. A sculptor could not show movement if he did not know what made the body move. He could not show strength, pain, struggle, or force unless he understood the body inside. He needed to know how the muscles in the front and back worked together. He had to understand the whole human body. He must learn anatomy. But how could he do it? Should he become a surgeon? That would take many years. Even then, students only studied a few male bodies each year in the Piazza della Signoria. There had to be another way to watch a dissection. Then he remembered Marsilio Ficino. Ficino was the son of Cosimo de Medici's doctor. His father had trained him in medicine. Later, Cosimo said Ficino was better at helping men's minds than their bodies. Michelangelo walked to Correggi and Ficino's villa. He wanted to ask the older man for help. Ficino was almost 60 years old. He worked day and night in his library. Papers and books covered the room. He hoped to finish his writing about Dionysius the Areopagite. Ficino's two pretty nieces opened the door for Michelangelo. They led him into the library. The small founder of the Plato Academy sat under a bust of Plato. He held a pen with ink on his fingers. Deep lines marked his thin face. Michelangelo quickly explained why he came. Then he said,
"As the son of a doctor, and as a man who studied medicine, you must know what the inside of a man looks like."
I did not finish my medical studies, Ficino answered.
"Do you know if anyone is cutting open bodies now?" Michelangelo asked.
Certainly not, Ficino said. Do you not know the punishment for touching a dead body in that way?
"Is it banishment for life?" Michelangelo asked.
No, it is death.
After a short silence, Michelangelo asked,
"And if someone accepted that danger? How could it be done? Should a man watch poor burial places?"
Ficino looked shocked. My dear young friend, you cannot become a grave robber. How many times do you think you could do this without getting caught? People would find you with a damaged body. Then they would hang you from the third-floor window of the Palazzo della Signoria. Let's speak about something better. How is your sculpture going?
"That is what we are talking about, dear Ficino," Michelangelo answered.
He kept thinking about one problem. Where could he find dead bodies to study? Rich people were buried in family tombs. Middle-class families had church ceremonies for their dead. So which dead people in Florence had nobody watching them? Only very poor people. Only people with no family. Only beggars who traveled on the roads of Italy. When these people became sick, they went to hospitals. Which hospitals took them? Church hospitals with free beds. And the church with the biggest free hospital also had the biggest free guest house. Santo Spirito. He felt sudden excitement. He knew Santo Spirito very well. He knew the prior. He knew every hall, the library, the guest house, the gardens, the hospital, and the cloisters. Could he ask Prior Bicciolini for the dead bodies that nobody claimed? If the prior was discovered, terrible things could happen to him. He could lose his place in the church. He could be cast out from his order. But the prior was a brave man. He feared nothing if he believed he was not offending God. He was proud that a former prior had once helped Boccaccio. Many people hated Boccaccio in those days. Still, the prior had protected him. He had used Boccaccio's books to help learning grow. Michelangelo thought these men had been right. And what important thing was ever done without danger? That same year, a man from Genoa had sailed 3 small ships across the Atlantic Ocean. People had warned him that he would fall from the edge of the world. Still, he searched for a new sea road to India. If the prior was ready to take such a great risk, could Michelangelo ask it from him? Was his goal important enough? For many days he felt worried. At night he could not sleep. At last he made his decision. He would speak honestly to Prior Bicciolini. He would clearly explain what he needed. He would not hide his meaning. The danger was too serious for careful little words. But before he spoke to the prior, he wanted a full plan. Slowly he worked everything out. While he cut stone, his thoughts moved step by step. He thought during the short quiet moments between each strike of the hammer. He walked through Santo Spirito many times. He crossed the cloisters and the vegetable gardens. He moved through the nearby streets and narrow alleys. He studied doors, windows, and places where people could watch him. He checked the burial chapel. Inside the monastery, he found the room where dead bodies stayed during the night before burial in the morning. He drew careful maps. He showed how the guest house stood near the hospital and the monks' rooms. He planned a path from the back gate on Via Mafia. From there he could pass through the gardens and halls to the dead room without being seen. He would arrive late at night. He would leave before daylight. Then he had to choose the right time to speak. He wanted the best chance for success. He also wanted to explain everything clearly. He decided to speak in the prior's study. The room was full of books and manuscripts. The prior listened to only part of the plan. He looked quickly at the drawings on the desk. Then he stopped Michelangelo at once. Enough. I understand everything. We will never speak of this again. You did not ask me anything. This talk is gone like smoke. Nothing remains. Michelangelo was shocked by the fast refusal. He gathered his maps and papers. Soon he found himself standing in Piazza Santo Spirito. The autumn sky was grey. The air felt cold. The market around him was busy, but he hardly saw it. He could think only about the terrible position he had placed the prior in. The prior would never wish to see him again. Michelangelo could still enter the church because it belonged to everyone. But he could not enter the cloisters anymore. He had lost that right. He walked through the windy streets. Later he sat before his block of marble for Hercules. How could he carve Hercules? How could he try to shape Lorenzo's favorite hero? He rubbed the bridge of his nose as if it hurt. He felt completely unhappy. One morning he sat on a bench before a large fresco. Santo Spirito was quiet after the early service. Sometimes a woman with a black cloth over her head knelt before an altar. A man entered the church, knelt briefly, and quickly left. The smell of incense hung in the warm sunlight. Prior Bicchiolini came from the sacristy. He saw Michelangelo and walked toward him. For a moment he studied the uncertain lines in the drawing. Then he asked, "Where have you been these past weeks, Michelangelo?" I? How is the sculpture going?" His face did not change. He still looked kind and interested. "It is sitting there. I thought about you when we got a new old book with paintings inside. There are some drawings of people from the 4th century. You may like them. Do you want to see them?" Michelangelo stood up quietly and followed the prior. They walked through the sacristy, across the cloister, and into the study. A beautiful parchment book lay on the desk. It had blue and gold pictures inside. The prior opened a desk drawer and took out a long key. He placed the key across the book to hold the pages open. They talked for a short time. Then the prior said, "My bookshelf has both new work and old work. Come back again soon." Michelangelo went back into the church. He felt warm and happy inside. He had not lost the prior's friendship. The prior had forgiven him. The problem was forgotten. He still had not learned more about anatomy. But at least he had caused no great harm. Still, he did not want to stop his search. He sat on the hard bench and could not work. He thought about taking bodies from graves. That way, no other person would be involved. But how could he dig up a body? How could he close the grave again while people walked nearby? How could he carry the body to a house? And later, how could he return it to the cemetery after he finished his study? It seemed impossible for one person to do. He went back to the library at Santo Spirito. He searched the books again for ideas about how the ancient people imagined Hercules. At the same time, he found a medical book with pictures. The pictures showed sick people tied to rope beds before an operation. But there were no pictures of what the doctors saw inside the body after they cut it open. Again, the prior helped him. He took a heavy leather book from a high shelf. He looked through it and said, "Ah yes, there is something useful here." Then he placed the heavy bronze key across the pages. After the fourth or fifth visit, Michelangelo began to notice the key itself. The prior used the key in many ways. He used it to keep books open. He used it to mark a page when he closed a book. He used it to point at lines in the text. Always the key. Always the same key. But the prior never used it when other people were in the study. Not with monks. Not with visitors. Why? During the next weeks, Michelangelo returned many times. If he worked on his drawing for an hour or two, the prior would walk through the church. He would greet Michelangelo happily and invite him into the study. And every time, the large bronze key came out of the desk. At night, Michelangelo stayed awake and thought about the key. During the day, he took long walks in the autumn rain near the Maino quarry. There he spoke quietly to himself. It must mean something. But what? What are keys for? They open doors. How many doors do I care about? Only one. The door of the dead room. He knew he must take a risk. Maybe the prior wanted him to have the key. That would be good. If not, he could say he took it by mistake and forgot to return it. Then he could bring it back the next day. During the night, he would enter through the back garden gate of the monastery. After that, he would go to the dead room. If the key opened the door, then he was right. If it did not, then he would leave. It was midnight when he arrived at the monastery. He left his house very quietly so nobody would wake up. He took a long way through the city. He crossed the Ponte Vecchio and passed the Pitti Palace. Then he walked through many small streets. Because of this, he did not meet the night guards. The guards walked the same path every night with their lanterns. People could see them from far away. He stayed close to the walls of the infirmary on Via Sant'Agostino. Then he turned into Via Mafia and reached the small gate in the middle of the block. Above the gate was a painting of Our Lady and the Child by Agnolo Gaddi. The picture shone softly in the dark. All Santo Spirito keys could open this gate. He opened it and went inside. He passed the stables on his left. Then he avoided the main path because the next building was where the lay brothers slept. He moved beside the walls of the dark kitchen. Now his breathing became faster. Then he quickly crossed to the inner wall of the infirmary. He found the open arch in the center and entered the corridor. The patient rooms were there, and all the doors were closed. He turned toward the dead room. An oil lamp stood in a wall space nearby. He took a candle from the green canvas bag he carried. Then he lit it and hid the flame under his cape. The only real danger was the head monk of the infirmary. But the monk also managed the property of the order. He worked from morning until night and cared for the needs of the infirmary, guest house, and monastery. Because of this, he was not likely to leave his room during the night. After the 5 o'clock meal, the patients were prepared for sleep. Then the doors of their rooms were closed. There was no doctor living there. Nobody expected the patients to become worse or ask for help during the night. They quietly did what people told them to do. He stood very still for a moment in front of the dead room door. Then he pushed the large key into the lock. He slowly turned it to the right and then to the left. He felt the lock open. At once, he opened the door and hurried inside. Then he closed and locked the door behind him. Now he was inside, and he did not know if he had the courage for what he planned to do. The dead room was small. It was about 8 feet by 10 feet and had no windows. The stone walls were painted white. The floor was made of rough stone blocks. In the center of the room was a body. It lay on narrow wooden boards that rested on 2 wooden stands. The body was covered with a burial sheet. He stood against the door and breathed hard. The candle shook in his hand. This was the first time he had ever been alone in a room with a dead person. Now he was locked inside, doing something forbidden. His whole body felt cold and strange. He was more afraid than ever before in his life. Who was under that sheet? What would he see when he uncovered the body? What had this poor person done to deserve this after death? The dead man did not know what was happening. He had never agreed to it. What foolish thinking is this? He asked himself. What difference does it make to a man who is already dead? His body does not go to heaven. Only his soul goes there. I do not plan to cut open this poor man's soul, even if I could find it. Reassured by his dark joke, he put down his bag and looked for a place for his candle. The candle was important for light and also for time. He had to leave before 3 in the morning. At that time, the monks in the large bakery near Via Sant'Agostino and Piazza Santo Spirito woke up to make bread. They made bread for the monastery, poor people, and families who lived there. He had spent a long time learning how long different candles could burn. This candle could burn for 3 hours. When the flame started to grow weak, he had to leave. He also had to make sure no wax stayed behind in the morning. He took the scissors and kitchen knife out of his bag. Then he spread the bag flat on the floor. He held the candle upside down for a moment and fixed it into the soft wax. After that, he removed his cape. Even in the cold room, sweat covered his body. He placed the cape in a corner and said a confused prayer. Lord, forgive me. I do not know what I am doing. Then he walked to the dead body. First, he needed to remove the cloth around the body. The bench was narrow. He did not know he could move so badly. Slowly, he worked with the stiff body. First he lifted the legs and pulled the cloth away from the lower part. Then he raised the body from the waist and held it against his chest with his left arm. At the same time, he pulled the cloth away from the chest and head. The cloth was long. He had to repeat the hard work 5 times before the body was free. He picked up the candle and held it high in his left hand to study the body. At first, he felt pity for the dead man. Then he became afraid. This is how I will die one day. At that moment, the difference between life and death became very clear to him. The face showed no feeling. The mouth was partly open. The skin was green from illness. The man had been strong and was not old. It seemed he had received a knife wound in the chest. The body had stayed in the cold room long enough to become as cold as the room itself. Then he noticed a smell. It was like old flowers left too long in water. The smell was not strong. When he moved back to the wall, it became weaker. But when he walked near the body again, the smell returned and stayed in his nose. Where should he begin? He lifted the arm nearest to him and felt a cold he had never known before. It was not only colder. It felt different. The cold carried a strange feeling inside it. The skin was soft like cloth. But under the skin, the muscles felt hard and cold. Disgust filled him. It felt like a strong hand pressed against his stomach. He remembered warm arms and shoulders from living people. Quickly, he stepped away. After a long time, he finally picked up the knife from the floor. He tried to remember what he had read about the human body and the few pictures he had seen. He stood over the body and swallowed hard. Then he pushed the knife down and made his first cut. The cut went from the chest down to the lower stomach. But he had not pushed hard enough. The skin was much tougher than he expected. He tried again. This time he used more strength. Under the skin, the body felt softer. The cut opened about 2 inches. He asked himself, where is the blood? None came out. This made the body seem even colder and more dead. Then he saw the fat under the skin. It was soft and deep yellow. He knew what it was because he had seen animal fat in the market. He cut deeper to reach the muscle. The muscle was darker than the skin and fat. It was also harder to cut. He looked carefully at the dark red fibers. Then he cut again and saw the inside organs. The smell became stronger. His stomach started to turn. At first, he had used all his strength to continue. Now everything troubled him at once. The cold, the fear, the smell, and the dead body all pressed on him. The slippery feeling of the flesh disgusted him. The fat melted on his fingers like oil. He wanted to wash his hands in hot water. "What should I do now?" he asked. His voice shook and echoed from the stone walls. He was not worried that anyone would hear him. Behind him was a thick wall and a garden beyond it. Near him stood the chapel for funeral services. On the other side was more thick stone from the infirmary. No sound could pass through it. Inside the body, it was dark. He picked up the candle and pushed the canvas bag under the dead man's foot. Then he placed the candle beside the body at the same height. All of his senses felt very strong. The inside parts of the body were cold, wet, and soft in his hands. When he touched them, pain moved through his own stomach. He held the opening apart with both hands and looked carefully inside. There he saw a long pale grey tube. It turned around in circles inside the body. Its surface shone in the candlelight because it was wet. Something moved inside it when he touched it. At first he felt sick. Then he became excited. He picked up his knife and began to cut upward under the ribs. The knife was too weak. He tried to use his scissors. He had to cut along each rib one by one. The bones were very hard. It felt like cutting metal wire. Suddenly the candle began to burn badly. 3 hours had passed already. He could hardly believe it. Still, he knew he must stop. He put his green bag and candle on the floor. Then he picked up the burial cloth from the corner. Wrapping the body again was much harder than opening it. He could not turn the body on its side now. If he did, the inside parts would fall onto the floor. Sweat ran into his eyes. His heart beat so loudly that he thought it would wake everyone in the monastery. With all his strength, he lifted the body with one arm. At the same time, he pulled the cloth under and around it 5 times. He quickly checked that the body lay on the wooden table as before. Then he looked at the floor for marks or candle wax. At that moment, the candle gave one last small light and went out. He still had enough control to take a long way home. Many times he stopped beside walls or empty ground because he felt sick. The smell of the dead body stayed in his nose with every breath. When he arrived home, he was afraid to heat water over Lucrezia's fire. The sound might wake the family, but he could not sleep while his fingers still felt dirty and greasy. Quietly, he searched for strong soap and washed in cold water. When he got into bed, his body felt cold like ice. He moved close to his brother for warmth. Even that did not help. Several times he had to get up and become sick into a bucket. Near morning, he heard Lucrezia wake up and get dressed. She walked through the kitchen and down the round stairs to the street. A pale grey morning light touched his window above the stables on the Via dei Bentecordi. All day he shook with fever and cold. Lucrezia made chicken soup for him, but he could not keep it down. One by one, family members came into the room to ask what was wrong. He lay there feeling cold and wet like the dead body. The smell of death still stayed in his nose. After he told Lucrezia that her food had not made him ill, she returned to the kitchen. There she prepared herbs to help him. Mona Alessandra looked carefully at his skin for signs of sickness. By late afternoon he could drink a little herb tea without becoming sick. He thanked Lucrezia warmly for it. At about 11 o'clock that night, he got out of bed. He put on his shoes, stockings, warm shirt, and cloak. His legs felt weak as he walked to Santo Spirito. There was no body in the dead room. There was also none the next night. Those 2 days helped him grow stronger again. On the third night, he found another body on the wooden table under its cloth. The second dead man was older. White patches showed in his beard. His face was large and red. The skin looked tight and hard. This time he used his knife with more confidence. He opened the stomach area with one clean cut. Then he used his left hand to pull the ribs apart. The bones made a dry cracking sound. They still stayed connected near the collarbone. He picked up the candle and held it close to the inside of the body. This was the first time he could see everything clearly. He saw something pale red with many small lines through it. It was solid flesh. He understood that these must be the lungs. A black layer covered them. He remembered hearing that wool workers often had black lungs. Carefully, he pressed one lung. A soft sound came from the dead man's mouth. In fear, he dropped the candle. Luckily, the flame stayed alive. When he became calm again and picked up the candle, he understood what had happened. By pressing the lung, he had pushed out the air still inside it. For the first time, he understood breathing. He could see, hear, and feel the connection between the lungs and the mouth. He understood what breathing did for the whole body. After he moved the lung aside, he saw a dark red shape. He believed this was the heart, covered by a bright thin skin. He touched it carefully. He saw that all the tissue joined to a shape like half of a small apple. He looked at it for a moment. Then he said, "Should I take it out?"
Then he said, "Should I take it out?"
He waited for a short time. Then he picked up his scissors and cut the skin across it. Next he used his knife. He pulled the skin back slowly, like opening a banana. Now the heart was in his hands. Suddenly, a strong feeling hit him. He thought about the soul and the heart. If the soul lived in the heart, what happened now to the dead man's soul after he cut the heart out?
The fear left quickly. Then he felt proud and excited. He was holding a human heart in his hands. He felt happy because he was learning something important.
Now he knew how the heart looked and felt. He cut the heart open with his knife. He was surprised because there was nothing inside it. Then he put the heart back into the body. He also returned the ribs to their place. Artists often studied thin people to understand the chest. But now he knew exactly where the heart beat under the ribs. He did not know how to begin with the long intestines. He picked up one part and pulled it. At first it came out easily. He pulled out about 5 feet. The intestines were only loosely joined inside the body. Then he felt resistance. The upper part was larger. There was also a kind of bag attached to it. He understood that this was the stomach. He used his knife to cut it free. He pulled out many more feet of intestine. He touched it with his fingers and felt the different sizes and contents. Some parts held liquid. Other parts held solid waste. He learned that it was one long tube from beginning to end. To understand the inside better, he cut into it in several places. The lower part contained waste. The smell was very bad. That night he had a candle that could burn for 4 hours. But now it already burned weakly. He pushed the organs back into the body. Then, with much trouble, he wrapped the dead body again. He ran to the fountain in the Piazza Santo Spirito and washed his hands hard. But he still felt dirty. He put his head into the cold water because he wanted to remove his guilty feelings. For a moment he stood there with water running from his face and hair. Then he ran all the way home. His body shook badly. He felt very tired in his mind and body. Later he woke up and saw his father standing over him. His father looked unhappy.
Michelangelo, get up. It is noon. Lucrezia is putting food on the table. Why are you sleeping until the middle of the day? Where were you last night? He asked.
Michelangelo looked up at Lodovico.
I'm sorry, father. I do not feel well.
He washed carefully. He combed his hair and put on clean clothes. Then he went to the table. He thought he was feeling better. When Lucrezia brought a bowl of beef stew, he quickly ran back to his bedroom. He became sick and bent over the chamber pot until his stomach hurt. But that night he returned to the room with the dead body. Before he locked the door behind him, the bad smell filled the room. He removed the sheet. The dead man's left leg was brown and swollen. Green liquid came from under the skin. The rest of the body was grey. The face looked thin and empty. He started again where he stopped the night before. He cut carefully into the body and took out the bowel piece by piece. Then he placed it on the floor. He lifted his candle close to the open body. Now he saw some of the organs he wanted to study. The spleen was on the left side. The liver was on the right side. He knew the liver from animals in the market. Near the backbone were the kidneys. He picked up the kidneys carefully. He saw small tubes connected them to the bladder. The tubes looked like thin wires. Then he worked near the liver. He cut the tissue that held it in place and removed it. He studied the shape in his hands. On the lower side was a small bladder. He opened it with his knife. Dark green liquid came out. He moved the candle closer. Then he noticed something new. A round muscle separated the stomach area from the chest area. In the middle of this muscle were two holes. Through the holes passed tubes that connected the stomach and the mouth. Another large tube went up beside the backbone into the chest. Now he understood that only two paths connected the chest and the stomach area. One path carried food and drink. He did not understand the second one. He lifted the bones of the chest and looked carefully. Still, he could not understand what the second tube did. The candle flickered. When he walked quietly up the stairs at home, his father was waiting for him.
"Where have you been?" Lodovico asked. "What is that terrible smell? You smell like death."
Michelangelo spoke softly and gave a weak excuse. He kept his eyes down. Then he passed his father and went quickly to his bedroom.
He could not sleep.
Will I ever become used to this? He thought.
He groaned. The next night, there was no body in the dead room. He felt worried when he saw the floor. The place where he had left the inside parts of the body was very clean. That part looked brighter than the stones around it. A small piece of wax from his candle was still near the table. Maybe someone had seen what he did. But the monks in the monastery did not speak because of their rule of silence. The next night, he found a boy about 15 years old. The boy showed no signs of sickness. His skin was very pale and soft. When he lifted the eyelids, he saw deep blue eyes. The blue color stood out against the white skin. Even in death, the boy was beautiful.
"Maybe he will wake up," he said quietly.
He saw that the boy still looked very young. Michelangelo felt deep sadness. He had not felt this way since he saw his first dead body. He turned away. He thought he should wait for another night. Then he looked at the white wall and stopped. By morning, the boy would lie under the ground in the Santo Spirito cemetery. He touched the body. The boy was cold like winter. He was beautiful, but truly dead. Now Michelangelo worked with skill. He cut the body carefully and put his hand under the chest bone. The bone moved away easily. Near the neck, he felt a tube about an inch wide. It felt hard in some places. Inside it, he found a softer tube that came down from the neck. He could not see where the tube ended and the lung began. When he pulled it, the boy's neck and mouth moved.
Michelangelo quickly pulled back his hand. He moved away from the table with fear.
A moment later, he cut the tube without looking at it clearly. Then he lifted out the lungs one at a time. They were light. When he pressed them, they felt like soft snow. He tried to cut one open with his knife. On the hard table, it felt like cutting dry sponge. In one lung, he found pale yellow and white liquid. In the other, he found pink-red liquid. He wanted to put his hand into the boy's mouth to study the throat and neck. But the teeth and tongue made him feel sick. Suddenly, he felt that another person was in the room. He knew this could not be true because he had locked the door himself. Tonight was too hard for him. He wrapped the body again. The boy was very light. Michelangelo put him back on the table and left the room. He could not let his father smell death on him again. So he walked through the streets until he found an open wine shop in the workers' area. He drank a little Chianti wine. When the owner turned away, Michelangelo poured the rest over his shirt.
Lodovico became very angry when he smelled the wine. "It is bad enough that you walk the streets all night," he said. "God knows what you are doing. Maybe you spend time with bad women. Now you come home smelling like a cheap wine shop. I do not understand you. What is making you live this way?"
Michelangelo thought silence was the only way to protect his family. It was better if his father believed he spent nights drinking and having fun. Lodovico already heard many stories from Giovansimone. Giovansimone often came home with a bloody face and torn clothes. But as the days passed, Michelangelo came home every morning near sunrise. Soon the whole family became angry. Each person had a different reason. Lucrezia worried because he did not eat. His uncle Francesco feared he would lose money and fall into debt. His aunt Cassandra believed his behavior was wrong. Only Buonarroti made Michelangelo smile.
"I know you are not wasting your nights with women," Buonarroti said.
How do you know that? Michelangelo asked.
"It is simple," Buonarroti answered. "You have not asked me for money since you bought those candles. In Florence, men need money for women."
Michelangelo understood that he needed another place to sleep during the day. The Topolinos would let him stay there. They would not ask questions. But Settignano was far away. He would lose too much time traveling. One morning, he went to the stone workshop before sitting at his drawing table. Beppe came to greet him. The old man's plain face looked confused.
"My young friend, you look like a dead man," Beppe said. "What have you been doing?"
Michelangelo looked at him quickly. "I have been working, Beppe."
Beppe laughed without teeth. "I wish I were young enough for that kind of work. But do not do it every night. If you spend all your strength on women at night, you will have no strength left for marble in the morning."
That night, he saw his first terrible dead body. It made him shake with fear. He saw what could happen to the human body after death. The man was about 40 years old. His face was large and dark red. The skin near his neck was swollen. His mouth was open, and his lips were blue. The white parts of his eyes had many red marks. Behind the yellow teeth, he could see the dark red tongue. It was swollen and filled most of the mouth. He touched the man's face with his hand. The cheeks felt soft and heavy. He thought this was a good time to study the human face. He took his smaller knife and cut from the hair to the top of the nose. Then he tried to lift the skin from the forehead. But the skin stayed close to the bone. He cut above the eyebrows and near the eyes. Then he pulled the skin away toward the ears and down the cheeks. The face looked terrible after this work. He could not continue. He took a cloth from the corner and covered the man's head. Then he studied the hip bone and the muscles in the leg. A few nights later, another dead body arrived. This time, he cut more carefully into the skin of the face. He used scissors to lift the skin away. Under the thin yellow fat, he found red muscles. They went from one ear, around the mouth, to the other ear. Now he began to understand how the face moved. These muscles helped people laugh, smile, cry, and show sadness. Under this layer was a thicker piece of tissue. It went from the jaw to the bottom of the skull. He pushed it gently with his finger and saw the jaw move. He moved it up and down like chewing. Then he looked for the muscle that moved the eyelid. He wanted to see inside the eye. He pushed his finger in too hard. The eye broke. White liquid came out over his fingers, and the eye hole became empty. He turned away in fear. He walked to the white wall and pressed his forehead against the cold stone. He fought the feeling that he would be sick. After some time, he felt calmer. He returned to the body. He cut around the second eye and found where it was joined inside the head. Then he moved his finger slowly above the eye and pulled it out. He turned the eye around in his hand. He wanted to understand how it worked. Holding the candle close, he looked into the empty space. At the bottom, he saw a small hole. Soft grey lines went through it into the skull. He knew he needed to open the top of the skull to learn more about the brain and sight. His candle was almost finished. He cut near the bridge of the nose and clearly saw what had happened to his own nose after Torrigiani hit him. The candle flickered. He did not know where to go. He left Santo Spirito slowly. His whole body hurt from tiredness. His eyes burned. His stomach felt sick, and his mind felt troubled. He could not go home to Lodovico. He thought Lodovico would wait at the top of the stairs and shout at him. He feared being sent to prison. So he went to the Duomo workshop. He threw his bag over the gate and climbed over it. In the moonlight, the white marble blocks shone brightly. The small marble pieces near the unfinished columns looked like snow. The cold air helped his stomach feel better. He walked to his workbench. There he cleared a small space under it. He lay down, covered himself with a heavy cloth, and fell asleep. A few hours later, he woke up. The sun was already up. From the piazza, he heard farmers setting up their market stalls. He went to the fountain and washed himself. Then he bought some cheese and 2 thick pieces of bread. After that, he returned to the workshop. He tried to cut marble from the sides of the Hercules block. He hoped the work with the iron tools would make him feel better. But soon he stopped. He climbed onto his stool and began to draw. He drew the arm, the muscles, the joints, the jaw, the heart, and the head. When Bep arrived, he came near to say good morning. Quickly, he covered the paper with his hand. But Bep had already seen part of the drawing. He saw an empty eye hole and open parts of the body. Bep shook his head sadly. Then he turned and walked away. That afternoon, Michelangelo went home for dinner. He was afraid of what Lodovico would say about his long absence. It took him many days before he felt brave enough to return to the room with the dead bodies and open a man's skull. When he went there again, he worked fast with a hammer and chisel. He cut from the front of the nose toward the back of the head. The work made him nervous because the head moved every time he hit it. He also did not know how hard he should strike the bone. He could not open the skull. He covered the head again and turned the body over. For the rest of the night, he studied the bones in the back and neck. With the next dead body, he changed his method. He did not cut toward the back. Instead, he cut around the head from the top of the left ear and along the hairline. He hit the bone 3 or 4 times with the hammer before the skull opened. Then he had enough space to move his knife under the skull and cut all around it. A pale liquid came out and the opening became wider. After he cut through most of the bone, he used the knife to pull the skull open. The top of the skull came off in his hands. The bone felt dry like old wood. He was so shocked that he almost dropped it on the floor. Then he looked from the skull to the dead man. He felt horror because the face looked badly damaged after the top of the head was removed. Again, he felt guilty. But now he could see a human brain for the first time. As an artist, he always wanted to understand what created human expression. He wanted to know how the brain helped the face show feelings. He held his candle close to the open head. Inside, he saw a pale yellow and white mass with red and blue lines across it. These were the blood vessels that spread in every direction. He saw that the brain was divided into 2 parts in the middle. The line matched the line in the skull. There was no smell. When he touched it, the brain felt wet, soft, and smooth, like the skin of a soft fish. He put the top of the skull back on the head. Then he wrapped the sheet tightly around it to hold it in place. That night he did not feel sick or deeply upset as he often did before. Instead, he wanted to return and study another brain. When he opened the next skull, he was surprised. People could be very different, but their brains looked and felt almost the same. From this, he believed there must be something inside the brain that was different in each person. He moved his finger around the inside of the skull and learned that the brain was not attached to the bone. He placed both hands inside and tried to lift the brain out whole, but it would not come free. At the bottom, the brain was connected by many thin lines that looked like wires. He cut these lines and lifted the brain out. It was very soft and slippery. He had to focus carefully just to hold it together. He looked at it with wonder. From this small object came all the great things people created. Art came from it. Science came from it. Ideas, governments, and all human actions, both good and bad, also came from it. When he cut the brain down the middle, it felt like cutting very soft cheese. There was no sound and no smell. The two halves looked exactly the same. No matter where he cut, the inside looked alike everywhere. It was grey with a little yellow color. He moved the body on the table so he had more space. Then he placed the brain on a wooden board. He was amazed to see that the brain could not keep its shape by itself. Slowly it fell flat across the wood. Inside the holes of the skull, he found the same thin wire-like material he had cut before. He followed these strands down through the neck. He believed they were the only connection between the brain and the body. The front openings connected the brain to the eyes. Two other openings connected to the ears. At the back of the skull, he found a larger opening that joined the bones of the back. This was the connection between the brain and the spine. Now he was very tired because he had worked for 5 hours. He felt glad when the candle finally went out. Later, he sat beside the fountain in the Piazza Santo Spirito. He threw cold water on his face and asked himself questions. Am I becoming too obsessed with this work? Do I have the right to do these things only because I say they help my sculpture? What price will I pay for this important knowledge? Spring came and the air became warm. Beppe told Michelangelo about new stonework at Santo Spirito. They needed carved stone tops for columns and other stone pieces for the vault and doors. Michelangelo did not ask Prior Bicchiolini for help. He went straight to the man who directed the work on the stone vault. There he asked for the job. The foreman did not want a young student. Michelangelo offered to show his Madonna and Child and his centaurs. He wanted to prove that he could do the work. The foreman agreed to look at them, but he did not seem interested. Bugiardini borrowed a cart from Ghirlandaio. He came to the Buonarroti house and helped Michelangelo carry the marble pieces downstairs. They wrapped the sculptures and placed them on the cart. Then they crossed the streets and the Ponte Santa Trinita bridge to Santo Spirito. The foreman looked at the sculptures, but he was not impressed.
These pieces are not right for this work, he said. Also, I already hired 2 men.
Sculptors? Michelangelo asked in surprise.
What else? The foreman answered.
What are their names?
Giovanni di Betto and Simone del Caprina.
I never heard of them. Where did they learn their work?
In a silversmith's shop.
Are you putting silver on the stones? Michelangelo asked.
They worked in Prato on a similar job. They already have experience.
And I do not. Michelangelo asked. I worked 3 years in Lorenzo's sculpture garden under Bertoldo.
Do not be angry, son, the foreman said. These men are older and have families. There is very little marble work now. But if you bring an order from Piero de Medici, things may change. You are close to the Medici family, and Piero is paying for this work.
Michelangelo and Bugiardini pushed the cart back through the stone streets. At home they put the sculptures under the bed again. Lodovico waited and hoped his son would change. But Michelangelo still came home at dawn. At night he studied dead bodies. He examined the bones of the knee and ankle. He studied the elbow, wrist, hip, and pelvis. He also studied the private parts of the body. Again and again he looked at the muscles of the shoulders, arms, thighs, and calves. One day Lodovico stopped him.
I order you to stop this bad life now, he said firmly. Go back to normal work in the daytime. After supper, go to bed at night.
Give me a little more time, Father. Giovansimone was happy because Michelangelo stopped living in the wild way. Florence was full of talk about a new scandal. Piero spoke to the Dominican leaders. They sent Savonarola away to Bologna because they said he supported the people too much. But Giovansimone did not change his life.
Come with me tonight, he said. I am going to a place with gambling and women.
No, thank you.
Why not? Do you think you are too good to go with me?
Each person chooses his own wrong path, Giovansimone. Then an unexpected death stopped Michelangelo's work with dead bodies. Domenico Ghirlandaio was strong and healthy, but he became sick with a terrible disease and died 2 days later. Michelangelo went to the workshop. He stood beside Granacci, Bugiardini, Cieco, Baldinelli, Tedesco, and Jacopo near the coffin. The son, brothers, and brother-in-law stood on the other side. Friends came to say goodbye. Then they all walked behind the funeral group. They followed the same road where Michelangelo once drove the cart on his first day painting in Santa Maria Novella. They went to the church service and then to the burial. That afternoon, Michelangelo visited Prior Bicchialini. He quietly placed the long bronze key on the book the prior was reading. Then he said, I want to carve something for the church.
The prior looked pleased, but not surprised. I have wanted a crucifix for the main altar for a long time, he said. I always imagined it in wood.
Wood? I do not know if I can do that. This time Michelangelo did not say that wood was not his skill. If the prior wanted a wooden crucifix, then he would make one. He had never worked with wood before. Bertoldo had taught him to use many materials for sculpture. He worked with wax, clay, and different kinds of stone. But he never used wood. Maybe this was because Donatello had not worked with wood for many years after he finished his crucifix for Brunelleschi. Michelangelo walked with the prior through the sacristy. The prior stopped and pointed to the arch behind the altar. It was one of 2 arches. One showed the Agony and the other showed the Ecstasy. Then Michelangelo asked, can it hold a figure the size of a real man?
I must first draw the arches and the altar carefully to be sure, the prior answered. But I think it could be almost life-size.
May I work in the monastery carpenter's shop?
The brothers will be happy to have you here.
The lay brothers worked in the carpenter's shop. Sunlight came through the high windows and fell on their shoulders. The room felt calm and easy. The men treated Michelangelo like another carpenter. He worked with them to make useful things for Santo Spirito. The shop was not silent, but people did not talk too much in the monastery. Michelangelo liked this place. He felt comfortable in the quiet room with the sounds of saws, planes, and hammers. The smell of wood dust felt clean and good. He practiced carving many kinds of wood from the monastery. Wood felt very different from marble. It did not fight against his tools. He also began to read the New Testament. He read the story of Christ in the books of Matthew and Mark. The more he read, the less he thought about the old paintings and statues of the crucifixion in Florence. Those works showed fear and pain. Instead, he thought about Prior Bicchialini. The prior was cheerful and strong. He worked for people in God's name. He had a great mind and loved life deeply. Michelangelo always wanted to create something new. But many artists had already painted and carved Christ on the cross. At first, he had not planned to make a crucifixion. Still, he wanted to create something very fine for the prior. He wanted to show that the prior was right to trust him. The finished work needed strong spiritual feeling. Otherwise, the prior might regret letting him study dead bodies. He began to draw old crucifixions from the 13th century. In those works, Christ's head and knees turned in the same direction. Perhaps artists used this shape because it was simple to carve. The design also showed calm acceptance. In the 14th century, artists changed the style. They showed Christ facing forward. The body looked balanced on both sides of the cross. Michelangelo spent many hours looking at Donatello's crucifixion in Santa Croce. He admired its beauty and power. Donatello showed many feelings at once. The Christ looked strong and peaceful. He could forgive people, but he also had power. He could die, but he could also rise again. Michelangelo saw all these feelings in the sculpture. But he did not feel the same things inside himself. He could never fully understand why God needed to send his Son to earth. Why could God not do these things himself? Why did he need a son? Donatello's calm Christ seemed to say,
"This is how God wanted it. This was planned from the beginning. It is easier to accept pain when you know it must happen. I was ready for this suffering."
Michelangelo could not accept this idea. He did not understand why God's message of love ended with such violence. Why did God allow this to happen? Violence only brought more fear, hate, and revenge. If God had all power, why did he not choose a peaceful way to teach people? The thought troubled Michelangelo deeply. Perhaps Christ also felt this fear. One day, Michelangelo stood in the bright sun outside Santa Croce. He watched boys playing football in the square. Then he walked slowly along the Via de' Bardi. As he passed the buildings, he touched the carved stone walls with affection. He thought,
what did Christ think after the Roman soldier put the first nail into his body? What thoughts stayed in his mind until he died? Those thoughts would change the way he accepted death. They would also change the way his body rested on the cross. Donatello's Christ accepts everything calmly. He does not think. Brunelleschi's Christ seems almost unreal. He dies at the first touch of the nail. He has no time to think.
Michelangelo returned to his workbench. With charcoal and ink, he searched his own thoughts. On Christ's face, he drew a new expression. It seemed to say,
I suffer, not only because of the nails. I suffer because of doubt.
He could not show that Christ was holy with something simple like a halo. He wanted to show it through a strong feeling inside Christ. That inner strength had to be stronger than Christ's fear in this hard moment. His Christ looked more like a man than a god. He did not know that people would kill him on the cross. He did not want this and he did not accept it. Because of this, his body showed pain and struggle. Like all men, he had many questions inside himself. When Michelangelo was ready to carve the figure, he had a new idea. He turned Christ's head and knees in different directions. The body showed both pain and peace at the same time. The whole figure showed the strong fight inside a man who was pulled in two ways. He carved the figure from walnut wood, the hardest wood in Tuscany. First he used a hammer and chisel. Then he made the wood smooth with sandpaper. After that, he rubbed oil and wax on the surface. The other carpenters did not speak about the work, but they often stopped near his bench to watch him. The prior also did not talk about its deeper meaning. He only said,
Every artist makes the crucifixion in his own way, he said. This is what I wanted for the altar. Thank you.
On Sunday morning, Michelangelo brought his family to Santo Spirito. He took them to a bench near the altar. His Christ stood high above them.
His grandmother spoke softly. You make me feel sorry for him. Before this, I thought Christ felt sorry for me.
Lodovico did not look pleased. How much money did they pay you? He asked.
It was not paid work. I offered to do it myself.
You mean they gave you no money?
The prior has helped me a lot. I wanted to thank him.
How did he help you?
Well, he let me copy the works of art.
The church is open to everyone. In the monastery, and to use his library. It is a public library. Are you crazy? Why should a poor young man work for a rich monastery without pay? A strong snowstorm stayed over Florence for 2 days and nights. The whole city became white with snow. Sunday morning was clear, cold, and bright. He was alone in the closed workshop near the Duomo. He sat close to a small fire and tried to make the first drawings of Hercules. Then a servant from Piero came to find him.
His Excellency, Piero de Medici, asks you to come to the palace.
First he went to the barber in the straw market. The barber cut his hair and shaved the beard from his cheeks and chin. Then he returned home and heated water for a bath. After that, he put on his blue wool tunic. For the first time in more than a year, he walked again to the palace. Snow covered the statues in the courtyard. Inside, he found the Medici children and grandchildren together in Lorenzo's study. A bright fire burned in the room. It was Giuliano's birthday. Cardinal Giovanni sat in Lorenzo's chair. He looked fatter than before. His cousin Giulio stayed near him. Their sister Maddalena was there with her 2 children. She was married to Franceschino Cibo, the son of Pope Innocent VIII. Lucrezia was also there with her husband Jacopo Salviati. Their aunt Nannina and her husband Bernardo Russelli came too. Piero and Alfonsina stood with their oldest son. Everyone wore beautiful clothes with rich cloth, jewels, and velvet. Contessina was there too. She wore a fine aquamarine silk dress with silver thread. Michelangelo saw that she looked older now. Her shoulders and arms were stronger. She looked more like a grown woman. When she looked at him, her eyes shone brightly like the silver jewels on her dress. A servant gave him a cup of hot wine with spices. The warm drink, the friendly welcome, the memories of the room, and Contessina's smile made him feel dizzy.
Piero stood near the fire. He smiled and acted as if they had never argued. Michelangelo, we are happy to welcome you back to the palace. Today we must do everything that makes Giuliano happy.
I would like to help make Giuliano happy today.
Good. This morning he said, I want the greatest snowman ever made. You were our father's favorite sculptor. So of course we thought of you.
Michelangelo suddenly felt heavy inside. The Medici children all looked at him. He remembered the dead body he had studied. He thought about the 2 tubes that went down from the mouth. One carried air. The other carried food. He wondered if there should be another tube for broken hopes.
Please do it for me, Michelangelo, Giuliano cried. It will be the greatest snowman ever made.
Michelangelo almost said that snow was not his work.
Please help us, Michelangelo, Contessina said. She came close to him. We will all help you.
Then he understood that everything was fine. Late that afternoon, many people from Florence came through the palace grounds to see the huge funny snowman. After the crowds left, Piero sat at his father's desk in the large office. Maps of Italy hung on the walls above him.
Why do you not come back to live in the palace, Michelangelo? We want my father's group together again.
May I ask what conditions there would be if I returned?
You would have the same privileges you had when my father was alive.
Michelangelo swallowed hard. He was 15 when he came to live in this palace. Now he was almost 18. It felt strange to receive money on his washstand like a child. But this was also a chance to leave the sad Buonarroti house. He could escape Lodovico and his constant control. He could earn money and maybe carve something important for the Medici family. A servant moved him back into his old room. Bertoldo's sculptures were still on the corner shelves. A tailor from the palace came with cloth and measuring tapes. The next Sunday, Piero's secretary, Sir Bernardo da Bibbiena, left 3 gold florins on the washstand. Everything looked the same. But everything had changed. The famous scholars from Italy and Europe no longer came to the palace. The Plato Academy now met in the Russelli Gardens. At Sunday dinner, only rich families with young sons who loved pleasure sat at the table. The great families from other Italian cities did not come anymore. The rich merchants who once worked closely with the Medici were gone too. The city leaders and councilmen from Florence no longer visited the palace. Lorenzo had once kept all these people close to him. Now they were replaced by entertainers and Piero's young friends who loved games and sport. On Sunday after Mass, the Topolino family brought the Hercules marble into the city behind white oxen. The grandfather drove the cart. The father, 3 sons, and Michelangelo walked beside it. Each man held part of the strong ropes. The streets were quiet and very clean. Workers had washed and swept them early that morning. They entered through the back gate of the garden. Then they unloaded the marble and placed it near his old sculpture shed. After he settled in, Michelangelo returned to his drawings. He made one in red chalk of a young Hercules opening the jaws of the Nemean lion with his hands. Another drawing showed Hercules as a middle-aged man fighting Antaeus. A third showed an old Hercules fighting the great Hydra. But these drawings felt too much like paintings to him. At last, he rejected the older Florentine style of Hercules. Those figures stood with wide legs and one arm on the hip. Instead, he planned a closed and strong figure like the Greek statues. He wanted all of Hercules' great power to stay together inside the body and limbs. He still needed to include some traditional parts. First was the large club. He shaped it like a tree trunk for Hercules to lean against. Then came the lion skin. Older sculptors used it to frame the whole figure. Michelangelo tied it over one shoulder. Only a small part crossed the chest. The strong body stayed open and clear. He stretched out one arm only a little. In the hand were the apples of the Hesperides. Other sculptors used the club, lion skin, and apples to show strength. Michelangelo wanted something different. His Hercules would stand naked before the world. The power and courage would come from the body itself. He was not afraid that this Hercules would be the largest one ever carved in Florence. He marked the size carefully. The figure would stand 7 feet and 7 inches high. There would be a thick base under the feet. He also left extra marble above the head for safety while carving down. As he worked out the proportions, he remembered that Hercules had been the great hero of Greece. Lorenzo had been like that for Florence. Why should Hercules appear only in small bronze statues? Both Hercules and Lorenzo had failed in some ways. But they had also done many great things. They deserved statues larger than life. Michelangelo built a rough clay model. He studied the balance of the body and the position of the legs. He worked on the muscles of the back and shoulders. The figure leaned to one side, so the muscles changed shape. He carefully showed the pull of the tendons and the turn of the hips. Now he understood the human body well. He could shape it with confidence. Still, something inside him stopped him from using measuring cords and iron pegs to enlarge the model exactly. This was his first life-size statue carved from all sides. It was also the first work he created fully by himself. He wanted his hand to follow only his eye. He made special tools for the first heavy carving. He hammered the metal rods longer and stronger. The ends were thick so they could survive hard hammer blows. Working with metal made him feel strong and hard inside. Then he crouched in front of the marble block. Looking at the huge stone filled him with power. With a heavy hammer and point, he cut away the sharp edges. This alone already made the block seem greater. He did not want to fight the marble. He wanted to guide it gently so it could show his ideas. This was Cereveza marble from the high Apuan Alps. After he cut through the old outer layer, the stone became soft under his chisel. Small white pieces broke away in his fingers. He used a flat stick to measure how deep he must cut. He marked the neck, the arms, the body, and the bent knee. Then he returned to the forge and made a new tool. After that, he worked on the marble with great force. His chisel stayed close to the surface like a tool cutting earth. But soon the marble became very hard. He had to use all his strength to shape the figure. He did not follow Bertoldo's advice. He did not work evenly around the whole block. Instead, he focused first on the head, shoulders, arms, and hips. He used his stick and his eyes to measure the shape while he cut deeper. Then he almost destroyed the statue. He had cut too deeply around the neck and head. When he struck the shoulder area, strong shaking moved through the marble. The movement reached the neck and head. For a moment, it seemed the marble would crack at the narrow neck. His Hercules could lose its head. Then he would need to begin again with a smaller statue. But after a moment, the shaking stopped. He sat on a nearby box and wiped sweat from his face. He made new sharp tools. He checked each point carefully so the shape stayed even. Now every hit of the hammer moved directly into the tool. It felt almost like his fingers were cutting the marble. Every few moments, he stepped back and walked around the block. Even after deep cuts, dust and rough stone hid the true shape of the body. He used a brush to clean away the marble dust. Then he made more mistakes. His eyes did not judge the deeper parts correctly. Some hard strikes damaged the front shape of the statue. But he had left extra marble at the back. Because of this, he could move the whole figure deeper into the stone than he first planned. His work became faster. He cut away deeper layers with strong feeling. White dust filled the air around him. It felt like standing inside a snowstorm. Sometimes he closed his eyes when the hammer struck. Slowly, the marble body became like the clay model. The chest looked strong. The forearms were round and powerful. The thighs were thick and heavy. The head held great strength inside its small space. With hammer and chisel in his hands, he stepped back and looked at the male figure before him. The face was still unfinished. The rough base still showed the stone from which it came. He felt the marble had answered his care from the beginning. It had become soft under his hands. He felt strong while he shaped it. But he had also worked with care and gentleness. The stone had seemed alive with warmth under his tools. He believed statues came out of marble through love and hard work. From love came life. He finished the surface with pumice stone, but he did not polish it. He feared polishing would remove its strength. He left the hair and beard rough. Only small curls showed in the stone. He used a small three-toothed chisel to add stronger lines. One night, Mona Alessandra went to bed feeling tired. She never woke again. Lodovico felt deep sadness after her death. Like many men from Tuscany, he loved his mother greatly. He showed her kindness that he showed to no one else in the family. Michelangelo also felt great sorrow. Since his own mother died 13 years earlier, Mona Alessandra had been the only woman who gave him love and understanding. Without his grandmother, the Buonarroti house felt darker and colder than before. At the palace, things were very different. Everyone was busy preparing for Contessina's marriage. The wedding would happen near the end of May. Contessina was the last Medici daughter. Piero ignored the laws about costly celebrations. He planned to spend 50,000 florins. He wanted Florence to see the greatest celebration in its history. Contessina moved from one dressmaker to another to prepare her gowns. She ordered painted chests for her dowry. She met merchants from many countries. From them she chose linens, rich cloth, jewelry, silver, gold objects, dishes, blankets, and furniture. These things were expected in the dowry of a Medici daughter. Then one evening they met by chance in the studiolo. It felt like the old days. Lorenzo's books were on the shelves. They forgot the sad things for a short time. They stood close together like good friends.
I hardly see you now, Michelangelo. You must not feel unhappy about my wedding.
Will I be invited? He asked.
The wedding is here. How can you stay away?
The invitation must come from Piero.
Do not be difficult, she said. Her eyes showed the same quick anger he remembered from before. You will celebrate for 3 days, just like me.
Not exactly, he answered. Then both of them became red in the face.
Piero gave Granacci the work for the wedding festival. He prepared the scenes for the plays, the ball, and the banquet. The palace was full of music, dancing, drinking, and parties. But Michelangelo felt lonely. He spent most of his time in the garden. Piero was polite, but he stayed distant. It seemed he only wanted his father's sculptor to live in the palace. Michelangelo felt like people looked at him as an object. Later he heard Piero speaking proudly about two unusual people in the palace. One was Michelangelo, who made great snow statues. The other was a Spanish servant who could run faster than Piero's horse.
Excellency, can we speak seriously about my marble work? I want to earn my place here.
Piero looked surprised. A few years ago, you were angry because I treated you like a worker. Now you are angry because I do not. How can anyone make artists happy? He asked.
I need a goal like the one your father gave me.
What goal was that?
He wanted to build a front wall for San Lorenzo. There would be spaces for 20 marble statues the size of real people.
He never told me about this.
He spoke about it before he went to Correggi for the last time.
Well, those were the dreams of a dying man. They were not very practical, Piero said. You just keep yourself busy, Buonarroti. One day I will find some work for you to do. He watched many wedding gifts arrive from Italy, Europe, and the Near East. They came from Lorenzo's friends and from Medici business partners. There were rare jewels, carved ivory pieces, perfumes, and fine satin cloth from Asia. There were gold cups and bowls from the East and beautiful furniture. He also wanted to give Contessina a gift. But he did not know what to give her. Then he thought about the Hercules. Why not give that? He had bought the marble with his own money. He was a sculptor, so he should give a sculpture for her wedding. The Hercules could stand in the garden of the Ridolfi Palace. He would not tell her before the wedding. He would only ask the Topolino family to help him move it there. For the first time, he worked seriously on Hercules' face. The face would show Lorenzo de Medici. Not Lorenzo's nose, rough skin, or thin hair. It would show the man inside. The face would show pride and also kindness. It would show strength and also a wish to speak to people. The body would look powerful. But the face would also look gentle. At the same time, it would show a fighter. This man would fight for people and try to make the world better.
When his drawings were ready, he began to carve with great excitement. He used a hand drill for the nose and ears. He carved thick hair around the face. With a small chisel, he shaped the cheeks. Then he worked carefully on the eyes. He wanted the face to look clear and alive to every person who saw it. He worked from morning until night. At midday, he often forgot to eat. At night, he fell into bed very tired.
Granacci praised the sculpture. Then he spoke quietly. My friend, you cannot give this to Contessina. It would not be right.
Why not?
It is too big.
The Hercules is too big.
No, the gift is too big. The Ridolfi family may think it is not proper.
You mean it is wrong for me to give Contessina a gift?
So large a gift.
Are you speaking about the size? Or the value?
Both. You are not a Medici. You are not from a ruling family in Tuscany. People may think it is in bad taste.
But the statue has value. I could sell it.
It has value, Granacci answered. You can sell it.
To whom?
To the Strozzi family. They want it for the courtyard of their new palace. I brought them here last Sunday. They told me to offer you 100 large gold florins. The statue will stand in a place of honor. This will be your first sale.
Tears came into his eyes because he felt very disappointed. But he was older now. He held the tears back. Piero and my father are right. No matter how hard an artist works, he must still sell his work. There was great excitement in Florence. 3,000 wedding guests came into the city. The palaces became full. On the morning of May 24th, he put on a green silk tunic with velvet sleeves and a violet cloak. In front of the palace, there was a fountain with fruit decorations. In the middle stood two figures designed by Granacci. Red and white wine flowed from them. So much wine came out that it ran down the street. He walked with Granacci behind the wedding group. Contessina and Ridolfi moved through streets full of flags. Trumpeters walked in front of them. At the entrance to the Piazza del Duomo, there was a copy of a Roman triumphal arch. Garlands hung from it. On the cathedral steps, a notary read the marriage contract aloud. Thousands of people filled the piazza. When Michelangelo heard how large Contessina's dowry was, he became pale. At the church of San Lorenzo, Piero formally gave Contessina to Ridolfi. Ridolfi placed the wedding ring on her finger. Michelangelo stayed at the back of the church. During the wedding mass, he quietly left through a side door. A wooden stand filled one side of the square for the crowds. In the center stood a very tall tree with a white pavilion above it. Musicians played there. The houses around the square were covered with tapestries. The wedding group came out of the church. Ridolfi wore a white satin cloak. His black hair framed his thin, pale face. Michelangelo stood on the steps and watched Contessina. She wore a rich crimson gown with a long train. Around her collar was white ermine fur. On her head was a large headdress with gold decorations. As soon as she sat down in the decorated stands, the entertainment began. First there was a play about chastity and marriage. Then there was a tournament where Piero fought with a lance. At the end came a strange contest called the Knights of the She-Cat. A man with no shirt and a shaved head entered a cage on a wooden platform. He had to kill a cat with his teeth and could not use his hands. A seat waited for Michelangelo in the dining hall. The best food from Tuscany had been brought for the feast. There were 800 barrels of wine. There were huge amounts of flour, meat, game, and marzipan. He watched the ceremony where a child was placed in Contessina's arms. A gold florin was also placed in her shoe. These acts were meant to bring children and wealth. After the wedding feast, the guests went into the ballroom. Granacci had changed it to look like ancient Baghdad. Michelangelo left the palace. He walked from piazza to piazza. Piero had prepared large tables of food and wine for all the people of Florence. But the people did not seem happy. He did not return to the palace. The celebrations would continue for 2 more days before Contessina went to the Ridolfi Palace. Instead, in the dark night, he walked slowly to Settignano. He put an old blanket under the Topolino arches. Then he lay down with his hands behind his head. He watched the sun rise over the hills. The light touched the roof of the Buonarroti house across the valley. Contessina's marriage became an important moment for him and for Florence. On the first night of the celebrations, he saw that many people were angry. He also heard many complaints about Piero. Savonarola returned to the city with more power in the Dominican order. He gave strong sermons against Piero. He wanted the Signoria to punish Piero because he had broken the city's laws about rich clothing and expensive celebrations. Michelangelo did not understand why people reacted so strongly. He went to speak with Prior Bicciolini.
Were the weddings of the other Medici daughters smaller than this one? He asked.
Not really, the prior answered. But when Lorenzo spent money, the people felt he shared his wealth with them. With Piero, they felt he only showed his wealth. That changed the feeling of the celebration.
After Contessina's wedding celebrations ended, the Medici cousins began a political fight against Piero. Only a few days later, stories and scandals spread through the city. At a party, Piero and his cousin Lorenzo argued after drinking too much wine. A young woman was also part of the trouble. Piero hit Lorenzo near the ear. It was the first time one Medici had struck another. Both men pulled out knives. Friends stepped in before anyone was badly hurt. When Michelangelo came to the midday meal, he saw that more older friends were gone. Piero and his companions laughed loudly, but the laughter sounded strange and nervous. At dusk, Granacci came into the garden. He said someone had seen Michelangelo's Hercules in the Strozzi courtyard. The man wanted to speak with him about work. Michelangelo hid his surprise when he arrived and saw the new patrons. They were the Medici cousins, Lorenzo and Giovanni. He had met them many times in the palace when Lorenzo the Magnificent was alive. They had loved Lorenzo like a father. The Magnificent One had given them important diplomatic positions. 11 years earlier, he had even sent them to France to congratulate Charles VIII when he became king. Piero had always treated them as less important members of the family. The two cousins stood beside Michelangelo's Hercules. Lorenzo was 12 years older than Michelangelo. His face was strong and full of expression, though his skin had marks from illness. He had a strong neck, broad shoulders, and a powerful chest. He lived like a great lord in the family palace at Piazza San Marco. He also owned villas below the hills of Fiesole and at Castello. Even now, Botticelli was working for him and illustrating Dante's Divine Comedy. He was also a respected poet and writer for the theatre. Giovanni was the younger brother. He was 27 years old. People in Florence called him the Handsome. The brothers welcomed Michelangelo warmly. They praised the Hercules statue. Then they spoke about their reason for the visit. Lorenzo spoke for both of them. Michelangelo, we saw the 2 marble works you made for our uncle Lorenzo. My brother and I often said that one day we wanted you to make something for us. Michelangelo said nothing. The younger brother continued.
We have always wanted a statue of young St. John. We want it in white marble. He is the protector saint of our home. Would you like this work?
Michelangelo moved from one foot to the other. He looked through the main gate of the Strozzi palace. Bright sunlight filled the Via Tornabuoni outside. He needed work. He needed money, but that was not the only reason. He was becoming restless. He wanted to work with marble again. We are ready to pay well, Lorenzo said.
His brother added, There is also a place behind our garden where you can work. What do you say?
It is good when people want my work. May I think about it? Michelangelo asked.
Of course, Lorenzo answered warmly. We do not want to hurry you. Please join us for Sunday dinner. Michelangelo walked home quietly with his head down. Granacci said nothing until they reached the corner of Via del Bentacordi and Via dell'Anguillara.
I was asked to bring you there. I did that, but this does not mean I think you should accept the work.
Thank you, Granacci. I understand.
His family did not feel the same way.
Of course you will accept the work, Lodovico said loudly. He pushed his thick gray-black hair back from his eyes. This time you can choose the price because they came to you.
But why did they come to me? Michelangelo asked again.
Because they want a St. John, his aunt Cassandra replied.
But why now? Michelangelo asked. They are starting a group against Piero. Why did they not ask me during the last 2 years?
Why should you care about that? His uncle Francesco asked. Who refuses a sculpture job?
But there is more to this, Uncle Francesco. Prior Bicchiolini says the cousins want to force Piero out of Florence. I think they want to hurt Piero again.
And you can hurt him? Lucrezia asked with confusion on her face.
Only a little, Madre mia, Michelangelo said with a small smile. His broken nose made his face look rough.
Stop talking about politics, Lodovico said firmly. Think about business again. Are the Buonarroti so rich now that you can refuse work?
No, father. But I cannot be disloyal to Lorenzo.
The dead do not need loyalty.
Yes, they do. They need it as much as living people. I already gave you the 100 florins from the Hercules.
At Sunday dinner, they spoke about many things. But they did not speak about Piero or the St. John statue. John. After dinner, Michelangelo spoke with difficulty. He said he was thankful for their offer. But he could not accept it now. We are not in a hurry. The offer is still open. There was not really a place for Michelangelo in the palace. He had no clear work there. No one needed him much except Giuliano. Giuliano wanted friendship and care. Michelangelo looked for small jobs so he could stay useful. He sorted Lorenzo's drawings. He also placed Piero's new old coins and carved stones into the right cabinets. Lodovico once told him that pride was expensive. But sometimes a man could not change his nature. Some people were born with strong pride. Piero was unhappy too. At meals he sat pale and cold. He spoke to the few friends who still stayed near him.
Why can I not make the Signoria agree with me? Why is everything hard for me? My father lived so easily.
Michelangelo later asked Prior Bicchiolini about this. The prior sat back in his black robe. A clean white shirt showed at his neck. His eyes became hard with anger.
Piero's four Medici ancestors knew how to govern, he said. They loved Florence before themselves. But Piero.
Michelangelo was surprised by the sharp sound in the prior's voice.
I have never heard you speak with bitterness before, Father.
Piero does not listen to advice, the prior answered. We have a weak ruler, and a priest who wants more power. These are sad days for Florence, my son.
I heard some of Savonarola's sermons, Michelangelo said. He speaks about a great flood coming. Many people in Florence think Judgment Day is near. Why does he frighten the city so much?
The prior removed his glasses.
He wants to become pope, he said. But he wants even more than that. He dreams of taking control of the Near East and then the East.
Michelangelo smiled a little.
Do you not want to convert non-Christians? He asked.
The prior stayed quiet for a short time.
Would I like the whole world to become Catholic? He said. Only if people wanted it themselves. And never through a cruel ruler who destroys learning in books to save souls. A true Christian would not want that.
When Michelangelo returned to the palace, he found an urgent message from his father. Lodovico took him into the boy's bedroom. He moved clothes from the top of Giovansimone's chest. Then he showed him many pieces of jewelry, gold and silver buckles, and medallions.
What does this mean? Lodovico asked. Has Giovansimone been stealing from homes at night?
Not exactly, Father, Michelangelo answered. Giovansimone is now a captain in Savonarola's army of boys. They stop women in the streets if they wear jewelry. They take the jewelry away. They also go to houses in large groups when they hear a family breaks the clothing laws. They remove many things from the homes. And if people fight back, the boys throw stones at them.
But can Giovansimone keep these things? Lodovico asked. They must be worth hundreds of florins.
He should bring everything to San Marco, Michelangelo said. Most children do. But Giovansimone has turned his old street gang into what Savonarola calls his white-shirt angels. The council cannot stop them.
Later, Leonardo called Michelangelo to San Marco. He wanted to show him the new school for painters, sculptors, and book artists. Savonarola had placed the school in rooms near the cloister garden.
You see, Michelangelo, Leonardo said, Savonarola is not against art. He is only against immoral art. Now you can join us and become the sculptor for our order. You will always have marble and work.
What will I sculpt? Michelangelo asked.
Why does that matter? Leonardo answered. You only need work.
Who will tell me what to carve?
Fra Savonarola.
And if I do not want to carve what he wants?
As a monk, you do not ask questions. You cannot have your own wishes. He went back to his workbench in the old casino building. There he felt free again. From memory, he drew pictures of the human body. He used what he had learned during the months when he studied dead bodies. Afterward, he burned the papers. But nobody came to the garden now, so it was not really necessary. Sometimes he remembered sitting with Granacci at Torrigiani's old work table on the casino porch. Granacci carried books under his arm. The two friends studied together in quiet peace. Later they walked back to the palace in the warm evening light. Grey shadows slowly covered the city. The blue and gold color of the stone buildings became dark. In the autumn, Florence became part of a dangerous fight between countries. People feared the city could be destroyed. Michelangelo learned that Charles VIII, the King of France, had built a strong army. It had about 20,000 trained soldiers with heavy weapons. Now the king was bringing this army across the Alps into Italy. He wanted the kingdom of Naples because of family rights. During Lorenzo's life, Charles VIII had been friendly with the Medici family. He would not have marched through Tuscany then. If he tried, Lorenzo's friends in Milan, Venice, Genoa, Padua, and Ferrara would have stopped him. But Piero had lost these friends. The Duke of Milan invited Charles into Italy. The Medici cousins who went to the king's coronation told him that Florence was ready to welcome him. Piero would not give Charles safe passage through Tuscany. His mother's family and his wife's family supported Naples. Because of this, Piero stood against the French king. But from spring until autumn, he did almost nothing to prepare soldiers or weapons. Many people in Florence no longer supported him. Men who would once have fought for Lorenzo now wanted the French to remove Piero. Savonarola also invited Charles to enter Florence. By the middle of September, Charles VIII had crossed the Alps with his army. The Duke of Milan welcomed him. Then the French army attacked the town of Rapallo. The news shocked Florence. Normal business stopped across the city. Charles again sent men to ask for safe passage. Piero sent them away without a clear answer. The French king promised to march through Tuscany and take Florence. Michelangelo now had a new neighbor in the palace. Piero brought Alfonsina's brother, Paolo Orsini, to lead 100 hired soldiers. They were supposed to stop the French army of 20,000 men. Many times Michelangelo decided he should leave the palace and travel to Venice, as Lorenzo once advised him. He still felt loyal to Lorenzo, Contessina, Giuliano, and Cardinal Giovanni, but he felt nothing for Piero. Piero had given him a home, a place to work, and money. Even so, Michelangelo could not make himself leave like the others. The 3 years he spent with Lorenzo in the garden and palace had changed his life. Those years were full of learning and excitement. Every day helped him grow stronger in his art. Each day felt important. He learned to use his tools well and became better at his work. But during the 2.5 years after Lorenzo's death, his life had stopped moving forward. He had become better at drawing because of Prior Bicchiolini and his study of the human body. Still, he felt less alive than before. He felt less creative and less wise. He remembered his great teachers with pain. Bertoldo Illinois Magnifico, Pico, Poliziano, Landino, Ficino, and Benevieni had once filled his mind with energy. For a long time now, he felt trapped in the lower half of a circle. He wanted his life to rise again. He wanted to escape the fear and confusion in Florence. Most of all, he wanted his mind and hands to work again as a sculptor. Even Poliziano now went to Savonarola to ask forgiveness for his sins. Before he died, he begged to join the Dominican order. He wanted to be buried inside San Marco in a monk's clothing. Granacci gave Michelangelo no advice.
Bugiardini said only, "If you go to Venice, I will go too."
When Jacopo heard about the plan, he quickly came to Michelangelo.
I always wanted to see Venice. On another man's money. Take me with you. I will protect you from killers on the road.
With jokes, Michelangelo asked.
Jacopo made a funny face. Laughter is a weapon. What do you say?
Yes, Jacopo. When I leave for Venice, you can come with me.
On September 21st, Fra Savonarola gave a final sermon in the Duomo. He wanted to force Piero out of Florence. The cathedral was full of people. The friar had never seemed so powerful before. His voice sounded strong and full of warning. The people of Florence cried and shook with fear as he spoke about the destruction of the city and all the people in it.
Now the earth was full of evil and violence, he said. God saw that the people had become corrupt. I will send great floods on the earth. Everything living on the earth will die.
The words moved through the church like heavy waves. Michelangelo stood near the doors. The sound around him felt too strong and too close. When he went back outside, the streets were full of frightened people. Many looked pale and silent. Their eyes seemed empty with fear. Only Prior Bicchiolini stayed calm.
But, Michelangelo, this is dark magic from old times, he said. God promised Noah and his sons there would never be another great flood. The Bible says the world will not be destroyed by water again. So why does Savonarola change the words of the Bible? One day Florence will understand that it has been fooled.
The prior's quiet voice helped break the fear around them.
When that day comes, you can open the gates of Santo Spirito for him, Michelangelo said. You can save him from the angry crowd.
The prior smiled a little.
Can you imagine Savonarola living in silence? He asked. He would rather die in a fire.
Each day the danger became worse. Venice stayed neutral. Rome refused to send soldiers. Charles attacked the forts on the Tuscan border. Some forts fell. The workers at the marble quarries in Pietrasanta fought well. But everyone knew the French army could soon enter Florence. Michelangelo had little time to think clearly. The people of Florence moved between fear and hope. Crowds filled the streets. The great bell in the tower called everyone to the Piazza della Signoria to hear new reports. People asked many questions. Would the city be attacked? Would the Republic fall? Would Florence lose its wealth, trade, art, and peace? The city had lived in peace for many years. Now it had few weapons and little wish to fight. Many people wondered if the disaster Savonarola spoke about had already begun. One morning Michelangelo woke and found the palace almost empty. Piero, Orsini, and their men had gone to meet Charles. Alfonsina left with her children and Giuliano to stay safe in a villa in the hills. Only a few old servants remained. Michelangelo felt alone in the large palace. The silence inside frightened him. Lorenzo had died in Careggi. Now it seemed that the spirit of Lorenzo was dying too. His library and works of art stood quiet in the empty rooms. As Michelangelo walked through the halls, the palace felt cold and dead. He knew that feeling well from the room of the dead at Santo Spirito. The confusion in Florence continued. Piero begged Charles for mercy. He offered him the coastal forts, Pisa, Lagorne, and 200,000 florins. He asked Charles to move past Florence and not enter the city. The city council became angry at Piero's surrender. They rang the bell at the Signoria and called the people together. They accused Piero of fear, weakness, and poor leadership. A group of men, including Fra Savonarola, went to speak with Charles. They ignored Piero completely. Piero hurried back to Florence to take control again. But the city was full of anger against him. He demanded to speak.
The crowd shouted, "Go away! Do not disturb the Signoria!"
Piero turned away with anger. People in the piazza waved their hoods against him. Groups of boys hissed and threw stones. Piero pulled out his sword. The crowd chased him through the streets. He escaped into the palace. There he slowed the crowd for a short time by giving them wine and cake. Then messengers ran through the streets and shouted the news.
The Signoria has banished the Medici. For life. There is a reward of 4,000 florins for Piero. Down with Piero.
Entering the palace, Michelangelo learned that Piero had escaped through the back garden. He joined Orsini's soldiers at Porta San Gallo and ran away. Cardinal Giovanni crossed the garden toward the back gate. His face was red from carrying many manuscripts in his arms. 2 servants walked behind him with more books. When he saw Michelangelo, he looked relieved.
Buonarroti, I saved some of Father's rare manuscripts. These were the books he loved most.
The people of Florence were very close behind them. Soon a large crowd rushed into the courtyard.
The Medici are gone, people shouted. Everything in the palace belongs to us now.
The rioters ran into the wine cellars. They broke open barrels and bottles. When they could not open the bottles, they smashed them against the walls. Many bottles passed from hand to hand. People drank quickly and carelessly. Wine spilled across the cellar floor. Then the first group ran upstairs. Other people pushed past them to enter the palace and take things. Michelangelo stood in front of Donatello's David to protect it. More and more people came through the main gate. The courtyard became full. He saw faces he knew from the streets of Florence. But now those same people looked wild and careless. He wondered what had changed them. Maybe they felt powerful because they were inside the Medici palace for the first time. Someone pushed him hard against the David statue. A painful lump rose on his head. Nearby stood Donatello's Judith and Holofernes. The crowd lifted the statue with its base and carried it through the back garden while people shouted with approval. The crowd could not move the larger marble statues and Roman portraits. Instead, they broke them with poles and pikes. Michelangelo moved along the wall. Then he ran up the main staircase and hurried down the corridor to the studiolo. He slammed the door behind him and searched for a lock. There was none. He looked around the room. Priceless manuscripts filled the shelves. There were rare jewels, old coins, cameos, and small art pieces. Greek stone carvings stood above the door. There were marble and bronze works by Donatello. Painted wooden tables stood nearby. Beautiful paintings filled the room. He wanted to save them, but he did not know how. Then he noticed the small lift. He opened it and pulled the ropes. When the lift stopped level with the floor, he quickly filled it with small paintings, jewels, manuscripts, glass vases, and valuable objects. He took the old faun statue that he had copied as a young artist and hid it inside his shirt. Then he pulled the other rope and sent the lift down. He closed the door. At that moment, a crowd reached the studiolo and rushed inside. They grabbed objects from every side. Michelangelo fought his way to his own room. There he hid Bertoldo's models and some bronze pieces under the beds. Now he could do little more. Hundreds of rioters moved through the palace. They entered the large rooms and stole silver plates from the dining hall. They smashed dishes and glass cups. People fought and shouted happily while they took gold and silver medals from the Medici collections. In Piero's rooms, they stole cups and prizes. Some threw wine bottles at paintings. In Lorenzo's room, Michelangelo watched helplessly. People carried away jasper vases with Lorenzo's name on them. They took painted tables and cut paintings from their frames. They pulled sculptures from their bases. Furniture crashed to the floor. Large chests were broken apart. Inside the library, books and manuscripts had been pulled from the shelves. Many rare books lay on the floor under people's feet. Michelangelo wondered if the people wanted revenge against Piero. But these treasures did not belong only to Piero. They belonged to Florence too. He watched men tear velvet cloth from the walls and cut silk coverings from the furniture. He shook his head sadly.
"Who can understand a crowd?" he said quietly.
Among all the people, he recognized only one loyal friend of the Medici family. It was his cousin Bernardo Russelli, the husband of Nannina de Medici.
Bernardo stood in front of Botticelli's painting Palace subduing the centaur. He cried out to the crowd. You are citizens of Florence. Why are you destroying your own treasures? Please stop.
To Michelangelo, the man looked like a hero. His eyes were bright, and he held out his arms to protect the painting. Then Rucellai fell to the floor. Michelangelo fought his way to him. He lifted the man in his arms and carried him into a small room nearby. Blood ran down the man's clothes.
Michelangelo thought with dark humor, "This is the closest I have ever been to my mother's family."
The palace was in great disorder. In Lorenzo's office, men pulled maps and wall cloths from the walls. Some strong workers broke open the safe. About 20,000 florins poured out. The crowd shouted with joy and fought over the gold coins. Michelangelo went down the back stairs and crossed the garden. Then he moved through small streets to the Ridolfi Palace. He asked a servant for pen and ink. He wrote a short note to Contessina.
When it is safe, send someone to your father's small study. I filled the food lift with as much food as I could. He signed the note M.B.
On the way home, he stopped at Bugiardini's house and Jacopo's house. He told them to meet him at the Porta San Gallo at midnight. Later, when the city became quiet, he walked through the dark streets to the Medici stables. 2 stable workers had stayed with the horses during the trouble. They knew Michelangelo could take horses when he wanted. They helped him prepare 3 horses. He rode one horse and led the other 2. There was no guard at the gate. Bugiardini waited there in the dark. He calmly cut his long fingernails with a knife. Jacopo arrived soon after. Then the 3 men started their journey to Venice. On the afternoon of the second day, they crossed the Apennine Mountains. They came down through the footpaths into Bologna. The city stood inside orange brick walls. Many towers rose into the clear sky. Some towers leaned even more than the tower in Pisa. They entered the city through a gate near the river. Old women in black clothes swept the streets with twig brooms. The travelers asked one old woman for directions. Then they went toward the Piazza Comunale. The streets were narrow and twisted. The upper floors of the houses stretched out above the streets. The air felt heavy and hot. Each family in Bologna had built a tower to protect itself from other families. Florence once had the same custom, but Cosimo had forced the Florentines to cut their towers down. The wider streets and squares had long brick arches. These arches protected people from snow, rain, and strong summer heat. A person in Bologna could walk across the city and stay under cover. They reached the main square. At one end stood the great church of San Petronio. The communal palace covered one whole side of the square. The 3 men got off their horses. At once, city police officers surrounded them.
"You are strangers in Bologna?" one officer asked.
"We are from Florence," Michelangelo answered.
"Show us your thumbs."
"Our thumbs?" Michelangelo asked. "Why do you want to see our thumbs?"
"We must check for the red wax mark."
"We do not have a red wax mark."
"Then you must come with us. You are under arrest."
The officers took them to the customs office. The rooms stood behind covered walkways. The officer in charge explained the law. Every stranger entering Bologna had to register and give a thumbprint at one of the 16 city gates.
"How could we know that?" Michelangelo asked. "We have never been here before."
"Not knowing the law changes nothing," the officer replied. "You must pay 50 Bolognese pounds."
"We do not have that much money."
"Then you will spend 50 days in jail."
Michelangelo stared at Bugiardini and Jacopo in shock. Before they could speak, another man stepped forward.
"May I speak to the young men, officer?" he asked.
"Of course, Excellency."
The man turned to Michelangelo. "Is your name Buonarroti?"
"Yes."
"Is your father an officer in the customs office in Florence?"
"Yes, sir."
The man spoke to the customs officer. This young man comes from a respected Florentine family. His father works in the customs office, as you do. Perhaps our two cities should show kindness to important families from each city."
The officer looked pleased. "Yes, Excellency."
"I will take responsibility for them," the man said.
Back in the cold winter sunlight of the square, Michelangelo studied the man who had helped them. He had a wide and pleasant face. He looked calm and free from worry. A little grey hair showed that he was probably in his middle 40s. But his skin looked smooth and young. His face had no beard. He had small white teeth and a small mouth between a strong nose and chin. His eyebrows started near his nose and stopped in the middle above his eyes. Then they turned up in a curious way. He wore a soft black wool robe with a white collar.
"You are very kind," he said. "And I am foolish. You remembered my face, but I only knew that we had met before."
"We sat together at one of Lorenzo de Medici's dinners," the man explained.
"Of course. You are Signor Aldovrandi. You were the podesta of Florence. You told me about the work of a great sculptor here in Bologna.
Jacopo della Quercia. Now I can show it to you. Will you and your friends join me for supper?"
"The pleasure is ours," Jacopo said with a smile. "We have not eaten well since we left the Duomo behind."
"Then you came to the right city," Aldovrandi replied. "Bologna is called La Grassa, the fat. The food here is better than in many places in Europe."
They left the piazza and walked north. The church of San Pietro was on their right side. The seminary was on their left. Then they turned into Via Galliera. The Aldovrandi Palace stood at number 8 on the left side of the street. It was a beautiful brick building with 3 floors. The door was tall and pointed. Around it was colored terracotta with the family symbol. The windows were curved at the top and divided by marble columns. Bugiardini and Jacopo took care of the horses. At the same time, Aldovrandi showed Michelangelo his library with wooden walls. He was very proud of it.
"Lorenzo de Medici helped me collect these books," he said.
He owned a copy of Poliziano's Stands per la Giostra with a note written by Poliziano himself. Michelangelo picked up the leather book.
"You know that Poliziano died a few weeks ago, Messer Aldovrandi," he said.
"I was deeply sad," Aldovrandi answered. "He had a great mind. And Pico is dying too. The world will feel empty without them."
"Pico?" Michelangelo asked. "I did not know, but Pico is still young."
"He is 31. When Lorenzo died, an age ended. Nothing will be the same again."
Michelangelo held the poem in his hand and began to read aloud. As he read, he remembered the voices of the Plato for teaching him.
"You read very well, my young friend," Aldovrandi said with respect. "Your words are clear. You speak each line beautifully."
"I had good teachers."
"Do you enjoy reading aloud? I have all the great poets here. Dante, Petrarch, Pliny, and Ovid."
"I never thought about it before."
"Tell me, Michelangelo, why did you come to Bologna?"
Aldovrandi already knew about Piero's fall from power. The Medici group had passed through Bologna the day before. Michelangelo explained that he was traveling to Venice.
"How is it possible that the 3 of you do not have 50 Bolognese pounds?" Aldovrandi asked. "You are traveling very far."
"Bugiardini and Jacopo have no money. I pay for everything."
Aldovrandi smiled.
"I would also like to travel the world if you pay my costs."
"We hope to find work in Venice."
"Then why not stay in Bologna? You can study the work of Della Quercia here. Maybe we can even find sculpture work for you."
Michelangelo's eyes shone.
"After supper, I will speak with my 2 friends."
The problem with the Bologna police had already frightened Jacopo and Bugiardini. They no longer wanted to travel far away. They were also not interested in the sculptures of Della Quercia. They decided they wanted to return to Florence. Michelangelo gave them money for the trip. He asked them to take the Medici horseback home. Then he told Aldovrandi that he would stay in Bologna and look for a place to live.
That is impossible, Aldovrandi answered. A friend of Lorenzo de Medici cannot stay in an inn in Bologna. A man from Florence who studied with the Plato Four is special for us. You will stay in our house.
The next morning, Michelangelo woke under the warm orange light of the Bologna sun. Light filled his room and shone on the cloth hanging behind the bed and the painted ceiling above him. At the end of the bed, he found a painted chest with a linen towel inside. He washed in a silver bowl near the window. The soft Persian rug felt warm under his bare feet. The house was full of life and happiness. He heard voices and laughter from this part of the palace, where Aldovrandi's 6 sons lived. Signora Aldovrandi was a young and pleasant woman. She was the second wife and had also given the family sons. She treated all 6 boys with kindness. She welcomed Michelangelo warmly, like another son in the family. His host, John Francesco Aldovrandi, came from a branch of the family that worked in trade and money changing. The family became rich. John Francesco studied at the university and became a notary. When he was younger, he was also a skilled banker. Now he had enough money and time to enjoy art and poetry. He loved poems and also wrote poems himself in the common language. He became important in the government of Bologna. He was a senator and held other high positions in the city. He also knew the powerful Bentivoglio family well.
One thing still makes me sad, he told Michelangelo while they ate sweet bread and drank hot water with spice at the long walnut table. I cannot write in Greek or Latin. I read those languages, of course, but I spent too much time changing money and not enough time writing poetry.
John Francesco loved collecting beautiful things. He walked with Michelangelo through the palace and showed him many objects. There were painted panels, carved wooden pieces, bowls of silver and gold, coins, clay heads, ivory works, bronze objects, and small marble statues.
But you do not see important local art here, he said sadly. I did not understand it. Why does Florence create great art and Bologna does not? Our city is rich too. Our people are strong and brave. We have good music and learning. But we have never made great painting or sculpture. Why?
Michelangelo answered politely. Why do people call Bologna the Fat?
Because we love fine food, Aldovrandi said. People have known this since the time of Petrarch. We enjoy the pleasures of life. We are a city that loves comfort and pleasure.
Maybe that is the answer, Michelangelo said.
You mean that people do not need art when they already have everything they want? But Florence is rich too. People live well there.
Only some families live that way, Michelangelo answered. The Medici and the Strozzi, for example. Most Tuscans are naturally thin and careful with money. We do not enjoy spending. I never remember another family eating in our house. Our family also never ate with friends. I do not remember the Buonarroti family giving or receiving gifts. We like earning money, but we do not like spending it.
And we people of Bologna think money exists only to be spent, Aldovrandi replied. We use our minds to make life more pleasant. Did you know we even have a special Bologna style of love? Our women do not wear Italian designs. They want only French styles. They use many kinds of cloth in one dress. And our sausages are so special that we protect the recipe like a secret of the state.
At the midday meal, all 40 places at the table were full. There were Aldovrandi's brothers and nephews, professors from the University of Bologna, noble families from Ferrara and Ravenna, church leaders, and members of the ruling government of Bologna. Aldovrandi was a charming host. But unlike Lorenzo, he did not try to guide the conversations or conduct business. He only wanted everyone to enjoy the fine fish, sausages, meat, wine, stories, and friendship. After the rest time in the afternoon, Aldovrandi invited Michelangelo to see the city. They walked under long arches beside the streets. The shops showed some of the finest food in Italy. There were rich cheeses, very white bread, and rare wines. In the Borgo Galliera, many butcher shops displayed more meat than Michelangelo usually saw in a whole year in Florence. Then they visited the old fish market. Fish from the wet valleys near Ferrara filled the stalls. There were sturgeon, crawfish, and mullet. Many hunting shops sold animals from the day's hunt. People sold deer, quail, hare, and pheasant. And in every part of the city, Michelangelo saw the famous Salon of Bologna. Everywhere Michelangelo went, he saw students from the university. They studied in small cafes under the orange porticos. They also played dice and cards between their school papers.
There is one thing I miss, Messer Aldovrandi, Michelangelo said. I have not seen any stone sculpture.
That is because we have no stone quarries, Aldovrandi answered. It is very simple. But we always bring the best marble sculptors here. Nicola Pisano came. Andrea from Fiesole came. Della Quercia from Siena came. Dell'Arca from Bari came. Our own sculpture is mostly terracotta. Later they arrived at Santa Maria della Vita. There Aldovrandi showed him Dell'Arca's lamentation over the dead Christ. Michelangelo became excited at once. The large terracotta group was full of strong emotion. Dell'Arca showed people in deep sadness and pain. Their faces and bodies looked very real. A short time later they saw a young man making terracotta busts. The busts would go above the capitals of the Palazzo Amorini in the Via Santo Stefano. The young man was very strong. He had large shoulders and arms. His head was shaped like an egg and became smaller at the top. His skin had the same orange color as the bricks of Bologna. Aldovrandi called him Vincenzo. This is my friend Buonarroti, he said. He is the best young sculptor in Florence.
Then it is good that we meet, Vincenzo answered. I'm the best young sculptor in Bologna. I am Dell'Arca's successor. I will finish the great Pisano tomb in San Domenico.
You have received the work? Aldovrandi asked sharply.
Not yet, Excellency, Vincenzo answered. But the work should come to me. I am from Bologna. I am a sculptor. What could be more natural?
Then he turned to Michelangelo.
If you need help in Bologna, I will show you everything.
As they walked away, Aldovrandi spoke quietly. Successor to Dell'Arca? No. He follows his father and grandfather. They make the best bricks in Bologna. I want him to stay with that work. They went to the church of San Domenico. The Dominican brothers built it in 1218. Inside, the church had 3 large sections. It was richer and more decorated than many churches in Florence. Aldovrandi led Michelangelo to the tomb of St. Dominic by Nicola Pisano. He showed him the marble carvings from 1267. Then he showed the work later continued by Niccolo Dell'Arca. Dell'Arca died 8 months ago, Aldovrandi said. There are still 3 figures to carve. An angel on the right side, Saint Petronius holding a model of the city of Bologna, and Saint Proculus. These are the marble figures Vincenzo says he will carve. Michelangelo looked carefully at Aldovrandi. The older man said nothing more. He only led Michelangelo out of the church. Then they went to the Piazza Maggiore. There they looked at the work of Jacopo della Quercia above the main door of San Petronio. Aldovrandi stayed behind and let Michelangelo walk forward alone. Michelangelo stopped and stared. He breathed with surprise and joy. Aldovrandi came closer. Did you know that Della Quercia competed for the bronze doors of the baptistery in Florence? He asked. That was in 1400. Ghiberti won instead. These 5 scenes on each side, and the 5 above them, are Della Quercia's answer to that loss. Here in Bologna, we believe they are as good as Ghiberti's work. Michelangelo stood before the stone panels and shook his head in disbelief. This might be the greatest sculpture he had ever seen.
Perhaps they are as good, he replied. Perhaps they are even better. They are certainly different.
Della Quercia was as much an innovator as Ghiberti. Look at his human figures. They look alive and full of energy.
He moved his arms and pointed at different panels. Look at these carvings. God. Adam and Eve. Cain and Abel. Noah after drinking too much wine. The expulsion from the garden. The designs are strong and deep. I am amazed.
Then he turned to his friend.
Signor Aldovrandi, this is the kind of human figure I want to carve, he said in a rough voice.
In Bologna, he found another kind of excitement. He had never expected it. He went everywhere with Aldovrandi. They visited family homes and large palaces. They shared dinners with friends and quiet evening meals. The people of Bologna were warm and welcoming. They loved guests and good company. At one dinner, he met Clarissa Saffi. The dinner was at the villa of Marco Aldovrandi, his host's nephew. The villa stood in the hills. Clarissa welcomed the guests there. No other women were present. Only Marco's male friends came to the dinner. Clarissa was slim and had golden hair. Her hair was pulled back from her forehead in the style of the time. She moved in a soft and graceful way. Every movement of her arms, shoulders, and legs looked smooth and gentle. It pleased him to watch her. She seemed like a woman made for love. In his mind, he studied her form like an artist. Everything about her seemed complete and soft. Her voice, gestures, and movements flowed together naturally. When he looked at her neck, shoulders, and chest, he remembered the women in Botticelli's paintings. Clarissa had the same golden beauty as Simonetta, but she did not have the sad and innocent look from those paintings. She was different from every woman he had ever seen. He felt her present with his eyes and with his whole body. Even before she spoke or moved, she affected him deeply. His heart beat hard. His body filled with strong new feelings. Jacopo would have shouted a rude joke if he saw her near the Duomo steps. But Clarissa was more than physical beauty. To him, she seemed like the perfect form of love in a woman. When she smiled at him, the smile felt warm and welcoming. She liked men and felt comfortable with them. Her movements were full of natural grace. Watching her gave him pleasure. Her long golden braids looked warm like the Italian sun. Even in the cool room, they seemed to bring warmth to him. Inside him, his heart beat loudly. Still, he could hear her soft voice clearly. The sound of it made him feel even more awake and aware. She had been Marco's lover for 3 years. He first saw her when she was cleaning her father's shoe shop. Marco saw her beauty before other people did. He gave her a quiet villa to live in. He taught her how to wear rich dresses and jewels. He also brought a teacher to help her read and write. After supper, the old friends talked about politics. Michelangelo and Clarissa were alone in a small French music room. Michelangelo said he did not care about women, but he could not stop looking at Clarissa's dress. Her gold bodice covered her body with fine cloth. At the same time, it seemed to show her shape. The more he looked, the less he could really see. The dress was made to make people curious.
Clarissa smiled at his awkward manner. "You are an artist, Buonarroti?" she asked.
It was hard for him to look into her eyes. Her eyes were soft and bright.
I am a sculptor, he answered.
"Could you carve me in marble?" she asked.
You already look carved, he said quickly. Perfectly.
A little color came to her cheeks. They laughed together and moved a little closer. Marco had taught her well. She spoke clearly and well. Michelangelo also saw that she understood people quickly.
Will I see you again? He asked.
"If Signor Aldovrandi brings you," she answered.
Not in another way.
She smiled softly. "Do you want me to pose for you?"
No. Yes. I do not know. I do not even understand what I am saying.
She laughed warmly.
As she moved, the gold cloth became tighter across her chest. Again he watched her shape under the dress. He thought, this is crazy. What is happening to me?
Aldovrandy saw the strong desire in his eyes. He hit Michelangelo lightly on the shoulder. Well, Michelangelo, you are too wise to join our political talk, he said. Now we will enjoy some music. You know Bologna is famous for music in Europe?
Later they rode home together through the quiet streets. Orange trees stood along the road.
Aldovrandy asked, You liked Clarissa?
Michelangelo saw he could speak honestly. She makes me feel strange inside, he replied.
Our women in Bologna can do that, Aldovrandy said. But do you know how expensive she is?
I can see her dresses and jewels cost a lot, Michelangelo answered.
That is only the beginning, Aldovrandy said. She also has a beautiful small palace. She has servants and many carriages.
Enough. Michelangelo cried with a crooked smile. But I have never seen a woman like her. If I ever carved Venus.
Do not do it, Aldovrandy said firmly. My nephew becomes angry very fast. He is also very skilled with a sword.
That night Michelangelo could not rest. He moved again and again in his bed. He imagined hiding his face against Clarissa's chest. Then he understood what had happened to him. But he could not stop thinking about her. He held the soft pillows tightly, just as he had searched for her shape under the gold cloth. The next day, he saw her in the Via Drapery. This was the street where people sold cloth and fine fabric. An older woman walked beside her. Clarissa wore flowers in her hair. She moved easily through the busy street. She had a soft silk dress and a gold belt with precious stones. A wool cape rested on her shoulders. She bowed to him and gave a small smile. Then she walked away. He stayed there and could not move. That night, he could not sleep again. He went down to Aldovrandy's library. He lit a lamp and took a pen. After many bad tries, he finally wrote. The garland and the girdle. What joy is in your crown of flowers. Each flower pushes forward. Each one wants to touch your forehead first. Your dress brings beauty all day long. Sometimes it shows your breast. Sometimes it hides it again. The fine gold net rests softly on your face and neck. But the belt seems even happier to me. Its gold shines brightly. It holds the cloth close around your body. The belt around your waist seems to say, I want to stay here forever. I wish my arms could take the place of that belt. He knew this was not the kind of sonnet Benivieni wanted him to write. Benivieni had trained him for many hours. Still, the writing helped him feel calmer, as Aldovrandy liked to say. He went back to his room and slept. A few Sundays later, Aldovrandy invited him to Clarissa's villa. Some close friends of Marco were there that evening. They planned to play their favorite card game, Tarocchino di Bologna. The game used 60 large cards. Michelangelo knew nothing about card games. He also had no money for gambling. Clarissa made sure Marco's friends had food and drink. Then she sat with Michelangelo near a warm fire in a smaller room. The room had a beautiful terracotta wall decoration. He watched her face in the firelight. Her face looked delicate, but he could also see strong feeling inside her.
It is nice to speak with someone my own age, Clarissa said. All of Marco's friends are older.
You do not have young friends? He asked.
Not now, she answered. But I am happy. Is it strange, Buonarroti, that a girl can grow up very poor and still live easily in a place like this?
I do not know, Madonna. Your world is different from mine.
What is your world besides sculpture? She asked.
Poetry, he answered with a small smile. I lost 2 nights of sleep before I could finish the sonnet.
You wrote a sonnet for me, she asked with surprise. It is your first one? May I hear it?
His face became red. I think no, he answered. But one day I will bring you a copy. Then you can read it alone.
Why are you embarrassed? She asked. It is good when someone desires you. I take it as a compliment.
He looked down at the floor. How could he tell her that he knew as little about love as he knew about the card game? How could he speak about the strong desire he felt inside himself? He looked up at her suddenly and saw that she was watching him. She understood how he felt. She put her hand in his hand and looked closely at his hurt face. These quiet minutes changed something between them.
What happened to your nose, Michelangelo? She asked.
A ham hit it, he answered.
Did it fall from a butcher's shop? Did you forget to move away?
It happened too fast, he said. Like the people near Vesuvius. The lava reached them before they could run.
Have you ever loved someone? She asked.
Yes, in some way.
It is always in some way, she said. Is love never complete?
I do not think so, he answered. Sometimes it is about politics. Like marriages between important families. Sometimes it is for children and work, like poor country people. Sometimes it is for money, jewels, and beautiful homes. He looked at her quietly. Like me.
And what about us? She asked.
Her dress moved softly when she changed her position. One of her shoes touched his leg lightly. His whole body reacted at once.
We are young, she said softly. Why should we not want each other?
Again he could not sleep that night. His body burned with strong feelings. Before, he only wanted to rest close to her. Now he wanted much more. In the darkness of his room, he heard her words again and again. Why should we not want each other? He got out of bed and went down to Aldovrandi's library. There he began to write short lines and thoughts as they came into his mind.
The world is kind, but not to itself. A small worm dies quietly. Its body becomes beautiful cloth for others. I wish I could die for her. Then she could wear something made from me. I wish I could change like a snake and leave my old body behind. I wish I could become the soft cloth around her chest. I wish I could become her shoes. Then I could touch her feet when she walked in the rain.
During the Christmas celebrations, a large holiday log burned in the fireplace of the drawing room. Poor children stood outside and sang songs for gifts. Signora Aldovrandy led the yearly game for the servants. People pulled small gifts from a sack to learn their fortune. During these happy days, Michelangelo slowly forgot some of his pain and confusion. After the servants drank wine and left, the Aldovrandy family played the same game. There were about 30 people in the room. Then Aldovrandy looked at Michelangelo.
Now it is your turn, he said.
Michelangelo put his hand into the large hemp sack. Only one package was left. Everyone around him smiled. It was clear they all knew something he did not know. He pulled out the package. Inside was a small clay copy of the San Domenico tomb by Dell'Arca. The places for the angel, St. Petronius, and St. Proculus were empty. Instead, there were funny figures of Michelangelo with his broken nose. Aldovrandy smiled at him with happiness.
The council gave the work to you last week.
After the guests left, Aldovrandy and Michelangelo went into the library. Aldovrandy said he would send for marble from Carrara when the drawings were ready and the size was decided. Michelangelo understood that Aldovrandy had helped him get this work. The work would pay 30 gold ducats. Aldovrandy would also pay for the marble and the long trip over the mountains by ox cart. Michelangelo felt deep thanks. He did not know how to say it. Quickly, he opened a copy of Dante. He turned the pages and took a pen. At the top and sides of one page, he drew scenes from Florence. He drew the Duomo and the Baptistery. He drew the Palazzo della Signoria and the Ponte Vecchio over the Arno River. He drew the city inside its strong walls.
With your permission, I will draw on another page of Dante every day.
Aldovrandi stood beside him and looked at the quick sketches. His eyes shone with pleasure. Later, Michelangelo went with Aldovrandi to Dell'Arca's workshop behind San Petronio. The workshop stood inside a closed courtyard near the church dressing room. Part of it was under a covered walkway. Small work areas stood there for the church workers. The place was smaller than the workshop where Michelangelo had made his Hercules. Nothing had changed since Dell'Arca died suddenly 10 months earlier. His tools still lay on the workbench. There were chisels, hammers, dry wax, clay models, and small figures. There were also pages of sketches for the unfinished tomb and small pieces of charcoal. The room looked like the life and work of a man stopped in the middle. January in Emilia was very cold, but 2 large firepots kept the open workshop warm. For 2 months, Michelangelo had copied art in the churches of Bologna. He had also studied the work of the Della Quercia family. Now he wanted very much to work again. He wanted to shape clay models again. He wanted to heat the forge and make tools. He wanted to place the marble on wooden blocks. Then he wanted to cut away the first rough corners and search for the figure inside the stone. Half a year had passed since he finished the Hercules. After only a few days of work, Michelangelo sat bent over his drawing table. A heavy wool hat covered his head and ears. Then a large man stood in front of him. Michelangelo looked up and saw Vincenzo, the terracotta sculptor. The cold had made his face dark red-brown. His eyes looked hard and serious.
Buonarroti, you got the work I wanted.
Michelangelo stayed quiet for a moment.
Then he spoke softly. I am sorry.
No, you are not. You are a stranger. I am from Bologna. You take work away from the sculptors of this city.
Michelangelo answered calmly. I understand. Last year at Santo Spirito, silver workers took carving work from me.
It is good that you understand. Go to the council and tell them you do not want the work. Then they will give it to me.
But, Vincenzo, if they did not give it to you after Dell'Arca died?
Vincenzo pushed the thought away with a strong movement of his arms.
You took the work because of Aldovrandi's help.
No one even knows you make statues. Michelangelo felt sorry for the large man in front of him. The man was angry and upset.
I will speak to Messer Aldovrandi, Michelangelo said.
You should. If you do not help me, I will make trouble for you in Bologna.
Later, Michelangelo told Aldovrandi about the meeting. What he says is true, Aldovrandi answered. He is from Bologna. He watched Dell'Arca work. He understands what people here like. He has only one problem. He cannot carve marble. He should work with our good Bologna brick if he wants people to remember him.
Should I ask him to work as my assistant? Michelangelo asked.
Do you need an assistant?
I only want to keep peace between us.
Then stop thinking like a diplomat. Think like a sculptor. Forget him. The next day, Vincenzo spoke to Michelangelo again. Michelangelo had told him there was no work for him.
I will never let you forget me, Vincenzo said.
Michelangelo looked at Vincenzo's huge hands. They were much larger than his own hands. Vincenzo was about 19, the same age as Michelangelo. But he was much bigger and taller. Michelangelo remembered Torrigiani. He remembered the hard hit to his face. He remembered the blood and the pain. Suddenly he felt weak.
What is wrong, Buonarroti? Vincenzo asked. You do not look well. Are you afraid I will make life hard for you?
You already have.
Still, Michelangelo did not want to lose the chance to carve the 3 beautiful blocks of white Carrara marble. If this trouble was the price, he would accept it. He did not write letters to his family. No letters came from Florence either. But every week, business friends of Aldovrandi traveled through the footpaths to Florence. They carried news about Michelangelo to his family. Then they brought news back to Bologna. 1 week after Michelangelo escaped from Florence, Charles VIII entered the city. He held his lance forward to show he was the winner. There was no battle before he arrived. People welcomed him in streets covered with cloth decorations, awnings, and lamps. The Ponte Vecchio was decorated for the visit. The Signoria received him politely in the Duomo for prayers. He stayed in the Medici palace. But later, during peace talks, Charles acted proudly. He threatened to bring back Piero. He demanded a very large payment. Soon fighting started in the streets. French soldiers and Florentine people fought each other. The Florentines closed the city and prepared to force the French army to leave. After this, Charles became calmer. He accepted 120,000 florins. He also kept the right to hold 2 forts in Florence until his war with Naples ended. Then he marched out of Florence with his army. The people of Florence felt proud. They had stood against a leader with 20,000 soldiers. When Charles said, "We will sound our trumpets," the Florentines answered, "And we will ring our bells." Yet the government of the city stopped working well. The Medici family had ruled for many years. Without them, the system did not work. The old council members had supported the Medici. They knew how to work together. Now many groups fought for power in the city. One group wanted a government like Venice. Another group wanted 2 councils. One large council would make laws and choose officials. A smaller council of experienced men would guide the city and deal with other countries. Guide Antonio Vespucci spoke for the rich noble families. He said these ideas gave too much power to ordinary people. He wanted a few rich men to keep control. In the middle of December, news came to Bologna. Savonarola had started speaking about the crisis in his church sermons. He supported the new democratic system. Visitors at the Aldovrandi Palace explained his ideas. Only land and property would be taxed. Every man in Florence would have a vote. Men older than 29 who paid taxes could join the Grand Council. When the sermons ended, Vespucci and the nobles had lost. Savonarola's plan was accepted. From Bologna, it seemed that Savonarola was now both a religious and political leader in Florence. His victory over Illinois Magnifico was complete. At the start of the new year, Piero de' Medici returned to Bologna. He came to build a new base there. One day Michelangelo came home from his workshop. He saw a group of Piero's soldiers in the street outside the Aldovrandi Palace. Piero was inside with Giuliano. King Charles had forced Florence to remove the death order against Piero and Giuliano. But all Medici property had been taken away. Piero was also forbidden to come near Tuscany. Michelangelo met Piero near the dining room.
"Excellency, it is very good to see you again," he said. "I only wish we were meeting at the Medici Palace."
"We will return there soon enough," Piero said angrily. "The rulers of Florence forced me out with violence. I am building an army now. Then I will force them out."
Giuliano was now as tall as Michelangelo. At first he greeted Michelangelo politely. But when Piero walked into dinner with Signora Aldovrandi, the 2 young men hugged each other. There was little happiness at the dinner table that night. Piero quickly explained his plan to take Florence back. He said he needed money, soldiers, weapons, and horses. Piero expected Aldovrandi to give him 2,000 florins for the campaign.
Excellency, are you sure this is the best way? Aldovrandi asked politely. When your great-grandfather Cosimo was sent away, he waited. Later the city asked him to return. Please wait for that time, Excellency.
"I am not as patient as my grandfather," Piero answered. "Florence wants me back now. Only Savonarola and my cousins worked against me." Then he turned to Michelangelo. "You will join my army as an engineer. After we take the city, you will help build the walls again."
Michelangelo sat quietly with his head down. After a moment he spoke softly.
"Would you really fight against Florence, Excellency?"
"I would," And I will, Piero answered. As soon as I have enough soldiers to break the city walls.
But the city could be badly damaged if it is attacked, Michelangelo said.
So what? Piero replied. Florence is only stone buildings. If they fall down, we can build them again.
But the art? What is art? We can replace all the paint and marble in 1 year. Then Florence will belong to me, Piero said. No one ate any food. Aldovrandi looked at Piero.
In the name of my friend, Illinois Magnifico, I must refuse, he said. You can have the money you ask for. But I will not give it for war. Lorenzo would not have wanted this.
Piero turned to Michelangelo. And you, Buonarroti, he asked.
I must also refuse, Excellency, Michelangelo answered. I will serve you in any way. But I will not help you fight against Florence.
Piero pushed back his chair and stood up. These are the people my father left me, he said angrily. Poliziano and Pico wanted to die instead of fight. You, Aldovrandi, were my father's podesta of Florence. And you, Michelangelo, lived in our house for 4 years. What kind of men are you? Why will you not fight? He left the room quickly. Tears filled Michelangelo's eyes.
Forgive me, Giuliano, he said quietly.
Giuliano also stood up and moved toward the door.
I will also refuse to fight this war, he said. If we fight, the people of Florence will hate us even more.